Chapter 101, Leo's Question. With morning lessons over and done with, it was time for combat lessons to start. Layla had come over with Aaron by her side to Quinn. They weren't exactly friends now, as the two didn't really talk much, in fact. Aaron didn't really say much at all to anyone. However, over the last few days after searching for Peter together, they started to hang around each other more often. They had also practiced as a team together beforehand, and for the first time, Aaron had actually called Layla by her name. These were all huge steps forward in Layla's eyes, and before they knew it, the two of them would naturally just be around each other. The three of them headed off to the Beast Weapons class while Vorden had already left for the Elemental class. Now sitting in the room all alone was Peter, just blankly staring at the wall in front of him. Even his fake friends were no longer talking to him at the canteen. Earl and his gang had been avoiding him ever since Aaron had threatened them. They had also already gotten their use out of him and no longer needed him anymore. Peter continued to sit there and think back at all the stupid things he had done. If only he had done this differently, why did he decide not to ask for help? Why did he agree to help them at the time? It had hurt back then and felt like he was going through hell, but right now, he couldn't even remember what the pain felt like. As all these thoughts ran through his head, and he started clenching his hair in his hands. Every time a stupid memory came up, he would pull his hair, trying to forget it as if he was pulling the memories out of his head. Why? Peter shouted as he pulled out a clump of hair. Why? He said again, pulling out another. His hands were now filled with parts of his hair. He could feel something running down from the top of his head. He had pulled so hard and so much hair that blood was starting to drip from his scalp. A.S. Quinn was just about to leave the second-year building to head to the Beast Weapons Hall. He paused for a second right by the exit. This whole time he had been back. Not once had he set foot outside in the sun, and for the first time, he would be doing so now. He had asked the AI system repeatedly what the effects were, but he would never tell him. Calm down, Quinn, you already know you won't die, so what's the worst that could happen? Hey, Quinn, is everything okay? Layla asked, noticing he had stopped just by the exit. Yeah, I'm fine, Quinn said as he took a step forward. Bang. Instantly the effect of the sun had hit him. The rays affected him more than ever, and a pounding feeling was heard in his head. He stumbled a little but soon caught himself. It took him a few moments, but he finally adjusted to the sudden feeling. You're being hit by direct sunlight. All stats will be reduced by 70%. 70. Are you freaking kidding me? Quinn shouted in his head. Now calm down. The system replied. I thought you would act like this, so I didn't want to say anything. At least I had a chance of fighting in the sun before. I thought if I increased my stats to at least 20, suck a few people here and there, I would be like a normal person in the sun. What am I meant to do now? Well, honestly, I never really had this problem before. Back at the kingdom we had plenty of items that stopped the sun from affecting us. Just take a look at your inventory. That ring you were looking at is given to the weakest of our men. The system was suddenly revealing a lot more information due to the outburst. Whenever Quinn would ask the system who he was, or if there were other vampires out there, he would ignore him and pretend he never heard. However, Quinn needed to deal with one problem at a time and right now, and the sun was an urgent one. Look, I can see you're depressed, the system said. How about this? He then opened up Quinn's menu and went to show him the Shadow Skills tab. Out of the 10 skills, 3 had been unlocked, but 7 were still grayed out. You just want to be able to fight in the sun, right? You see the skill named Shadow Void. It cost a total of 20 skill points. I would recommend you unlock that next. The skill allows you to create your own space of shadows, blocking it from not only the sun but outside viewers as well. Although it wasn't a permanent solution to Quinn's problem, it was a solution. While Quinn struggled to walk, Layla quickly came over and pulled out an umbrella over his head. She had kept it on her at all times for situations like these. Vorden, looks like I'm needed more than you after all. Layla thought. Suddenly, Quinn started to feel a lot better. The sunlight is being blocked. All stats will return to normal. Do you guys have to be lovey-dovey in front of me? Aaron said as she saw the two walking under the umbrella. We're not a couple, he's just feeling sick. The sun gives him heat stroke easily. What a wimp, Aaron said as she walked off ahead. Quinn didn't know why, but Aaron's words always seemed to sting a bit more compared to when others said it to him. The three of them had finally arrived at the Marshall Hall and no longer needed the umbrella. Once again, as he entered, he started to feel his heart beating faster than ever. He was nervous. The reason was simple. It was because of Leo. For some reason, Leo had asked that the next time the two of them met, to speak to him. Although Leo did say that he wouldn't hurt him, those words didn't exactly reassure him. The classes had begun as normal with Leo asking the students to warm up by sparring with each other, but once again Leo had asked Layla to step away as Leo wanted to be his opponent. Leo then took Quinn to the corner of the room away from the others, making sure they couldn't hear their conversation. Thank you for saving me in the portal world, Quinn said first, hoping to get on his good side by sucking up to him. I was just doing my job. What happened to your gauntlets? There's no energy emitting from your hand. They broke in the portal world. I'm sorry, I'll pay you back. Leo raised his hand, telling Quinn to stop speaking. Boy, there is no need. Those weren't expensive in the first place, but for something to break some beast gear, you must have fought against some beasts then. Quinn started to laugh nervously. He wasn't prepared for this and didn't really know how to answer. Oh no, one of those rat beasts jumped at me, and all I did was lift my hand trying to protect myself. The beast wouldn't let go, so I had no choice but to take them off and run, I see, Leo said as he stood there silent for a moment. Quinn, do you know they say when someone goes blind their sense of hearing improves? Now let me be the first to tell you, that is all a myth. However, my ability does improve my senses, and I can hear your heart beating ever so loudly. Quinn gulped as he was afraid of what the old man might say next. Dio, you also know, they say that when a person is lying their heartbeat changes ever so slightly and they start to sweat more. Now, Quinn, the truth is, I don't care what you are, but I only have one question to ask you. Are you on humanity's side? Chapter 102. The Marketplace. Quinn started to think about the question Leo had given him. It was clear that he knew something about him through his ability, and it was why he had asked the question in the first place. But rather than out him to his higher-ups, or try to deal with him himself, he was asking a simple question. If I answer this wrong, will he attack me? Or maybe even turn me in? Quinn thought. But judging by what he had said earlier, if Quinn was to lie, he would be able to tell. Everything about the current human society made Quinn feel sick to his very core. It wasn't just the government or the military but the originals as well. When his parents were fighting in the war, why did they choose to reveal themselves towards the end and only then share their powers then? Why did the military design this caste system that put everyone into categories? In a way, he wanted to see the current society fail. But did he want everyone to die? No. Did he want the Dalki to win the war? No, he didn't want that either. Now that he thought about it more, he was in an interesting position. He couldn't exactly call himself human anymore. If they found out what he was, would they accept him over to their side? Probably not. Humans were scared of the unknown. But two people already had done. Layla and Vorden did know what he was, and didn't stop speaking to him or treated him any differently. Quinn knew what his answer was. I'm on my own side, but there are people I want to protect on this side too. For a second Leo just stood there silently. He continually looked at the purple flame burning around Quinn, and then he turned around and walked off without saying a word. I guess my answer was okay then, Quinn said as he let out a huge puff of air. He felt like any second now, he was about to have a VU breakdown. Get yourself a new weapon, kid, Leo shouted. You're going to need it for the portal expedition and my offer still stands. Feel free to have a duel with me whenever you wish. The combat classes had ended, and Quinn didn't end up doing much in today's session. With no equipment of his own, he had to pick something else from the wall. But when he tried using a sword, he realized how much practice you needed before he could even become half-decent at the thing. Using his fist just felt natural to him, especially since nearly all of his skills required him to use his hands. This meant more than anything that he needed a new set of gauntlets. Before leaving the martial hall, he asked to borrow the umbrella Layla had and decided to head to the library for the rest of the afternoon. There he would be able to use the public computers. On the way there, he opened up his system to check on a few things. Firstly, it was his crystal inventory. Right now, he had 16 basic tier crystals, 1 intermediate tier crystal, and 1 advanced tier crystal. The system shop had a set of intermediate gauntlets for him, and all he needed for them was 3 intermediate crystals. There was no requirement of what type. Then there was the advanced tier crystal that could only be used as a ringed. He finally sat down on the computer and went on to the marketplace. He started his search to see what was the standard price for selling crystals. Right now, the basic tier crystals were useless to him. Before logging in to access the weapons section of the marketplace, he was to input his military ID number. This wasn't recorded by the system but just proved that he was allowed to buy and sell weapons. The marketplace promised to scramble all information once confirmed and entered. If people were able to tell who was selling these items, then it would cause a big problem for the seller. Enter username ID. I'll just use the same one as my game. Blood Evolver, a standard basic tier crystal could be sold for 100 credits, an intermediate crystal 1,000, and an advanced crystal 10,000 credits. Right now, he was sitting on a gold mine. Some crystals sold for more depending on the rarity of them or what they could be turned into. Next, he started to search for gauntlets. There weren't as many online compared to other weapons, but there was still plenty to choose from. He noticed that once you moved up from basic tier weapons, the description of each item would be quite significant. IT would tell you what crystal was used to create the weapon, suggesting that it might have some other type of attribute other than strength. For example, some might have fire resistance if made from a beast from a hot planet or ice resistant for one from a cold one. Let me give you a tip. The system said, place your hand on the computer and use your inspect skill while looking at the item. Quinn did as the system asked and was surprised by the result. Suddenly, he could see the stats of all the weapons that were in front of him. But how? Quinn asked. The system you are using itself is like a computer system. It scans the information the computer tells it and puts it into numbers for you to easily understand. Although it will only be able to tell you if the beast crystal is in the database. I tried my best to put as many different beasts as I could in there, but there may be some I have never seen. Quinn continued to search through the items, but something surprised him. None of them gave the same number of stats like the one in the shop. At most, the strength they provided was +5, while the intermediate weapon in his system was +6. Sure, it was only one strength of difference, but right now that was a lot. The second thing was the price of the gauntlets. They ranged from anywhere between 6 to 8,000 credits. This was because it included the cost of finding all the crystals and also paying for someone to forge the weapon together. Even the basic tier weapons cost were around 2,000 or so credits. Quinn didn't even bother looking at any advanced tier weapons. He sat there and started to think for a while about what to do and what was the best option. Without a doubt, he needed a weapon before next week. In the end, he finally decided the best thing to do was to sell the advanced tier crystal. Even though he was able to use it to create a ring that protected him from the sun, he needed 10 of the things, and not only that, it required a specific beast from a red portal planet at a place where students just weren't allowed to go whenever they wanted. It was basically useless to him right now, and the credits would be more helpful. Quinn then started to search for a Deathbat crystal on the marketplace, hoping to figure out what price he could sell it at, but to his surprise, there wasn't a single Deathbat crystal up for sale. With no clue how much to sell it for, Quinn decided to look at other specific crystals and priced it around there. He did the base price of the crystal plus around 2,000 extra credits, selling it for 12,000 in total. And done. Now all I need to do is wait for it to be sold, then I can buy 2 intermediate crystals and get the weapon form the system. Ding, it had only been a few seconds, but someone had already put up the money for the crystal. With it came a portal confirmation number. All Quinn needed to do was go to the storage unit and place the crystal in the teleport. Once entering the confirmation number, it would teleport the item to the user on the other end. Somewhere in a dark room, a kid with his hair gelled backwards that looked to be a similar age to Quinn was on his computer browsing the marketplace. Come on, what happened to that guy? I paid him good money to get that crystal for me. I only need one more. The kid said he never expected to find anything on the marketplace, but every day he would check just to make sure. However, the exact crystal he was looking for turned up, and oh way, and only for 12,000 credits. I have to buy this straight away. With no hesitation, the boy swiped his card on the computer next to him, confirming the purchase of the item. A man then appeared from the shadows and was stood next to the boy. Young master, if your father finds out you didn't get the crystals through your own effort, he will be furious. Every one of us had to go hunt those beasts as a trial for ourselves. The man said, my father thought he could stop me. Now with the ring I can finally leave this place. He then looked at the computer screen once again. Thank you, Blood Evolver. You have made my day. If I ever meet you in real life, I promise I will repay this debt. Chapter 103. Buying from the shop. After sending away the advanced tier crystal, it didn't take long for Quinn to receive the money. The portal delivery box confirmed that the item was real with a scan, and then with a flash, it was sent. At the same time, Quinn's watch made a ding sound. He looked at his watch, and 12,030 credits were all his. Never in his life did he think he would be able to acquire this type of money. His original plan was to obtain the Earth ability from the school. Then he would work hard and possibly be able to upgrade his ability to a power level of 3. After he could join a hunting faction and become a traveler, killing basic beasts and selling their cores. But even then, he would have had to kill 120 basic beasts to make the amount of money he had today. Before doing anything else, Quinn immediately put up the 16 basic Radiclaw crystals for sale. These didn't take long to sell either. There were always people and companies looking to buy them. If the beast crystals couldn't be used to make a weapon, they would be used as an energy source instead, powering up vehicles, lights, engines, and all sorts. Now the total amount of credits was 13,630 credits. He looked at the number again, and a smile couldn't stop appearing on his face. Logging back onto the marketplace, Quinn was now searching for 2 intermediate crystals. The shop stated that the gauntlets he was after didn't need any specific type, so he went ahead and purchased the 2 cheapest ones he could find at 1,000 each. It hurt him seeing his credits go down so suddenly, but this is what needed to be done. There was a need to spend money before one could make money. The better equipment would allow him to hunt stronger beasts and earn more money. Before heading back to the storage room to obtain his crystals, Quinn decided to search the marketplace a bit more to see if there was anything useful. He also looked at the items in a shop, but they all required specific beast crystals that were nearly impossible to find on the marketplace. That's when he realized the items in a shop seemed to be quite rare. Even when searching for a weapon or a piece of armor similar, there were no matches found for these type of items. After searching and searching, he decided to fork out a load of money on a pair of black boots. He purposely chose a design that didn't look too fancy, but also gave him the best stats. That way, if others saw the equipment, they wouldn't think anything of it and wondered where Quinn was able to get the money from. After spending 8,000 on the boots, he now only had 3,630 credits remaining. As he walked over to the storage room, he couldn't help but have a skip in his step. Finally, he had arrived and entered the combination for both of his orders, and a few seconds later, a couple of large boxes had appeared in front of him. Quickly he lifted the two boxes and started to rush off towards his dorm room. As he entered the room, he was surprised to see Vorden wasn't there, nor was Peter sitting outside, although he was too happy to wonder what had happened to them. He placed both of the boxes down and immediately ripped into them. Inspect. Intermediate Blackhorn Wolf Boots, Agility +4, Defense +2. When boots are active can increase the user's speed by 10% for 30 seconds. If hit while active, speed will return to normal. The boots were a solid black in color, while the top of them that covered above his ankles were slightly pointed to imitate the ears of a wolf. Other than that, they just looked like regular boots, which were perfect. Quinn could have bought cheaper boots, but what interested him about these were they had their very own active skill in them as well. Quinn had heard of such items having skills, but usually that was the case with higher-tier equipment, and it was quite rare for a piece of intermediate beast equipment to have an active skill, which was why the item was priced at the higher end. Next were the two intermediate crystals he had bought. He held each of them in his hand, and the message had appeared. Would you like to store intermediate beast crystals too, in your inventory? After selecting yes, the two crystals started to disappear and suddenly vanished out of the palm of his hands. Now when he accessed the shop, the gauntlets that he was looking for were no longer grayed out. After selecting the item, a final message appeared. Would you like to create the best standard intermediate gauntlets? Cost 3 intermediate crystal. The naming of the item was a bit strange, but that still wouldn't put Quinn off. He was the only one that could see the name of the things anyway. After selecting yes, an image was inserted into his head. He could see the 3 crystals he had obtained in a black, empty space. Each of the crystals started to slowly move towards the center of the room, as if they were being attracted by something. Finally, when the 3 crystals touched, a large white light formed in his mind. Then when the bright light dimmed down, all that was left were the grayish-silver gauntlets. They didn't look like anything special. In fact, it was hard to tell that they had even been made from beast cores in the first place, but Quinn didn't mind. All he cared for were the stat points. When he opened his eyes and looked down, he gauntlets were there placed in his hand. Wow, this is amazing. It really did just form itself and appear out of nowhere. Inspect. Best standard intermediate beast gauntlets. Strength +6. Defense +4. When using the skills Blood Swipe and Blood Spray, attacks will be 5% stronger. He then immediately went into the shop again, but this time something strange happened. He scrolled and looked, but the item he had just created was no longer there. If you are looking for the gauntlets, they are already in your hands. The system said, sounding half confused. I know that. Quinn replied, it's just, I thought I could make another one. If I bought 3 more intermediate crystals, then I could sell it online and make my money back. Unfortunately, each item in the system is a one-time item. The system answered. Once you have created it once, the item may never be created again. Suddenly, Quinn felt a little depressed. The reason he had spent his money so freely on the boots was because he hoped he would be able to make another pair of gauntlets and sell them online. Let me show you something cool. The system said. Open up your dimensional portal using your shadow skill and place both of the boots and gauntlets in there. I'm not going to lose them, am I? Quinn asked. Just trust me. Quinn had already done a few tests with the dimensional portal, so he was sure that he would be able to get the equipment back. He did as told and opened up a small shadow portal, putting both of the items in. Weapons and armor detected in dimensional space. New skill Shadow Equip acquired. Shadow Equip? What does it do? Quinn asked. Just try it out and see. Shadow Equip activated. As soon as the skill was active, clouds of shadow surrounded his hands and feet. He could feel something forming on top of his hands and legs. Then when the shadow clouds disappeared, the equipment he had put in the portal were now on him. It was like an instant equip. With this, Quinn didn't need to wear all his equipment beforehand. He could even hide high levels of equipment from the eyes of others and be ready for a fight anytime. With the new equipment all set up and ready, Quinn was itching to test it out, and he knew the perfect place to test it. The VR game. Unknown to Quinn though, the last time he played, he had caused quite a stir. People claimed he was a hacked player. And one person in particular had been checking the game every day for Quinn to log in. Logan was waiting for him. This time when he logged in, he was going to find out just who this Blood Evolver was. Chapter 104. Combination Skills. It was getting late that day, and soon it would be night time. Tomorrow was the weekend, so once again the students would be free to do what they want as long as they didn't leave the city for a couple of days. With this, Quinn decided to head back to his dorm and call it a night. When he arrived at the halls of the dorm, he could see Peter sitting up against their room, wall asleep. As Quinn walked past and entered the room, he took a glance at Peter, who looked to be bruised and beaten. Not only that, but he seemed to have a couple of clumps of hair missing from his head. He's still getting bullied. I wonder who ordered him to do it? Maybe Layla will know more. Quinn thought as he entered the room. He still hadn't forgiven Peter, and truthfully, he never thought he could. But still, he wanted to stop incidents like this from happening in the future. To do that, he needed to find out who was at the top giving out the orders. When Quinn entered the room, Vorden was already inside on his bed relaxing. Hey, Quinn said. Where have you been? I came back earlier, but no one was here. Oh, that, Vorden replied. Actually, something has been really bugging me about the whole Peter situation. It's obvious someone asked him to do it, right? And they had already set up a fall guy to take the blame. But when I tried to find out what happened to that person today, not a single person knew. Everyone just kept saying the punishment was dealt with by Duke since he's a second year. Why don't you go to the first-year students he was hanging around with before? Maybe they know something. Yeah, I was planning to do that on the weekend, but we need to be careful. If my hunch is right, this would be involving someone at least at the sergeant level. Did Dio you want me to come with you? Quinn asked. And oh, I think it's best if we investigate separately. Plus, if I get caught it's harder for them to touch me, while for you, it's a different matter completely until we get level on your watch sorted. I know, Quinn said as he snapped his fingers. Why don't you ask Layla? Apparently when we left they ran into those friends of Peter's. The face Vorden was currently making wasn't one of happiness, but it wasn't one of disgust either. It was as if he was trying to put on a smile, but his body was fighting against him. Quinn, you do know me and her don't get on right? Well, you know you're going to have to. We have the expedition next week. Use this as a chance to repair your friendship. I've already lost one friend. Don't make me pick and choose between you two, Vorden. Vorden then grabbed the pillow by his side and threw it at Quinn's face. All right, man, I'll try. The two of them then laid down in their bed to get some sleep. You're not actually going to try become friends with her, are you? Ratton asked. Just kill her, and then he doesn't have to choose. We are his best friend. Done. Deal end off. Go away, and let me sleep. With Vorden investigating the situation, that meant Quinn would be free to head to the VR room tomorrow, but before he shut his eyes to go sleep, he decided to have a look at the tutorial video he had unlocked when reaching level 10. Once again, the blonde man appeared, who looked like he was in some type of dojo. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Now in this video, no new skills will be learnt, but instead we will be creating our own. By N. You should have also unlocked the skill Blood Spray and learnt the skill Hammer Strike. Although Blood Spray can be used on multiple targets, to do the most damage, it's best if you are actually touching your opponent. What's even better is if you combine the two skills together. The blonde man then got into a fighting stance once again. He repeated all the steps of the Hammer Strike as usual, but right at the end when the force came out, he performed the Blood Spray attack. Rather than spreading out like it usually did, it was compact and came out together in a thick line. In the video, a loud sound could be heard. Whoops. The blonde man said, looks like I'll have to make some repairs to the dojo. Now be careful because this attack will not only use up your stamina, but will drain you of your blood as well. Also, the Hammer Spray takes slightly longer to prepare, so it may not be optimal in all situations. But the point is, if you activate Blood Spray with a punch in your fist, it will be several times stronger. After watching and analyzing the video carefully, Quinn finally shut his eyes to get some sleep. The next day when they awoke, Quinn was greeted with his usual message. Avoid sunlight for 8 hours, 5 EXP gained. 10 out of 100 EXP. Quinn was glad that after he evolved his EXP points seemed to have reset. He hated to think how hard it would be to level up if his EXP kept doubling up all the time. In fact, it seemed like an impossible task in the future. As the two woke up, they started getting ready. That's when Quinn noticed something as Vorden changed out of his uniform. Hey Vorden, don't you use a beast weapon or anything? Quinn asked. When leaving the city just in case of an attack, people usually carried their weapons with them. Quinn was keeping his in the dimensional void for the time being. Actually, most of the time, I prefer to use elemental abilities, which kinda just get in the way with weapons. Although you're right, I should probably pick one just in case I get an ability where it would be useful. Well, if you could, is there anything you're best at or anything you would want? I guess I always thought daggers were cool, but it might be a while before I can make my own beast weapon. My family don't like to send me money because they think I should earn everything myself. Vorden said, laughing. Quinn had actually planned to create a new weapon for both Vorden and Layla. They had both helped him so much, and he wanted to return the favor. Layla had helped him learn so much about vampires while Vorden had even come in after him to the portal world. There was also the worry that other vampires or something else might come to attack them. If that was the case, they might go after those around him, so there was no harm in making them stronger. As the two exited out of the room, they noticed that Peter was still up against the wall sitting there. You can go in the room and sleep there while we are out, just make sure when we come back in, you're out of there, Vorden said. The two continued to walk off until they had finally split ways. Quinn headed to the VR room while Vorden started to head outside the building. That was nice of you. Ratton said, we can't become worse than what we are trying to get rid of, Vorden replied. Speaking of getting rid of people, here's your chance. Standing just outside the gate was Aaron and Layla. Both of them were no longer in the military uniform. They were dressed in their casual clothes for the weekend. Layla wore a stunning red dress, while Aaron was a bit more elegant. It was white in color with flowers on the bottom, and on top of her head, she was wearing a large summer hat to block out the SU and as soon as Layla spotted Vorden, she turned her head away. Nearly every interaction with him so far while Quinn was away wasn't a good one. But then she started to hear the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer, and oh, he couldn't be. Is he walking over to us? She thought, come on Vorden, You're doing this for Quinn. You can do it, he thought. Now the two of them were within grabbing distance once again. For the first time, Vorden was stuttering in his life. But it wasn't because he was scared, it was because of Rattan yelling all sorts of things in his head. I need your help. He blurted out. The look on Layla's face was one she had never made before. Chapter 105. Blood Evolver returns. As Quinn headed down to the VR room, he was suddenly feeling exited. Now, with his credits, he could spend as much time in the game as he wanted and practice the skills until he got tired of it. Eventually, though, the best thing would be for Quinn to purchase a capsule of his own. That way, he could play the game in his room and connect to players not just within the military camps, but just remembering the price of the thing made him shudder. 100,000 credits. To purchase the item, he would need 10 advanced tier crystals or 100 intermediate tier crystals. To get that sort of money would take him years. It was a shame Quinn thought that he couldn't use the system to reproduce the weapons again and again. If so, he would be able to have an unlimited supply of money. But it did make him wonder if there was any way he could exploit the system in some way. Then the idea hit him. He already knew all the items needed to make the weapons. In fact, the gauntlets he was using now only required 3 beats crystals. As long as he gave the items and his original gauntlets as a reference, a blacksmith should be able to reverse engineer and create something similar. Let's see, 3,000 coins for the materials, then 2,000 for the blacksmith fee. That's 5,000 coins in total. Then if I sell it on the marketplace for 8,000 coins, that would be 3,000 in profit. Quinn quickly realized the problem with his plan. The profit earned from selling the weapons would take far too long to earn the amount he needed. He needed to produce the items on a large scale. To do this, he would either himself need a large amount of capital in the first place or find an investor who is interested in the idea. I would be careful if I was you. The system said in a serious tone, different from its usual self. Do you remember when you searched for the items from the shop, how none of them appeared on the marketplace? Well, there's a reason for that. Which is, these weapons and the blueprints that were used to create them don't belong to humans. Quinn didn't need to hear him say the name. He knew what the system was talking about. They belong to the vampires. I'm afraid if you start mass-producing these items and start selling them to the public, they will start looking for you. I guess that rules out that plan. I never said you couldn't, I just said to be careful. For now, perhaps Quinn would have to put his money-making plan on hold. He still wasn't strong enough to deal with other humans, never mind vampires, and besides, he didn't have an investor or someone who could back him up anyway. Finally, Quinn had arrived at the VR center and went up to the counter. This time he deposited 100 credits into his account, so he would have 10 hours of playing time. He wasn't planning to play it at once, but this way he wouldn't be interrupted. It was early in the morning, so there wasn't a lot of people around yet. Besides, people didn't usually want to spend their weekends playing a game all day. Quinn made sure he was in between his own capsule and another. He looked around, and then when no one was looking, opened up his dimensional void to pull out his boots and gauntlets. He placed them both in the scanner, and when the process was finished, proceeded to put them away back in his dimensional void again. Welcome, Blood Evolver. After entering the pod, he was transported to the blank white space. The first thing Quinn tried to do was look at the ability list. He scrolled and scrolled, but it was as he thought. The game system had no such ability. He tried to use his shadow abilities, just as he had done his blood abilities. However, this time they did not work. Can the system not record mutant cells? Is that why the abilities have to be manually inputted? Quinn didn't really know the answer to his own question, and to be honest, not many people would, so there was no need for him to worry about it for now. All he did know was his blood abilities worked in the game, while his shadow abilities did not. But then there was also his new ability days that wasn't part of the shadow. Before going into matchmaking, Quinn wanted to make sure he had a hang of the new tutorial he had been shown in the game. It didn't take up any of his health, and he could use his blood skills as many times as he wanted. He watched the video one more time as a reference before trying to perform the skill himself. On his first try, he was quite successful. Unlike the other skills, there really wasn't much to learn. It was more a sense of timing, activating his blood spray skill at the same time as his hammer strike. Quinn then started to just throw out a few regular punches while activating blood spray, only at the point where his arms would fully extend. Sometimes he would activate it too early, causing his arms to jerk back a little, and sometimes he was successful. The most important thing was to get the hang of the timing, activating it at that right point. After practicing nonstop for around 30 minutes, his success rate of using blood spray with his punches was around 80%. With Hammer Strike, he could get it nearly 100% of the time, but like the system had said, it took longer to charge up the Hammer Strike when combining it with the blood spray. Time to test out these new skills. Searching for same-level opponents. The fact that Quinn was a level 1 still meant he was able to search for opponents at the same level as himself. To start off with, he just wanted some easy picking to test out his skills, but the second he started to search, his player ID had gone online. Oh, I haven't seen him in a while, Nate said. I thought he might have stopped playing the game. Ever since Nate had fought against the Blood Evolver, he had gained an interest in the opponent, mainly because of the type of ability he had. Now spectating Blood Evolver. But he wasn't the only one keeping an eye on him. So was Logan. The forum post had long since died down, but it still bugged Logan that there could be someone taking advantage of the game he helped create. He had set up the system so it would ping him as soon as the Blood Evolver went online. Then, he could spectate his games without having the need to be on his friends list. "Come on, let's see how you do it," Logan said as he waited for the Blood Evolver to find his next game. There was a part of him that was hoping the videos were fake. He needed to see it with his own eyes whether or not someone was able to break the system. After searching for a minute or so, a suitable opponent was found. Each player's avatars had entered the game, equipped with his new boots and gauntlets. His stats were as high as they ever had been. Strength 16, plus 6. Stamina 15, Agility 16, plus 4. Charm 5. The countdown began, and the game had started. In an instant, Quinn rushed forward. With his new boots, he felt lighter and faster than ever. These things are amazing. The first fight was simply a test of everything he could do. While running, he decided to activate the skill from the boots, increasing his speed even further for another 30 seconds. He would run from side to side. His opponent found it nearly impossible to keep up with him. It was like looking at a fly. 1 second, he could keep track of it. Then suddenly it would change direction, and he would lose it. The user then prepared the water held in his hand and started to form a long blade with it. After running around the room for 30 seconds, the boots had finally worn off, and now Quinn was heading straight for his opponent. 5-minute cooldown before Wind Run can be used again. He's really going to just run straight at me? The user thought, and when Quinn was close enough, he swung his water blade across right at him. "I probably won't die if that thing hits me, but time to try it out." He looked at the user in the eye and for the first time, activated his new skill. Daze has been activated. Your opponent has been stunned. Suddenly a fear had set into the water user's mind. A shiver was sent down his spine, and when he tried to move his hand, there was no response. Quinn then threw out his fist, and right when it landed on the user's stomach, he activated his blood spray at the same time. The user was sent flying through the air, and a trail of splattered blood followed, leaving from Quinn's gauntlets. Winner Blood Evolver. It had only taken a single punch with blood spray to finish his opponent off. "Looks like all my vampire abilities work here, not just my blood skills." Well, that's good to know. Logan had watched the whole thing. He couldn't believe it. It was true the user could use some type of red energy. It didn't look like any ability he knew of, but that wasn't the problem. Logan had even checked beforehand and confirmed that Quinn had selected no ability before entering the game. He quickly started typing rapidly onto his keyboard and searched for any information he could pull. Most of the information was scrambled for the user's safety. He couldn't find out who was in the pod, but he could find out other information. After typing away for a few minutes, he finally found the information he needed. User Blood Evolver login location, Military Base 2. "Oh, will you look at that? Seems like we're quite close after all," Logan said, smiling at his computer screen. Chapter 106. No experience points. Up in the stands, Nate found it hard to keep his mouth closed after what he had just seen. The last time the two of them fought each other, Nate had come out as the winner, but now looking at the new Blood Evolver, he seemed so much stronger compared to before. But how? "We only fought a couple of weeks ago. Was he holding back, or did he really just get that much stronger in the short amount of time?" The speed, the strength, and even that weird red energy seemed stronger than before. Nate knew he also still had the flash step and the hammer strike in his arsenal of skills. The more he watched this person, the more excited he started to get. After Quinn won his first match, he had a feeling that something was missing, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Wait a minute. Where is my EXP? Before, when defeating an opponent, the system would reward him half the amount of EXP he would get for defeating a person on the outside, but this time there was nothing. Just to make sure, Quinn quickly searched for another level 1 opponent. His opponent was found, and in this match, he wasted no time in dealing with the enemy. He dashed forward and cast Daze, stunning his opponent, and at the moment used Flash Step to get behind them. Then finishing the opponent off with another standard blood punch. Blood Evolver victory. Again though, there was no system message for EXP system. "What's the meaning of this? Seriously, do you only like speaking to me when you have a problem?" The system replied. "Anyway, this was obvious, don't you think? You evolved, you're now a level 10, the experience needed was reset. In simple terms, your opponent was too weak for you, so the system didn't reward you any EXP." Quinn cursed underneath his breath. Every time he seemed to be getting somewhere, and felt like he could really make progression, the system seemed to get in his way. Quinn then used the search function again, this time searching for level 2 ability users. He was quickly put in another match again. This time when fighting, Quinn wanted to still finish the match fairly quickly, but was a little more cautious. He threw out a barrage of blood swipes to distract the opponent. Then, running behind his attacks, he would use Flash Step to appear behind them just in case they were able to block the initial attack. However, that wasn't needed. His blood swipe skill was now a level 2, and because his opponent had never seen such a thing before, he tried to hit it with his basic tier sword. As soon as the two had made an impact, his sword had shattered. The blood swipes hit his body and sent him to the ground. He wasn't dead yet, but badly hurt. Then it only took one more hit to finish him off. Blood Evolver victory, but still, there were no experience points. Frustrated by the situation, even more, Quinn went to quick search for his opponent, hoping it would find him a random user of a higher level that would at least give him some experience. As he used his inspect skill on his new opponent, he was now going up against a level 4 user with an earth ability. He was wearing a full set of basic tier equipment head to toe. Before the match had started, Quinn failed to notice the stands around him were getting filled. More people were starting to watch his games. After the last 2 opponents he faced had 2 quick losses, they decided to inspect his next few games. The users were able to search for the previous opponent they played against and then inspect their matches. They had also invited their friends, saying they had met a person with a strange ability they had never seen before, explaining how they lost in only a few seconds. Their friends had invited their friends, and now the stands were filled with around 20 different people inspecting Quinn's next match. "It seems others are starting to notice you as well," Nate said as he heard them talking. "Hey, so, do you think this is that hacker?" "Oh yeah, I remember seeing a forum post about it a few days ago on their website. A user who used red energy. I thought it was fake though." "Well, we will just have to wait and see." Quinn, looking at his opponent, was wondering just how strong he might be. It was the first time he was fighting against a user who wore beast equipment over his whole body, which meant he would have added stats from the equipment. "Actually, there was another person," the system said, "but you kind of ate him." Hearing those words from the system reminded him of when he was in the bloodsucker mode, and suddenly he felt a little strange. "Thanks for reminding me just before a fight. 321. The match had finally begun. This time though, Quinn wasn't going to charge in on the get-go. He moved forward until he was within the 5-meter range of Blood Swipe and swung a single attack out as a tester. The Earth user then stomped his foot on the ground, and a solid wall of earth rose from the floor blocking the attack. However, the Blood Swipe was powerful and managed to chip away at the wall. Seeing this, the user stomped several times more, adding to the first wall, making it even thicker. Eventually, the red lines disappeared, and the attack was stopped, while Quinn was thinking how to make his next attack and how to make it go through. A hard earth spear had risen from behind and stabbed Quinn in the back, causing him to stumble to the floor. 46/55 HP. Damn, that's what I get for staying still. But before Quinn could even fully recover, several more spears had risen from the ground, coming straight for him. He rolled and dodged the first few before getting back up on his feet. This match was going to be harder than he initially thought. Chapter 107. Bloodhammer. Unlike the other users Quinn fought with before this one, he was more skilled. It reminded him of Warden a bit. Creative and skillful when using his abilities, even though he wasn't the highest when it came to power level. Windwalk. Boots activated. Using the boots skill, he was able to increase his speed and avoid all the spears coming towards him from the ground. "Wow, he's quite fast, isn't he?" Someone from the crowd said. "I think it's those boots. They look pretty plain, but they might be at the intermediate tier, or even the advanced tier." Although Quinn could finish the match by continually throwing out his blood swipe, he didn't want to win that way. Right now, this was an excellent experience for a battle in the real world, where he would have to be careful of losing his health. "What an annoying little fly," the Earth user shouted. He then lifted both hands together to create 2 long walls that went past Quinn. As he brought his hands together, the walls moved with it. Now you can only go in one direction, with no other options. Quinn had no choice but to run straight ahead, but he had a plan. Skill days. Days failed. User not stunned. Oh, crap. Right now, Quinn's charm stat points were incredibly low, meaning it was unlikely for it to work against stronger opponents. The higher they were, the lower the chance it had of working. But so far it had worked every single time. Part of this was due to Quinn's luck, but the other part was the fact that they were NLY level 1s and level 2s he was facing before. Just then the Earth user created another wall in front of him, then started to punch the wall several times. The parts of the wall came flying out at incredible speed. The attacks were too fast for Quinn to react in time. The pieces of rock ended up hitting him one by one and sending him back. 42/55 HP, 38/55 HP, 34/55 HP, but Quinn gritted his teeth and managed to not fall over. As the next set of rocks came towards him, he flash-stepped in front of them all, causing them to miss and go behind him. I guess even with his strange red powers, he just can't beat a high level. Well, did you see the other guy's strength? It must be because he's using a full set of beast gear. No way a normal level 4 user could hit a solid wall like that and cause those rocks to go flying at that speed. Well, I guess it was all just hype in the end, but one person thought differently. "Come on, Blood Evolver, I could beat this guy in my sleep." "I know you're better than this," Nate said. "You know, your lack of experience when it comes to fighting ability users is really starting to show." The system said. "Shut up, I know," Quinn said. "Screw this." Quinn had enough. He started charging forward once again. The Earth user created another wall in front of him and had done the same attack as last time, punching the wall, causing rocks to fly out. Let's see what's stronger. Matching each rock, Quinn started to throw out a blood swipe for every rock thrown at him. Quinn's blood swipe was clearly stronger, destroying the rocks and continuing to go forward. Seeing this, the Earth user had no choice. He jumped back and had put up rows and rows of walls between the two of them, creating a barrier around 3 meters thick. "Screw your wall." Quinn then started to make the motion of the hammer strike, bringing the energy up from his toes to the top of his body. That's it. That's the strike that was used against me, Nate said excitedly. But I don't think it's going to be enough. Why not use some more of the red stuff to weaken the walls first? Or break the walls to your side, which are thin, and get behind him. Nate was worried. Although it was clear the Blood Evolver was strong, it was also clear he was an amateur when it came to fighting. Take this, Blood Hammer. Quinn screamed as he let out the hammer strike, and at just the right moment activated his blood spray at the same time. The 22 strength, with the additional 5% and now combining the hammer strike with blood spray, created a powerful attack. As his fist hit the wall, it instantly started to shatter and burst into pieces all over the arena. Fragments of the wall came flying out into the stadium. Some of the audience members dodged avoiding them, while others just stood there. Idiots, you do remember this is a game, right? The attacks from there can't hurt us. The strike continued to blast through the wall. This was something the Earth user had never expected. I'll just have to take teach. He hit then, he said, but as the attack hit him, he instantly burst into blue particles, ending the game. Victory Blood Evolver. At that moment though, Quinn had collapsed to the floor. Combining all of the attacks, and using his skills from before had taken up all his stamina. Soon after though, he was transported back to his own lobby space where his strength would be returned. The whole crowd was silenced. They didn't know what to say or what they had just seen. During the entire match, the Earth user hadn't been hit once. Even though he was wearing a full set of beast gear, he still lost. This would have increased his defense as well as overall strength, yet it was useless in front of the single attack. Just who was that guy? Someone said that I told you he was strange, and did you see his weird red ability? Yeah, I've never seen anything like that, did you? Hey, can one of you upload that and put it on the forum? Maybe an original has managed to get their ability in the game somehow. While the others were exited and chatting away, Nate's whole body was shaking. He had goosebumps and shivers running all over his body after seeing the last attack. That attack, it wasn't the same one he used against me. It looked the same but was different. He knew that if he had taken that attack head-on like he did the hammer strike last time, half of his health wouldn't have gone down. It would have been the whole thing, and he would have been just as dead as the user in front of him. So you really did get stronger. Well, I will just have to get even stronger then. Back inside the lobby, all of his stat points had been returned, so Quinn was no longer on the floor gasping for air like he had just sprinted a whole marathon. The Blood Hammer Strike skill took up a lot more stamina than I thought. Although he had performed the Blood Hammer skill several times in the lobby, while in the lobby the game did not take away any of his strength. Only during matches would his normal stats be used, and it was the first time he had used Hammer Strike in a game. But a smile was suddenly on Quinn's face. User defeated, 25 EXP gained. 40 out of 100 EXP points. Finally, after defeating a level 4 ability user, the system had rewarded him for his hard work. Although Quinn wasn't physically tired, the last match had taken a lot out of him mentally. It was hard to go into the match after the match when it was that intense. It was fine when the matches only lasted a few seconds, but it was different when it was like that. So, he decided for today he would take a break. He exited from the pod, and to his surprise, what looked like a little boy was standing in front of him. Hello, Blood Evolver. Logan said. Looks like we finally meet. Chapter 108. Logan and Android. The boy standing in front of Quinn was quite short. His height only reached to about Quinn's chest, and he had dark green-colored hair that had a middle parting going down both sides. But what was most noticeable about him was the enormous black bag, as he had under his eyes. But hearing the words come out of Logan's mouth took a while for Quinn to process. He looked around to see if there was anyone else around the two of them, but the few users who were using pods were either still inside or several rows away. So how did you do it, huh? Logan asked. He immediately walked past and shoved Quinn to the side and started inspecting the pod he was just using. He placed his hand on top of the machine and closed his eyes. Doesn't look like any modifications have been made to the pod. Then how? Logan mumbled. Then when looking at Quinn, he spotted that his watch had the number 1 displayed. What? That's impossible though. You use such powerful skills in the game. You should at least be a level 5. I could have sworn you were an original. In return, Quinn looked at his watch and saw the number 8 on it. The highest level the watch was able to display. At that moment, just looking at the number struck fear into his heart and he froze. Should I make a run for it? If I do, will he attack me right here and now? I had so much trouble with the level 4 in the game, there's no way I can go against a level 8 right now. And he might be even higher than that. Quinn thought. Although the watches displayed up to a power level of 8, there were actually people considered stronger than that. The system was based only on the abilities the military could get a hold of, meaning the highest power level they were able to hand out was that of 8, but even within their own ranks and between other originals some powers went beyond. So, by default, if a user mutant cells were beyond, it would display 8. You're not thinking of running, are you? Because I haven't finished questioning you. I need to know how did you manage to break my game? Logan shouted as he started to go off into a rant. I could understand if you hacked into the system, but this. I just don't understand. I need to understand. Logan started getting closer to Quinn as he rambled like a madman. Why do I seem to attract the strangest people? Quinn thought. If you don't want to answer me here, then you can go with me to my dorm room. There's plenty of time, and nobody will be able to see us. As Logan touched Quinn's hand to pull him over, something strange had happened. Ability detected. Alterations to the system are trying to be made. Alterations have been blocked, but the strangest thing was, Quinn wasn't the only one who was seeing these messages. Logan was too. He animatedly let go and touched his hand as if he had been scratched by something. This was it. Before Quinn could do anything, his cover had been blown. Maybe Layla and Vorden understood, but there was no way a stranger would understand. Would he have to fight to the death to keep his identity a secret? Or would he use his shadow cloak skill to hide and run away? Maybe he could run to one of the portals and live his life on another planet. Are you a robot? Logan shouted, huh? Quinn replied, confused. You have a system, my ability confirmed it, for the first time as well. I was rejected by a computer. You must be a robot with a powerful master and ability that goes above mine. Did Richard Eno create you? That would also explain the game. My system, and the level 1 on your watch. A robot can't have any MC points, and those attacks must be programmed into your artificial brain. Looking at little Logan now, he just seemed like an excited little kid. He didn't seem threatening at all, but this did put Quinn in an awkward situation. Logan knew he had some type of system, and somehow, he confirmed it with his ability. Was it better off telling him the truth, or coming up with some other type of lie? Quinn thought hard, but he could come up with nothing that would explain why he could use certain abilities in the game, without reviling everything. He took a deep breath. I'm not a robot, but for some reason one day I woke up and had this system ability. Maybe it was a gift from a god, who knows. The skills you saw are some of the things I can do. Quinn replied, did I ask an ability similar to mine then? I wonder who did this to you. Maybe they turned you into an android. Android technology has come a long way, but the use of AI systems inserted into their brain was banned. They were afraid that an ability user may come along who could take control of them all and use it against the army. But this is the first time I have seen an android as powerful as yourself. Quinn looked at Logan, who now wouldn't stop staring at him. Then a thought came to his mind. He had been looking for someone who would be able to help him out with the watch. It was clear that Logan knew a lot about machinery, and something like changing the number displayed on the watch would be easy for him. Can you keep this a secret? Quinn replied. Maybe the two of us can work together, perhaps find who did this to me. There are a few things I need help with. Logan was genuinely fascinated by this ability. He had never seen anything like it before, and the curiosity was already driving him mad. Maybe it was even an original who was able to pass on his ability like a computer system rather than training the person, but then why did the watch not display his level? This was why Logan could only assume Quinn was a type of android that didn't have MC points and didn't even realize it himself. That of course, it would also give me the chance to study you. Logan then put out his hand. The name's Logan.
Quinn.
He replied as the two shook hands. Ability detected. Alterations to the system are trying to be made. Alterations have been blocked. Logan then pulled his hand away again, almost immediately. That does not feel good. Maybe we avoid touching each other for now? Agreed. Quinn laughed nervously. Just what was the system, and who created it? Quinn thought. The only person he could think of was the man in the video. Quinn seemed to recall the blonde man stating that his experiment was a success, which would suggest that other vampires like himself didn't have a system. So then, why did he? And why did his parents have the book in the first place? Chapter 109. Logan the Tinker. Just outside the school at the front gates, the unexpected had just occurred. Layla was struggling to stand as she had just heard certain words come out of Vorden's mouth. First, I'm going to have to ask you to step back a bit. Layla said, and no touchy-touchy from you. I keep telling you let's just kill this bitch right here right now, Ratton said. Look, I'm trying to be reasonable here. Vorden said, come on, Quinn said that you could help me. Every time she looked at Vorden, she remembered when she was being chalked by him. It wasn't a good feeling, and her senses were still tingling all over the place every time he approached. If it wasn't for the fact that Aaron was standing by her side, she would have run the second she saw him coming over. But she had to admit one thing. Vorden, for whatever crazy reason he had, seemed to genuinely care for Quinn. The two of them soon would also be going to the portal expedition together. It was important they tried their best to make up while they could. She let out a big breath and gave in. Fine, what is it? Actually, it's related to Peter. Quinn said that you two had spoken to him while we were away on the other planet. Did you manage to get anything out of him? No, I could tell that we wouldn't. It seemed like he was scared of something. Even with Aaron there threatening him. Which meant whatever he was scared of was a bigger problem than Aaron. Layla said, well, I don't think we can get anything out of Peter right now. He's broken more than ever. Perhaps the only thing that's holding him on is this last bit of hope. I was hoping by outcasting him like this he would go back to the person who put him up to this. Wait, what? Layla said, you mean you're doing this whole thing on purpose? I understand he needs to be punished, but don't you think you're going a little too far? Too far? Vorden replied. You don't even know what really happened there. Were you nearly killed by a blood-sucking beast, abandoned in a world full of monsters everywhere? Blood-sucking beasts? So did Quinn really? Just then Layla stopped herself as she turned to look at Aaron by her side. She had gotten so heated in the conversation, she had forgotten all about her. But as the two looked at Aaron, she was bent over looking at a trail of ants going across the floor. It seemed like she was disinterested in the whole conversation the two were having. Anyway, if you can't get anything out of Peter, then try a first-year student named Earl. He was the one hanging around Peter before this whole thing started, and it looked like the two were going to meet the day we met up with both of them. Earl, got it. Thanks for the help, Vorden said. Oh, before I go, Aaron, do you mind if I touch your hand? Aaron stood up from the ground and looked at Vorden for a few seconds. When they had first met, she had refused. She simply believed he was someone weak and below her. But she quickly came to realize that Vorden was one of the strongest people in her class. I hope you use it well, Aaron said as she held out her hand. With her ability copied, Vorden then turned away and walked off. He's a tough one, Aaron shouted. Even with my threats, he didn't reveal anything. Don't worry, Vorden said, smiling back. I know someone who taught me a few things. Vorden continued to walk off back into school. Hey Ratton, looks like I might have a job for you soon. As Layla saw Vorden walk off, she still had one thought. Crazy boy. Quinn and Logan were in a different part of the school building than Quinn was usually in. They were in the dorm room area but were in the floor directly above where Quinn would usually stay and sleep. The fact that they were in the same dorm room building meant that the two of them were in the same year, despite the fact that Logan looked like a middle school student. We're here, Logan said today. As Quinn looked around, he noticed there were fewer doors and were further spaced apart. What is this place? Quinn asked. It's the VIP dorms. If your family make a generous donation to the military before coming here, then you get access to one of these rooms. As he opened the door, Quinn was amazed by the sight in front of his eyes. The room was twice the size of the one he shared with 3 people, and there was only a single bed. But that wasn't what amazed him. The whole room was filled with what Quinn could only call junk. There were piles of scrap metal everywhere, and lying across the entire place were gadgets, little spaceships, controllers, and all sorts. There were 2 things that stood out in the room. One of them was a large human-sized tube that seemed to be hooked up to a computer and had large tube-like wires hanging from the top, and right next to that was a VR pod. One of the ones that cost 100,000 credits to buy Logan's family was a rare case. Usually when getting rich, it was to do with power. Those with strong abilities earned money by hunting or from protecting others. However, Logan's family were one of the very few who managed to amass its wealth by making the VR game and selling the equipment. There were a few other families that were able to do the same, such as companies that built the spaceships and certain beast weapons. But a lot of them still worked under the umbrella of an original family. Logan then went to sit into his mechanical chair that instantly sprouted a load of arms and started to give him a massage. Oh, what did you want help with? Logan asked. Quinn was in a strange situation. Layla and Vorden knew he was a vampire, but didn't know about the system. While Logan knew about the system, but didn't know he was a vampire. However, because of what Logan knew, it seemed more comfortable to explain the system side rather than the vampire side, that I was wondering if you would be able to. Oh, hack the watch for me. Allow it to display a number of whatever I want. I should be able to do that easily for you, but first you need to tell me why. Quinn hesitated for a little bit. He had only just met Logan. He seemed like a nice guy off initial impression, but every killer or crazy person out there showed a nice face to someone at some point. I think I know what you're thinking. You're worried that if the government find out about your ability, they're going to try to take you away and dissect you. Logan said, well, trust me, I won't be telling the government, the military, or anyone anything. I'll be honest with you, Quinn, I don't care about you. I care about the person who is able to input a system into your mind. To find that person, I need you to lead him to me, and before that happens, I'm not letting anyone take you away. Logan's words sounded a little scary and harsh to Quinn, but at least they were honest. Unlike other people where he couldn't tell what they were thinking, Logan was being completely transparent my system has a certain set of skills that allowed to use in the game. But the thing is I actually do have an ability. Quinn then lifted the shadow and started to move into a giant hand and used it to wave at Logan. If it wasn't for the fact that Logan was sitting down, he would have fallen down from the shock. What is that? So you really are an original? Not quite. It was an ability the system already had, but for some reason, as you can see, Quinn said, pointing at his watch. It doesn't register on the watch. 1,000 thoughts started to race through Logan's mind of why it might be. He wasn't interested too much in the ability itself. That stuff didn't interest him, but he wanted to know the reason why. The watch is a simple fix, but if I do this for you, I was wondering if you could do me a favor, Logan said, looking at the wired tube machine. Quinn started to sweat, looking at the thing. If he wasn't going to be experimented on by the military, he felt like Logan would be doing it anyway. Don't look at me like that. The machine there is for the game. Will you let me put your shadow abilities in the game? Logan asked. Chapter 110. Upgrading the shadow. Quinn decided to think long and hard about Logan's suggestion. For him to be able to use his ability, he needed to follow and use Vorden's plan. This way, others wouldn't go after him. But before even that, he needed everyone to think his ability was just like everyone else. But the problem was the shadow ability was linked to the vampires. Most likely, only vampires were able to learn this type of ability, and if that was to be added to the game, it would cause a big problem. I'm sorry. Quinn said, "This ability, it's not mine. Do you know what happened to me recently?" "What happened to you?" Logan said, puzzled. Quinn went on to explain how recently he had gone to a red portal planet along with his friend Vorden. And while there he had discovered the ability book and learned the skill only to have the book disappear. "Did I see?" Logan said, "I guess I've been in my room too much. I didn't really focus on stuff going on outside. So because of your plan with your friend, you need the ability on the watch." Logan sat down, thinking for a while. The robotic hands had finished massaging him, and now behind him, coffee was being made from another machine. "Well, how about this? You still help me get the ability into the game, but I won't make the ability public. If you want, you can come up here and play the game on a private server and practice using your abilities in the game. You won't have anyone to fight against, but you can still use your abilities freely while no one is looking. I get to study you a bit more, and you get to practice. It's a win-wind." As soon as Logan finished talking, he turned around and started to take a sip of his coffee, letting out a sigh of relief. The perfect temperature, so what do you think?" There seemed to be no downside if Quinn was to agree. The only thing was he would feel a bit like a lab rat being looked at all the time, but this solved a few of his problems. Before going to the portal expedition, Quinn wanted to unlock the Shadow Void. That way, if he was in a dangerous situation and in the sun, he would at least have a fighting chance to survive. "I say go for it," the system said. "If you want to unlock the shadow skill I told you about earlier, you will need to level up your current shadow abilities to gain skill points. Then you can unlock the Shadow Void. This is perfect for you." Although Quinn found the system annoying, it was clear that it was on his side, trying its best to help out the user. "All right, Logan, I'll do it." Logan jumped out of his chair and had a smile on his face. "Great, let's get to work." Following Logan's instructions, Quinn did as asked and got into this strange large glass test tube. Once he was inside, the glass lowered, and now he was trapped in a small space. At the same time, Logan rushed over to his computer and started typing away. "Can you hear me all okay, Quinn?" "Yeah, little nervous. This is going to hurt." "Relax you, big baby," Logan said. "Now, all I need you to do is slowly use your abilities while in the tube." Quinn proceeded to use his abilities as instructed. He started off with the shadow control and started to move it around in the tube. Numbers on the computer screen were scrolling about like crazy, but as Quinn looked over, it seemed like Logan wasn't typing anything. Right now, his eyes were closed, and his hand was the only thing on the computer. I asked his ability. Quinn thought there were some strange instances where Logan had mentioned a few things. He had touched the capsule Quinn was using and said it wasn't hacked, and then when the two of them touched hands, he also could see the system messages. And now there was this. The tests continued with Quinn demonstrating his shadow cloak skill and also his shadow equip skill. The only thing he didn't show while in the test tube was his dimensional space, and "We're done," Logan said, rubbing his eyes. He then got out from his chair and started to walk over to his bed. "All the data has been uploaded to that VR capsule by your side. If you want to practice, then go ahead. I'm going to take a nap." "I'm beat." After lying down on his bed, a few seconds later, he was fast asleep, smiling away. "He's quite trusting to be able to sleep in a room while you're still here," the system said. "If only he knew what you really were. I wonder if he would feel so safe." "Looks like you're starting to talk to me now, even when I don't ask you questions," Quinn replied. After entering the VR capsule and entering the game, Quinn was transported to the white space. Just as Logan had said, there was no way for him to start a match as right now he was in some type of beta version of the game. When looking at the list of abilities, his shadow abilities had shown as one of the options. After selecting the shadow ability, Quinn immediately got to trying a few things. He used his shadow skills as usual, and while in the game, his MC points didn't go down. What Quinn wanted to do was find out ways he could combine his blood skills along with his shadow control skill. Over the next week, Quinn continued to come to Logan's room every day to practice using his shadow ability. Logan had long done as he promised and had hacked into the watch. Now all Quinn had to do was tap the watch fast 3 times to switch between level 1 and level 6. This was all at Quinn's request because he planned to still keep it a secret just for a little while longer. Then finally, after a week had passed, he had achieved what he had set out to do. His shadow control skill was now level 2, and so was his shadow equip skill. Now the shadow equip took only a second to fit his beast gear on, as the system had said. Every time he leveled up the shadow skill, Quinn had gained skill points. For each level up, he had obtained 10 skill points he could use on the shadow tab. Right now, 4 of the shadow skills out of the 10 had been unlocked. Shadow control level 2, shadow cloak level 1, dimensional void, shadow equip level 2. Looking at the other skills, Quinn was tempted to unlock some of the others, especially since one of the skills required 50 points to unlock, called Shadow Eater. But in the end, he decided to go with the system's suggestion and purchase the Shadow Void skill for 20 points. Shadow Void level 1 unlocked. Shadow Void, the ability to create a space surrounded by shadows in a specific area. The space created will last a total of 1 hour. 50 MC points to cast the skill. 50 points, that's half of my MC. But there was no use complaining. In the end, it was a skill meant to help him use his vampire abilities. While using his vampire abilities, his MC points would slowly start to restore. Then he could switch back to shadow abilities. While in the VR game, Quinn tried to test out the new skill. However, when he tried using it, nothing had happened. Oh, I guess Logan needs to program any new skills into the game as well. As he exited the capsule, he released it would be the last time he would see the thing in a while. Because tomorrow was finally the day. The day where the first years were to go out on their first portal outing. Chapter 111. Off to a new planet. Finally, the day for the portal outing had arrived. All the first-year students had been told to gather up in the training hall, which was located on the east side of the building. Usually, the training hall was restricted to military personnel only, which didn't include students. When Quinn entered the room, he noticed it straight away, because it was the same place he was in before he had been pushed by Peter. Nearly all the portals in the room had been pushed to the side of the hall, and only a single green portal stood in the center. The entire of Dell's class had arrived, which numbered around 50 students altogether, and currently, they were in groups of 5. They were required to stay in the same teams that they had registered for previously. In the center of each team was a large rucksack that had been handed to them. These contained the necessary supplies and needs for every team. There were food pills that lasted up to a month, water purifying pills, and first aid supplies to go with it. All right, boys and girls, Dell said as he stood just in front of the portal. I have some important information for you before you head in the portal, so listen up. When you enter the portal, the communication device on your wrist will no longer work. It is important when entering the portal, you keep physical touch with the person next to you. Otherwise, you will be teleported to another location. Quinn and Vorden both already knew this well. Also, you will randomly be teleported somewhere inside the shelter. Do not be alarmed. The whole shelter is safe and guarded by the military and other travelers. The expedition is to last a week, and the goal is to bring back as many beast crystals with you as possible. The team with the most beast crystals at the end of the week will get the highest score. The highest tier beast you will see in a green portal planet is an intermediate beast. But this is rare. If you come across one, please avoid confrontation and head to a different location. Dell explained. Inside the shelter, there is a military base with a storage room where they will keep track of the crystals you have obtained. I suggest you do this at a regular interval so you do not lose all your crystals. Our class is the first to enter, and every hour another first-year class will be sent. I hope this class stays competitive as your teacher. Dell continued to explain about the portal outings. He went on to suggest to other students to not travel too far from the original shelter they were based at. Although there were several shelters scattered around the planet, there was no one to guide them between EAC, H1, and not every shelter had a military base. The test was also to begin as soon as the first team landed on the planet. It was up to them to decide how they should pace themselves while hunting. The whole aim was to allow the students to get to the point where they could be self-efficient, but the last bit of information that came from Dell's mouth was the worst news for Quinn. Please keep track of time and be well rested. This planet's day cycle is 72 hours of sunlight before it gets dark for another 72 hours, so you will need to keep track of the time yourselves, and that is everything I need to say. At that moment, Vorden and Layla turned to look at Quinn, who stood there with his mouth wide open. Don't worry, Quinn. Layla said, I packed the umbrella. PFT, umbrella, Vorden said. I got something even better. Vorden then reached into the bag to pull out some sun cream. I think this might do the trick, Vorden said. Layla immediately started to laugh as she pointed at the bottle. You idiot. That's not going to work. How can you be so sure? Vorden snapped back. Guys, can you please all calm down? People are staring, Quinn said. And sure enough, everyone around them was looking at the two in a heated argument. While Layla and Vorden continued to quietly argue away, Quinn was making sure everything was in the bag, and Erin was playing around with her beast sword. The only one who wasn't, and hadn't said a word this whole time, was Peter. He had made sure to stay quite a distance away from the others. One by one groups would be called up to enter the portal, but before Quinn group had been called, Quinn pulled Vorden to one side to ask him a few questions. Hey, so, any news on who was behind the thing with Peter? Quinn asked. Nothing, Vorden replied. What, seriously? Yup, and when I say I roughed up the kids pretty badly, I really mean it. The only thing I found out from them was you weren't the original target, it was me. Vorden explained. Although I did manage to follow them, and it seemed like they were heading into the second-year building an awful lot. I tried to get in to see where they were going, but no luck there. Perhaps I ruffled up a little too many second-year's feathers. I see. Well, I guess maybe we should keep an eye on Peter for now. Hey, Quinn, Vorden whispered. Do you really not think this will work? Vorden then pulled out the sun cream he had brought with him. We already tried it, but thanks for looking out for me. Just then, the number of their group had been called, and they were ready to head into the portal. As Erin went to pick up the rucksack from the floor, another hand had reached for it. As she looked up, she noticed it was Peter. Please let me help. Peter said, I don't want to be useless and drag the team down. Just let him do what he wants. Vorden shouted. The least he can do is carry our things. Standing in a row, the group stood behind each other, one in front of the other. Each was holding onto the shoulders of the person in fro.
NT.
At the back was Peter, and Vorden at the front. Now remember, don't let go, Dell instructed. In 7 days, you are to head to the military base and return through the portal back here. One by one, they walked through, and an odd feeling came over their body. Then finally, Peter was the last one to enter. All their senses were heightened as they went through the portal. Their minds felt like it was slightly spinning. Then, after a few seconds, it was over. When the group opened their eyes, they were surrounded by townsfolk chatter and all sorts. Rows of buildings and shops, market stalls selling food and weapons. They had successfully made it to the shelter, but one person wasn't happy about it at all. You're in contact with direct sunlight. Your stats will now decrease by 70%. Chapter 112. Planet Kaladi. The shelter they had just arrived at was just as big as the military base they had come from. It was a similar size to the old towns that human civilization used to have. The only difference was there were no tall skyscraper-like buildings, and the biggest building in this shelter was a military one which was only 3 stories high. The ground they stood on top of was hard and solid, a dry orange color, with no sign of green life. It was hard to imagine anything being able to grow on these lands. It was clear that hot blistering sun had dried out the ground. It was the first time most of the students had arrived at another planet, and even for Quinn, it was a significant difference compared to the shelter he was at before. The streets were full of people walking left and right, with the children by their side. Stalls everywhere selling all kind of things, hot smoky meat with fresh fruit and veg. This looks even better than some places on Earth. Quinn said. I wonder why more people don't move to the shelters more? Freedom, Layla said. If you look around you, most of the people here aren't travelers or work for the military. Most likely, all of them were low levels who could no longer afford to live on Earth. They were forced to move here. But I bet not many have ever left the shelter and gone outside. It means their whole life is the shelter. With power, it meant you had more choices. A high level was able to choose which shelter they wanted to live at, and even have a place back on Earth. They could travel in between, and they weren't really restricted to anything. However, it wasn't the same for these people. They had to pick a place and never leave it. The shelters themselves were created and funded by companies or the military. The shelter they were at right now was owned by the government. As such, everyone was required to pay a credit tax for protection and to live there. Even travelers who would go out hunting, if they wanted to return back to Earth, would be required to pay a tax, while other shelters were owned by companies and factions. Most of them owned by something known as the Big Four families. They were the strongest Noun originals, and usually their shelters were a bit higher class and imitated more of a city back on Earth. With this was the tier system. Each shelter was given a specific tier. Tier 1 being the highest, and Tier 5 being the lowest. The higher tiers earned more money and were more protected compared to the lower tiers. The shelter they were in now was a Tier 4 shelter. The higher tiers had the power to protect it from higher-level beasts, so the tax cost more to live on one. When the group of 5 landed, they noticed that there was a circle drawn on the ground where they were, and the people walking around were doing their best to avoid it. Come on, we better move, Vorden said. Just give me. Quinn said slowly, as he was already starting to sweat buckets. Quinn.
I'm sorry.
Layla said as she rushed over and handed him the umbrella. What's wrong with him? Aaron asked. Oh, he just really can't deal with heat and hates the sun. He came from really far up north, really far. Layla explained, babbling. Aaron looked Quinn up and down, who now had the umbrella propped up over his head. You might be even more useless than Peter on this trip. How are you meant to fight with an umbrella in your hand? This was a major problem. Although Quinn now had an ability and he could use it to fight instead of his vampire powers, he still had the weakness of the vampire. The sun, if he was to fight during the day unless he used his skill Shadow Void the Sun, would still affect him. But Shadow Void took up half of his MC points, not leaving him much to fight with. The other option was to use Shadow Cloak, which when he tested back at the military base also was able to block out the sun. The problem with this was he was unable to use his shadow abilities to attack while using Shadow Cloak. It was just a stealth ability. He could use his vampire powers, but that would defeat the whole point. Because of these reasons, Quinn still had to hide the shadow ability for a little longer until he found a solution to the sun. They did as Vorden said, and after a couple of minutes, another group of 5 students had landed in the same circle where they were. How did you know? Quinn asked. Although the teleportation is random, it's not completely. Vorden said, think of it like a game with random respawn points. No one knows which point you will end up at, but they can tell where all the points are. Well, where should we go first? Layla asked. Let's head to the Traveler's Hall. It's a place where they have information for travelers. You can also trade in your crystal cores for credits there, or just trade in general. They walked through the shelter, and eventually reached a very large hangar-like building. It was an open space with no entrance, so people were free to enter and go as they pleased. Form side to side it was filled with counters that were stationed with workers. Just as Vorden had said, there were blacksmiths here who could forge equipment, shops that sold little gadgets, and things such as beast bait, and even a quest board. The quest board was mostly filled with other travelers looking to group up and complete a task together. Sometimes civilians asking for protection were on there as well, as they traveled from one shelter to another. Looks like we're not the only ones here, Erin said as she looked at the groups. It was easy to spot the students as they were required to wear the military uniform. Although some of them had beast gear on, nearly no one had a full suit of beast gear with them since they were only first years. What are they doing? Layla asked as she saw them go up to the quest board. It looks like they're asking for help, Vorden said. Those from a rich family will just hire travelers to do the hunting with them. But how is that fair? Layla asked. Since when have they cared about fair? Vorden replied. You know, those that have close ties with the military or have already sold themselves will actually be helped by the military. Well, there's no point worrying about it. Quinn said. All we can do is focus on us and do the best we can. Says the useless one, Erin added. The group walked up to one of the stalls that sold all sorts of items that would help with capturing beasts or even killing them. Behind the counter was an old man with a digital monocle over one eye. How can I help you, young soldiers? I guess it's that time again when they send you all out to do your first hunt. We were wondering if you could provide us with a map with all the hunting areas? Vorden asked. Sure I can. That will be a total of 100 credits though. 100? Layla said. Are you sure you're not trying to rip us off? The old man started laughing. Well, that will be 150 now because of the young lady's rudeness. Vorden brought out a single card that was gold in color. Since the watches didn't work on other planets, each student was to bring their own money card to be used. However, the others noticed the color of Vorden's money card, for it was very different from the rest of them. The different colors indicated how much money could be stored on each card. Beep, thank you for your business. The old man said. Of course, you're a rich boy, Layla said, looking at the gold card. I don't want to hear another word from you. I may have a gold card, but I only get sent 200 credits a month. You just made me use up most of my allowance. Guys, calm down. I can cover you for the map, Vorden, so don't worry, Quinn said. As Vorden heard those words, he smiled back. He thought Quinn was just being nice. There was no way he would have that type of money. After all, he only received 10 credits a day from the school. The group opened up the map, which was on some type of digital paper. On it, the map indicated where they were and different areas around them which were color-coded. It went from green, orange, and red. The closer the color was to red, the more populated the area was with beasts. But then something caught Quinn's eye. On the top of the map, it had the name of what planet they were on. Kaladi. When he fought against Nate a while ago in the VR game, he had asked Nate where his friend had obtained the strong flexible cape, and the name of the planet they said was Kaladi. That they had forged it out of a winged creature out in the desert. If this was true, then he might have just found the solution to his son problem. Chapter 113. Your chapter. As the group scanned the map for guidance, they noticed that all the areas closer to the shelter were more green while the areas that were a bit further away were redder. The one area which had the darkest red of them all was the harsh sandy desert. Is it possible for users to get a list of the beasts that are in that area? Quinn asked. The man we met at the shop earlier might have one. You could probably go ask him. Let me know if you need any credits, I have a few left. Vorden replied. While the group was discussing on where they should go, Quinn went back to the shop. As they guessed, there was a bestiary. It contained information on all the beasts in the local area. Quinn looked behind him to see the shopkeeper talking to a group of other students. The group seemed to be doing what Quinn's group was doing earlier. Excuse me, how much will a map cost? A student asked the shopkeeper that a map will cost you 100 credits. Does that include those that are registered with the base? Oh, haha, no, of course not. That will cost you just 50 credits. The shopkeeper said with a slight laugh. As Vorden told him before, certain students had already decided that once their 2 years of service finished, they would then join the military. For the students that choose that, they would get special privileges compared to other students while out on missions. And that was especially true when they were in a shelter belonging to them, annoyed by the fact their group was being mistreated. Quinn decided to pick up the book, which was sealed by a lock, so that others couldn't open it and read it unless they paid for it. Quinn, however, had a suspicion that the lock would become irrelevant. Inspect. A book containing information on beasts belonging to the planet Kaladi. Teethworm, basic tier beast. Winged lizard, basic tier beast. Burning snake, intermediate tier beast. Please select one to find out more information. It was a success. That's what you get for trying to cheat us. As he looked at the list of names, Quinn was deciding which one of the three was the beast that Nate had talked about. Out of the three of them, only one had matched the description. It was the winged lizard. Winged lizard. Although this beast contains wings, it cannot fly. The wings are often used to spread above its head to intimidate other beasts from attacking. They are also the hardest part of the beast's body. The weak point of the beast is its underbelly. It can be found in the deepest parts of the desert. The description seemed to match the material of Sam's cape, but if Quinn wanted to make a full set of clothing from it, he would definitely need a large amount of beast cores. while he was there, he decided he might as well look at the other beasts. There was always the chance to encounter them, and if they did, it would be handy to know their strengths and weaknesses. Hey you, if you're not buying anything then get out of here. I was just looking, Quinn said. The old man then walked over and snatched the book out of Quinn's hand. I said, get out now. Or else. Quinn stared at the man dead in the eye. People like you deserve to be eaten, Quinn said out loud. What did you say? The old man then lifted his hand. I guess no one taught you to respect your elders. He swung his hand, aiming right towards Quinn's face to give him a big slap. Skill activated daze. User has been stunned. Suddenly, as the old man's hand was mid-motion, it was suddenly frozen in place. A second passed, and a shiver was sent down the man's spine. You're lucky that people are around, Quinn said as he walked away. Quinn's blood was boiling. It was people like him that allowed this society to work in the first place. They just watched and let it happen, and although the shopkeeper was weak himself, he still chose to treat the weak differently compared to the strong rather than help others like him. Quinn, you're starting to change. The system thought. When Quinn arrived back at the group, it looked like they had already decided where they would head off to. Did you get the book? Vorden asked. And oh, it was too expensive, Quinn replied. The group had decided that for the first day they would head to one of the green areas nearby. They were unsure of how powerful the beasts were, or what they were like. After defeating a few basic tier beasts, they would make their way into the red zone. Although Quinn was eager to go into the red zone to get his crystals, he was happy with the decision they had made. It was better to be cautious. They only had one life after all, and for the first 2 days, he would be at his weakest point. 1 day of sunlight had already passed before they had come here, so there was only 2 more to go. As the group made their way towards their destination, Quinn and Vorden were in the lead and were talking about different things. You know, while you were in that shop, Peter kept saying some weird things, Vorden said. What do you mean? Quinn responded, confused. Well, the truth is, Erin wanted to head straight to the red zone. She was confident that even if we came across an intermediate beast with the 5 of us, we should be able to take one down. But that's when Peter started to shiver. He was adamant about staying close to the shelter. Do you think they might plan to do something on this trip? Quinn asked, and I doubt it. Unlike the red portal places, there are too many people here. Unless we went completely off the map, there would be no way they would dare to try anything. But the important thing is that Peter believes that they will. The group had finally reached the EXI T, where several guards were stood just inside of the wall. The whole shelter was surrounded by Galthrium, so the place was impenetrable to the beasts on this planet's attack. And even then, stood up on the wall, there were 2 mech stood side by side. After declaring they wished to go outside, the gates were opened, and the group was free to travel. The area they chose to go to on the map was a small little oasis. There was a hill of sand, and just over was a pool of water, and the first bit of greenery and plant life they had seen. Sure enough, though they weren't the only group that was here, and it looked like the other groups were already engaged in combat. The area was filled with beasts known as teethworms. They would travel under sand but were easy to spot, as a big lump of moving sand was coming towards you. When they were close enough, they would pop out from the sand and open their circular mouth, displaying thousands of small razor-sharp teeth inside. The worms were about the same size as an average dog but were tricky to deal with for some, as the only time they would emerge from the sand was when they would attack. Peter and Quinn stayed in the middle while they allowed for the others to attack the worms. Vorden and Erin found it the easiest to deal with the worms. There was no need for her to even use her sword. As the worms jumped in the air, she would throw an ice spike through its mouth, and Vorden would do the same. Layla, on the other hand, found it a little more difficult. When they jumped from the sand, the attack was fast, and they would soon be inside the sand again. Even when using her telekinesis ability, her arrow was too slow. The arrow would hit the sand before even hitting the beast. The only way she could overcome this was to not use her ability at all, and just fire at the worms with no fear. Still, it would take a couple of arrow shots for her before the worms were dead. As Quinn saw the group killing basic beasts left and right, he felt a little sad. Not because he couldn't join in. He was happy that others were fighting, but the fact that all of these kills could have been precious EXP for him. As he had this thought, a familiar voice sounded in his head. You know, if you blooded one of them, you would be able to gain EXP of all their kills. The system said, what, seriously? Yeah, as a vampire you are the one who blooded them, which means they would become a part of your family. Quinn thought about it seriously for a while. Although Vorden had already declined, there was still Layla. She had already asked him to turn her into a vampire, and no, he really could. The only thing that was holding him back was that she was a kind of second blood bank to him, but now Quinn could also rely on Vorden for that. Perhaps it was something he seriously needed to consider. Chapter 114. Weakest Link. While thinking about whether or not to blood Layla, Quinn decided he would leave it to her and would ask her later. At a time when the Sue and wasn't out. If she became a vampire or something similar, she would have the same weakness as Quinn right now, and that wouldn't be good for the situation they were in. Not all beasts were hostile, but the teethworms were definitely that. The slightest vibrations would cause them to react, thinking food was nearby, springing upon its prey, and attacking them. Although there were quite a few in number, they didn't have the hindsight to attack together, unlike the Raticlaws, which were more difficult to deal with. The level of beast didn't generally mean how strong it was, but how strong of a crystal was produced inside its body. There were some basic tiers stronger than others, and this was the same as you went up a tier. Although it was unlikely a basic tier at any strength could match the weakest of an intermediate tier. While the group was busy fighting away on the outside, one of the worms managed to wiggle past their formation and was heading straight for Quinn. Damn it. That one went right past me, Layla said as she turned around and saw who the worm's new target was. Quinn. She shouted, but the worm was too fast. It had already locked on and jumped from the sand with its teeth wide open. It's okay, Quinn replied. As soon as the worm had reached the shade of the umbrella, Quinn grabbed the worm midair by the end of its tail. It continued to wiggle around, stretching its body, trying to bite at whatever it was in front of it. "Oh, ugly," Quinn said as he squeezed it tightly with his bare hands. The center of its body was strung like a towel as black blood fell to the floor. Basic beast killed. As long as Quinn stayed underneath the shade of his umbrella, he was at full strength no matter what came after him. For something as simple as a weak basic tier beast like a teeth worm, he could deal with it just using one hand. 10 EXP earned. First teeth worm killed, 100 bonus EXP gained. You are now level 11, 70/200 EXP. Strength 16, Stamina 15, Agility 16, Charm 5. You have received 2 stat points as expected. Just like how the system no longer gave him experience points for fighting low levels in the game, it was now the same for basic tier beasts. Before Quinn would be awarded a 100 EXP per kill, now it was only 10%. However, there was some good news. It was the first time he had leveled up since becoming a full vampire, and he was now receiving 2 stat points instead of 1. He wasn't sure if this was the case if he leveled up again, but it wouldn't make sense if it wasn't. Stamina 16, Charm 6 for now. Quinn decided to put 1 stat point into his stamina. As he did, he felt a little energized. Then for the next one, he put it into his charm stat, although half a second didn't sound like a long time. Quinn realized when using it in the game how useful it actually was in a fight. The second reason was because he wasn't sure if there was any way he could increase his charm points other than through the free stats, drinking different blood types. Increased his strength, stamina, and agility, but he was unsure if it would increase his charm points. When asking the AI system about this, he said it had been a while and forgot. The group had taken out a total of 9 teeth worms together, and slowly the number of teeth worms that were coming towards them started to lessen, allowing Aaron and Vorden to relax a little. Nearby, a mound was seen right next to where Peter was standing. Was this here before? Peter said, staring at the thing. The next thing he knew, out from the mound of sand another teeth worm came jumping out. All panicked, Peter fell to the floor and completely forgot about the earth staff he held on his back. But before the earthworm could reach him, a spear of ice came rushing from the side and killed it in one shot. I knew I would be carrying most of this team, but I didn't know I would be protecting it as well, Aaron said. You should at least be able to deal with this type of thing yourself. Thank you, Peter said. And I'm sorry, I'm just a bit nervous about the whole thing. Peter wasn't a horrible fighter. He had training from Vorden when the two of them were still friends and learned all the basics. If it was a one-on-one fight with an easy basic tier beast like the worm, then he should have dealt with it fine, but his mind was just far too preoccupied with other things. Even while the others were hunting, he would constantly look around them. Right by the oasis, another group had witnessed the whole thing and couldn't help but laugh at Peter's reaction. They were a group of 5 from a different class. The leader of the group was named Ben, and he wielded a large club on his back. After having a good laugh at the weak Peter, they continued to watch the group and noticed how easily Vorden and Aaron were dealing with the creatures. Look at that, they're killing so many of the things. One of them said. Yeah, and they're leaving none for us. If we had an ability as useful as that on the team, we could do the same as well. Ben said. Boss, watch out. One of them shouted as a teeth worm jumped from the side. He reached out for the club on his back and was ready to slam the thing to pieces. Instead, an ice spear came out from the side and accurately stabbed it through its body and into the sand. It wriggled about for a few moments before stopping completely. You don't mind if I take that one's beast crystal, do you? Aaron said, walking over. Sure, go ahead, Ben replied with a fake smile. While students were busy fighting multiple beasts, it was nearly impossible to obtain the crystals while fighting. It was best for them to fight first until the beasts stopped attacking. Only then would they receive the crystals. This caused an unwritten rule to be made. If you killed the beast, then the beast crystal was rightfully yours. The teeth worms were no longer jumping out and attacking, and now they had time to collect the beast crystals. How much did we get? Ben asked. A total of 4, boss. Seriously? As Ben looked over, he noticed that the other group must have obtained over 10, more than double their haul. Then he noticed something else as well. The boy at the back of the group? Peter didn't seem to gel as well with the others. In fact, it was almost as if they were treating him as an outcast. They weren't talking to him and would hand him crystals to put in the bag every now and again. You're only as strong as your weakest link, Ben said with a smile. Chapter 115, Red Zone. After a successful haul of 15 crystals plus the one that Quinn had obtained, they decided to head back to the shelter. But instead of telling others of the beast he had killed, Quinn decided to keep the crystal for himself in the system. All crystals that were handed into the military base would be counted toward their points. However, the military would keep 10% of whatever they gave in to be counted. So instead, Quinn decided to keep the crystal inside his system, where it couldn't be found and sold later. Just as Dell had said to them. The sun was still burning brightly, and it didn't look like it would set any time soon, but they knew they had been out for at least 6 hours. Traveling to the location and getting ready beforehand, it all took a long time and was quite draining. They then headed straight for the military base, which was located at the center of the shelter. This was square-like building that had several different departments, but for the next week, just in front of the building was a small stand for students. The stand was a single ADULT soldier, and behind him a large digital screen. They handed the man the crystals they had collected, and after counting them, he took 2 of the crystals and retuned the rest back. The digital screen behind him then was suddenly updated. The name Layla could be seen, and the number 15 was displayed next to it. Out of all the numbers on the screen, Layla's name was placed in the middle, towards the top of the screen where higher numbers and towards the bottom were lower. Some groups hadn't handed in any crystals yet and had a score of 0. "Hey, do you see that?" Layla said, pointing at the screen. Towards the top, a single group had managed to obtain 30 crystals, almost double the number of crystals their group had. Although Aaron and Vorden were considered strong, that was only true for their class. This didn't mean they were the strongest out of the first years. There were still several other first-year classes. While looking at the board, Quinn also spotted Logan's name, who was second on the leaderboard with 24 points. He hadn't spotted him since this expedition but knew he would be here since he was a first-year student. I guess that's what a power level 8 can do. He must have some pretty strong teammates with him as well. Quinn thought. After finishing up, it was time for them to rest and sleep for the night. The Solider behind the counter instructed the group where to go next. They did as he ordered, and were led to a building near the edge of the shelter. It was a 2-story accommodation block that was used just for students during their outing missions. A room had been given to each team. There were also several blocks nearby for other students, and it didn't seem like there were any residents nearby. When they entered, they were surprised to see how large the space was inside. It was a lot nicer compared to their rooms at the military school. They each had their own individual rooms. There was also a cooking area and a living room. The cost of living was cheap on shelters, so they were able to provide bigger spaces for the students. Before they were to head off to sleep for the night or day, they decided that they should have a group meeting on the kitchen table. The 5 of them were sat down, and Erin was the first to speak. "I would like to make a suggestion," she said. "As you all know, my goal is to come out as one of the top teams during this assessment. Right now, we're just above average, and I can't accept that. That's why I think tomorrow we should head into the red zone." Peter looked like he was about to say something. Contest against the group, but using her eyes alone, she had shut down Peter, not allowing him to say a word. "I think we're strong enough," Vorden added. "But the problem are these 2. The 2 people Vorden was talking about was, of course, Peter and Quinn. To be honest, Quinn wanted to go to the red zone too. Most likely the winged lizard lived there, but he had planned to go there when the day cycle had changed to night. He could use his shadow abilities, but would prefer to use it when nobody was around for now. There was still no way that Quinn could trust Peter to keep a secret if he knew, and then there was Aaron, who he didn't really know much about in the first place. There was also the fact that he didn't know how many beast crystals he needed. If he had obtained them as a group, he would have to equally share them with the group as well. "I thought of that too," Aaron said. "As you can see on the map, there is a safe zone just outside of the red area. Most likely it's a territory where 2 different beasts clash so they don't cross each other's path. The 2 can wait there while we go inside and attack." After hearing Aaron's suggestion, Quinn didn't think it was too bad. If they were to leave him and Peter alone, then perhaps Quinn could sneak off at some point to hunt the winged lizards on his own. "Well, since the 2 of them haven't rejected the idea, it looks like we have a plan," Aaron said. The group then went to rest for the night. They slept well as it was a tough night for them all, and for the first time, they didn't feel cramped and had space all to themselves. When they woke up, it was time for the group to head off once again. They exited the shelter, and their destination was the red zone. What the group didn't know was another group was following them closely behind. "We just need to wait for the right moment," said Ben. Chapter 116, from the Big Four. The travel to red zone took longer than to the green zone on their map. It was located quite a while away from the shelter, but the area it covered itself was fairly large as well. It would take 2 hours to travel and 2 hours to go back. With breaks, it meant they roughly had around 6 hours of time to gain crystals. After all, their abilities weren't unlimited. Eventually, the body would use up the MC cells they had, and they needed a period for them to recover back. When leaving in the morning, it looked like their group wasn't the only one heading for the red zone. There was a total of 4 other groups altogether. "That's our competition," Aaron said, looking towards one of the groups who walked in front. "Which one?" Layla asked. You see the boy at the front with the red hair. It's the trait of the Red Shield family. All originals who learn their magic acquire the ability of fire. You mean he's from one of the big four? I didn't realize there was someone in our school like that. Layla replied. Although he isn't anyone special from the family, he is still from one of the big four, and the numbers on yesterday's scoreboard proved it. The ability of fire, huh? Vorden looked at the red-haired student for some time trying to think up of an idea, but the one that interested Quinn wasn't the fire user. Instead, it was Logan who was also a part of one of the groups heading to the red zone, while the rest of Logan's teammates were walking through the sand. Logan was sitting on top of a strange contraption. It seemed like a moving chair, a personal device that he had built for himself. The legs moved like that of a dog, while the top half was just a normal chair. Inside the chair, he was sitting with his eyes closed, sleeping peacefully. I wonder what his ability really is? Quinn thought. It had to be impressive to be able to get the second highest score. Throughout the whole time the two of them were together, Quinn still hadn't figured it out. And for some reason, Quinn felt like it was rude to ask. Most high levels would keep their abilities secret. If two people were to get in a fight, knowing their ability beforehand was a huge advantage. While the rest of the groups continued to move forward though, Aaron's group had decided to change direction slightly, heading off to the left. I can't believe we're wasting time, dropping these two off here. Aaron shouted. You don't need to babysit us, Quinn replied. If you care that much about getting ahead of the others rather than protecting our weak asses, then go ahead and leave. After Quinn's words, Aaron did just that and decided to head off back to where the red zone was located. Are you sure you're going to be okay? Vorden asked. Don't worry about it. If trouble comes our way, I have a trick up my sleeve to fight them off, Quinn replied. You see that building up ahead? It looks like an abandoned well of some sort. We will wait for you in there, and come get us on the way back. Before leaving, out of Peter's large rucksack, they handed Layla a few food, pills, and bottles of water that was placed in Layla's small bag. It would be just enough for them while they were way out hunting, and if they needed some more, one of them could always come back and get some from Peter. Boss, it looks like the group have split into two. Maybe the strong ones are heading to the red zone. Who should we follow? One of the men said to Ben. That we stick to the plan. Ben said, our group won't be able to compete with all those big shots at the red zone. It was never our intention anyway. I managed to do some research on their group yesterday. It turns out that their group had 2 level 5 powers users, and wait for it, 2 level 1s if you can believe it. Seriously? They must be like the only level 1s in their whole class. Well, now it makes sense why they have split off from the group. They would probably get in the way if they were to fight. If we take their crystals they got yesterday, then we will climb up from the bottom of the leaderboard. We should be able to finish off at a decent position for the test. Back at the red zone, Vorden and the others had finally arrived. Most of the groups had spread out from each other, making sure that they didn't get in the way of each other's hunting process. The red zone was filled with winged lizards. But the area was also slightly different compared to the rest of the sandy desert they had encountered so far. The area was filled with several large rocks that contained large holes on the inside. The holes were where most of the lizards would stay. But there were few resting on top of the rocks as well. They were quite large in size, and were about double the size of the teethworms from earlier. Before hunting one of the beasts, the group stayed and watched patiently for one of the other groups to attack first. A single person would walk up to the group of lizards and send out an attack, catching the attention of a single beast. Then the person would lead the lizard to the group, and they would all attack it at once. They were being cautious not to attract the attention of all the lizards after all. While attacking the lizard, it seemed to be a much more difficult foe compared to the teethworm. The lizard would constantly block attacks from the beast weapons and certain abilities using the wings attached to its arms. Eventually, they would manage to defeat it, but while the other group struggled, one was finding it easy. And that was the one with the flame user named Berg. Berg's flames were stronger than the beast wings, and it didn't matter what it did. It would be set aflame, and sooner or later the beast would die. Watching this, Vorden had an even bigger smile on his face. Now only if there was some other flame user in our group. Chapter 117. Of a new fire user. After watching the other groups deal with the winged lizards, Vorden and his group decided to implement a similar strategy. Layla would be the first to approach one of the rocks and then fire out an arrow hitting the foot of one of the lizards. After using her ability, she was able to take the arrow back out and swirl it around the beast's head like an annoying fly. The lizard followed the arrow easily, and now it was Vorden and Aaron's turn to deal with the beast. A trail of ice started to form across the floor, eventually trapping the lizard's for legs. Now that its movements were restricted, it was Vorden's turn. He created ice spikes in his hand and continued to throw them at the lizard. But even with its feet tied, its arms were still free to move. It blocked each one of its attacks, lifting its wings and shelling up like a turtle. You idiot, Ratton said. You know from watching the others that it won't work. Either shut up or help. Vorden shouted as he continued to throw the ice spikes. Eventually, Vorden knew the beast would get tired, and it wasn't as if his attacks were doing no damage at all, but proceeding this way would take far too long. Before he knew it, He could see Erin up in the air with her long sword held in her hand. As she fell to the ground, she sliced downward at the beast's wing, a large gash was made, and black blood started to pour out. A few seconds later, though, the wound that was created started to freeze. Slowly the ice began to grow until it completely froze the beast's left wing. Now, with one wing frozen in place, Vorden was finally able to throw an ice spear directly into its body, killing it. Did we finally do it? Layla said, looking at the thing. She quickly extracted the crystal and placed it inside her small bag for now. This is a problem, Erin said. It is taking us far too long to kill a single one of them. Even if there are many, it takes 3 of us just to kill one. We would be better off searching for another group of teethworms at this point. Then they heard cheering coming from their left side. The group with Berg in charge had just finished burning 5 of them to a crisp at once. The look on Erin's face was currently one with disgust. Come on, let's just go into one of the other areas and find a bunch of teethworms to deal with. Hold on. Vorden shouted. I have a plan. Berg and his group had just killed their 8th lizards and were currently resting for a bit. He needed some time to recover his MC points before he could use his abilities again. I still have a long way to go, Berg said, looking at his hand. Although his flame powers were strong, and he was considered one of the strongest in school, he couldn't say the same about his family. They would have been able to go on for a lot longer and create more powerful flames. Every original family was different when it came to teaching their members about their powers. They had their own methods, and for the Red Shields, it was all about discovery. After teaching them the basics, they had to learn about the ability themselves and get stronger. Hey, Berg, watch out, a voice from the side said. As he looked up, he noticed a human body was flying his way, and before he knew it, they had crashed into him. The 2 of them tumbled into the sand, and eventually stopped. That bitch, how could she do that to her own teammate? Vorden said as he lifted himself off the ground. I'm sorry about that. Do you need a hand? Just then Vorden reached out his hand and lifted Berg. Hey, what do you guys think you're doing? Another person said as he came running over. You just barged into our leader. Enough, Lippy, said Berg. I'm sure it was an accident. Lippy, who was also a part of Berg's team, was surprised by his actions. If a person usually did something like this, he would have burnt them by now. But the reason was simple. When Berg looked at Vorden's watch, it currently displayed the power level of 8 on it. Not knowing what Vorden's powers were, and the possibility there was someone of equal strength to himself, he didn't want to get into a fight. We're sorry, Layla said as she came running over with Erin behind. Our idiot teammate was being annoying, and I just needed to throw him somewhere. Don't worry about it, Berg said. Accidents happen. After apologizing, the 3 of them decided to leave the group be and go hunting once again. Vorden, now having the flame abilities, was ready to burn some lizards. Why did you let them go off like that? Lippy asked. That person, he was a level 8 user. Let's keep an eye on them for a little bit, Berg said. Nearly everyone already knew of Berg's abilities due to him coming from one of the big 4 families. However, the same couldn't be said for the other high-level users or originals. Keeping an eye on Vorden was keeping an eye on the competition. Berg had seen the group just go behind one of the stones. Although he wasn't paying much attention to them before, he was sure that their group was hunting on the same side of the rock like them. Why did they choose to move? He thought. The curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to go scout out and hunt a bit closer to where Vorden had gone. After walking around one of the large rocks in the center, he could see Vorden and his team. Just as Berg saw them, he could see Vorden burning one of the winged lizard using his fire powers. What? But how? Lippy said. Is he part of the Red Shields? No, I've never seen him in my life. It looks like we've got some questions to ask. Chapter Ek Fire of Fire. Before doing anything drastic, the group wanted to test out Vorden's new fire abilities. They did same as before, with Layla drawing out one of the lizards and then Erin freezing the lizard's movements. When they were ready, Vorden shot out a stream of fire from the palm of his hands. The beast screamed and howled in pain. After a few seconds, the beast caught on fire, and Vorden no longer had to supply it with energy. This moment, Berg had just turned the corner and witnessed the whole thing. His mind was going crazy with thoughts. Did someone outside of the family know how to use the fire abilities? If that was the case, they needed to get rid of him before anyone else knew or found out. While Erin was busy carving out the beast to find its crystal, a fireball was spotted coming towards them. Look out! Layla shouted. At the last second, Vorden turned his head and fired a fireball of his own equal in size. As the 2 fireballs clashed, a small explosion was created, and sparks of flame flew out onto the sound. You must be dealt with. No one is allowed to learn the secrets of the flame, Berg shouted. Shooting out fire from the palm of his hands, he was able to propel himself forward while running, making him move at an incredible speed. Vorden readied himself, planning to fight back with anything Berg would use. If Berg shot out a fireball, Vorden would retaliate with the same. If Berg shot out a stream of fire or made a pillar of fire, then Vorden would do the same, only better. This was how Vorden had won all his fights before. His experience when it came to fighting was able to outmatch those that knew their own abilities inside and out, but then at the last second, Berg propelled himself into the air. Stream of fire was seen coming from the bottom of his hands and feet. It looked almost like he was flying in the air. Spinning flame kick. Using one of his legs, the fire would shoot out from the back of his heel, causing him to spin. Then, with the other leg would let out multiple blades of fire. Damn it, I can't do that, Vorden shouted. As the blades of fire were coming towards them, Vorden lifted both hands, creating a small wall of fire. If Vorden thought he was safe, though, he was wrong. As the blades of fire touched the wall, it ripped right through and continued to go past. By now, Layla and Eren had long moved to the side and become spectators of the whole thing, and the same could be said for Berg's teammates as well. It was clear that all of his attacks were aimed at a single person, and he didn't care for the rest of the team. What is going on? Eren asked. I don't know, but I do know Vorden knows how to annoy a load of people. Perhaps this is just one of them, Layla said. Although Vorden's flame wall was useless, he was able to see the point of when the flames would touch the wall, for they would slightly part away a piece of his wall just before the blades of fire touched. This gave him enough time to dodge every single one of the blades coming at him. This guy is pretty good, Lippy said, watching the whole thing from the side. The second Berg landed on the ground, he dashed forward using the flames once again to propel him. Vorden fired fireball after fireball, but then Berg just covered his hands in flames and would knock them away. Looks like your fire is no stronger than mine, you thief, he shouted. Then, with his hands covered in flames, he went for a punch towards Vorden's face. Vorden could see the punch coming towards him. When it came to hand-to-hand combat, he was skilled and had years of experience as well. He could see it coming and was planning to duck, but suddenly, the fist sped up in an instant and knocked Vorden into the ground with his head bouncing off the sand. Vorden laid on the ground, unmoving with his eyes closed. Although Vorden was unable to see what had just happened, the rest did. When Berg threw the punch, he had done nothing special, but it was what had happened at the last moment. Berg had the ability to produce fire from any part of his body. The clothes he was wearing were specially designed by his family, so they wouldn't burn away. As the last second, before the fist was to hit Vorden, he had produced a strong flame from his elbow, pushing his fist forward and giving it an extra boost. Vorden was used to elemental abilities, but had never come across the fire one before. It was an original ability, unlike ice, wind, earth, and water. However, none of these acted like the flames which came from the body itself. With the destructive nature of fire as well, it was why it was considered one of the strongest elements. What should we do? Layla asked. Should we go over and help him? I don't think they'll kill him, Eren replied. There, too many people here, he would have to silence. Well, he is from the Big Four, right? Would the school really do anything? The two of them at that moment looked at each other. To be honest, Eren hated this feeling, but she knew when someone was stronger than her. Berg hadn't even taken a single hit from Vorden, and she feared if it was her, it would have been the same result. Standing right over Vorden's was Berg. He continually looked at Vorden's still body. Why isn't Boss doing anything? Lippy said as he watched. He couldn't explain it himself, but for some reason, he felt like if he touched Vorden at this moment, he would be the one lying on the ground. Then a few seconds later, Vorden's eyes opened. Inside the dark black room, Vorden had finally woken up. Whoa man, you sucked, Ratton said. That guy really showed you. Wait a second, Vorden replied. If you're here, then who's in the chair? Chapter 119. No chance. Quinn and Peter had been walking for a good 15 minutes as they headed to what looked like a little abandoned well. Something that was once used to draw water out. It was used at a time when the shelter was first being built by the workers, although building works and such didn't take as long as they used to, especially since the introduction of Earth ability users. Some powerful users would charge quite a bit for their service as they were able to construct building after building. While the two of them were walking, not one of them had said a word to each other, and Quinn was the type that hated an awkward silence between two people. In the end, he gave in and just had to say something. Why did you do it? Quinn said. Peter didn't have to ask what he was talking about. It was as clear as day. They continued walking for a while longer until eventually, Peter replied, I don't want to make any excuses, I know. What I did was terrible. Everything, I don't even deserve to speak to you, but you don't understand, Quinn. I was scared. They had already gone for Vorden and managed to catch him, then they went after me and… Enough. Quinn snapped back. I don't want to hear any more. You were right the first time when you said you weren't going to make any excuses. But then you went on to list a bunch of excuses. I'm not saying you didn't have a reason for why you did it. When someone does something wrong, everyone has a reason, be it good or bad, but after everything we had done for you, why didn't you come to us? Could you really help me, Quinn? Would you be saying the same thing if you knew who was behind everything? Peter asked. Did you give us a chance? Quinn replied. Do you know the saying you miss all the shots you don't take? We were right there next to you the whole time, and it wasn't like stuff like this didn't happen before. You saw what happened to Vorden. Did he change? And you should know more than anyone that I got the same treatment as you from my old school. The two of them had finally arrived at the village, and Quinn turned around to look at Peter. He could see his teary face, tears on top of tears running down, and he was using his sleeves to wipe everything away. When you chose to go against us that day, Peter, you were the one who had given up. You didn't try taking a shot and made your chances go down to zero. The two of them looked around the abandoned well. In the center was a giant machine used to draw water. It had rusted, and just from looking at it you could tell it hadn't been used in a while. The only other thing in the place were two abandoned buildings. One room was completely bare apart from a single window, while the other building had a couple of broken wooden bed frames. After taking off the rucksack and putting it on the old bed, Peter finally laid down and was getting some rest. He had managed to carry the large backpack all the way through the desert. And unlike Quinn, he didn't have supernatural strength to help him. The heat didn't actually affect Quinn much, no more than it did when he was a human. It seemed like the sun must have contained some other unique property that affected vampires. As long as he stood under his umbrella, he felt absolutely fine. But thinking about this, it reminded him he desperately needed those beasts' cores. If he wanted to craft a special material, he couldn't rely on Vorden and Layla to gather enough. Then finally, he would be free from the restraints of the sun. Then I'm going to go exploring around for a little bit. Are you alright to stay here? Don't worry, I won't be going too far. Are you sure you're going to be safe? Peter said. Yeah, as long as you aren't behind my back I'll have nothing to worry about, Quinn said jokingly. Sorry, that was a low blow. Quinn pictured the map in his head. He remembered the red zone was quite a large circular area. They had just come from the left direct Ion, which was where Vorden and the others went. So as long as Quinn went right and forward, he should be in a different area of the red zone. With that, he decided to head off into the desert with his umbrella in his hand. Watching all of this happen was Ben and his group. It looks like the two of them have split up. You three go for the kid with the umbrella. Take off everything, even his money card, and get him to transfer everything over. Me and Hugo will go get rid of the other one. They did as told, and three of their men went off to follow Quinn into the desert. While Ben and his friend Hugo had decided to enter the same building that Peter was in, just as Peter was about to shut his eyes, he heard footsteps enter the room. Oh, what a surprise we have here, Ben said. I didn't expect anyone to be so far out here in the middle of nowhere. And when I looked earlier, it seemed like not a single person was around. In the desert, before Quinn had even reached the red zone, he could hear the sounds of people getting closer to him. His vision wasn't as great in the sunlight, it was about the only thing that was still affected while in the sun. But his hearing was always top-notch. Who sent you? Quinn said without turning around. That's none of your business now, is it? One of the students said. Now you better listen to what we say or else. Or else what? Quinn said as he turned. I'm sorry, some people think I'm a bit slow. The students then lifted up their watches to each reveal their levels. One was a level 4 student, and the other two level 3s. Did I hope you understand? The level 4 user said, oh I see, because you're a higher level than me I should be scared now, right? I should obey everything you do, because I don't want to be hurt. Skill active Shadow Void. Suddenly, from underneath Quinn's feet, his shadow started to spread. It grew and grew until it encompassed a large area in complete darkness. The shadows that formed the walls were continually moving. From the outside, it looked like a giant cloud storm. Quinn then tapped his watch 3 times and lifted it up for them to see. The number had changed. He was now a level 6. Chapter 120. The Little One's Name. Vorden stood there, standing in the sand. He hadn't moved for a few seconds now, and his head was facing the floor. From the top of his head, a trickle of blood was dripping down onto his forehead, and little by little droplets would fall to the ground. Why is the boss just standing there? Lippy asked. The truth was Berg couldn't explain it himself. Something about the person he was facing a few seconds ago had suddenly changed. He felt the same presence as when he was just about to face one of the elders in his own family. Then for the first time since being beaten to the floor, Vorden had moved. He lifted his hand and wiped the blood away before staring at it on his sleeve. You guys said you would protect me. Hey, don't look at me, Sil, Ratton said. Vorden was the one who got knocked out. UT before I could even do anything. Maybe it's time for a change? Sil said. What, and leave this person in charge? Vorden argued. If you do this, you will be lonelier than before. Even Quinn won't stay by your side.
Quinn.
Ah yes, Quinn. Sil said as he looked around at where he was.
Primer d'on saan, Quinn?
This will be good. Ratton said. Hey Sil, that man in front of you is hiding Quinn from us. Sil then looked at Berg up and down and started to walk towards him, but his face wasn't peaceful or anything. It was like that of a demon. The anger could be felt, the emotion, everything. Berg could feel it just coming from his face. Stay back. Berg shouted as he covered his forearms and fist in flames once again. As Sil took another step forward, Berg was at his limit and knew he needed to attack now. Placing both hands together, he started to fire a pillar of flames from his hand like a flamethrower. As the fire came towards him, Sil swung his hands, lifting a pile of sand with it and dropping it straight on the flames, causing it to extinguish. When did he get my ability? Layla said, watching the fight. And why is it stronger than mine? I could never lift that amount of sand. Vorden's ability is strange, Aaron said. But if I remember correctly, he could control 2 abilities. Perhaps it has something to do with that. Seeing this, Berg too was shocked. He had thought Vorden was just someone who had learnt the family secret. Maybe tortured one of their members into teaching it to them. But now suddenly he was using another ability. How is this possible? While Berg was shocked by the whole thing, he started to feel an icy presence climb up from his feet. What is this? He said as he saw his 2 legs freezing. In an instant, he activated the fire to cover his legs, causing it to melt the ice, but all Sil wanted to do was stall him for a second or so, as he formed an ice spear and threw it directly at his shoulder. It landed and pierced Berg, but he couldn't complain long as pillars of fire were already rising from the ground. He has your ice abilities as well. Layla said, that's 3 abilities. Just how strong is Vorden really? While using one hand to cast pillars of fire, the other hand would continue to throw ice spears. Berg could only dodge these 2 attacks for so long. Come on, he has to be running out of MC soon, Berg said. Inside the black room, Ratton was busy laughing. I bet you this guy thinks he can win the match as long as he waits for Sil to tire out. Well, that's not happening. Right now, Vorden contained 3 abilities. Whenever he copied a person's ability, he also copied the amount of MC points in their body. This was also the same for all the other abilities he stored inside his body. But Vorden's ability and cells were unique. As long as he had copied an ability, he would be able to change any of the MC cells into whatever type he wanted. Using the fire ability was a level 8 ability, Aaron's ability was a level 5, and Lael's ability was a level 2. This meant he had a huge amount of MC points to use, and if he wanted to like earlier, he would be able to change all his cells into one type of MC. Which was why Sil was able to lift the sand to take out the fire. While Layla would have never been able to achieve something like that with her ability, as the fight continued, Berg could tell that Vorden wasn't tiring out. He needed to act fast. As fire came from his right, and ice came from his left, Berg crouched into a fetal position and started to let the fire build up inside him. Then when the attacks were right by his side, he expanded his limbs and out came a sphere of fire, getting rid of all the attacks. But now Berg was panting and sweating hard. It was a last-ditch effort to protect himself, but he really didn't know what to do after this. Where
is Quen?
Sil asked as he walked over. Layla and Aaron were too far to hear any of the words Vorden had spoken, but were worried that he might do something drastic. Crazy boy, I beg you don't do something crazy. Layla said, wait. Vorden shouted. Ratton was lying. Quinn is safe, he's somewhere else. Let me take over, and I can show you. You damn rat, Vorden. Ratton shouted back. Now I'm going to get my ass handed to me. I'm tired, Sil said. Now Vorden had finally reached where Berg was standing. I don't want to make an enemy of you, but you attacked us first, Vorden said. Suddenly the feeling Berg once had now was gone. When he looked at Vorden, it was the same as before. I'm from the Blade family. It's probably best if our 2 families don't get into a confrontation with each other. As soon as Berg had heard Vorden's second name, he finally understood. The Blade family weren't as big as the Big Four, but that was because they chose not to be. They were a secretive family that didn't choose to have much influence in the world. Because of this, not many knew about them. Berg didn't really understand why, but his father had always said if he was to meet someone from the Blades, to show absolute respect. Berg placed his head in the ground and started to apologize. I'm sorry, it's my fault that this all has happened. Is there anything I can do for you? Vorden thought about it for a while. He hated to use his family name like this, but he was sure at least the Big Four would know of it, but while he was using it he might as well take advantage. It's okay, but I'm going to have you hand over your crystals you got today and yesterday over to us, Vorden said, smiling. But of course. While Aaron, Layla, and the others watched the scene, they couldn't believe what was happening. They knew Vorden was an original, they even knew of his family name, but they had never heard of the Blade family before. But for some reason, someone from the Big Four was bowing down to him, apologizing and even handing over their crystals. Just who are you, Vorden? Layla thought. Chapter 121 Naive. Berg and his group handed over the crystals they had obtained inside a bag. Vorden now had a big grin on his face. Just before he had split off with Quinn. Quinn had asked him to try to get as many winged lizard beast crystals as possible, saying he needed them for some reason. And right now, in the bag, there were 39 winged lizard crystals in total. After talking it over with Berg, Vorden eventually decided to head back to Aaron and Layla. Hey, boss, you're going to let him go just like that? Lippy said as he saw Vorden walk away. It's okay. Berg said, we can always get more crystals, we'll soon get our #1 spot back. But it's important to keep the relationship and our lives intact. That's the most important thing. Walking over with a skip in his step, Vorden was over the moon about his haul. As Layla peeked inside the bag, she couldn't believe her eyes. What? Just I don't understand. Layla said, how? Don't worry about that. I think it's best if we head back and hand these crystals in to be counted towards our score, and I'm a little worried about Peter. But aren't those crystals useless? Layla asked. Most of them have already been counted. Each crystal inside had a unique pattern to it. Every single crystal was unique, similar to a human fingerprint. When the crystals are counted, they are placed into a machine that assigns a certain code to each crystal. These unique codes are then added onto the team scoreboard. Once crystals were counted, students were able to do what they wanted with the crystals. Sell them for credits, turn them into beast gear, or even trade with them. But what they weren't allowed to do during this assessment were buy beast crystals. The whole shelter was under strict instructions to not sell any beast crystals to any students. This was to avoid a group from buying crystals and registering them under their points. But there was a reason why these unique codes were assigned to each team's codes. Ditto, I guess you guys don't know. Vorden said, my brother did the same thing 2 years ago, so I have a little bit of insider information, I guess. Although the same crystals can no longer be registered for points. If the crystals belong to another team, the unique codes from their score will go on to ours. So while their score would drop, ours would rise. This information was purposely kept from the students, but was told to a select few. Either originals like Vorden knew of it, or those who had already registered with the military. Well, I hate to say it, but you actually did a really good job this time, Layla said while pouting. She knew when compliments were to be given, and this was defiantly one of them. Well, while we are ahead, why don't we keep on hunting? Aaron asked. The truth is I'm worried about Peter. Because of this, he might be targeted. Vorden said, if you knew about this, then why didn't we leave him at the shelter? Aaron asked that if we did, it would just be the same result. Perhaps even more so, people would attack him as soon as they saw him on the street. There was acutely a second R. Eason, why Vorden and Quinn wanted to bring Peter along. They were hoping to draw out whoever Peter was afraid of. Peter seemed pretty sure that someone was going to attack them on this expedition, and if so, Vorden and Quinn thought they could find some answers. No one would attack a fellow student like that. Are you crazy? I understand when the second years attacked you. Aaron said. You were the one who attacked them, but why would they just randomly attack another student inside the shelter? Even if it meant getting their crystals, no human being would just attack another because of the test. And even so, people would rush over to help him. At that point, Vorden and Layla looked at each other, and both of them had the same thought. Aaron, you do know that Peter is a level 1, right? Vorden asked. What does that have to do with anything? She replied back. It was as the two had thought. Aaron was unaware of the treatment that lower levels received compared to everyone else. The truth was, Vorden and Layla already knew this to some degree. Most of the students at the school who were mid-range levels didn't experience much of the bad side, and this was true for Aaron as well. The two knew this was the case. Many of the students were just unaware of what happened. But they just didn't realize that Aaron was one of them. Aaron herself never mistreated low levels, but just never paid them any attention either. She had one goal, and getting to know them wouldn't allow her to achieve anything. As the three of them started to head back to where the well was, the two of them began to explain to Aaron just what really happened at the school. But not only at the school, but what happened on the outside world as well. But the strong would never steal from the weak, Aaron said. Just what does that prove? We already know we are stronger than them. Wouldn't it make more sense to fight against those that are stronger than yourselves and try to improve as a person? Just what is there to gain from all of this? Aaron just couldn't comprehend why certain people would choose to do such things. In the situation with Vorden and Berg, she could understand. The two of them had battled it out and had a grand duel. The loser Berg had gifted Vorden with the crystals as a prize, but neither group had aimed or started a fight with the sole purpose of stealing the crystals. Every person is different, Vorden replied. Honestly, if we knew all the answers of why people acted a certain way, then perhaps we wouldn't be in the situation we are in right now. At that very moment, Vorden's fear was becoming a reality, as Ben and his group had just spotted Peter inside one of the buildings. Chapter 122. Crash Landing. As Peter heard the footsteps enter the small little building he was in, he quickly realized that he had no way of escape. It was a small room with only one entrance, and the two men stood in front of him, were completely blocking his path. He was trapped. Now this can be nice and easy. For you, Ben said. All we want are those crystals in your bag. Peter then reached out for the earth staff that was placed on his back and pulled out in front of him. Really? Ben said, looking at the thing. Look, we can either do this the easy way or the hard way. I'm really not into hurting others like some of those sick psychopaths. All I want is a good score on the test. As soon as Ben stepped forward, Peter lifted the earth pole towards Ben's face and then using his ability transformed the end of it into a sharp tip. Please,
Peter said.
Let's not do this. I can't if you take the crystals away. They'll hate me even more. Tears were now visibly running down his face and falling to the ground. They already hate me too much. I just can't have them hate me more. Peter cried. Peter stood firmly, not allowing the spear to move. It was pointed at Ben, who was standing in front of the other person just below his chin. Look, it's Peter, right? Ben said. Suddenly, Peter's face changed a little when he heard his name. Oh, you know why I know your name. We're part of the military too. In fact, Duke was the one who gave us all the information. I promise you that Duke will reward you if you hand those crystals over to us. Although Ben and his group did belong to the military and helped Duke out from time to time, Duke had requested no such thing. Ben knew using his name would cause a reaction out of Peter. The low levels always ended up in Duke's hands one way or another, and it was the same for him. But by the time Peter knew Ben was lying, he knew Peter wouldn't say anything. He could complain to Duke, but what would he do? What would he care for a level 1 ability user while Ben was a level 4? Seeing the change in Peter's eyes, Ben thought his words were a success, but when he stepped forward again, Peter decided to go in for a stab. I said I'm not letting anyone take them. He shouted. As the spear was thrust forward, one of Ben's friends from the side lifted his hand, and with it, an earth wall was placed between the two of them. The wall managed to catch the spear in the center and snap it in half. Unlike higher-level earth users, Peter could only control the earth when he was touching it. As he saw the wall being placed in front of him, he immediately dashed forward and touched the wall. Using his ability, he created multiple spikes sticking out from the other end. While doing so, Peter closed his eyes, waiting to hear the screams from the other end, but they never came. Instead, a few seconds later, a huge club had been swung and smashed the wall into pieces, also hitting Peter and sending him flying back. The blow was so powerful that Peter didn't just crash into the wall, but caused it to collapse and was now outside covered in rubble. The wall wasn't very strong and stable from years of decay, and it wasn't very well built either. But still, to be able to knock a human through such a thing, an immense amount of power was needed. What a useless struggle, Iwa. I'd have thought someone like you would have been broken in by now, Ben said as he walked through the hole in the wall and stared at Peter on the ground. Peter was barely conscious. A small trail of blood was appearing from his mouth, and his whole face and hair were covered in debris from the wall. Please don't hate me, Peter said. Peter's mind was a mess. He didn't even know where he currently was or even who was in front of him. I'm sorry, Peter. This is just how the world is. At that moment, Peter passed out. Ben went through Peter's bag and took the 15 crystals that were obtained in yesterday's expedition. They then also took Peter's money card, which was white in color, the lowest possible card you could get. They decided to leave everything else intact, the food pills, the water purifiers, and the first aid supplies. Although they were thieves, they were just doing as the system suggested. They weren't cold-hearted murders. Ben and his friend had decided they would head to the shelter together, but before heading back, they would make a stop at the oasis to hunt some more teethworms. That was the meeting point to meet the other three, who had gone after Quinn. As they were walking, one of them spotted something large and black in the sky coming towards them in their direction. It was flying in the air, and it seemed like black smoke was coming from the back.
What is that?
One of them asked. I don't know. I think it's a spaceship, but I've never seen one designed like that before, Ben replied. The black object drew closer, and it was roughly the same size as a large car. Then finally, just in front of them in the sandy desert, the ship had crashed. It continued to skirt across the sand, and was heading straight for them. Get out of the way, Ben shouted. The large black ship continued to bump and skirt across the sand until eventually it had come to a stop, around 50 meters from their direction. The spaceship was black in color, but it didn't look like it was made of a type of metal material like Earth's BESS. Instead, the outside was bumpy and looked scale-like, as if it was carved using the outside of beasts. Then in the center was an oval-shaped sphere, but the glass was too thick to see through. Do you think they're okay? They're lucky the ship didn't blow up, he said. I wonder what happened. But while Ben's friend had no clue what it was, Ben was visibly shaking with fear. He had seen images of one of these before. Run now, Ben shouted. The sphere-like shape opened up and out stepped what was known as a Dalki. Chapter 123. Shadow Void. Out on the sandy desert where the area was mostly covered with rocks and sand, one area looked different today. From the outside, it looked like a dark cloud that was continually moving and shifting, creating a large dome-shaped space. What is this? One of the men said. The three from Ben's group were now surrounded by moving shadows. Although the inside of the shadow void wasn't pitch black, as one would think, the shadows seemed to give off a slight purple light that allowed the interior to be seen. Did you see his watch? Another one said. He was actually a level 6. We need to get out of here. It was the first time Quinn had cast the shadow void skill. He was unsure of how big the area of effect would be and whenever or not, he could deactivate it once the skill was used. If something like that was seen at the school, it would have caused alarm bells to ring. Inside the shadow void, Quinn could feel a connection with the shadows. It was hard to explain, but it was as if it was created using a part of his own body. Quinn looked at his stats, and as the system had told him, everything was normal. There was no weakness to the sun. While Quinn was busy checking his stats, one of the men tried to make a break for it. He ran to the edge of the shadow void walls. This was bad. If the three were to escape from the shadow void, then Quinn would lose his advantage. Out of instinct, as Quinn saw this, he lifted his arm and started to shift the wall of the shadow into some type of arm. When the man was close enough, he tried swinging his dagger at the arm, but when it made contact, his arm started to slow down. And he immediately pulled it back, afraid of what was happening. MC points. 48 out of 150 points of MC had already been cast to activate the Shadow Void, and it looked like if he used shadow control on the outside walls, it would use up his MC points. However, the others didn't know this. They felt like they were trapped, and if they were to go close to the wall, the arms would once again appear. Point one of the students. The level 4 user had a mohawk. The situation around him was starting to frustrate him as he felt more and more trapped. Screw this guy. Mohawk said. You saw the number on his watch change, right? He's probably a fake, and besides, being a level 6 doesn't mean he has strong abilities. The other two, hearing Mohawk's words, gave them a bit of confidence. Yeah, you're right, and he doesn't even have any beast gear, one of them said. Out of the three of them, one of them held a crossbow on his back, while the other had a set of daggers around his waist. Mohawk, who was in the middle, had a chest piece that gave him extra strength. Get him! Mohawk shouted. The crossbow user pulled out his bow and started to fire bolt after bolt towards Quinn. Shadow equip. Shadows started to form around Quinn's arms and legs, and suddenly they were covered in beast gear. As the first bolt came towards him, he lifted his hand, deflecting the bolt onto the ground. If Quinn wanted to, he could have used his shadow ability to block the bolt, but right now it was best for him to use his vampire abilities, because he would soon be able to replenish whatever blood he was about to use anyway. What? But that was a beast arrow. It wasn't just made out of metal. The crossbow user said, just keep firing the thing. Mohawk shouted. He did as ordered, and arrow bolts started to fire one after another. This time as they came forward, the other user who had remained still had gathered what looked like a small hurricane in his hands, and then at the right moment, he brought his hands forward, and a gust of wind came out with it. The wind seemed weak, but it wasn't his aim to do any harm. It was to support the bolts, making them faster and more powerful. Let's see you deal with this. Opening his palm facing forward, Quinn waited until the right time before using his skill. Blood spray. 55/60 HP. A spray of blood left the palm of his hands and knocked each of the arrows out of the air, causing them to break and fall to the ground. Now it's my turn. Quinn activated his wind walk on his boots to further increase his speed. While doing so, he used the inspect skill on each one of them. The crossbow user had the ability to duplicate items, although each item that was duplicated would only be half the strength of the original. This was how the crossbow user was able to continually fire out the arrows. The other student was a wind ability user, and lastly, Mohawk was a level 4 earth user. Just like the one he had faced in the game once, only this one didn't have a full set of beast gear equipment on. First, the annoying one. With Quinn's added speed with the boots and his reflexes, it was nearly impossible for the crossbow user to hit him, and then when Quinn was close enough, he cast out 4 blood swipes, swinging out his arms. With no defense, the 4 attacks each hit him dead in the chest, causing large cut wounds across his chest, and to be thrown onto the floor. 51/60 HP. Next was the earth user who was by his side, and this time, Quinn wasn't giving him no chances. 1 second Quinn was in his view. The next moment Quinn had performed flash step, and at the same time, hammer strike, dealing a blow right on the chest. His chest piece started to crack until it eventually broke away, then blood spewed from his mouth as his insides were ruptured, and he too fell to the ground. 46/60 HP. Suddenly, a sharp pain was felt inside Quinn's back. As he turned around, he could see the wind user holding the small little daggers in between his fingers. I got you, he said. He threw another dagger, and it came out too fast for him to react, hitting Quinn's stomach. 42/60 HP. Quinn then looked at the dagger and pulled it out of his body. As he did, the wound slowly started healing as the skin could be seen coming back together, until finally, there was nothing left apart from a hole in his military uniform. You monster! The student shouted. Continuously throwing blades, he managed to hit Quinn repeatedly. Making sure to cover his face with his hands, Quinn rushed forward, not caring for the small blades hitting his body. 38/60 HP. 34/60 HP. His HP continued to go down, but Quinn didn't care. Without realizing it, the student was moving backwards out of fear. He continued to move backwards until he finally felt something grab onto him from behind. As he looked down around his waist, he could see the shadow wrapped around his body. He tried to fight against it, and it was working, but he was only moving ever so slowly from the shadow. It was as if time itself had slowed down for his body while touching the strange substance. Now tell me, who sent you, and why did you attack me? Quinn asked. Chapter 124. Increasing the Charm. The wind user was trapped inside the wall of shadows, but it was a strange feeling. It wasn't like he couldn't move, but instead, if he tried moving, his movements would be incredibly slow, like he was stuck in some type of glued eye, and his panic. He had completely forgotten about his ability. With his mind now thinking straight, he used his hand to cast a wind blade, cutting a piece of the shadow. It quickly separated, and then started to reform again in almost an instant. The moment the student had cut the shadow with his wind ability, Quinn's MC had decreased, 44/100 MC. It also seemed that while Shadow Void was active, he would be unable to gain back his MC points like he initially thought, which meant he had to be even more conservative if he was planning to use his shadow abilities along with the Shadow Void. But just like when he used shadow control on his own shadow, whenever the shadow was attacked, his MC points would lower slightly. The student cast wind slash after wind slash and was slowly able to move more. Then finally he was freed and I did it. He shouted, but when he looked up, Quinn was there right in front of him. He grabbed both arms of the wind user and twisted them inward, so his palms were facing towards his own face. Then Quinn kicked both feet of the user, causing him to fall to his knees, and once again the shadow had grabbed onto his legs. With the elemental user, the ability to control the elements came from their hands and feet. This was different for fire and some other elements. But this fact was true for the basic ones. Now I want you to answer my question from earlier. Why did you follow me? I'm so sorry. The wind user said with a stutter. It was all Ben's idea. He said that we would be able to take care of you level 1s and take your crystals, add it to our team's points. The wind user was deadly frightened. Not only had he never seen such a strange ability before, he was still trying to decide if the person in front of him was human. It seemed like he was a person with multiple abilities. He could control the shadow, shoot out red aura from his hands, and on top of that, he had supernatural healing, and now with the wind user's arms twisted, he felt like he had superhuman strength as well. This Ben, does he work for anyone?
Quinn asked.
I mean, we all work for the military, but no one told us to do anything if that's what you're asking. Quinn couldn't be 100% sure if he were telling the truth or not. But judging by his reaction and how frightened he was, Quinn felt like his words were true. You know, if you increased your charm stat a bit more, you would be able to get these weak-minded people to tell you anything. The system said. Are you kidding me? Quinn asked. No, there are certain skills in your system that will only unlock once you get enough stat points. One of them is a type of mind control for the charm stat. That's quite handy. If their mind is weak, you can replace their memories, get them to spill the beans, or even if it was really high, you could even get the person to kill themselves. Of course, that would only be for the very top of vampire classes. It seemed like the charm stat was becoming more and more dependable. At first, Quinn thought it was just an annoyance that only allowed him to get girls, but that didn't seem to be the case anymore. Dio, you know how many points in charm I need to unlock this skill? Quinn asked. 10 points are needed for the influence skill, 140 to 200 EXP. Right now, Quinn gained 20 EXP for defeating the level 3 student and 40 EXP points for defeating the level 4 student. Then there was also the 2 daily mission he completed, bringing him up to 140 EXP. Even if he did defeat the wind user in front of him, that would only bring his experience points up to 160, and IT wouldn't be enough to level up. When using his inspect skill at the 2 around him, one was blood A type while the other 2 were blood O. The blood O stat allowed him to put a point into anything he wished. Still, he was unsure whether that included the charm stat or not, but it was likely. But even then, he would only have 8 points in his charm stat. He needed 10. The reason why Quinn was so adamant about unlocking the skill after hearing about it from the system was because he didn't know what to do. The 3 users here were from the same school as him, and they had seen his ability. It would have been fine if it was just the shadow ability, but they had also seen his blood abilities as well, and his incredible healing. If he could, he wanted to avoid killing his fellow students, but it was something that would have had to be done. In the end, they were the ones who attacked him, and it was a secret he couldn't afford to be let out. But could he really do it? Technically, he had killed already, but back then, he wasn't sane of mind. Quinn would even argue that it wasn't really him, but something else controlling him. But killing someone while he was fully sane was another thing altogether. Just then, from the corner of his eye, Quinn saw something forming from the ground. The sharp object shot out like a bullet, and Quinn managed to move his head and dodge at the last second. Suddenly, heavy breathing sounds could be heard. When Quinn looked at the wind user in the shadow wall, he could see that an earth spike had impaled right through the wind user's neck. Blood was flowing down the spike as the student struggled to breathe. More spikes started to appear from the floor, and when Quinn looked ahead, he could see that the earth user had regained consciousness and was barely standing on high. Feet with his hand held out. Die, you bastard, he shouted. Thinking about the spike, Quinn felt like he had just avoided death. Sure, he had plenty of health points remaining, but if the spike had impaled him through the head, he was pretty sure he wouldn't have been able to recover from something like that. You just tried to kill me, Quinn shouted. When I was just thinking about sparing your lives. Humans are truly disgusting, Quinn thought. For some reason, he thought if he could change, maybe they could too. They were still young and only students, they had time to change their ways. In a fit of anger, Quinn sent out blood swipe after blood swipe. The earth user tried to raise a wall between them, but the wall was far too weak. The second the blood swipes made an impact, the wall was smashed and the blood strikes continued to hit the user. Quinn continued to fire out blood swipe until a message had appeared. A level 4 human has been killed, 80 EXP gained. At that moment Quinn stopped. Chapter 125. Influence. 210 to 200 EXP. Congratulations, you are now level 12, 2865 HP. 2 free stat points have been added. 10 out of 400 EXP. Quinn wasn't thinking correctly and purely attacked out of anger. The fact that someone had almost killed him, he just reacted, and what happened was not part of his plan. But just like when he looked at Ian's dead body, Quinn felt nothing looking at the Earth user's body lying there lifeless in the corner. Then from the back of the shadow void, he could hear a groan. Ursa. It was coming from the Wind user, who still had the Earth spike lodged in his throat. The color in his face was now turning pale. If Quinn were a healer, then perhaps he would have been able to have done something, but he had no such abilities. At least not something that could heal at this level. After biting his victims and noticing the marking on their necks healing quicker, Quinn decided to do a few tests with Layla before coming to the planet. What he had found was that his salvia seemed to have some type of healing ability. If he was to cause a cut mark on Layla to draw blood, then rubbed his spit on her, the mark would heal quickly, but it was clear his spit wouldn't be able to save someone from something like this. Walking over to the Wind user, Quinn looked at him. Your own friend did this to you. No, you did this to yourself when you tried attacking me. I will put you out of your pain. Casting his blood swipe from above and at a close range, he managed to cleanly cut off the Wind user's head, and now he was no longer in pain. Level 3 user killed, 60 EXP gained. 70/400 EXP. So, I really do get more EXP for killing them. Just like with the Earth user, Quinn had obtained double the number of points after killing the victim. The reason why he received more for the level 3 was most likely because he hadn't knocked out his opponent yet but straight out killed them, allowing him to earn 60 EXP points instead of 40, looking at the bloody mess instead of Faye. Feeling sick like a regular person, his stomach started to growl. Your hunger grows during the fight. He had used up a lot of blood and had been stabbed several times, and right now the sweat smell coming off the body was only getting stronger, but his mind felt conflicted. He felt no emotion when seeing the dead, and the mangled bodies didn't affect him. Even before, when he was a halfling, he still had a little sympathy, but now he hardly felt any. I guess I really am no longer human. Walking over to the body, Quinn lifted the dead Wind user's arm, and using the tip of his clawed gauntlets, he made a cut across the wrist. At that moment, the sweetest taste had entered his mouth, and his body started to feel re-energized. 65 HP. Blood type O has been consumed. 1 free stat point has been added. Before doing anything else, Quinn checked if the free stat point could be put into his charm skill, and just like he thought, it could. He then went on to the next body, the Earth user, and had done the same. This time there was no need to consume a large amount of blood since Quinn's health was full, and he had already eaten his fill. Putting his equipment back in his dimensional space, he dipped his finger into the blood and gave it a little lick. A blood type has been consumed. +1 strength stat. The last person was the crossbow user, who also had the O blood type. He was already bleeding across his chest. The wounds weren't too deep. It seemed he had passed out more from the impact rather than the wounds themselves. Blood type O has been consumed. 1 free stat point has been added. After getting everything he needed, he could finally increase his charm points to 10. Charm points. 10. New skill. Influence has been unlocked. Depending on the user's charm points and the mental strength of the opponent, the user is able to influence the person or creature to do their bidding. This includes things such as memory loss, information extraction, and so on. Must make direct eye contact with the target. Looking at the bow user on the ground, Quinn was tempted to just end his life there and get the experience points. However, he felt like he really would have lost a grip with himself if he did. In the end, he decided to try out his new powers, and if it didn't work, he would have to go through with it anyway. Lifting the user up off the ground, Quinn slapped him across the face a few times until the man eventually woke up. As soon as his eyes opened, Quinn activated his new skill. Skill influence activated. Skill successful. Around the user's eyes, a small red circle could now be seen, and his body went slightly stiff. What do I do now? Quinn asked. Just say whatever you want, and it will happen. If you ask him a question, his brain will process the information and answer. If you tell him to forget something, he'll forget it. You can even replace the memory, but that's a little risky, to be honest, and doesn't work well if he gets pulled in for questioning. Quinn did as the sis. Tem said and gave out his instructions. I want you to forget everything that happened today. You never saw me, and you never met me. You just came out to hunt some beasts, and I want you to go back to sleep, Dio. You think that's enough? Quinn said. Yes, if you can, I would bury the bodies under the sand. Eventually, they will be eaten by the beasts in this area, but when he wakes up, he will have no clue what happened and can only assume it must have been a beast. The color around the man's eyes returned to normal, and he quickly went back to sleep as Quinn had ordered. After burying the bodies into the sand, he started to look around the place for his umbrella. Eventually, he had found it, but it wasn't good news. Sometime during the fight, the umbrella must have been destroyed. With his MC points only half full, he would just have to bear the sluggish movements in the sun for now while he recovered. Quinn then tried to cancel the shadow ability, and slowly from above the shadows started to shrink and disappear. The fight had lasted about half an hour, so he still had another 30 minutes of the shadow void left if he wished. But if he left the shadow void up, his MC points would not return. The shadow started to slowly clear and shrink back until it all went right underneath Quinn's feet. You are being hit by direct sunlight. Your stats have been reduced by 70%. Immediately, he felt sluggish, and his head started to hurt. Once his MC points had returned, he was sure to use Shadow Cloak to cover himself and get out of the sun. Then, just as Quinn was getting ready to set off, he spotted black smoke off in the distance. Isn't that next to where Peter was? Chapter 126. Follow the smoke. Vorden and the others started to make their way through the dry, harsh desert. They didn't encounter many beasts on their way back. It seemed like the desert beasts were much more of a territorial creature. The map was quite accurate in indicating where the beasts were located and where they were not, and as long as they were outside any of the colored zones, it seemed like they wouldn't run into any more beasts. Eventually, after walking through the desert, they could finally see the small well area in sight. That's where Quinn said to meet them, right? Layla asked. Yeah, they said they would be here. But just then Vorden stopped and looked down at the ground. Rubble from one of the buildings could be seen everywhere, but what shocked him most was Peter. He was crawling across on the ground towards them. His legs had been hurt, and possibly a few of his ribs broken. The only thing he was using was his forearms to crawl along the floor towards them. Peter, what happened? Layla asked as she came rushing over and knelt down by his side. But Peter continued to move forward using his forearms, completely ignoring her. Perta mumbled. I have to get back those crystals. Otherwise, those guys will hate me. I can't live anymore. Peter said. Then suddenly Peter had come to a halt as his hands seemed to hit something. Peter, you've done enough, Vorden said, as he knelt down and placed his hands on his shoulders. Peter was half-conscious the whole time, yet there was one thing in his mind keeping him going forward. He had dealt with the gruesome pain of being tortured, but he couldn't deal with everyone hating him. He realized now that back then, he had chosen the wrong decision, and he wanted to change that. He wanted to change himself. The others hated him, so what because he hated himself even more? But when he had heard Vorden's words, something in his mind had clicked, and he had snapped out of his half-dazed state. He looked up and could see Vorden bent over in front of him. Immediately tears started to run down his face. I'm sorry, Vorden. Peter cried. They took the crystals. I really tried to stop them. I promise. I know you did, Vorden replied. That moment, all the energy had left Peter's body, and he had completely collapsed, passed out on the floor. What do you think happened to him? Layla asked. Aaron had ignored Peter for the most part and went straight for the bag past him. It was laid on top of the rubble. It's gone. Aaron said. They took our crystals. Well, I guess it was pretty clear what happened then, Vorden said. Wait a minute, what about Quinn? I don't see him anywhere. Layla said. Well, it's not like we can ask Peter what happened, Aaron replied. They probably took him away too. Although it was possible, the other two doubted it. Both of them knew before heading out to this expedition that Quinn had the shadow ability as well as his blood abilities. It sounded like if there was ever an emergency in the sun, he was pretty confident about fighting. Unless the group that attacked them were high levels, they just couldn't see Quinn losing in a fight. Vorden also believed that it was unlikely to be a group of high levels. Otherwise, they would have confronted them without waiting for Peter to separate from them. Was it perhaps one of the group of people working for the second years? No, they wouldn't hurt Peter like this. Even if he refused to work for them, they would probably kill him in case he told anyone, but instead, they left him alive. Vorden thought. Out from the bag, Aaron had pulled out a little first aid box. It looked to be made of metal like a small briefcase and had a small standard red cross on it. Then she placed it on the ground and pressed the red cross. The little suitcase started to transform into what looked like a little droid. How can I be of assistance? The droid asked. Student Peter Chuck over there. Administer whatever you can to make him feel better. The little robot then scouted off and started to scan the area until it had eventually found Peter injured on the ground. It started to scan and brought out small tools patching up Peter wherever it could. Will he be okay after this? Layla asked. He should be. That robot can deal with some pretty serious injuries. It's like having a personal doctor with you. Aaron replied. As long as he isn't near death, he should be fine. But I do have to warn you guys, we only have one of those things. Once the medicine has been used to treat any infections and such, it doesn't really have the supplies to treat us again. I'm surprised you actually let Peter use it then, said Layla. Aaron didn't actually want to use such a precious item on Peter. She felt like it was useless. Peter would eventually heal on his own anyway. This would just speed up the process. But after hearing the words of the others and seeing Peter in pain like that, it made her realize that perhaps the others weren't exaggerating about the mistreatments of others. Just then, Vorden spotted the sign of black smoke off in the distance. Dio, you think that's them? Probably one of them using their abilities, said Vorden. It doesn't look too far away, and we can get our crystals back? But what about Quinn? Layla replied. Why don't we split up? Vorden suggested. We can't just leave Peter out here. I'll stay with him in case anything happens. When he's all healed up, we'll go looking for Quinn. You two can go get our crystals back, but if it looks too tough, then fall back and come to the well. Layla didn't like the sound of Warden being the one to rescue Quinn, but it seemed like the only thing they could really do. If Layla was to go out on her own, and a powerful beast appeared, she could get seriously hurt. They could send Aaron to look for Quinn, but she didn't know his secret, and that would mean she would be stuck with Warden. With them agreeing, it was the only thing they could really do. Warden stayed with Peter, while the two girls headed off the area of black smoke. Chapter 127. The Dalki. On Earth, on one of the very few pieces of land that still existed, was a reasonably large tower that had been built. It was on a small island where the only thing on it was the tower itself. The tower was so large and grand in size that if someone was to stand at the top of it, they could reach the clouds. But its purpose wasn't for anything grand like tourism. Such a piece of equipment as grand as this could never have been able to be built before. But thanks to Richard Eno and his team, they managed to finally finish it after the war. This sole tower's purpose was to monitor the activity of each of the planets on the other side of the portals. It needed a strange source to power it that only Eno knew of. It was the same source of power used to power the portals. With this, they were able to get a clear view of what the area looked like. They had mapped out each planet the portals led them to in that solar system. There were still many planets left unexplored, but they kept good track of those with shelters on. But today, unlike any other day, red alarm bells were ringing inside. The people were rushing all over the place. In a single room, they had about 200 employees all looking at a computer screen of their own. Then Here was also the main monitor that resembles a cinema screen. Sir, it looks like there's been a breach on one of the green portal planets. One of the men at the computer said. Standing at the back of the room was a man who looked to be in his 50s. He was mostly bald with hair just sticking out of his sides, and he had small round glasses on his face. Although he was not one to seem intimidating just from looking at him. When he spoke, his words gave a certain feeling of trust. Inside the monitoring room, he was the only one wearing a lab uniform rather than a military one to bring up the information on the big screen in front of you. He ordered. They did as asked, and managed to pull up a small video. It was of a black flying object that had entered the planet's atmosphere. It looked to be slightly injured even before arriving on the planet. There are meant to be no Dalki in this area. This is near the start of the solar. The Dalki's planets were mostly at the back. The Dalki and humans shared the planets in this specific solar system. When they had entered, half of the planets had already been conquered by them, while the other half remained empty. Although not at war with each other currently, the two were at a race with each other to see who could conquer more planets. Each planet had several different resources, and that included the different beasts that lived on there. From time to time, this would still cause friction between the two, and a fight would break out. That was why the large observation tower was built in the first place. In case any of the Daleki ignored their upper command and decided to attack, send a message out to Daleki Station, ask them if it's from any of their known battalions, and tell them we'll get rid of it at all costs. Yes, sir. Also, inform the military base, which is in charge of the planet, get them to send someone to deal with this immediately. Will do, sir. Out on the desert. The black smoke was now rising into the air more ferocious than ever. It looked like a signal was being cast and could probably now been seen for miles out in all directions. Although Ben had told his friend to go ahead and run away, they both stood there. As the Dalki got out from the ship, they felt like their eyes couldn't leave such a powerful being for even a second. The Dalkis were a lot taller than an average human, but not too big that they looked like giants. This one in particular stood around 7 feet tall. However, their body frames were different. Just like humans, they walked on 2 feet and had 2 arms, but their muscle structure was magnificent. Nearly every muscle fiber on their body could be seen. Just like the humans as well, they wore beast gear to increase their power, and right now this one had only a set of bottoms and boots on. While his top part was open and free, the Dalki were a race that looked similar to dragons in human myths, only more human. They had scale-like features running from the side of their body running up to top of their neck. Their eyes were slightly pointed and more oval-shaped, and their hands were shaped like claws with a tail sticking from its behind. As Ben looked at the Dalki, he noticed that it had a single spike coming from the back of its spine. This was good news, as they had learnt the fewer spikes they had meant, the weaker they were. Every time a Dalki went through a type of evolution, a new spike would appear on its back, yet this one had only one, meaning it was the weakest a Dalki could be. Maybe we have a chance. Ben shouted. It's too late to run now, but if we face it together. As expected from a half-human, half-beast-type creature, the Dalki were overall just better than humans in every way. They were faster, stronger, and even more intelligent. Ben knew they had no chance if they turned their back, so there was only one option. Ben reached for his club on his back and pulled it out. Are you ready, Hugo? He asked. After asking his question, no words were heard, and a few seconds later, a thud sound was heard. As he turned his head, he could see his friend's body lying there in the sand, dead. Ben didn't even know what happened. Out of fear, he charged in with his club held in his hand and used all his strength to smash down at the beast, but with a single hand, The Dalki grabbed the club and then crushed it to pieces. It came as a shock to Ben, for he had the ability of super strength. He was 5 times stronger than an average human, yet the Dalki was able to block his attack with ease. "This place stinks," the Dalki said. Chapter 128. Going back. The two girls continued to walk through the desert. There were no signs of footmarks in the sand, as the wind would quickly blow it away, so the only thing they could count on for where they were was the map and the trail of black smoke in front of them. "Wait up. Aaron, slow down, it's really hot out here," Layla complained, while Layla was struggling with the heat and wanted to walk at a standard pace. It seemed like Aaron was power walking through the desert. It was to the point that if she was walking any faster, she would actually be jogging. "I can't let them take our crystal. If they hand them in and we lose our points, then that means we could lose our place at number 1. So what? It's not worth risking our lives over. Even without those, we should still get a pretty good position. Why do you need to be number 1 so much?" For the first time, Aaron had paused and stood still in the sand. Her fist was clenched, and just as she was about to say something, she bit her lip to stop herself. "Come on, we're not too far off." By now the black smoke had covered most of the view in front of them. It was hard to make out where it was coming from, but what they did know was that there was far too much smoke for it to be someone else's ability, and they were in the desert. There wasn't a lot of things that could be caught on fire, so just what on earth was making that much smoke? Layla thought. Then, as they Air walking, Layla suddenly sped up as she spotted what looked like a small black spot in the sky. As it got closer, she noticed it looked ball-shaped and saw that something was dripping from the bottom of it. "Hey, what is that?" Layla asked. "I don't know. It might be someone's ability or something," Aaron replied. "Maybe you can catch it." Layla planned to do just that. Before the object could hit the ground or come towards them, she would try to stop it in the air. Although Aaron was also prepared in case the object was too heavy for Layla to control, finally, when it was a few meters in the air, Layla managed to stop it and slowly brought it over to their location. But a few seconds later, she forgot about everything and immediately dropped the object onto the floor. A thump sound was heard, and it rolled onto the sand towards them. With it, a trail of red was sinking into the sand. "That was definitely a head," Layla said with her voice all shaky. "I'm not seeing things right. It was a head. Was it a beast, or maybe something else even? It could even have something to do with the black smoke," Aaron said calmly. "How are you not affected by this? Come on, we need to get out of here. Our lives are worth more than some stupid crystals," shouted Layla. "Let's get back to the well and tell the others." But Aaron stood there deep in thought. "If it's an intermediate beast, and I use my full strength, I should still be able to take it out," she thought. "Now is not the time to be playing games. Look, Aaron, I like you, and usually I would just leave someone as crazy as you here, but I'm telling you we have to go," Layla continued, despite the silence. But then, in the distance, a tall figure could be seen coming towards them, its tail slowly moving to the left and right. "What is that?" Layla asked. For the first time, Aaron didn't seem like her confident self. In fact, Layla had never seen her back down from a challenge, even when Vorden was facing off against one of the Big Four. Although she said she was weaker, she had never displayed a hint of fear. However, right now she was different. She had crossed her arms over her body, hugging herself and shivering in the desert heat. "Mommy, please save me," she said ever so quietly that the only words Layla could hear was "Mommy." Now that the creature was even closer, Layla could finally see what Aaron could see. It had appeared many times in many textbooks as they grew up. Constant videos had been shown to them of their appearance all throughout their school life. It was a Dalki, but it wasn't alone. As it walked, it seemed to be dragging something along with it. "Oh? Is that another 2 I see?" the Dalki said. He then looked at Ben's body, which he had been dragging with him. It now had no head, but the rest of its limbs were still intact. He placed his foot on the body and pulled on the arm, ripping it from its socket. "It's a bit closer than last time, but it's not as easy to throw." The Dalki aimed at the 2 in front of it, leaned back and speared Teach. Arm through the AI ard. It left at an amazing speed and power that it seemed like the wind around it was having no effect. Seeing the arm coming towards them, Layla knew this one was too fast for her to slow down with her ability. They barely managed to dodge it, with Layla pulling Aaron away from the area. "Aaron, we're getting out of here." Drawing her hand back, she slapped Aaron across the face, leaving a red mark as she spoke. But it seemed to have worked. Aaron was no longer shaking, and she knew the danger the 2 of them were in. Ice path. She created an ice path in front of her, and then formed blades below her feet. "Do you know how to ice skate?" Aaron asked. "No." "Then hold on." Lifting Layla onto her back, Aaron started to skate down the ice path at amazing speed. Every time they would reach near the end of the path, she would extend the ice in front of her. It was several times faster than the 2 of them running, and they were able to create distance between the 2. The best thing to do would be to head to the shelter and get another ship, the Dalki thought. Those 2 girls were probably heading for the shelter. If so, it would be bad news if they warned everyone before I got there. I guess I better stop them. Unluckily for the 2 girls, if the Dalki knew they were not heading for the shelter, he perhaps would have left them on their own. Their destination was actually for the well, hoping to warn Vorden and the others. Not only that, but the Dalki was actually blocking the path back to the shelter. They could go around, but it would take too long, and Aaron was afraid the Dalki had already set its eyes on them. So, the only option she felt like she had was to rely on Vorden. Chapter 129. My Family. After the droid had finished patching up Peter, it went back into the suitcase-like form that it previously had. Vorden placed it back in the bag and decided to carry both him and Peter over to the other building which hadn't been destroyed in the struggle between Peter and Ben. There was no bed in the second building, but it was better than staying outside in the heat of the desert. Vorden was currently looking at Peter, who was bandaged from head to toe. The little droid had even performed stitches in areas that had an open wound, although it wouldn't matter too much once they found someone with a healing ability. They would be able to heal Peter up properly, and then there wouldn't be any sign that he had received any damage. Did we go too far? Vorden said to himself. Too far? Are you kidding me? Bratton said. You seem to be forgetting that this person basically sent us off to our death. Bratton, don't you remember why we were created? Vorden asked. Perhaps Peter was going through something similar to Syl, and it was only thanks to us that Syl was able to cope with it all. Have some sympathy for Peter. Just then, Peter started to move a little in his sleep, until eventually he opened up his eyes and slowly lifted the top half of his body off the ground. He touched his sides when he noticed he wasn't hurting as bad as before. I would move slowly if I were you, Vorden said. Most likely the robot injected some type of morphine or other painkillers into your body. You probably aren't feeling the pain right now, but the hurt is still there. Just lie down and rest for now. Peter did as he was told, and laid back down on the floor. Looking at Vorden's awkward face, Peter couldn't tell what he was feeling and started to talk. I know you hate me, and you have every right to, but I feel like I need to get something off my chest, Peter said. Vorden continued to look away, avoiding eye contact. He wanted to seem disinterested even though he was interested in what Peter had to say. I didn't choose the school or the bullies over you two like you might be thinking. I chose my family over you two. You see, I have an older sister, or maybe I should say, I had an older sister. My family wasn't as rich as you can probably imagine, but they wanted us to have a good life. They saved up every little bit of credits they could, and they finally managed to purchase a level 3 ability book for my sister, just before sending her off to the military. She was the hope of our family, and they wanted her to become a decent traveler. But in her second year of military school, she died on an expedition. It was a big shock to us all, but it was an even bigger shock for my parents. It seemed like their life started spiraling down from there. There was no way they could afford another ability book for me. They told me not to worry, not to try and work hard like my sister for fear I would perish as well, but I wanted them to lead a better life. So when I came here, I promised myself I would fill the shoes that my sister once had. The only option left for me was to take the Earth ability from the military and to try and level up by being loyal to the military. The only thing I didn't realize was the crazy things they would ask me to do. As Peter finished his story, he let out a sigh of relief. It felt like a weight was lifted from his shoulders. Sounds like you had a good family, Vorden said. You should have listened to them. What do you think would happen if you were to die? Trust me, they are a lot happier with you alive, no matter what living conditions they were in, rather than you being dead. Peter then lifted himself from the ground and looked at Vorden. I realized that, and that's why I said I picked my family over you guys. I didn't mind becoming a builder or something, as long as I would be able to support my family, but then they started targeting me, threatening me on this expedition. I knew what happened to my sister, so I thought the same thing would happen to me. Was it Earl and his underlings? Vorden asked. How do you know about Earl? Peter asked. Did I know what they had done to you, Peter? And trust me, they got what they deserved. I did a lot more than break their fingers, and they won't ever bother you again. Vorden said while smiling. When Pete heard those words, there was a strange look in Vorden's eyes, combined with that creepy smile. It was sending a tingle down his spine, and all he wanted to do was to get as far away as possible from Vorden. Yes, I still remember those screams. They were lovely. Bratton said to Vorden. No, I mean they were part of it, but it was someone bigger, someone near the top. Vorden then went over and grabbed Peter by the shoulder.
Who? Peter, tell me.
Was it one of the teachers, or even one of the sergeants maybe? I saw them going into the second-year building, so I know it has to be someone from that department. Vorden wanted to make whoever was in charge pay for this. They had not only targeted him, but got others involved as well. He had heard that some military schools were bad, but clearly something was amiss in this one. It was different than his brother had described to him. Peter paused for a second as he was unsure whether he should tell Vorden or not. He knew the second he did Vorden would be involved in this, but at the same time it was too hard going through everything alone. Vorden also scared him. He wasn't sure what to do. Vorden looked at him in a strange way. This made Peter feel scared and made him start to talk. It was... Before Peter could answer, screaming could be heard from outside. Vorden!
Peter! Quinn!
Layla shouted at the top of her lungs. The two of them immediately headed outside and could see Layla being carried by Aaron, who ice skated through the desert. When the two of them had finally reached their destination, Aaron collapsed into the sand and Layla had fallen off her back. Are you okay? Layla asked Aaron. I just used up all my power. I don't think I can help in the fight, Aaron said. Aaron had used up all her strength to get her and Layla out of there as fast as she could. She had managed to create quite the distance between them and the Dalki, but she knew she hadn't outrun the enemy. She could still consistently feel the pressure right behind her. When they looked over one of the sandhills, they could see a figure coming towards them. What happened? Are you running from the people who stole the crystals? Peter asked with a worried expression on his face. No, it's a Dalki, Layla said. The fear was written on her face. Chapter 130. Fighting the Dalki. Further in the desert, Quinn was plodding away in the loose sand, walking back towards the water well. Beads of sweat were dripping from his forehead. They landed in the sand and dried up faster than he could take a single step. Luckily, he hadn't gone too far away from the well. The problem was that he felt very weak, and he started to feel weaker by the minute. This made him move slower and slower. Perhaps bearing the sun's heat was not such a good idea, he thought. Even though his stats were better than those of a normal person, he actually felt weaker than a normal person would. The only reason he could think of to explain this was that the sun seemed to be stronger on this planet than it was on Earth, and on the red portal planet where it was night for half the year. His MC points had now nearly fully recovered, and he couldn't wait to finally cast his shadow cloak. However, just before he could activate the skill, Quinn received a worrying message from the system. Long exposure to the sun has been confirmed. Your body has been weakened further. All stats will now be reduced by 80%. What is this? Quinn shouted. 80%. At that moment, Quinn had fallen on his knees as his whole body gradually started to feel weaker. Moreover, he started to feel a slight tingle on his skin. It felt as if the surface was burning, and now his skin was incredibly itchy nearly all over. What is happening to me?
System.
Help. Please explain. Quinn shouted to himself, You're a vampire now. The system replied. Don't you remember reading all those vampire fantasy books? Of course, if you stay outside and expose yourself to the sun for too long, there will be bad effects. What happens if I stay in the sun for too long? Quinn groaned with a worried look on his face. Well, your stats would continue to decrease further and further, until eventually, poof. The system said casually, as if this didn't bother the system at all, like it was of no consequence to it. Well, I can't take this any longer. I don't want to find out what poof means. Skill activated shadow cloak. The shadow at the bottom of his feet began to slowly surround him, traveling from the soles of his feet all the way to the top of his head. Eventually, he was like a blur of shadow under the radiance of the sun. He became like a human figure made out of shadows. While this skill is activated, it's hard for other people to spot him, and it worked best within the darkness or among the shadows. In the desert, however, it made him stick out like a sore thumb. Quinn felt his energy slowly returning back to normal, and now he could use his body like how he could do it normally. Stats have returned to normal. His MC points hadn't fully recovered. Quinn wasn't bothered about this. He was returning to the safety of his group. Aaron and Vorden could protect him until his MC points fully recovered. In the meantime, there was no need for him to use his abilities in battle. So, for now, he didn't worry about it too much and try to catch up to the others as quickly as possible to the Dalki. Are you sure? Vorden asked. However, before the others could even answer him, they suddenly saw a black figure flying in the sky. It was coming in their direction, landing right in the center of the well at an incredible speed. It crashed into the large metal machinery, causing it to break apart. Dust and sand kicked up everywhere, blocking the Dalki's landing place from view. When the specks of dust and dirt that arose started to settle, the Dalki standing right in the middle of the wreckage could be seen. What is this junk? The Dalki said as he lifted a piece of metal that had broken off. This is not a shelter. Then the Iki looked up at the people who had led him to this place. He could see 4 students standing in front of him. You should tell me where the shelter is, now. The Dalki said, pointing to the piece of scrap metal besides Layla. Mimi? She stammered. It's over teach there, she pointed, but she couldn't help but stutter her words as she was shivering in fear of the creature. Thank you, but I'm afraid no one can know that I was here. He then straightened the piece of metal in his hands with his claws. Then, using his fingertips, he sliced the top half of it to create a makeshift spear. I must not fail my mission, he said as he chucked the spear towards the students. Vorden immediately arrived in front of the group and conjured an ice barrier.
No.
That won't be enough, Aaron said, while still lying on the ground. She then lifted her hand and helped Vorden cast another wall behind it, making it as thick as possible. Using the last bits of her power, the makeshift spear crashed through the first ice barrier. It slowed it down slightly, but then it began to pierce through and hit the second wall. I need to help, Layla thought as she focused her mind, doing her best to slow down the spear's movements. Also, Peter rushed forward to where the ice wall was. Peter, what are you doing? Watch out. Vorden shouted. I can help too, Peter shouted back. Just behind the second ice wall, Peter placed both of his hands on the ground, and in that spot, a piece of earth started to slowly rise, eventually creating a third barrier. The spear continued to go through each of the 3 walls until its head poked through the earth wall. Then finally, the spear had stopped moving.
Oh,
Looks like they've finally started to train you Earthlings a bit, I see.
the Dalky said.
Perhaps we need to start waging this war again before you Earthlings grow even stronger.
Syl.
We need your help now, Vorden said. And oh, Syl shouted back. If you don't, we will all die. You said you would take me to see Quinn. I don't even see any Quinn around here. Why would you lie to me? Are you lying to me like all the others? Syl asked. Just ignore the brat. Ratton said. Let me take over. We don't have time. Vorden immediately left the chair and allowed Ratton to take over. The Dalky then rushed forward, and at that moment, Ratton placed both of his hands on the ground and a trail of ice materialized, heading straight for the Dalky's feet. Hey, ugly. Ratton shouted at the Dalky in an attempt to provoke it. When that ugly thing stops moving, fire all the arrows you have at it. He shouted to Layla. Although Layla didn't like the sudden change of tone in Vorden's voice, she didn't have time to complain. The trail of ice eventually reached the Dalky's feet. However, it didn't even slow the creature down for a second. As the ice touched its feet, it continued to run forward, breaking the ice with sheer power. Layla didn't know what else to do, so she fired an arrow at it anyway. She tried to change the direction of the AR. Row with her powers to make it unpredictable, but it seemed like the Dalky was paying no attention to her at all. In the end, she aimed the arrow to go directly into the Dalky's thigh. However, the arrow simply bounced off, not even leaving a scratch on it. All Layla had was some standard steel arrows that were only as hard as regular bullets. It seemed that she would at least need beast arrows to inflict a wound on a Dalky. Damn it, Ratton shouted. Let's have some lizard barbecue. Using both of his palms, he fired a huge stream of fire towards a lizard. Utilizing both of the abilities together, the flames grew large and larger until they covered the whole area where the Dalky was. They couldn't hear any more footsteps from inside the blazing fire. Because of this, the group thought that the attack was a success. But then, the intensity of the flames started to decrease at an alarming rate, as if they were being sucked away by something. All of the flames were flowing towards the Dalky like it was a vacuum, traveling in one stream directly towards the Dalky's mouth. Thank you for the meal, it said. I haven't had anything this tasty in years. It's hopeless. Aaron said. It's too strong. We're all going to die. Aaron was shaking in fear the same way as she was shaking earlier, and even Vorden had a concerned look on his face. Skill-activated Shadow Void, the area around them started to be encased in a dark shadow. The group looked confused, as they had no idea what was going on. Is this the Dalky's power? Layla asked, and oh, I've never heard of something like this. The Dalky himself was equally confused like them. Just what was it that was surrounding the entire area with them in it? Chapter 131. The Perfect Counter. The black shadow started to surround all of them. It slowly encased the group until finally, the whole area around them was filled with purple shadows. Damn it. We're all going to die, Layla said. But then Aaron noticed that the Dalky was also looking around in confusion at the shadows, as if it was something unknown to it. No, look, it seems like the Dalky is just as confused as we are. That's probably why it's not attacking us right now. It wasn't unusual for someone to be afraid of the unknown, and right now, the Dalky was seeing something it had never seen before. It got into a crouching position and was prepared for whatever was to come. Its senses were telling it something was in the shadows with them, something other than the 4 in front of it. Then from behind, a claw-like shape of red lines came flying towards the Dalky. It turned around. Sensing the power in the attack, it lifted both of its arms to protect itself, and it placed its arms in an X shape right in front of its face. The lines of power had hit it, but the attack hadn't done much damage. Just as it was about to look up, for more of the same attack came at it. It quickly held up its hands. It was strongly relying on its hard skin to block the attacks, although the attacks did and hurt the Dalky. For the first time in a long while, it had been pushed back from its position by an attack. When it pulled its arms down, it was surprised to see what looked like another student standing in front of it. Oh, so it was you? It said. It was a young Dalky who had only met a few adult humans on its journey, but not a single one had given him any trouble or managed to even make him move back with their strongest attacks. The same could be said for any beast that had attacked the Dalky. But here on this safe little planet, it had encountered a young human who had done just that. As soon as Quinn had released his first attack, his shadow cloak had disappeared, and this had revealed him to everyone. The problem was he was low on MC points. He had 90 when he first used the shadow cloak. By the time he had arrived, he only had 80 MC points left. Then when he had cast the Shadow Void skill, it meant he only had 30 of his MC points left, and he needed to use them wisely. He had also used Shadow Equip to put his equipment on his hands and feet. I asked that Quinn. Peter shouted. What's with this power? I don't understand. Then Aaron spotted that Quinn's watch. To her surprise, it currently displayed the number 6. His ability requires more MC than mine. Does this mean this shadow circle is doing? Was he hiding his strength this whole time? She shouted. He must have had his reasons, Layla said. But right now, he's going up against an enemy I think even he can't deal with. Layla didn't know what to do. At this point her arrows were useless and couldn't even be used as a distraction, because the Dalki would just ignore them. Aaron had run out of MC, and Peter was far too weak to be of any use. So right now the only one that could help them was Vorden. Please, help Quinn, Layla begged. You two have to fight it together. Vorden wasn't the one in control, but Ratten was. How is the little one doing? Ratten asked. He is still sleeping, Vorden replied. So it looks like I'll have to deal with this one. Ratten said. The Dalki then went and picked up another piece of scrap metal from the ground that was part of the well's machinery. Although the roof and area were covered in shadows, the same couldn't be said for the ground. The crumbled building and the broken metal pieces remained scattered everywhere. After picking up a piece of metal, it used its claws to once again turn the metal into a spear. I'm assuming I can't get out of this bubble that you created, so I can't run away. The Dalki said. I one half, otherwise why would you waste so much of your power creating it? Of course, the Dalki doesn't know about Quinn's problem with sunlight. Actually, the sole purpose for Quinn to block out the sun is so he can fight at his full power. Let's see how strong you really are. The Dalki shouted as he chucked the spear-like object towards Quinn. It went lightning fast and was similar to the one that required all four of the others to block before. And oh, there's no way he can block that on his own. Layla said. We have to help. She shouted. Peter stayed by Aaron's side while Vorden and Layla rushed towards Quinn, but the spear was going too fast, and they hadn't been able to take a single step before the spear reached Quinn. Shadow control. Using his shadow control skill, Quinn was able to create a black circular shield. That won't be strong enough, Aaron said, looking up from the ground. It took all four of us to stop it before. Why doesn't he try to dodge it? But for Vorden, seeing Quinn's action made something click in his head. The spear flew going at lightning speed until the tip had touched the black circular shadow. At that moment the spear looked like it had stopped in midair. However, Quinn and Vorden knew that it was only moving ever so slowly through the shadow. Once the spear slowed, Quinn moved to the side. He took the shadow away and allowed the spear to continue moving forward and out of the shadow void. This is perfect, Vorden said. Quinn's shadow ability was nearly a perfect counter to the Dalki. The enormous amount of strength meant nothing. No matter how powerful the attack was, it would be slowed down, because Quinn's shadows blocked attacks in a different way from how other abilities did. In a way, Quinn as a vampire was the perfect counter to the Dalki. Vorden continued to run forward while Layla took cover somewhere off to the side. It was clear that for the moment the Dalki was stunned by what he had just seen, and this was their chance. Vorden threw an ice spear at the Dalki. It shattered into a million pieces once it hit the Dalki's body. However, it did catch the Dalki's attention, which was what Vorden was aiming for. Knowing the Dalki was able to eat fire, it left Vorden only with two options, to use ice and telekinesis to fight the Dalki. You are boring, the Dalki said. I'm far more interested in that one. Ignoring Vorden's weak attacks, it dashed straight forward heading for Quinn. Seeing this, even if Quinn was to use the wind walk ability on his boots, he wouldn't be able to outrun the Dalki. The only thing he could do was fight, but what could he use? The blood swipe, although powerful, did no damage, which was problematic. Hey brat, Vorden shouted. Its skin is too tough. Use an attack that can hurt it on the inside. On the inside, Quinn thought. He now knew exactly what to do. When the Dalki was a few meters away, it leapt up into the air with its claws out, and with both of its hands above its head, ready to smash down. Quinn quickly placed the shadow above himself, allowing both of its fists to sink into the shadow. MC 20/100. The Dalki could feel its attack slowing down as soon as it touched the strange shadow-like substance, but by using its considerable strength it was able to pull its hands from the shadow. The problem was with every physical attack, Quinn would lose MC points. He needed to finish this fight fast. The Dalki was quick on its feet and didn't allow its first unsuccess. All attack to distract it. It threw out a straight kick at Quinn, and once again Quinn stopped it with his shadow shield. MC 10/100. His attacks are so strong, I can only take one more. Quinn thought. Quinn needed an opening, and just defending wasn't going to do it. The next thing he was going to do was very risky, but it was the only option he had. As the Dalki threw another punch towards him, Quinn moved the shadow and wrapped it around the Dalki's fist. MC 0/100. The shadow void started to disappear, and Quinn only had a few more seconds before the sunlight would hit him. Quinn could see the Dalki's other hand coming straight at him. He looked the Dalki in the eyes. Skill days, even though the Dalki was a strong opponent and the skill was likely to fail, there was always a slim chance that it might work. Days successful, your opponent has been stunned, but for Quinn's next move he would need more time than the days would allow. He flash-stepped behind the Dalki and prepared all the motions for the hammer strike. As he finished his movements, he added blood spray to the last part, turning it into the most powerful attack he had, Blood Hammer. As Quinn's fist hit the Dalki's hard back, vibrations and a wave of air had been sent out from around the two of them. The Dalki still hadn't moved from his spot. But after a few seconds, he fell down on one knee. This was Quinn's answer, an internal attack. You're being hit by sunlight. Al's stats have been reduced by 70%. When Quinn thought everything was over, a large fist had come out of nowhere swinging out and hit him right in the ribs, sending him flying through the air. Critical hit. Your ribs have been broken. 1265 HP remaining. The Dalki stood up from the ground and smiled, wiping away the green blood from its mouth. I'm not done with you yet.
Boy.
Chapter 132. Blood Bowl. For a moment, everyone's morale was increased. For the first time, they had a glimmer of hope again when they saw the mighty Dalki fall to the ground. They didn't know why Quinn was so powerful or why he was hiding it before, and frankly they didn't care because all of them only had one thought on their mind: I want to live. After seeing that powerful attack from Quinn, they felt that they might survive this after all, but that happy feeling didn't last for long. A few seconds after the Dalki had fallen to the ground, it sent Quinn flying with a single swing of its fist. Quinn was flying right into the other building, the one that was still intact. As Quinn hit the building, his body crashed through the wall, and he fell to the floor. He okay? Peter shouted. That guy can take a lot more hurt than that, Vorden said. Trust me, I know from experience. Something like that isn't enough to kill him. Layla looked at the sky. She immediately realized there was something else they needed to be concerned about. As long as Quinn had a steady supply of blood, he would be fine, but right now, something was holding him back from using his full powers. Of course, she meant the sun. Now she realized why Quinn had cast a shadow surrounding them all, and how he was able to fight so well even though the sun was still up. Looking at the sky, she noticed that it was finally starting to set. The colors were fading from its bright yellow to orange. It would only be a matter of time before it would finally be night on this planet. We need to get to Quinn, she shouted to the others. However, her cries were useless. No one moved forward, including her. She wanted to go in and help him, but stepping in against such a powerful foe was like committing suicide. Now that was impressive, the Dalki said with a smile on its face. Its teeth were now on full display. They were a little strange compared to regular human teeth. It looked like those of a crocodile. Each tooth was razor sharp and they overlaid one another. I heard there was something called martial arts the Earthlings use. I never believed it could be something useful, until just now. You actually managed to bypass my hard skin and hurt me from the inside. The Dalki began to walk over to where Quinn was. Something strange was happening on its back. The single spike on its back started to pulsate and glow with a slight blue color. Did you know, the more a Dalki gets hurt, the stronger they get? It said with an evil grin on its face. The others could tell that it wasn't bluffing. They could feel a strange energy coming off its body every time the spike on its back would light up. When the Dalki tried to take another step forward, it felt something akin to a force field that was pulling him back and slowing him down. This made its movements felt incredibly sluggish. It coming from the kid from earlier? But that's impossible, he hasn't moved since he tried those ice spears. The Dalki thought. Crazy boy. Layla yelled, looking at Vorden with both of his hands stretched out. What is this ugly dinosaur trying to do? In the black room inside Vorden's mind, both Vorden and Ratton were no longer in the seat. Syl had taken over. Are you trying to take Quinn away from me? He yelled. The Dalki then turned its head slowly, using its strength, and saw Vorden standing there. The boy from earlier, but how did he get so strong? He wasn't like this before. You Earthlings are nothing like we were told, and you're not even adults, you're just students. The Dalki said. The whole situation was filling the battle-crazy Dalki with happiness. The others were amazed at how powerful Vorden's telekinesis powers were right now. But this was because he was using all the MC points from his other abilities and had it all focused inside the telekinesis ability. That moment Quinn was just lifting himself off the ground. He was so badly hurt, he had no choice but to use his blood bank. 100 millimeters of blood used. 50 HP has been restored. 63/65. Blood bank is now empty. As soon as the blood was consumed, his body started to heal almost instantly. The healing was much faster than when he allowed his body to heal on its own accord. But there was another problem. The ceiling of the building he was in had collapsed. It was letting the sun in, and it was hitting him right now, making his movements extremely sluggish and decreasing his power. Vorden, how long do you think you can hold him? Layla asked, but Syl didn't reply. His own name wasn't being used, and he didn't talk to strangers much in the first place. However, as powerful as Syl was, he was unable to completely stop the Dalki's movements. It continued to use its brute strength to power through the telekinetic field, and was now walking towards them. The same time, she saw Quinn lifting himself off the ground, and the sun continuing to set behind him. Even if it turns to night, how is Quinn going to be able to fight such a thing? It's just too strong. Layla thought, then she seemed to recall something Quinn had told her in the past. That he seemed to get stronger with each person's blood he drank. Layla didn't know the exact details, but anything they could do to tip the scales in their favor, she would be happy to do right now. She knelt down to Erin's side and asked her for a favor. Erin, I know you're weak right now, but do you think you could make a bowl of ice for me? I know it sounds weird, but you need to trust me. To Erin's was completely exhausted. You could see it in her face. It clearly wasn't just from using her abilities. The whole scenario was affecting her mentally as well. She didn't reply back to Layla, but lifted both hands, and ice started to form, eventually creating a small bowl of ice. The next thing Layla did, she didn't even bother asking for Erin's permission. She grabbed one of the arrows from her quiver and used the tip to make a small cut on the palm of Erin's hands. The strangest thing was that Erin gave no reaction whatsoever, which proved that something was seriously wrong with her. Then, using the bowl of ice, she allowed for the blood to drip into it. Once there was a good amount of blood, she continued to do the same using her own blood. Next up was Peter. I have no time to explain Peter, but if you want to live, let me do this, Layla said with a strange look on her face. Peter had no intentions of going against her order, and allowed for his blood to be put into the bowl as well. The Dalki was continuing to move towards them, and the sweat was running down Syl's face. This stupid dinosaur strong, Syl said to Vorden and Ratton. We know, but don't give up, just a little longer. Vorden shouted. Just hold on until the sun goes down. Syl, think of everything that ever annoyed you. Pretend it's that stupid thing's fault. Ratton cheered. The words of encouragement from the two empowered Syl to continue fighting, and he was doing his best to hold the Dalki back. Suddenly, Layla appeared by his side. I know you're busy keeping the Dalki at bay, but I need your help. It's for Quinn, she said. The bowl was almost full. Layla didn't know how it was, or how much she needed, but she had to do something. Using the arrow, she created a small cut on the back of Vorden's leg, allowing it to slowly seep into the bowl. When the bowl was finally full, she started to make her way towards Quinn. Just what is that girl doing? The Dalki thought, but for now, it would have to ignore her. Right now he had a bigger pain in the backside. It was the boy who was controlling his movements. Quinn, are you alright? Layla asked as she came rushing over. Yeah, I'm fine. I was just waiting for the sun to go down. I'm not much use while the sun is out, but it looks like Vorden managed to delay him. Quinn answered. They both looked at the sun and the faint bit of light that was left. As the sun continued to go down, strength was returning to Quinn's body. Here, drink this, Layla said as she handed over the bowl full of blood. What is it? Quinn asked. It's all of our blood. I thought it could help you in some way, said Layla. Quinn had yet to drink the blood from Vorden, Erin, or Peter, so right now the blood would give him 3 extra stat points. He was unsure in what, but right now he needed everything he could get to turn the tide. He took the bowl and gulped it down in one go. 65 HP. Blood bank has been filled. 2 points have been added into agility. 1 free stat point has been added. A row of messages had appeared, giving Quinn a smile on his face, but the last one was the best of them all. You are no longer affected by sunlight. All stats have returned to normal. Chapter 133. Shadow Blood. After consuming the blood in the bowl, Quinn felt like a new person. His blood bank was filled, and his whole body was now fully healed. But best of all, the sun had finally disappeared behind the horizon, and it was now nighttime. I can't hold on any longer. I'm too tired, Syl whined. The struggle against the Dalki was too much for him. He wasn't fighting obsessed like Ratton, so he gave up control and left Vorden in charge once again. Vorden was the weakest of the 3 and only knew how to use one mind and one ability at a time. As soon as he and Syl had switched places, the pressure that the Dalki felt was immensely weakened. The Dalki could suddenly move one foot in front of the other again. The amount of force it felt being exerted on itself was like nothing compared to before. I thought this one was special, but looks like all he could do was delay me a bit, the Dalki thought. Quinn, seeing this happen, knew he was in trouble. He had gained 2 agility points, bringing it up to 18, and then with the boots this made 22. Seeing the Dalki head towards Vorden, Quinn felt like he had to quickly decide what to do with his free stat point. He put the free stat point into agility without hesitation. It now brought his agility stat up to a total of 23. Then, using all the speed he could, and activating his boots' wind walk ability, he rushed over to where the Dalki was. Regardless if Vorden was in trouble or not right now, he would have. He put his points into agility. The Dalki's strength was too great for Quinn to match, and although it was fast, it wasn't faster than Quinn. He could follow its movements. With the extra stat points and his boots active, he would be able to dodge the Dalki's attacks, although just barely. Moving at an incredible speed, Quinn managed to cover the distance from the building to where the others were in only a few seconds. As soon as he was in range, he cast another blood swipe. The attack ripped through the sand and was heading straight for his target. The Dalki pulled his head back at the last second, and the attack skimmed right past its nose. It turned its head and looked at Quinn, seeing that the boy was in perfect condition. But how is this possible? I'm certain you should be on death's door by now, the Dalki said. At the same time, Vorden had collapsed onto the floor. All of his energy and MC points had been used. It's up to you now, Quinn,
he said.
Good luck. The Dalki charged towards him, and as it did, Quinn could feel the blood and adrenaline rushing through his entire body. He was in a state of absolute concentration as he waited for the Dalki's attack. A swing was made for his head. Quinn ducked down and threw out a punch, performing blood spray at the same time, taking advantage of the close range. The attack managed to push the Dalki back a few steps away from him. 60-65 HP. The fight continued in this fashion, with Quinn avoiding each of the Dalki's attacks, and whenever it would get too close, he would use his blood abilities to push it away. Slowly but surely his HP was starting to get lower bit by bit. 48-65 HP. What's he doing? Aaron asked. His attacks are too weak. He's not hurting the thing at all. Why doesn't he use the same attack as before? I think he's stalling for something, Vorden replied, now sitting on the floor with the others. But for what? I have no idea. Quinn had to be absolutely sure not to get a hit from the Dalki. Not only were his attacks crazy powerful, but if he got even a tiny scratch on him, the ability from the boots he was wearing would deactivate, which would slow him down a lot. But after dodging for a while, his boots had deactivated anyway, as the skill time then wore off. Another claw was coming at him, and it looked like he was about to get hit. He had no choice but to perform the flash step and appear directly behind the Dalki. Damn, I can only use the flash step one more time. Any more, and I'll get worn out. Quinn thought, but the Dalki was getting equally frustrated. You little Keenan, I will squash you. It lifted up both fists and smashed them into the ground, causing a crater to form and rubble to lift off the ground. It didn't seem like an attack made to hurt anyone. The rocks just lifted into the air and quickly fell back to the floor. It was actually just a way for it to let out a bit of frustration. At the same time, it had another effect on everyone. It once again showed the might of the Dalki, Chu. It had taken a few steps back away from the Dalki and quickly opened up his status screen. NC points 40 out of 100. This was what Quinn was waiting for. He was waiting for his NC points to return so he could use the Shadow ability again. Since it was nighttime, there was no need for him to use the Shadow Void skill. Unfortunately, though, while the skill was active, his NC points would not return. This whole time Quinn was doing his best to dodge, focusing all his energy into avoiding the Dalki's attacks, waiting for the right moment. Now he could finally use his Shadow abilities once again. In truth, he wanted to stall a bit longer to gain more of his MC points back, but continuously dodging was getting far too risky. When the Dalki looked up, it was surprised to see that Quinn was the one coming towards it. "So you finally decided to attack, I see," it shouted. Quinn flung his hand out with his fingers held together, casting a single red line of aura. Then, before it could move away from him, the shadow underneath his feet started to move. The shadow reached out and grabbed the blood aura, holding it in place, and now the other end of the shadow was attached to Quinn's hand. To the others, it looked like Quinn was wielding a large red and black scythe. The black shadows reached into his hand while the curved blood aura acted as the blade held tight by the shadow. The two opponents were still quite a distance away from each other, but Quinn still swung out the shadow scythe. Seeing this, the Dalki wasn't afraid. It was slightly confused actually, as the scythe wouldn't be able to reach him. Suddenly, as the scythe was swung outwards, it seemed like it was starting to extend. As Quinn swung it to his side, the shadows extended, and the red aura part managed to hit the Dalki right on its side. It was pushed back a few feet, and at the same time could feel a stinging pain. When he looked down, he could see a large cut had appeared where his ribs were, and green blood was starting to leak from the wound. This was what Quinn had been practicing the whole week in Logan's room. A way to combine his shadow skills while also using his blood skills, and after countless trials and errors, this was what he had come up with. Chapter 134, A Sacrifice. With Quinn's new attack, combining his shadow control with the blood swipe, had hit the Dalki's body. It had shattered and disappeared just as his normal blood swipe would. 47/65 HP, 35/100 MC. Combining his shadow skills with his blood skills allowed him to create a more powerful combination skill. Connecting the shadow to his blood swipe allowed him to also add his own strength to the power of the blood swipe. The shadow made it possible for the attack to be flexible, moving it about freely. This would also add extra force and momentum into the attack, making it more powerful and increasing the range of the attack beyond the 5 meters that was blood swipe's natural limit. There were only two problems Quinn still had to find a solution for. If the shadow holding the blood swipe was hit, or if he wasn't fast enough, the blood swipe would escape from the shadow's grasp. The other problem is that when the attack hit, it would disappear, so he could only use it once. Of course, using the shadow for an attack also used MC points, but there was nothing he could about that. The Dalki's blood continued to drip from its side and fall into the sand, but now the spike on its back was pulsating faster and glowing brighter. Seeing the Dalki injured and bleeding made Quinn feel excited. He charged forward once again. "Come on, attack me again," the Dalki shouted. And Quinn did just that, this time casting a blood swipe up in the air before grabbing it with a shadow. He then swung it from above right down on top of the Dalki. The attack was faster than the Dalki had predicted. It could only barely get its arms up in time to block the attack that came at it from above. The attack was a success and had caused the Dalki to fall onto the ground. Its forearms were dripping with green blood, but it ignored its wounds. It just stood up once again and charged forward. "That Dalki an idiot?" Layla thought. "I had always heard they were smart." some minds even greater than ours, but why does it just keep running forward? At this point, even Quinn was starting to worry. His attacks were clearly working, but the Dalki was acting in a strange way. For now, there was nothing he could do about it. He went to attack once again with his Shadow Scythe. Only this time the Dalki managed to jump and avoid the blow. Did it just get faster? Quinn said, "You seem to have forgotten." The Dalki said, "I told you already, the more we are hurt, the stronger we become." The Dalki made a fist above its head and threw it down towards Quinn's face. Quinn had no choice but to move his shadow to block the fist attack, but the Dalki immediately used a kick to his side which was too fast for him to be able to move the shadow to defend against. The attack hit and he was thrown to the side. His ribs were broken once again. 3/65 HP. Blood Bank has automatically been activated. 53/65 HP. While in midair, Quinn's body started to heal and his bones went back into place. Putting both his hands in the sand, he tried his best to slow himself down and eventually came to a halt. "I can't win," Quinn said. "Even with my full power, it's still too strong." "Snap out of it, Quinn," the system shouted in his head. "You only became a vampire a couple of weeks ago, and you think you can already take out an enemy like this. You will grow in due time, but the important thing right now is to survive." But how was he meant to survive? His blood bank had been used up. The only answer he could think of was he needed more blood. If he could get to where the others were, and he filled up his blood bank, maybe he could keep firing out his blood attacks till the thing died. The cooldown on his boots had reset, and once again, he could use the wind walk skill.
Ush.
He rushed towards the Dalki, who was coming toward him. As it did, Quinn could see the big smile on its face, as if it was enjoying the fight. He also noticed the horror on the faces of the others. "I can do this. I have to do this," Quinn shouted. Running forward and not changing his direction, he went straight ahead. Then just as the Dalki was prepared to attack, flash step, he used his skill, allowing him to avoid the strike and go right past the Dalki. He continued to run straight ahead and was heading for the others. During the fight between the Dalki and Quinn, Layla made her way around the fight and joined with the other three. All of them were watching within silence, with awe on their faces. "What is he doing?" Layla thought. "Should we run? Is that why he's coming towards us?" "I need blood,"
Quinn yelled.
"I can't fight the Dalki like this. I need more blood." Layla didn't ask any questions and immediately started to make another cut on the palm of her hand, and Aaron had already formed another ice bowl. Aaron didn't know what was happening, but whatever Layla had done last time had made Quinn stronger, and Quinn was now their only change to survive. But when they all looked up, their faces had dropped entirely, for the Dalki was already right behind Quinn. Not only had its strength gotten higher, but so had its speed. Everything about the Dalki had improved. It was too late for Quinn to notice, and the Dalki was already mid-attack. Quinn had never suspected the Dalki would grow so much during the battle, but it seemed like what it had said earlier was true. The fist flew forward and penetrated right through flesh and bone, going straight through his body and out to the other side. At this point, Quinn had finally noticed that the Dalki was right behind him. He was too focused on obtaining the blood Layla had gathered. He had failed to realize what was happening behind him. Bright red blood could be seen dripping onto the ground with a fist through his body. But it wasn't Quinn's body that was penetrated. The person who had been hit was Peter. "Quinn," Peter said weakly, coughing out blood that filled his mouth. "Please forgive me." His body fell to the ground and hit the soft sand. His blood continued to soak the sand, turning it red. In the moment Quinn needed help the most, the only one brave enough to step up and come to Quinn's side was Peter. However, it came at a terrible price. Chapter 135. Blood Ritual. As Quinn saw Peter's body hit the ground, a certain reality had hit him. He had seen people die before. In fact, he was even the case of many. But this was the first time that someone he knew personally had died. But what upset Quinn more than anything, instead of what happened to Peter, was another thought altogether. This thought was, look at all that wasted blood. Fortunately, though, that quickly changed as he soon realized what had occurred. "Peter," he shouted. "When did he get over there?" Layla asked after hearing Quinn's shout. "I was too busy." Looking at Quinn waiting for him back here, Aaron replied to her question. "The same goes for me." "He must have started moving towards Quinn as soon as he saw the Dalki," Borden said. "But why did this happen after what we were just talking about? You had a family that cared for you." The Dalki looked at Peter on the floor. "That's quite noble of you. A society should build itself on sacrificing the weak ones to preserve the strong. That's exactly how the Dalki does it. He was selfless, and his sacrifice allowed the stronger human genes to be passed on. It's a shame, though, since you will all be dying with him." This was it, Quinn thought. As the Dalki came closer to him, he had run out of trump cards. His MC had been used, and all he had left was his original skills. "I'll kill you," Quinn shouted. "Even if it means killing myself." Opening both palms, Quinn soon ran forward. When he felt that he was close enough, he shot out a blood spray from one hand. The Dalki would slightly flinch in response to this as his foot shifted back a little. 48/65 HP. Usually, these attacks wouldn't inflict any damage. But although he got stronger the more he was hurt, that didn't mean his defense increased. He had been quite severely damaged by Quinn's shadow scythe attacks. Another spray of blood fired out again. 43/65 HP. Quinn wouldn't let up and rapidly fired out multiple blood sprays. Hey, it seems to be working, Layla shouted out. But in contrast to Layla's words, Vorden wasn't too sure. He didn't know how Quinn's attacks worked, for he hadn't told the two. Also, he wasn't sure if he was imagining things or not, but every time Quinn used that attack, his face seemed to grow paler. 38/65 HP. 33/65 HP. I'll kill you, Quinn shouted. And once I'm done with you, I'll suck out your blood until you're nothing but a walking skeleton. He continued to shout out words of abuse, but he himself wasn't really sure what he was saying. Fortunately, a nice surprise came to him amidst his combat. Blood spray has leveled up. Blood spray is now LVL 2. As Quinn shot out the new and improved blood spray, the power seemed to push his arm back even more as the spray's range grew further as well. As it hit the Dalki this time, its wounds seemed to be opening up as more green blood was leaking out of it than before. 28/65 HP. 23/65 HP. Now that the two of them were a distance away, the group ran up on Peter to check up on him. They then moved his body and allowed him to lay on his back. Surprisingly, even though he had such a big wound, he was still breathing. What do we do? Layla cried out. He'll bleed to death like this. Can't we use the robot? No, the robot wasn't meant to patch up injuries like this. Aaron replied, IT might be best if we kill him here, Vorden said all of a sudden. The two girls looked at Vorden with expressions of shock. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Look, I know what Peter did against you two was wrong, but can't you just forgive him? Layla shouted back in RSP. Ons to Vorden's words. Vorden shook his head as a replied, You're mistaken, Layla. I already forgave Peter a while ago. I'm just saying this for his sake, he soon said. Look at him, he's in pain. He's been bleeding for the last 2 minutes, and at most, he only has another 3 before he's completely gone. It'll be more peaceful to get rid of him now. But the group didn't have time to decide, for they were distracted by something else. Whenever Quinn would use the blood spray, a sound similar to a small shotgun would be heard, but the sound had suddenly stopped. When they looked over, they saw Quinn kneeling down on one knee while the Dalki was still standing, but green blood was oozing from the multiple wounds on his body. Quinn hadn't paid much attention to it, but he had unfortunately run out of stamina. With the increase of firepower in the blood spray, it also took up more energy to use it. Right now, it seemed that he had overexerted himself. Sweat was dripping all over his body while all of his muscles cramped up. He looked at the Dalki that was still standing, unbelieving that it was still alive after it had received so much damage. The Dalki soon started walking over while Quinn looked at it directly in the eyes. Daze skill ineffective, and just like that, the last thing he could do had been tossed out the window. Damn it. If Peter can go forward, then at least I can as well. Vorden shouted all of a sudden as he charged in with what little power he had left, but all of a sudden, a large metallic object went flying right by Vorden's head, landing directly between Quinn and the Dalki. You kids get back. Get out of here now. That's an order. This sound echoed from the object that just landed, and all of them found out what it was straight away. It was a mech. Quickly soon after, another mech had landed right next to that one. It did not take for the Dalki and the mechs to be engaged in combat after that. The mechs had humongous strength and were equivalent to that of the Dalki they were currently facing. The only problem was, they were still clunky and not as agile, but the others noticed that it would take a while before the Dalki was able to destroy them. Come, Quinn, Vorden yelled, putting Peter on top of his shoulder. Let's get out of here. And with that, the two of them went over to where the others were by Peter's side. Right now, his face was much paler than before, and not to mention, his eyelids were drooping as well. Quinn knelt down by his side and looked at him in the eyes. I'm sorry, Peter. You saved me. There were no tears in his eyes like the others, but there was a hint of melancholy in his voice. But then, just as he said these words, a voice was heard from the system. If you wish to save him, you must act quickly. The system said, I can save him? But these wounds are impossible to heal with no healer around. That is indeed the case, but if he was no longer human, and a supply of blood from each of you, he would be able to overcome this fatal wound. As long as his heart and the core of his brain is not damaged, then he will live. You have the choice, but you have to decide fast, whether to do so or not. Would you like to activate the blood ritual? Chapter 136. Cursed Family. The system had given him an option at the most crucial time whether to make Peter into a blooded one or not. If the system had just asked him out of the blue, then Quinn probably would have said no. Peter had betrayed them, and although he might not do it again, there was no way to be sure. He would have much rather blooded Layla or Vorden when the time was right. The two of them had done nothing but help him out during these times. But right now, it wasn't about loyalty, it wasn't about what was right or wrong, but about whether or not Quinn wanted to save his life. Surely becoming a vampire was better than dying, right? I'll do it, Quinn said. Yes, after confirming he wanted to make Peter into a blooded one, a new screen had appeared in front of his face. One that had given him detailed instructions. Quinn, what's up with your eyes? Layla asked. Quinn didn't know it himself, but as soon as he had accepted to activate the skill of his blood ritual, his eyes started to glow. Faint red circles were seen around the iris, similar to when he activated his influence skill. Right after, he started to follow the instructions one by one. Please proceed by inserting the host's blood into the mouth of the target. Quinn unequipped his equipment and placed it back into the dimensional space. Then, using one of the tips of Layla's arrow, he inflicted a cut on his hand, creating a brand new wound. He held his hand just above Peter's mouth, who was now barely breathing, and allowed for the blood to drip. It touched the tip of his mouth, slowly started to fall inside his body. His fingers that were once unmoving now started to twitch, and a warm feeling had started in his body. Inside, the blood cells from Quinn's could be seen latching onto the blood cells of Peter's, and slowly, they were all starting to change throughout his body. Peter's eyes then opened wide, and now he had red rings around his eyes. Quinn couldn't quite explain it, but for a moment, he could feel a connection with Peter and could see what was happening inside his body. Quinn, this isn't enough. The transformation has only just begun, but he now needs the blood of the others to live. The system shouted. Guys, please, I need you all to do the same, Quinn asked. Just then, Peter's body started shaking uncontrollably. His wound still hadn't healed, but he was moving as if he was back alive once again. Quinn quickly grabbed both of his hands. Someone hold his mouth open. Quinn shouted. Vorden quickly moved to the top of Peter's head and held his mouth open wide. It was a struggle as Peter swung his head left and right. What's happening to him, Quinn? It's like he's turned into a crazy beast. Just as he said those words, he started to realize what was happening. The look on Quinn's face said it all. Quinn was going to save his life by turning him into a vampire. The others did as instructed, and each one squeezed out the blood from the previous wound they had made before, reopening them. Finally, a result. The wound around Peter's stomach started to heal as his cells slowly patched them together. It was at a speed unseen unless one was to use a healing ability. What magic is this? Aaron said out loud. But the other two had a concerned look on their face, as they knew exactly what was happening. Peter started to struggle less and less until he eventually calmed down, and his eyes were finally closed. Is he still alive? Layla asked. Vorden then placed his head onto Peter's chest, and for a while, a heartbeat wasn't heard, but then ever so faintly, he could hear a beat. I think so, Vorden said, half confused. Then, when checking his breath, they realized he was indeed still alive. That moment, Quinn received another message. The ritual was a success. The human has successfully been blooded one half. A vampire ghoul has been created. A new family has been created. What would you like to name your family? When seeing the notifications, there was a couple of things that had surprised him, and Quinn wanted immediate answers. But the first thing he needed to do was get rid of the screen in his face which wanted him to name his family. Family? Now that you have turned someone, he falls under your ranks, he has your blood, so he is a part of your family. Every vampire that turns someone has the responsibility to look after their family. The system explained. Right now Quinn could only think of one thing. Although he had gotten stronger thanks to the ability, he now relied on one thing, blood. Without it, he didn't know how he would survive. If he went 2 days without a human by his side, then what would he do? He couldn't eat the blood of beasts or animals, and if he started fighting using his blood abilities, it would only cause him to rely on it even more. Family name. The cursed. This was how Quinn felt at this moment and time. Just then a loud crash was heard. As the group turned their head, they could see a Dalki on top of one of the mechs ripping off one of its arms. It was covered in more blood than before, and it no longer looked human but just that of a pure beast. Well, looks like we lucked out, and it's only a single spike. A voice was heard from behind the group of students, and when they turned to look, they could see Leo standing there, although he didn't look like his ordinary self. Usually, he would be wearing his military uniform and have his katana by his side. But right now, he had a light set of black and red beast gear on, and his chest had the design of a Japanese demon. An Oni with horns. There will be no need to call the others, or use my soul weapon for something like this. Chapter 137. Green Blood. At the second military base inside one of the schools, another meeting was taking place. Once a Gain, the head general wasn't present, leaving Nathan and Duke to deal with things. There has been a report of a Dalki ship crash landing on the planet Kaladi, Nathan reported. At that moment, the first-year sergeants had expressions of shock on their faces. Don't worry. It seems to be a stray ship from somewhere. The tower made communications with the Dalki, and of course, they said it was a member who had gone rogue. Damn those Dalki, Duke yelled, slamming the table. Every year, they keep pushing and pushing into our territory. Luckily, it only seems to be a single ship, so at most there will be 2 there. Of course, the tower has asked us to send. Before Nathan could even finish a sentence, Leo stood up from his seat and bowed down in front of Nathan. Please allow me to go. Those students are too young to experience something like this, especially on their first outing. They must be protected. Nathan was quite shocked to see Leo suddenly volunteering. Usually, when something like this occurred, no one would willingly go and risk their lives against the Dalki. Hearing this made Nathan wonder if the rumors were actually true. That for some reason, Leo had a stronger grudge against the Dalki than most people. Or perhaps he just really cared about the students. One thing was for sure though. He was sure that if they were to send Leo out, then there would be no need to send out any of the other teachers or sergeants, as long as the Dalki had no more than 3 spikes. Then Nathan was confident in him. Well, I guess the matter is settled. Faye, Haley, I wanted 2 of you on standby just outside the portal for their return. If any backup is needed, then you go straight through. Haley, heal anyone who needs immediate medical attention. The meeting had ended like that, and everyone did as they were asked. Leo quickly put on his gear while the 2 girls waited outside the green portal. It seems like Dell's class is having it tough this year. Haley said. I couldn't agree more. It's almost as if bad luck has been following them around wherever they go. Faye replied. Leo was eventually ready, unhesitatingly entering the portal soon after. The shelter had responded to the emergency response and had closed all shelter gates. No citizens were allowed to leave the shelter at the moment without military clearance. 2 mechs had been sent out to look for the Dalki, with both of them arriving at the crash site. Unfortunately for them, there was no sign of the Dalki. This was the reason why it had taken so long for the mechs to discover the students and the Dalki. But once the mechs had discovered their location, they were able to tell Leo exactly where they were. Men, fall back. Leo shouted. The 2 guys in the mechs did as ordered. The Dalki was holding onto one of the mech's arms, and the guy had no choice but to allow it to be ripped off to break free. Afterward, they immediately backed away and went by the student's side. Another one, the Dalki said as he saw Leo walking towards him with his hand on his sheath. You really are germs to this whole universe. Look how many of you there are on this planet already. The Dalki looked like he was heavily injured, but that didn't fool Leo. Using his ability, he could see the strong aura emanating off of him. The Dalki had not given up just yet. Why do you fight us? Leo asked. In response to his question, the Dalki ignored him and went in for a strike. Leo responded to his actions by pivoting forward and using a quick draw, pulling out the katana from its sheath and putting it back in an instant. The Dalki felt nothing as his arm had been cleanly sliced off. There was no resistance like everything else before had. It was as if the sword was able to ignore all attributes. The arm went flying up into the air and landed a distance behind Leo, while green blood spewed out from the open wound. The Dalki pointed with his other hand. I know who you are. The others had warned me about you. Unfortunately for him, before he could even finish talking, its head had also been cleanly cut off. Was this the only one? Leo asked. For a moment, the students had forgotten to speak as they were too amazed at what they had just seen. The thing they struggled to defeat with all of them combined was killed just like that. Yes. That's the only one we saw, Layla replied. The 2 mechs soon ran forward and went down on their knees. Thank you for protecting us, Sergeant Leo. Don't thank me, Leo replied. Thankfully, the Dalki was already on its last legs. You 2 must have done a good job in injuring the Dalki before I got here. The 2 soldiers looked at each other in response. They knew that their skills hardly had any effect on the Dalki. In fact, they hadn't even managed to land a hit even once. Nearly all of the wounds that were on the Dalki were on it before they had even gotten there. It couldn't have been the students, could it? They simultaneously thought. If Leo was able to see the expressions on their face, he too would have realized that they were not the ones who had injured the Dalki. Leo and the 2 soldiers were busy inspecting the Dalki, seeing if they could find anything indicating why he was here. While they were doing that, the others were still tending to Peter, making sure he was okay. In contrast, Quinn's attention was focused on something else. His eyes were fixated on the Dalki's hand that was not too far away from them. He started walking over, and Vorden soon noticed what he was looking at as well. Inspect. Dalki, a half-human, half-beast race, half-human, half-beast? Quinn looked at it with a confused expression. Aren't the Dalki aliens? Although he was curious about this, he inspected the arm, only to confirm something else. Inspect. Dalki blood. Consuming the blood will have unknown effects on the host system. Do you know what the Dalki blood will do?
Quinn asked.
No, the system replied rather bluntly. But I will tell you this. If it did any harm to your body, the system would warn you. Quinn then walked over to the arm and dipped his finger in the green blood. He sniffed it a little at first. It had a sweet scent with a hint of mint in it, reminding him of toothpaste. Should I? Quinn thought. The system said it wouldn't hurt me, right? Chapter 138. The Assessment's End. Looking at the green blood, Quinn was unsure of what it would do. The system had already confirmed it would have no negative side effects. Or, at least it wasn't poisonous. However, it came as a surprise to Quinn that the system didn't know what it did, unless it was keeping information from him, which again was possible. But if the system was telling the truth, did that mean none of the old or current vampires ever interacted with the Dalki race? But then how did the system know of beast weapons? Everything was suddenly getting confusing for Quinn, as the timelines just didn't make sense. Humans had discovered the use of teleporters and the beast planets in the solar system only once they had fought with the Dalki. The portal technology was originally theirs to begin with, yet the vampires had never heard of them, yet still had access to beast weapons. Right now it was clear that Quinn didn't have all the pieces of the puzzle, and just thinking about it would give him a headache. Well, here goes. The temptation was too much. Quinn imagined anyone in his situation would have done the same thing. As the blood touched his tongue, a mint sensation entered his body. Similar to toothpaste, it wasn't nice, but it wasn't exactly bad. As it went down his throat, a weird tingling sensation could be felt in his body, and then it started to spread all over as if his body was on fire. Right now, Quinn wanted to do anything to let out the energy. Level 1 Dalki blood has been consumed, a 10% increase in all stats. Will last 1 hour. The tingling feeling Quinn felt through his body was hard to describe, and the buff that he got from obtaining it was amazing. It wasn't a set amount like those before it, but a percentage increase. Which meant as long as he got stronger, the buff increase went up along with it as well. Quinn looked at the arm again, and thought if there was any way of him taking it back with him. Unfortunately, it seemed like non-living matter was unable to enter the dimensional space. When Quinn was back at the school, he decided to do some more tests. First, he had placed a flask into the space, and the object had gone in fine. Then, using some blood he had obtained from Layla, he had placed it into the flask and tried to put it into the space again. But it refused to go in. Once taking out the blood, it would go in again. Quinn then did some more tests by trying it on certain animals and other things, and it looked like any type of living matter, including plants, were unable to be stored into the space. It was a shame, but he was unable to place the arm in the space. But by that time, Leo and the other two were already done with checking out the dead Dalki body. These two will escort you back to the school. Make sure that all your injuries are dealt with. Back to the school. Aaron complained. What about the assessment? It's cancelled. All the students in the shelter have already gone back to school, and anyone outside hunting has been brought back. Leo replied. At that point, Aaron knew there was nothing she could do, but wait for the school to make an official announcement. As the others walked off with the soldiers, Leo grabbed onto Quinn's wrists. It looks like you stayed true to your word, and you protected them, Leo said. I guess you're on our side after all. Quinn didn't know what to say back. Leo's sudden words were a surprise, to say the least. But as Leo looked past Quinn, he noticed Peter. And he looked slightly different and had a slight tint of purple to his aura similar to Quinn. Although Leo had never taught Peter before, so he was unsure whether Peter always had this aura or not. I'm still keeping my eye on you too, Leo said. But for now, go rest. Quinn quickly rushed off and followed behind the others, but he couldn't help think back to the words that Leo had said. He was keeping an eye on us too. If he wasn't sure about it before, he was sure about it now. Leo knew he was different, and he could tell Peter was now too, but looking at Peter, Quinn was even unsure of what he was himself. When going through the blood ritual, Quinn had assumed that Peter would be changed into either a vampire or a halfling like he first was. But instead, Peter had turned into something called a vampire ghoul. Just then, as the group continued to carry Peter on their shoulders, it seemed like he was starting to wake up. Hey, Quinn, get over here, Layla shouted. It looks like he's waking up. As he opened his eyes, Vorden and Layla slowly allowed him to stand on his own 2 feet. What happened? He asked, then images started to flash through his head of jumping in the way to save Quinn. He quickly looked down at his stomach and noticed a big hole where his uniform should have been, but his stomach didn't have a single mark on it. I think you should talk to Quinn once we have the time and this is all over, Vorden replied. Anyway, how are you feeling? Layla asked, and I'm feeling good, Peter replied. Better than usual actually, although I am a bit hungry. As Peter said those words, the three of them looked at each other. Somewhere in an unknown place in a large room, there was a large rectangle table that stretched out far and wide. On the table, there was a total of 13 seats, and each one had a person sitting in them, all apart from one. It was a mixture of men and women, and they all looked all sorts of ages, but they all had one thing in common as they sat in their seats, and that was their red-colored eyes. Behind each of the seats was a single purple-colored flame just behind them up attached to the wall, and behind the empty seat there was one that had been lit up as we. A single man sat at the head of the table and started off the conversation. As you can all see, the flame has been lit above the 10th chair. Does that mean he's back? But I thought he had died. Chatter started amongst the 12 in the chairs until the head spoke once again. No, I believe he managed to somehow find someone before he left this world, and they have officially blooded their first, creating a new family. But why now? It's been 100 years. A female shouted, I don't know, but what I do know is we must find this new family and bring them in as soon as possible. Make sure they uphold our laws, and if not, we shall get rid of them all. Chapter 139. A Curious Boy. Inside a near pitch-black training hall, a certain boy was creeping his way forward towards a door. He stood just outside the entrance. Then he stuck his head through the door and peeked into the room, looking around to see if anyone could spot him. And just hovering above him was something that looked like a miniature bull, a little larger than a human's fist. Although this one also had tiny wings and two large fangs on the front of his face. Did you spot anyone, Ham? The kid asked. I don't know, but are you really sure we should be doing this? You could get kicked out of the family? The little flying bull replied, fluttering around in the AIRAS, if that could ever happen. My dad's one of the 13 family leaders, and I'm the one that's going to be his successor. The boy then walked into the large hall with him following in the air closely behind him. With his gel-back black hair and his dark clothing, it was nearly impossible to spot him at night. But there was one distinctive thing that stood out about the boy. It would allow you to see him in the dark even if you were quite a distance away. It was his glowing red eyes, which gave the boy away as a vampire. His name was Fex, and today he had come to the hall inside his family's castle for one reason: to go to the human world. On his back, he carried a relatively large backpack, packed with all sorts of things. Clothes, toothpaste, a brush, and all sorts of essentials. After all, he didn't know how long he would be visiting the human world for. Just then out of his backpack, Fex pulled a small silver ring which had 10 crystals embedded on the inside and all around. He lifted the ring into the air before kissing it. I have to thank you again, Blood Evolver, wherever you are. Because of you, I can finally leave this place. He then placed the ring on the ring finger of his right hand, and was finally ready to go. Come on, Ham, hurry up. Wait, I think I hear someone, Ham said. Just as Ham said it, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Fex quickly looked around the hall, which was filled with square-shaped machinery on the floor, each spaced an equal distance from each other. The gap between each one was quite far. Quickly rummaging through his backpack, Fex pulled out what looked like a piece of paper. Come on, where is it? I need to remember that access code. But the nerves were getting the better of him, and his fingers fumbled as he dropped the piece of paper onto the floor. Fex, there, right there, the bull said, now visibly sweating. Well, let's just hope I don't end up somewhere too bad. Fex then rushed over to one of the square machines on the floor and tapped on top of the machine. A bright display lit up, asking for an access code. Please input the correct access code for your destination. He closed his eyes and tried to remember one of the numbers formed the piece of paper, but he struggled to remember which one led to where. In the end, he had to just go for it and type in the only one he could think of. Access code accepted. The contraption started to open and mechanical sounds could be heard. From the hallway, one of the guards who was roaming could hear the mechanical sounds coming from the room. Is someone using the teleportants? I don't remember an outing plan for today. The man thought. He quickly ran into the room, and just then, he could see Fex standing in front of the circular teleport device. Fex, what are you doing? Duncan. The man shouted. Fex turned around and looked up at the man. He gave him a huge smile before saluting the man. He grabbed Ham and jumped backwards into the teleport circle. Once Fex had gone through, the machine had automatically closed down on its own, and I knew that kid always did crazy things, but this has just gone too far. The man said, I must report this to the family leader immediately. Meanwhile, inside the teleporter, Fex's mind was being distorted, and all he could see around him was a bright array of different colors. Ham, you need to transform. The humans will have a fit if they see you flying above me. A small puff of black smoke appeared around Ham. When the black smoke went away, it was replaced with what looked like a black dangling earring. It was round at the top with a little symbol of a bull on it. In contrast, the dangling bit was long and rectangular on the bottom. Fex quickly grabbed it before putting it on his right ear. Finally, here I come. By dark, gloomy world. Fex yelled excitedly. Just then the tunnel of colors around him seemed to end, and now something felt like it was dragging him through to the other side. When Fex had opened his eyes, he found himself in a large dome-like building with digital signs going all across the walls showing all sorts of advertisements. But the biggest one of them all was one that said, Welcome to Talkland City. Did I finally made it? Fex thought. Fex was currently inside what was known as a city station on Earth. In the center of the city was a large circular device that glowed a bright white color, and every so often people would appear from it. Several different people were coming through, some wearing building equipment, others in suits, and some were even travelers wearing beast gear. City stations could usually be found on most shelters on other planets. Large factions also owned them. As well as the top corporations, there were two types of city stations, an arrival station and a departure station. The departure stations were usually filled with all types of checks. Even those that were privately owned would receive regular checkups from the Human Federation. They would even send their own guys to work as security. If it didn't meet a certain standard, then it would simply be put out of commission. And of course, at each of these stations was an access code that needed to be imputed. This access code was usually given to only a couple of people who worked at city stations. Fex couldn't help but stare around and look in amazement at the place. Can you believe it, Ham?
Fex said.
We made it, and there are so many humans. They look nearly the same as us, although there are some incredibly ugly ones. Fex said a little too loud. The people around him started to give Fex strange looks as they heard him say those words, but at the same time, they couldn't help staring at him. Although he was a teenage boy who looked around 16, they could feel a certain charm pulling them in. Fex, you need to suppress your abilities, Hem said. Oh, that's right, I nearly forgot. Fex closed his eyes and focused, letting the aura that was surrounding his body shrink inside himself. Suddenly, the people who were looking at him no longer felt an urge to stare. Unlike the departure station, the arrival station didn't have much security checks, apart from a few guards who stood by the doors to the exit. After all the checks were done on the other end, and only when they sure it was safe would the access code be inputted, there were also several people that seemed to be waiting for their loved ones. Fex headed for the exit as if he didn't have a worry in the world, but just as he reached the exit, he could see the doors to the outside where the sun was glaring. Time to put this ring to the test, Fex said. He closed his eyes and took one step out into the open sun, and nothing happened. There was no itching feeling or burning pain like when he had gone through his training. It was just the same as when he was in the dark. With a big smile on his face, he continued to walk forward and started to explore the city. From the city station, he was able to see the edge far away in the distance. The city was surrounded by a large wall that was nearly taller than all the SKYCR airs around them. On the buildings, there were also several advertisements for different things, but what he kept seeing the most were either companies selling ability books or those that were recruiting travelers to join their faction. After walking a while, Fex decided to stop by what looked like a food shop. He saw a man walk out with a bag full of food and drinks. Perhaps I can get this thing called wine, the drink my grandpa was talking about, from the shop. Fex thought. He went inside. He started to look around the shop in the drinks section for an item labeled as wine.
How Eve.
He noticed while he was walking around in the shop that others would still continually look at him. I have my ability suppressed, right, Ham? Fex asked. Yes, I can no longer feel your presence. It must just be my natural good looks then. After ignoring the people giving him sideway glances, he had eventually found the drink labeled as wine. There's so many. I guess they all taste the same, right? He grabbed a random bottle and rushed over to the counter. Waiting for his turn, I would like to purchase this, please, Fex said as he started to get out his money card. ID, please. The counter clerk asked at ID. Fex was confused. Unknown to him, every citizen of Earth was required to carry around an ID. If Fex had paid attention in his classes, then he would have known that he would obtain a fake one when he reached the age of 18. How old are you, kid? The clerk said as he looked Fex over from head to toe. 16. Can I not purchase this drink then? I have the money, Fex said, with an innocent smile on his face. No, of course you can. The clerk said, smiling as he proceeded with the payment as usual. Then as Fex had left the shop, the clerk immediately opened up his screen and dialed the number 111. Hello, I'd like to report someone on Bader Street. Yeah, it looks like a student who is committing draft evasion. Black hair, gelled back, with an earring. He didn't seem to have an ID on him either. Chapter 140, Sanguini's Family. Walking down the street with his backpack in his hand, Fex was smiling broadly. His grandpa had looked after him nearly his whole life, and it was only a few years ago that he had decided to go into an eternal sleep and give control of the family over to Fex's father. But Fex never forgot the stories his grandpa used to tell him, the countless things Earth had to offer them as vampires. Of course, it had been many years since his grandpa had visited Earth, but the one thing he would never stop talking about was this drink called wine. This was why Fex put it at the top of his to-do list when he would finally visit Earth. You're being followed, you know, Hem said. Yeah, I can tell, Fex replied. Did the family find us already? Ham asked. Fex started to sniff the air when he noticed that there were at least 4 people following them from a distance. And they don't smell like vampires. Most likely they are humans. But why are they following us? Fex said. Although Fex didn't pay much attention during his lessons, there was one law that was hammered into his head. Never, under any circumstance, reveal yourself to humans. If they found out what you are, you only had 2 options. Bring them back with you to turn them into a blooded, or kill them. Right now he was sure he hadn't done anything to make him look suspicious. Although there was a law against revealing that you're a vampire, there was no such law saying anything about fighting with humans. Fex decided to turn around a corner into a dark alleyway to confront the humans following him. Now you're following me, Fex said. Is it because I bought this? He lifted up the plastic bag that contained the bottle of wine. Look, I know times are rough, but I heard the cities were quite wealthy. If you want, I can buy another bottle for you. Fex offered. The 2 men stepped towards Fex. Relax. We are not looking for trouble. One of them said. We just want to confirm your age, and if you have any ID on you? The other one said, it's about my age again. What's with this place? I already said I'm 16, and about the ID, I must have lost it somewhere. Fex exclaimed. The 2 men then looked at each other. When people were trying to avoid the military draft, it was quite common for them to get rid of their IDs. They would try to live their life by other means, never showing their ID card, but Fex looked young, and he had also confirmed his age to them. No more questioning was needed. The actions they had to take were clear. Fire when you're ready. The first man said, "Looks like I might have to fight my way out of this one." Fex thought. But he knew he had to be careful not to use any of his vampire abilities. But that didn't mean he had to hold back from using his regular abilities. He took a step forward, and a small sharp pain was felt in the side of his neck. What the? As he looked to the side, he noticed that something that looked like a dart had been shot into his neck. Inside the dart, a green liquid could be seen. Why am I suddenly feeling so? See. His eyes started to close, and he had collapsed onto the floor. The two men walked up to the sleeping boy. Luckily, he didn't have a hardening ability. I was ready to get into a scrap there. One of the men said, back at the castle, a certain man was sitting in a large throne-like chair. In his left hand, a single glass contained a red liquid inside, while his other hand was busy restlessly tapping on the arm of his chair. The man looked like the mature version of Fex. They were almost identical with the exception of the goatee that slightly covered his chin. While sitting in the chair, he had a deep frown on his face. This man was Fex's father Lee Sanguiniz. Is there any update? He said. Kneeling down in front of him were 5 of his subordinates. Yes, Sir Lee, we discovered that Fex has arrived at the city of Toklin. Unfortunately, it seems like the humans have managed to get to him before we could, sir. One of the subordinates said. Just then Lee slapped his hand across his forehead while continuing to shake his head. That boy will be the ruin of this family.
Lee said.
The silly boy never paid any attention to his classes, yet he always listened to my father's crazy stories. Do we know where they have taken him? Our resources say that he was taken to one of the military bases to be admitted into military school. When they found him, they thought he was a draft evader. The same subordinate replied. Lee was busy thinking about what to do. If the other families got word of what had happened, then his family would become the laughingstock of the vampire community. Even more worrisome was if their secret was discovered, then their family would also be punished. Luckily, it seemed like the news hadn't spread yet. The other vampire families were all too busy discussing the new family that had appeared. Lee then looked at the 5 subordinates in front of him and was deciding who it would be best to send. Silver. Lee said, "Yes, sir." A female subordinate replied as she stood up. Just like her name suggested, she had bright long silver hair that was tied in a ponytail that nearly went down to her knees. "You are the faithful blood knight of the Sanguini's family. I task with retrieving and returning Fex back to us. Make sure nobody knows about this. You are free to use whatever resources from the family as you see fit." Sliver then bowed down once again. "I shall complete my task without fail," she said, with confidence in her voice. The meeting had ended and each of them had left the room, leaving Lee with his own thoughts. The human world, it has been a long time since I ventured there. Perhaps this will be a good learning experience for him. Remembering his own time on Earth, a rage inside his body started to consume him, and the glass he held in his hand shattered to pieces. It will be to teach him just how cruel those damn humans are to the other world. Chapter 141. Cancelled. All of the students from the expedition had been gathered and were taken to the first-year assembly hall. They weren't allowed to go back to their dorms or put away their equipment. All they could do was talk to one another and speculate why the expedition had been cancelled. Slowly, a strange atmosphere started to fill the room. It wasn't normal for such a thing to happen, especially so sudden like that. I saw some of the mechs from the city leave the shelter. A student said, "Seriously? Why would they mobilize those things? I thought they said the highest tier of beast on the planet was an intermediate tier, didn't you hear?" Another student chimed in. A student spotted black smoke off in the distance in the desert. It seemed like it was coming from a ship. "You don't mean?" The student gasped. "That's right, I heard it might have been a Dalki." The other student replied that a head count was made, and it was made more than once. After the counting had been completed, it looked like the teachers had a worried look on their face as they talked with each other. Faye stood in front of all the first years, prepared to make the announcement, but she was still waiting for all the information to arrive. A soldier came up to her side and whispered something into her ear, after which they did several more head counts. "Are you sure?" Faye replied. "Have you checked the school? Perhaps they have come back?" The soldier nodded in response. All Faye could do was clench her fist. The report had stated that they had found both Hugo's and Ben's body out in the desert. They were able to confirm they had died from Hidalki. However, the other 3 in their group were never found. The only thing they could assume was that the Dalki had also killed them. The 5 of them were part of the group, so it was the most logical conclusion. "Attention!" Faye shouted. The students immediately got in line and saluted her. Then a holographic screen appeared behind them. It was the scoreboard with all the team scores. "First things first, as you may know, the expedition has been cancelled," Faye explained. "What that means for all of you is that the points you had obtained in the first 2 days before the expedition ended will be your final score for this exam." "What?" Erin blurted out, and she wasn't the only one. Right now, their group still had all the winged lizard crystals they had obtained from Berg's group. They hadn't had time to head back to the shelter to have them counted. As Erin looked at their team's position, they still had the same score as before and were placed around the middle of every other group. while Berg's group still sat at the top. Enough, there are more important things than the test. Faye shouted, calming down the chatter among students. Right now there is a high possibility that some of your fellow students have died on this test. And worst of all, it was to the threat we have all been training against, the Dalki. The chatter started once again, and this time, she slammed her weapon into the ground. It caused a loud banging noise to be heard, as its vibrations bounced from the walls and echoed around the entire hall. The Dalki has been swiftly dealt with, and it seems like this was not a planned attack, but a stray ship. This was an unfortunate event, but these things happen from time to time. But this is a reminder to you all why we need to train so hard every single day, and I hope you will remember that. You will have the next 2 days off to rest. After that, classes will return to normal. Rest up for the night. You are dismissed, Faye said, ending her speech. Immediately after Faye had left, the noise in the hall returned to its peak. The students couldn't believe what had happened and soon started to realize which group had most likely been killed by the Dalki, but Aaron wasn't bothered about any of that. You, she shouted and pointed at Quinn. Why did you hide your strength? If you had fought with us that day instead of hiding under that umbrella, we would have gotten a better score. Wait, calm down, Aaron, Layla said as she tried getting in between the two. I'm not happy with you either, Layla. You knew all this, didn't you? Aaron frowned at her before turning to Quinn. And what's with your strange power? How did you heal Peter? He should have died. No more excuses. I want answers for everything that happened. She screamed. Aaron looked at the scoreboard once again, seeing that their position was in the middle, and then looked at Quinn back again, only this time her face was filled with tears. If you were that strong, then why didn't you help? Tears streamed down her face. Quinn knew this whole time, from Aaron's actions, that this assessment was important to her, but the way she was acting now was almost obsessive. Everyone strived to be the best or come out on top, but not like this. These actions weren't normal. I think it's best if we all head back to our room, Layla said. We can explain everything there, and I'm sure Peter has a lot of questions of his own. While the first-year students were being informed of what happened, the three generals were having a meeting of their own. They were at the top floor of the academy, and each of them was sitting at a round table in the head general's office. The only chair that was left empty was that of the head general, Nathan, the head of the first years, Duke, the head of the second years, and the last general, Mike, who was head of communications. His job was to coordinate with the other military bases and plan either joint exercises or missions together. The three of them sat there in silence, and Nathan and Duke just couldn't help having a staring match with each other. Until Duke finally broke the silence. I wonder how many of your students would have died on that expedition if it wasn't for that Sergeant Leo of yours,
Duke said.
I doubt you even have the strength to take on a Dalki yourself. Are you upset because you can't bribe him to come over to your side with one of those Earth ability books of yours? Nathan replied. It's a pity that your tactics of recruiting only works on those weak-minded fools. Duke then stood up from his chair and looked like he was about to hit Nathan, but at the same time, Mike stepped in front of the two. Guys, both of you calm down. I'm telling you now, if I see an injury on you when I leave this room or when I walk around the academy, I won't be healing you, and I won't let you two go to my niece Haley either. Although Mike tried calming the two of them down, he knew most of his words would fall on deaf ears. These two had always hated each other. But then the one person who could calm them down entered the room. The door swung wide open, and a middle-aged man wearing a business suit came walking in. He had neatly cut hair and a suitcase in his hand. He didn't look like he was part of the army at all. But as soon as he had entered the room, all three of the men bowed in salute. We welcome the head general. They all said at once. Calm down. This whole situation has caused enough of a headache as it is. The head general proceeded to sit down in his seat as he brought up an initial report for all three of them to see. We all know these odd attacks have been happening on our beast planets for a while. It seems like these attacks are happening more frequently, but not just that. If we take a look at the beast solar system, every single time an attack takes place, they seem to be getting closer and closer to our starting planet. Dio, you think they're aiming for the city station? Mike asked. It would make sense. The head replied.
FO.
Are now, I believe these solo Dalki are just sent as scouts. They have no clue how strong we have become in this time frame, and they have no clue what security measures we have, but I fear this may mean that the war will be starting again soon. After speaking of these matters with the other generals, the head general went on to speak about a few other things. It was rare for him to actually be in the school, as he would often get called out for meetings, but after going through all the things that needed to be done, there was one last thing he needed to mention. In a couple of weeks, we have a visit from Mr. True Dream, which means I will need you to prepare some students for him. The three generals gave awkward glances at each other as they heard this piece of news. Duke, I expect you to do well, like you always have, the head general said. You can count on me, sir, Duke replied. Chapter 142. You're a what? It was already night, but there was still some time left for the group to talk before their curfew would start. Therefore, they all decided to head to the boys' room to discuss what on earth had happened during the fight with the Dalki. At this point, the tears had stopped falling from Aaron's anxious eyes, but nonetheless Layla continued to comfort and reassure her along the way. Quinn didn't know when it happened, but it seemed like the two of them were now closer than ever. It was strange seeing Layla being the one helping Aaron. When he first arrived at the academy, this was a scene that he'd never imagined he would see. The entire walk through the hallway going towards a boy's room, everybody kept silent. It was eerie. None of them knew exactly how to explain what had happened. Peter was especially curious about what had happened after he jumped between Quinn and the Dalkey. "Hey, Quinn," Vorden whispered, as the two of them were walking in the front, leading the group. "Are you really going to tell her everything? Can't you just keep it about the shadow ability and forget about the other thing?" "Then how would I explain what happened to Peter? How about all the blood that Layla was collecting?" Quinn replied, "You have a good point, but what if she freaks out and starts telling everyone?" Vorden asked. Quinn looked back at Aaron, who was behind him. To be honest, it seemed to him that her priorities weren't geared towards learning about Quinn or Peter, but on why he had to hide his strength from her in the first place. "Actually," Quinn said, "I'm more worried regarding how Peter will react about the whole thing." Eventually, they arrived at the boys' dormitory, and they were all able to enter the room in peace. The three boys promptly sat on Vorden's bed, while the two girls sat on Quinn's. "I suppose I should be the one who starts explaining first," Quinn said while standing up. He moved towards the center of the two groups. "Recently, as you may all know, Vorden and I had entered the Red Portal Planet. While we were there, I discovered a strange ability book. One that allowed me to control shadows. It was a strange book, because it disappeared the moment I learned the ability." Quinn then tapped the surface of his wristwatch 3 times. The number suddenly changed from a 1 to a 6. When he tapped it another 3 times, it changed back to 1 again. "That I knew it," Aaron said. "But why did you have to hide it from us? If you wanted to keep it a secret from everyone, we could have just hidden and hunted away from others. Because of you, we probably would have lost our chance at becoming first." At that point, Quinn took in a deep breath. "That's because I have an even bigger secret that I was hiding." Layla and Vorden stared at Quinn. They struggled to keep their gazes on him. They knew this must have been hard to say for him. Vorden wasn't too sure if it was the right thing to, but he had already prepared himself for whatever would come of this. He knew that Quinn was too kind-hearted to deal with this himself. If Aaron wasn't going to keep it a secret, then Vorden would be the one to do something about it. "I'm a vampire," Quinn said, looking at Aaron and Peter with a nervous look on his face. Peter gave no reaction at all, but it wasn't because he had figured it out or anything. He just couldn't believe the words he was hearing. Still, it all started to make sense in a way, with the umbrella and Layla collecting the blood. However, he questioned himself if vampires were actually real, though Peter's train of thought was quickly interrupted by Aaron. "What's a vampire?" Aaron asked, the innocent ignorance showing on her face. The others then all turned their heads, now looking towards Aaron. It wasn't that rare for someone not to know what a vampire was in this modern day and age. A lot of entertainment products connected to vampires had lessened over the years. There weren't many films, books, or even games that had been made featuring them. However, on TV, there were plenty of times when old films would be shown, and this was where most of the others got their knowledge of what a vampire was. However, Aaron had been raised without a life of entertainment. There were no fantasy books, games, or movies provided for her. All her time and education only had to do with fighting or learning about the current state of the world. She wasn't the only one in this position since a lot of them shared her ignorance. Quinn was in a similar situation himself. He had heard the term vampires, but didn't really know much about them, so he had to rely on Layla to explain it to him. With that confession, the others slowly started to explain what a vampire was to her, how they were weaker in the sunlight, and most of all, they required human blood to keep on living. All of this news was coming as quite a shock to Aaron because it sounded so fake in her mind. "So this is what you guys came up with to try to give an excuse why Quinn didn't use his powers,"
she said.
"Well, I'm not buying it. I don't believe that a human that needs blood to serve Eve exists. If there were such creatures as vampires, why haven't they revealed themselves to the world already?" Aaron then went towards the door, pulling it open before saying her final words. "You guys disappoint me. I was starting to think that we were a team, not a bunch of liars." With that, she closed the door behind her and stormed off. "Do you think she'll tell anyone?" Quinn asked. "Are you kidding? With a reaction like that?" Vorden replied. "She didn't even believe it herself. She'll have an easier time convincing someone that she's a boy rather than you being a vampire." "Well, how did we expect her to react?" "Oh, it's okay. You can have my blood anytime. She's not Layla, for goodness sake." Layla was annoyed at Vorden's remarks, but at the same time, she couldn't deny that she had the same reaction when she found out. "I'm going to go check up on her, just to make sure she really doesn't tell anyone. I'll give you an update about it tomorrow, Quinn." Although Aaron didn't seem to believe it, Peter for some reason did. He didn't know how to explain it, but ever since he had left, his body felt different. His hearing was better, and he didn't feel as weak as before. There was some sort of connection that he felt between Quinn and him. It was as if the two of them were now connected, somehow. The last thing that convinced him was the fact that he wasn't dead. He remembered seeing the Dalkey's fist go through his own stomach. "Quinn, Does it mean that I'm a vampire now too? Peter asked. As Peter asked that question, Quinn didn't know what to reply because Peter wasn't the same as him. While Quinn was originally a halfling, Peter was something known as a ghoul. Just what was a vampire ghoul? Quinn thought, I'm afraid it isn't good news.
The system said.
Out of all the possibilities he could have turned into, this was the outcome I was hoping for the least. The system's words didn't give Quinn great hope, and what he was about to hear lessened his optimism even further. Chapter 143. Vampire Ghoul. Lately, the system seemed to be the bearer of bad news more than bringing good. Quinn already had a feeling that the word ghoul didn't have the best sound, but at the moment Peter seemed fine, and Quinn decided to put his worries behind him. What's with the look on your face? Peter said worriedly. Oh, it's nothing, I just think maybe we should note this down on a piece of paper or something so you remember what I tell you, Quinn replied. He then went over to his desk and pulled out a piece of paper from his drawer. Vorden and Peter were hovering over his shoulder taking a look at what he was writing. First Quinn put his name at the top and by the side wrote down the word vampire. He then listed all the strengths and weaknesses he had. Super strength, abnormal healing, and the ability to see in darkness. He also listed down the powers he had along with it. Then underneath with a line branching off from the top he wrote down Peter's name and wrote the word ghoul. I'm a guh.
Eh?
Peter said, looking at the word. What does that mean? First, do you feel any different, Peter? Or has anything changed, like voices in your head or weird things in your vision? Quinn was trying to see if Peter also had a system, but he needed to tiptoe around the word. Other than my body feeling better, there haven't been any other changes. What about your ability? Vorden asked. I remember when Quinn asked me if I wanted to turn into a vampire, he said I would lose my ability. Peter then quickly went over to his desk where he always had a small ball of earth to practice on. He held it on his hands and tried to do what he usually did, but there was nothing. What's not working? Do I really have no ability at all? Peter said, all panicky. Calm down. Quinn interrupted. Don't worry about it too much. Although your ability is gone, you can learn a new one. We just need to find one that's compatible like my shadow book. You mean I can have the same ability as yours? Peter asked. Quinn started to laugh nervously. Unfortunately, after learning the ability, it got destroyed by a beast. Vorden quickly interrupted. Anyway, let me try to explain everything I know, Quinn said as he grabbed the pencils and wrote a pros and cons list right next to Peter's name. Are you ready? The system asked. While the system explained the difference between a vampire and a vampire ghoul, Quinn would write it down on a piece of paper while explaining it out loud to the others. Why don't we start with the positives? The system said. First, unlike a vampire, a ghoul is not affected by sunlight. Peter breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. I thought I might have to start carrying an umbrella around everywhere. The system continued, and so did Quinn. Ghouls are stronger, faster, and can see better than a human. But their main strength is their incredible healing abilities. They are even more impressive than yours, Quinn. Broken bones, chunks of flesh will be instantly healed on the spot. That isn't too bad, Vorden said. Peter, this means we can just say you have a self-healing ability. There are a few of them out there. Although we will have to keep it a secret from the school, since they all think you have an earth ability. What if someone sees, or tries hurting me and finds out? Peter asked. Don't worry, not many people know of the other students' ability other than the staff, but if push comes to shove, I can try clearing their mind with my influence skill. Quinn replied. Now the next bit of information is more for you, Quinn. The system said. Ghouls are most loyal to their maker. The main reason for this is because your blood resides inside their body. Unfortunately, what this means is you will need to supply Peter with your own blood, otherwise his body will start to deteriorate and eventually will cease to exist. As long as he gets a supply of your blood, then he will live on forever by your side. What do you mean by loyal? Quinn asked. Similar to how your charm skill works, what? Whatever you command, Peter will feel like he has no choice but to obey, although this does depend on the amount of your blood that remains inside his body. The longer he goes without a new dose of blood, the less inclined he will be to follow your orders. Right now, Quinn was feeling bad for Layla and Vorden. It seems like a bloody business was taking place. While Quinn would get his blood from Layla or Vorden, then Peter would need to get his blood from him, which would require Quinn to get more blood from the others. What about human blood? Will I need to drink that? Peter asked as he gulped, feeling a strange new hunger in his stomach. Oh, there is no need to drink human blood, Quinn replied. Actually, unlike me who gets stronger from human blood, it will have no effect on you. Right now it seemed like they were getting a clearer picture of how a ghoul worked. It had superhuman capabilities similar to a vampire, but had none of the vampire skills Quinn had at his disposal. But it did have supernatural healing that surpassed his own, as well as being able to retain his strength in the sun. Although he wasn't too strong now, once Peter had an ability, the others could see him becoming quite powerful. The only con so far was the fact that he needed Quinn's blood. Although Quinn decided to leave the loyalty part out of his explanation, the two of them already felt this strange connection without having to say anything, and Quinn had a feeling if he asked Peter to do something, he would. But Quinn knew the system wouldn't have said this was one of the worst options if this was the only issue with being a ghoul. Now, time for the cons. the system said. Hearing these words made Quinn's hand shake a little, and the others could see this as he was getting ready to write down what the system was telling him. First off, the ability for Peter to eat regular food has completely disappeared. If he eats regular food, he will immediately throw it back up. This didn't sound too bad. After all, Quinn himself was only in a slightly better situation. At the moment, the only food he could enjoy was meat. Everything else seemed to give him quite the allergic reaction to things, similar to that time he had eaten the food pill. But as long as it was meat, and more specifically red meat, he could still enjoy the taste of it quite well. Then does he just have to live off my blood then? Quinn asked the system. No, the blood is a rare thing, and will hardly be needed. I would more often feed Peter just to keep him loyal to you, but still, a ghoul needs a food source. The system replied. Well, just tell me already, what is it? Quinn responded in an annoyed way. A ghoul needs to feed on human flesh, the system said, sounding softer at the end. The pencil in Quinn's hands had dropped onto the table and rolled onto the floor. Quinn, is something wrong? Vorden asked. He then turned to look at Peter. Peter, you're not feeling hungry by any chance, are you?
Quinn asked.
I'm feeling a bit peckish. I haven't eaten since this morning after all. Peter replied honestly. Human blood was fine, but human flesh, it wasn't like Quinn could chop off Layla's finger and feed it to Peter every day, and more than anything, what would Peter think of all this? Chapter 144. Worst case? During this whole time, Quinn had basically been repeating to the others what the system had told him, making sure to leave out the parts that weren't needed. They had a right to know about the vampire stuff, especially since the two of them were closely involved, but there was no reason for them to know about the system. But when the system had said the last line, he couldn't hide the shock of the words that had been spoken, and now was thinking how to break the news to Peter. Peter, maybe, it's best if you sat down for this. Quinn said. What, why? Peter looked at him, fidgeting. You're making me even more scared. Just sit down. Quinn said, but as he said these words his eyes started to glow a little. Peter didn't know why, but he felt like he needed to complete the task immediately. After sitting on the bed, Quinn was trying to find the best way to put the bad news into words. I can see this is troublesome, so let me give you a solution for now, the system said. As a temporary measure, he might be able to last a few days on raw animal meat, but sooner or later you'll have to grab him human flesh. He looked Peter in the eyes and finally found the courage to tell him. Being a ghoul means you can no longer eat regular food. You're going to have to eat raw meat from now on. Raw meat? As an uncooked food? Peter questioned. Won't I get sick from it though? They carry so many diseases, and the human body isn't designed to process raw food. As Peter continued to speak, his words got faster, as he panicked even more. Maybe you're wrong. Why don't I just try eating some normal food and see how it goes? For goodness sake, Peter, listen to yourself. Vorden shouted. I know this must be a scary thing, but listen. Quinn is just trying to help you here. Just then, Vorden and Quinn decided to head to the nearby convenience store to grab some things as a test while they asked Peter to stay in the room. Once again, although Peter was scared and wanted to come with them, a certain feeling was passing from Quinn and onto Peter, making him feel like he had to obey. That I guess this is what the system was talking about. I can feel a connection between the two of us. Quinn thought. As the two of them walked to the convenience store, Quinn was keeping awfully quiet, which made Vorden suspicious that Quinn was holding something else back. Go on, tell me then. Vorden said. You could have gone to the shop on your own, but you wanted me to come along. It's about Peter. Quinn said quietly. I didn't tell Peter everything. Being a ghoul doesn't mean he has to eat raw meat. He needs to eat raw human meat. Raw animal meat will only work for a short time. Suddenly Vorden stopped in his tracks. Quinn, I'm being serious when I sue. Guess this here, but wouldn't it be better to just kill Peter? And before you say anything, hear me out. He already tried taking our lives, and we know the reason behind it now. But I'm afraid this will just cause you more problems in the future. He saved your life, and you saved his, and if I kept a scoreboard, he still needs to save you one more time to make it even. He's not the type of guy who can handle this, and if he gets caught, then don't think he won't give you, and he won't. He can't, Quinn replied. How can you be so sure? Vorden asked, a bit surprised by Quinn's sudden answer. It was hard for Quinn to explain, but he could feel the connection between the two of them now. Essentially, Peter's whole existence now depended on him, and as long as Quinn asked for it, Peter would do it. Well, I can tell you won't take my suggestion, but let me tell you this then. Vorden said. Taking a life isn't as easy as you think. Although Quinn knew the weight behind Vorden's words, what Vorden didn't know is Quinn had already done just that, and it was easier than he had expected. Perhaps for a human, it wasn't so easy, but the same couldn't be said for a vampire like Quinn now, especially those people that deserved it. The two continued to go to the shop and bought all sorts of packs of meat. Vorden was ready to use his wristwatch, but Quinn just straight up paid for it instead. When did you become so wealthy? Vorden asked. Did I have my ways? Quinn winked back with a smile. Finally, the two had returned to the dorm room where Peter had stayed waiting for them. He was in the same spot as when the two had left him. That smells nice, Peter said. What did you bring? Quinn then pulled out the packs of food. Some were raw pieces of steak and pork while the others were pre-packed food that had already been cooked. Peter didn't need to see anything because his nose was already telling him which one smelled better. It was one of the first clear signs that he had changed. Immediately, when they entered the room, the sweet scent had filled the entire room, and it wasn't coming from the cooked meat. Well, do you want to try the packed pre-cooked meat first?
Quinn asked.
But I'm telling you, you're going to get sick from this. No, it's okay, Peter said, with the sound of resignation in his voice. Just give me the other stuff. They placed the raw steak out on a plate and put it right in front of Peter. Is he really going to eat it? Vorden said. I don't know, it looks pretty good to me as well. Quinn replied, I can't tell if you're trying to be funny or what, man. Vorden said, with a disgusted look on his face. It didn't take long for Peter to dive in. Seeing the raw steak in front of him suddenly caused his hunger to grow more and more to the point he couldn't hold back, and without even using the knife and fork by his side, he picked up the steak with his 2 hands and started biting into it. His once dull teeth had turned sharp like a lion's, helping him rip the meat to pieces, and after only a couple of minutes the whole steak had been devoured. Sobbing then could be heard from his chair. I'm a monster, he cried. Peter,
Vorden said.
You're less of a monster now than you were before. At least you know what you are, and what you did before was wrong. How do you think Quinn feels after saving your life and you saying that right in front of him? Peter knew Vorden was right, so he wiped his tears and stood up smiling at Quinn. As he did, his teeth were all bloody from the meal. Thank you, Quinn. I'm sorry for being so selfish. With the experiment done, and the other two feeling a bit better, they placed the remainder of the raw meat in their fridge. But the only one that got a good night's sleep was Peter. The other two were lost in thought. Vorden couldn't stop thinking about the fact that he was sleeping in a room with a cannibal. At least Quinn would only suck his blood, but with Peter, he might wake up with an arm missing. While Quinn was thinking along similar lines, System, do you know how long until he starts craving for human flesh, and will I still be able to control him? Quinn asked. His hunger will outgrow your commands, but he will not attack you. However, about a time frame, I am unsure. Best case scenario is a week. And worst case? Quinn asked. Tomorrow. Chapter 145. The Crystals. The next day had arrived, and when Vorden had woken up, he had faint bags under his eyes. Quinn eventually managed to get some sleep, but he didn't seem to have fared much better either. Didn't get much sleep? Quinn asked. Vorden shook his head while looking at Peter, who seemed to still be sleeping peacefully away. At least he still looks like a human. All of the first-year students had gotten the next 2 days off after the expedition. With the next 2 days off, Quinn knew he needed to hurry and find a solution for Peter's situation. It was a large city that not only had the people from the school but the workers and soldiers outside as well. There was bound to be a morgue in the city. Although crimes that lead to death did not occur, like in a regular city since most of the citizens were soldiers, but that didn't mean there weren't any. One thing was for sure, they didn't want to get a body from the morgue in the school they were in. It would be too obvious and another investigation would be carried out. While Quinn was thinking about what to do, a knock was heard at the door. When they opened the door, they were surprised to see Layla there. She was on her own though, but came to update them on the situation with Aaron. It seems like she has calmed down a bit, Layla said. And I'll be honest, it was strange. She really wasn't upset by the fact you were a vampire even after I tried explaining it to her, but just that you could have helped us out more during the assessment. Anyway, what about him? Quinn then went on to explain about what had happened to Peter, and how he had turned into a ghoul. When Quinn mentioned this, her face immediately dropped. She had read Inu GH books to know some of the downsides of being in close proximity to a ghoul. Some of them were blood-hungry, starved creatures, while others constantly craved human flesh, and after hearing Quinn's explanation it seemed like she was right. You know, after seeing you turn Peter, I thought you were hiding something from me, but I guess this was something you were afraid of, and honestly being a vampire is cool and all, but being a ghoul not so much, Layla said. Quinn started to think about what Layla had just said. Before everything had happened, he was seriously considering turning Layla into a vampire. However, the system had stated that this outcome, someone turning into a ghoul, was one of the options. System, if I was to use the blood ritual on Layla, would it be the same result? Quinn asked. Honestly, I'm not sure. It depends on the person and the situation they were in. Perhaps Peter had turned because of how close to death he was when the ritual was formed, but maybe he would have turned into one, anyway considering how weak his mind was. I can't say that it won't happen, but I believe that Layla would have a higher chance of turning into something else. For now, Quinn decided to keep the words of the system to himself. He already had enough problems to deal with, and he didn't need another one if Layla was to turn into something else even more problematic than a ghoul. Oh, I almost forgot, Vorden said, as he went under his bed and pulled out a small bag before throwing it over to Quinn, who caught it. Quinn opened the bag and noticed that it seemed to be full of crystals. Since the expedition ended early, we got to keep all of those. You mean these are? Quinn asked, with a look of excitement on his face. Yep. The winged lizard crystals you asked for, Vorden replied with a smile. Looking in the bag, there looked to be around 30 of them. Quinn couldn't imagine what the group must have done to be able to obtain this many. But now he realized why Aaron was incredibly upset. With this amount of crystals, their group would have come out on top of the whole leaderboard. Right now, though he had enough crystals to create a costume for himself. The cape that Sam used was hard enough to block Quinn's blood swipes, while also being flexible. If he could use this to create a full set of clothing, then he would finally be able to fight during the day. Although at first, he wasn't sure who he could go to for help to design a costume. Suddenly someone came to mind. Logan. If there was anyone who was good at creating things and knowing if something was possible or not, he would be the one to go to. Still, he couldn't just leave Peter as he was, not with the chance of him turning into a flesh-hungry monster. Vorden could see that Quinn seemed to be struggling with something. There must have been a reason why he had told him and Layla to gather as many of those crystals as possible. Just go do whatever you need to do, Vorden said. Layla, and I can deal with the problem. I have an idea, anyway. Are you sure? What about the others? Do you want me to pay you guys for these? Quinn asked. Are you joking? Layla said. Quinn, if it wasn't for you back then when the Dalki attacked, we would have all lost our lives, and that includes Aaron. As much as she says she's angry at you, she can't deny that you saved our lives. The least we could do is give you these crystals for free. Quinn looked at them one more time and knew that if there was anyone he could rely on, it would be Vorden, and even more so with Layla helping him. All right, just let me know if there are any problems. I should be in the VIP area just above. After that, Quinn quickly rushed out of the room with the crystals in his hand. And the VIP area? Layla said. I wonder what he's doing there. Who knows? Vorden said as he shrugged his shoulders. Just then Peter was starting to wake up and rub his eyes. But right now, we have a bigger problem to deal with. Inside the second-year building, Duke was sitting down at his desk smoking a cigar in his office. He wasn't much of a smoker, but when he was under immense pressure, he found that he tended to smoke a lot more cigars than normal. Damn, that true dream guy is coming again. Duke said to himself. The door to the room then swung open as one of the sergeants with an afro on the top of his head and sunglasses on came walking in. His name was Raphael, and was one of the teachers for the second-year students. Sir, I have brought the list of names that you asked for. Raphael then came forward and handed over a little stick to Duke. When placing it on the table, a digital display of students had appeared. Let's see. It looks like we have a good mix of abilities here, Duke said. And you've checked the background of all of these? There will be no complaints from important families if something was to go wrong, correct? Yes, SIRD. At the top of the list of names, one of the students' picture was being displayed. It was of a picture of Peter Chuck. Chapter 146, A Ghoul's Power. It was their day off, and early in the morning, Quinn was going out to meet up with Logan. He had left both Layla and Vorden behind to keep an eye on Peter. Quinn had told them that at some point, Peter would be required to eat human flesh. It could take up to a week, but it could also be tomorrow. There was no way to know for sure that it could also be as soon as today. Vorden thought to himself. We can't be that unlucky, right? He certainly hoped this was not the case. Unfortunately, the tasks that Quinn had given to them were quite difficult. Not only did they need to look out for Peter's safety, but they also had to find a way to get human flesh without letting him find out about it. Come on, Peter, Vorden said. Let's head outside. Outside? Peter asked, his tone slightly confused. Well, if I were you, the first thing I'd want to do was to test out my new powers. Quinn said that you are some kind of superhuman, right? Well, why don't we take a look at what you can do now? I think that's a great idea, Layla said while bobbing up and down. Although she didn't like the sound of being turned into a ghoul, perhaps it also had its good sides. The three of them grabbed a few things and got ready to go outside. Layla even took her beast equipment with her. A lot of the students carried around their beast weapons as they walked through the city, but some chose not to, mainly because currently they were in one of the safest places on the planet. However, since the Dalki had attacked some students during the extraplanar expedition, everyone seemed to be more on edge and always ready for battle. Just as they were about to leave, Peter stopped by the entrance. Don't worry, Layla said. Even Quinn doesn't burn under the sunlight. He just feels weak and sluggish. Besides, just in case Quinn was wrong, I brought an umbrella with me. What are you doing? Peter thought to himself. You spent your whole life as a weakling and now, just maybe, it can start to change. After convincing himself, Peter closed his eyes and stepped outside to where the sun could touch his skin. Just as Quinn had said, he didn't feel any weaker than before. He felt the same on the inside as he did outside. With this information, a smile appeared on Peter's face. At the least, he could live a somewhat normal life without having to hide in the shadows all the time. The group walked towards the park, and once they arrived, they headed deeper into the park woods. They followed the man-made trail that was often used for people to hike through, until eventually leaving the trail. As they traveled farther away from the beaten path, they continued to walk until they had finally found a quiet and clear area in the woods that was devoid of trees. It was also hidden from view. This place is perfect. Besides, if anyone comes close, we will be able to hear them in time, Vorden said. What should we test first? Layla asked. How about strength and speed? Vorden said as he walked up to Layla, holding out his hand.
Do you mind?
Layla looked at Vorden. These days, he seemed to be more reliable than before. She still felt that he was a bit crazy in the head, but couldn't call him an outright bad person, not without any evidence anyway.
Fine.
She held out her hand and allowed Vorden to copy her abilities. The two of them then lifted a bunch of branches and sticks off of the ground. Because Layla's ability was quite weak, the maximum they could lift was 2 each, making it 4. Just your best to avoid the sticks as much as you can. Vorden shouted as the two stood around 5 meters away from Peter. Looks like not only has his speed gotten better, but his reflexes as well, Vorden said. But he's still Peter. Peter nodded when he was ready, and the two of them immediately started to hover the sticks up in the air, aiming to hit Peter with them. The sticks were light, allowing Vorden and Layla to move them quite fast. They were easily as fast as regular attacks, and with 4 of them coming from different directions, it was like 2 people were fighting against Peter at the same time. For Peter, it was the first time that he felt confident during a practice. It was like he could see the attacks coming towards him. When he told his body to move, it followed what he wanted to do, avoiding the branches of sticks. It was amazing since whatever Peter thought in his head, his body reacted and did it, unlike when his body didn't respond to his thoughts against other people before. Just then, Vorden timed both sticks at the right time. When one went in for the attack, if Peter was to avoid it, the other one would be right in time to strike him. Peter pulled his body back, avoiding the first stick. Then, the second one from behind came right at his face, but he still managed to catch the second stick out of the air at the last second just as he pulled his face back. However, the tip of the stick still managed to cut his cheek, drawing the smallest amount of blood. "Oh, sorry, Peter," Vorden yelled as the two of them rushed over. But by the time they reached him, the blood had fallen on the ground, and the cut that was once on Peter's cheek was no longer there. "Looks like the super healing can be checked as well," Vorden said with a smile on his face. He was actually glad that this had happened, because he was afraid that if they were to test out the super healing any other way, then it would cause Peter to grow hungrier even quicker. The next test they had for Peter was his strength. For this trial, they used a simple tree. Although Vorden was considered one of the students at the peak physical fitness for his height and age, even he wouldn't be able to damage a tree with his bare hands. That was unless he was wearing beast gear, or had some type of ability to help him. "So you want me to just punch the tree?" Peter asked, looking at it carefully. The tree was mighty, and its trunk was thicker than Peter himself. Just imagining punching the thing, he could already feel the pain in his knuckles. "Just go for it," Layla said. "You already know that you have super healing." "But that doesn't mean that I don't feel any pain," Peter said. But he was also curious to see how much stronger he had gotten. He readied himself and looked at the tree, then pulling back his fist, he swung it outward. However, at the last second, he tried pulling back his power for fear of hurting himself. As he hit the tree, he had done so at an odd angle, causing his wrist to bend on impact. He screamed out in pain. As the two went to take a look, they could see that a part of his bone had come out and pierced through his skin, but at the same time, it was healing then and there in an instant. When they looked at the tree, there was a large dent that had been made. Not one large enough to cause the tree to fall over, but one that would be impossible for most humans by using their bare hands. Once Peter's wrist was healed, he started to twist it around and move about. It seemed to be working just like normal. "Well, we know you have abnormal strength, that's for sure, but I think there's a clear difference between you and Quinn," Layla said. "What do you mean?" Peter asked, still rolling his wrist around, making sure everything worked okay. "Well, let's say if Quinn was to do the same thing, even if he didn't punch the tree dead on, his wrist probably would have been fine. I think that's because his body is stronger than that of a regular human," Layla explained. "While yours, although you have super strength, your body is still just like ours, made of regular bones and flesh. If you attack at full power, you will probably end up hurting yourself, breaking a bone just like what you did back then. Heck, even humans break their bones when they fight, so for you with your extra strength, it's a little worse. You're going to have to learn to control it." As soon as Layla had finished explaining, the wristwatch on Peter's arm started to light up. When he looked at it, he could see a voice message that had been left. "This is General Duke. Peter Chuck, you are required to come to my office in the second-year building immediately. I have some important things to discuss with you." As soon as Vorden heard the message, there was no longer any need for him to ask Peter, who was behind everything. He had already figured it out. Why else would the head of the second years have anything to do with the first year? The only problem now was, how could he go up against a general of a military base? Chapter 147. Bite me or love me. An order from the general was absolute, and a strict punishment awaited those who disobeyed them. Although there weren't many rules when it came to what happened between the students themselves, the same couldn't be said for those who were above them. If you broke the rules enough times, then you would be led to an underground dungeon. The school couldn't just kick you out. Those who went in almost never came back out, and the ones who did come back came as different people. There was also a rumor that had been going around that the students who were sent into the dungeon came back without any abilities at all. Because of this, even Vorden was worried about going up against a general of the school. Perhaps he could use his family's power to influence the military's decision about Duke, but that would require evidence, and a lot more than a single testimony from Peter. The group had no choice but to follow Duke's command. "What should I do?" Peter asked as he walked back to the military base with the other two. "We'll follow along as far as we can go. But if they see you with us, then they'll think you're no longer on their side. Just agree to whatever they ask of you for now, and we can figure it out later, Vorden said. Just then, as they were about to exit the forest, Vorden suggested that Peter walk up ahead while they followed him from behind. They needed to be extra careful just in case, but before Peter left, the forest warden had a few words to say. Peter, I'm taking my chances with you this time. I don't know why, but Quinn seems to completely trust you, and while I have forgiven you, it doesn't mean I trust you. Not yet, or maybe ever. Layla nudged Vorden in the ribs. Give the guy a break, will you? She whispered. He went through a near-death experience, and now he's just been told that he's a ghoul. You don't have to say out loud what he already knows. She gave Peter an encouraging smile. However, Vorden was dead serious. He still saw Peter as a liability, and if it wasn't for Quinn, he would have gotten rid of him by now. They had finally arrived at the second-year building, which was stationed on the east side of the school. From this point on, Vorden and Layla could no longer follow as there were second-year students standing just outside, and they didn't have a good reason. Still, Peter managed to walk straight past the two second-year students as they had been expecting him, but Vorden and Layla knew they couldn't because they would be stopped. Peter entered the building and walked into Duke's office. Please, come and sit down, Peter, Duke said as he closed the door behind him before sitting back in his seat. It seems the two of us haven't been able to talk since the last task I had set for you. Duke then went under his desk and pulled out several books and placed them on the table. There were 3 Earth Ability books numbered from 2 up to 4. Although things didn't go quite according to plan, you still held up your end of the bargain, and I don't want to seem like a person who doesn't keep his promises, he said, smiling. If Peter didn't notice it before, he could definitely notice it now. There was something sinister about Duke's smile. Just why was he trying so hard to get rid of Vorden in the first place? Peter thought. Isn't everyone on the same side to fight against the Dalki? But Peter remembered Vorden's words and grabbed the books. Thank you, sir. Is there anything else you would like me to do? Peter asked. We have a visitor next week, and I'm going to need you to learn the Earth Ability up to level 4. It's why I also gave you books 2 and 3. It should be easier for you to learn the abilities quickly if you do them step by step. In a couple of weeks, come back and report to me. You are dismissed. Peter then bowed down to the general before leaving the room. Looks like I've been able to convert another one. In the end, everyone wants to be at the top. The Duke thought. As Peter left the room, he spotted Earl waiting just outside to be called in. What are you looking at, you dog? He snapped back. Earl still hadn't recovered from what Vorden had done to him before the outing, and because he was weaker than Vorden, he couldn't take it out on him. So he decided to take it out on Peter instead. Hearing those words and seeing Earl again, sudden images started to appear in his head. Unpleasant images. Very unpleasant.
Hey, I know. Why?
Don't you wait for me out back after this? Me and the boys have a little surprise for you, Earl said. Whatever you say, Earl. Peter replied, secretly smiling on the inside. As Peter walked down the hallway and towards the back exit of the school, he couldn't suppress the smile that suddenly appeared on his face. I'll be waiting for you, all right. While the others were busy doing their own thing, Erin had eventually calmed down from it all. She thought back and had to admit that even if Quinn had hidden his powers in the end, he had saved their lives from the Dalki. She couldn't stay upset about not coming first. When she thought back to the image of the Dalki, her body started to shiver uncontrollably. Calm down, Erin. Deep breaths. She thought to herself. She had regained her composure, but now she started to think about Quinn a bit more. Just what was a vampire, actually? Even though Layla had tried her best to explain it, it really wasn't something she could comprehend. It didn't sound like an ability, but more like an entirely different species altogether. But the strangest thing of it all was what species could survive only on the blood of humans. Maybe I can think of them as humanoid mosquitoes. Yeah, that sounds right. They're humanoid mosquitoes. Erin thought to convince herself. If there were no humans, how would vampires survive, and what would happen to Quinn if he didn't get any blood? While she was fine with keeping Quinn's identity a secret, she was nervous about covering her own back and curious to see just how dangerous this vampire thing actually was. Eventually, that led her to the library. At first, Erin went down the nonfiction aisle to see if there was anything she could find, but there was nothing. There were no vampires, and there didn't seem to be anything close to describing them in the first place. If it wasn't in any of the official records, it was slowly starting to make sense to her why everyone wanted her to keep it a secret. This left her with no choice but to head to the fiction section, and nearly instantly, she found several novels about vampires. But just from looking at the covers, she found it really hard to tell what vampires were. Vampire. The Last Blood Bite Me or Love Me Thicker Than Blood. Some of the covers even seemed to have men in suggestive poses, while other books deemed vampires as vicious killers. But the one thing they all had in common was the theme around blood. Erin decided to just pick up one of the books at random. She picked up the book titled Bite Me or Love Me. She stood there in the aisle and started reading it, but before she knew it, she couldn't put the book down. My word, what are they doing? Just from reading the novel, her face started to go red. So you're interested in vampires, huh? A boy's voice said, coming from her left side. She turned her head to see who it was. She could see a student, one she hadn't come across before, or maybe she had. Erin had a bad habit of only remembering PLEs she cared about. But when looking at this boy, she had a feeling if she had seen him she would have remembered him, as something was pulling her towards him. "I didn't expect to see a beautiful girl like you here," the boy said as he swept back his black hair. "The nan's fit. Nice to meet you." Chapter 148. A Problem. Outside the second-year building, out in the open field, Layla and Vorden were still patiently waiting. Peter had gone a while ago, but now they started to wonder what was taking him so long. "Do you think something might have happened to him?" Layla asked, looking at the 2 second-years that stood directly outside the building, like they were guard dogs. "I'm not sure. He doesn't look like the type that's good at lying," Vorden replied to her question. "Then again, he did fool me and Quinn before, without us having a clue. Would you stop being so salty about that?" "It's getting annoying," Layla said, getting sick of the fact that Vorden seemed to be putting Peter down whenever they talked about him. "Right now, all of us are trying to help each other. That's how it should be. That's how this world should have been in the first place before the introduction of powers came and changed everything." Vorden could tell that there seemed to be some sort of pain behind Layla's words. Then again, it was normal for people who were of the lower class to be unhappy with the current system. Before the war with the Dalki, everyone had a voice in some way. They had a right to vote, and they had the chance to change things. But after the war, that all changed. Now, if you are of a lower class, the people in power don't care about what you think. "It's not the powers themselves that are at fault," Vorden replied. "It's the people at the top who made the current system who are at fault." Eventually, the two of them felt they had waited for far too long. They came to the conclusion that it wasn't likely that Peter was going to come out anytime soon. They had a feeling something might have happened. With that in mind, the two of them decided to stop waiting out front and started to head around the back. There was no entrance to get into the school from the back, since the second-year building was up against the school walls which surrounded the entire military camp, but perhaps they could find some other entrance either by climbing some walls or through some other means. The two of them needed to be careful that they weren't seen while they were sneaking around, so the two of them would be using Layla's abilities to make sure of that. When they got around to the back side of the building, they could see another student standing guard there. Using Layla's powers, they both lifted up a couple of stones and threw them to distract the student. "Are you ready?" Layla asked with a smile on her face. When she realized what kind of face she was making, she quickly stopped. She couldn't believe she was actually having fun sneaking around and causing true
Blee.
And with Vorden of all people, I thought, "You do look a little cute when you are smiling," Vorden said as a response. Peter was patiently waiting outside the place where he had suggested. While waiting, Peter started to look around the place. Since there were no exits, there weren't many students moving about back here. There was also a plain wall, but it was nearly impossible for someone to scale unless they had some type of ability. As Peter continued to look at the wall, he was wondering if he, in his current state, could do such a thing. But just as he was in the middle of this thought, he heard a voice from behind.
"Hey."
"Hey, Peter. It's been a while, hasn't it?" Earl said, as he walked closer before adding. Lately, Duke has been blaming me for all of the failed attempts against Vorden, so I haven't been getting any rewards. How are you going to solve that for me?" While walking closer towards Peter, Earl looked at what was in Peter's hands, which were the level 2, 3, and 4 Earth ability books. Although Earl was already a level 4 Earth user and had no need for the books himself, he could always sell them on the market to earn some money. "Hand them over, you piece of crap," Earl said as he slapped Peter across the face, leaving a red mark. The truth was, Earl didn't really care about the books. And if he asked for them, then Peter was likely to give them to him. All he wanted to do was vent out his pent-up frustrations on someone, and Peter was the perfect target. Just a few moments ago, Duke did not give him any reward for his efforts, unlike what he had promised. Did he fail his task? Earl pondered. Not at all. He managed to convince Peter to push his friend, just like they had asked. With that in mind, why wasn't he being rewarded for it? On top of that, after everything he had gone through, he had been beaten up by Erin. Soon after that, his friends had abandoned him, saying they no longer wanted to help him. It was too dangerous, and they didn't want to get hurt by Erin as well. Then, later on, he was further punished by Vorden. He still couldn't sleep right after what Vorden had done to him. Peter looked at the mark on his face. Usually, in a situation like this, his hands would be shaking. In the past, he had been so mentally broken that even Earl raising his hands would make him flinch, but not today. Something felt different. After the scenes of Earl's neck being ripped out had appeared in his head, strange thoughts started to appear in his mind. What if I could make that a reality? Peter thought. Earl then proceeded to kick Peter in the stomach before grabbing him by the collar and throwing him onto the ground. Peter was now in a space between two buildings, namely the second-year building and one of the storage rooms. It was a place that was quite dark, and unless someone purposely went around the back to find them, no one would find out. Well then, isn't this a quiet little place for the two of us to carry on OU? Our usual business? Earl asked with a smile. Peter then stood up and responded with a smile. Indeed it is. After distracting the students who were standing by the side of the building, using the floating stones, they were able to gradually make their way towards the back of the second-year building without being seen. When they arrived, they didn't see anything. It was totally empty, nothing was there, even the set of windows they saw was too high for them to climb up to. Come on. Let's keep looking, Layla said. There must be some way to get into the school. They looked around, but unfortunately, they didn't find anything until Vorden spotted a little alleyway just between the second-year building and the storage room. Maybe there's a pipe or something we can use to climb up to the windows. You have been watching way too many martial arts movies, Layla said. Still, they decided to check it out now that they were here anyway. They had already come this far, and the least they could do is try everything before giving up. As they made their way to the space between the two buildings, they started to hear strange sounds. Certain cracking and gobbling noises were made, as if some type of wild dog was wolfing down its meal. Finally, they turned the corner, only to see Peter there. However, he wasn't alone. His hands and mouth were covered in blood, while a dead body wearing a student's uniform laid in front of him. The student's body had parts of its limbs torn off. Also some bones with little bits of flesh still attached could be seen, and they looked as if someone had hungrily ripped the meat right off the bone. Peter? Layla said. What have you done? Chapter 149. Strange Device. The VIP dorm rooms of the first year's building were on the third floor. Quinn had decided to head here to meet someone. That someone was, of course, Logan, as he was the only VIP Quinn knew. Although he wasn't sure if Logan could even help him or not. Quinn's plan was to use the winged lizard crystals to create some type of costume or suit that would cover his entire body. He needed a flexible material so it could wrap around him, but he also needed it to be strong enough to survive in a fight. It was easy enough for him to find a black suit that covered his entire body that would help him avoid the sunlight. The problem was the second Quinn would be hit, and the suit ripped, then he would be weakened by the sun again. That's why, when he learned of Sam's cape through the VR game, he had come up with an idea. Now that he had the materials, the only problem left was to craft a costume out of them. Most blacksmiths and tailors had a blueprint they would follow. These blueprints specified the techniques used and which materials needed to be mixed when creating weapons and armor. But because Quinn was asking for something that hadn't been made before, he would have to ask someone at the expert designer level to custom make one for him. This would be very costly, and even if he sold all the crystals and used up the ones in his hand, he wouldn't have enough to pay the cost. This led him to Logan. He saw how many crazy things Logan seemed to create for himself in his room. He thought perhaps he might have an idea, or if not, he might be able to introduce him to someone who could do it at a lower price. At first, Quinn knocked on the door, but there seemed to be no answer. It was strange because for the week that Quinn trained using Logan's machine, he hadn't seen him leave the room once. When trying to push the door open, he was surprised to see that it wasn't locked nor shut properly. Hello? Quinn asked as he crept into the room. Just at the other end of the room, he could see Logan in his chair. He had some sort of metallic tool glove in his right hand while a giant pair of goggles seemed to be hovering over his eyes. Oh, he was just busy as usual. Quinn thought to himself, then started to look around the room at all the gadgets around him. He knew when Logan was in his concentration mode, no matter what you did, you wouldn't get his attention. So the best thing to do was just to wait until he was done. While walking around the room, Quinn continued to look at all the storage devices, and whenever he found something interesting, he could use his inspect skill. What he noticed was, some of the devices the system didn't seem to have any clue what it was. While for other items it would give basic descriptions, such as what materials the item was made from, for the others, it would simply show a line of. These were items that Logan had uniquely created and didn't exist in the world. But there was one thing they all had in common, and that was the name of the creator, Logan Dyson. But as Quinn was looking around, he spotted a strange circular object on one of the shelves. It stood out compared to the rest because most of the things in the room seemed to be covered in dust, but not this one. It was a square-shaped device no bigger than a laptop, and on the top, it seemed to have some type of digital display. Inspect. A return portal device. When the correct access code has been entered, it will return you to the destination that has been preset. Creator Richard Eno. Quinn moved in to take a closer look. It seemed to be the only item that wasn't made by Logan, and on top of that, it was a teleporter. But it was one that he had never seen before. The portal teleporters they currently carried were quite large devices, but this one was small and compact, as if the technology was ahead of their current time. Quinn reached out to grab it, but just then a voice from behind spoke to him. Hey, if you want to get your fingers blown off, then please, be my guest. Carry on and touch it, Logan said sarcastically. His seat was turned around, and he was staring at Quinn. Then again, I would love to see which ability is stronger, mine or yours. He continued. Sorry about that, Quinn said as he pulled back his hand. It looks kind of interesting. What is it exactly?
Eat.
When Quinn finished talking, the robotic gauntlet that was on one of Logan's hands started to break down. It appeared to break into smaller parts until they looked like little bugs. Then the bugs went over to where Quinn was. They grabbed the case and brought it over to Logan. This thing has been the bane of me and my family's life, Logan said, looking around it. As you know, my family are originals who hid their abilities from the world. Before the war started, they were researchers who worked privately for different corporations. Sometimes even governments, different armies, and all sorts of companies. Anyway, on one of their trips around 50 years ago, they discovered this device. At the time, no one knew what it was, and it seemed like our ability didn't work on it either. Of course, my family tried to research it, and eventually when we discovered the Dalki technology, we found similarities between this and the Dalki technology. It appears to be some type of teleport. But the question is, why Dalki technology would exist on Earth before they even arrived? Then, that just brings us even more questions. Why did the Dalki attack us? Were they here before? But did we just never know about it? Hearing all of these questions were causing Quinn to think about it. Perhaps Logan was onto something before he would have taken everything the government had told him as fact. He knew they hid things, governments always did, but just like his vampire system, were they hiding even bigger secrets from the public?
Anyway,
Logan said, "It's not like I'm expecting you to know any of these answers. The one thing we do know is whoever was able to create a compact teleporter, such as this, is a genius. Oh, how I wish I could meet him one day." "Wait, what did you say?" Quinn replied. "Did you say you don't know who created it?" "Of course I don't. If I did, my family and I would have been chasing him for generations." This made Quinn sink even deeper in thought. Richard Eno was a well-known scientist, the person who had discovered not only the power of beast crystals, but also how the Dalki portals worked. Could he have really known everything all along? Right now, though, this was too big of a problem to solve, especially for someone like him. He was just one person in this whole thing, and he had his own problems to deal with. Anyway, Logan said, "What did you visit me here for? Did you want to play the game again?" "Actually," Quinn said, "I was wondering if you could help make me a suit." Chapter 150. Special Mask. Quinn had explained the specifics of the suit he wanted to Logan. He elaborated on how it needed to be made using the crystals he had obtained, and how he needed it to completely cover him from head to toe, making sure that no sunlight could touch him. First, Logan had some good news for Quinn. "Well, it seems you've come to the right person," said Logan. "I can design you one myself." "Really?" Quinn asked, surprised. "Of course, it will be easier than making some of them." "Why other contraptions, since most of them are powered by beast crystals anyway? I know my way around them. The fusion process I am using is also one of a kind," he said, smiling. Logan was clearly proud of his work, and Quinn could see this. Whenever he used to come by for his training, he would often praise his inventions, even if some of them seemed pointless or a bit out there. Because of this, Logan started to have more than just professional interest in Quinn, but also started to like him more as a friend. However, like with everything, there was also a slight problem. "What about breathing and seeing?" Logan asked. "If you're going to be covered from head to toe, you won't be able to breathe. Judging from the cape you described, the material won't be breathable, and if you cover the eyes, you won't be able to see anything either. I can place a sensory display in front of your eyes. It will work like the VR game and allow you to see outside, but that doesn't solve the problem that you won't be able to breathe." Quinn then started to look around the room while trying to come up with an idea. It looked like creating this suit wasn't going to be as easy as he thought. He proceeded to spot a small figurine with a type of gas mask on it in the corner of the room. It reminded him of the mask he first used when he went out hunting. "Could we create something like this? Maybe if we put some tubes sticking out from the side or something, I can still breathe." "Yeah, that could work, but you definitely won't get any points in the fashion department," Logan replied. "Oh, and one more thing. If we could make the mask open and close, that would be great, just in case I wanted to grab myself a quick snack while on the move," Quinn said, smiling. The two of them then sat down together. The crystals were placed in a seemingly special container while they were going through some type of melting process. Out of the 39 crystals obtained, Logan had said they would only need 30, leaving the rest for Quinn. Quinn had offered to pay for the process, or even give the remaining crystals to Logan, but he kept refusing, stating that he could earn in a minute the amount of money used to create such a thing, so there was no loss on his side. On top of Logan's desk, a large metal sheet was placed. Logan then placed his hand on the sheet and closed his eyes. Just like with the gauntlet before, the metal started to break down and move, eventually turning into little metal bugs again. The metal bugs started to form a human figure until it molded something that vaguely resembled Quinn. The two of them continued to go through the design process, altering what the metal model looked like. Each time Quinn would give a suggestion, the robots would move in place. There was not much that could be done with the suit. It had to be black in color and fit skin tight. However, the mask could be altered greatly. When using the outfit and mask, Quinn wanted to strike fear into his opponents' hearts. He wanted something quite scary looking. They went through several designs until it was finally done. Soon after, Logan went straight to work. The beast crystals that were in the container had been liquefied, and now Logan had once again put on his tool glove. He went over to his workbench and started working straight away, listening to every detail and simultaneously thinking. So much was starting to make Quinn tired. He eventually drifted off at the desk until finally he fell asleep. After a while, Logan nudged the young man to wake up. "Hey, wake up, sleepyhead. Logan said. It's done. As Quinn opened up his eyes, he was greeted with a metallic life-size model of him. It was in the same height and the same body proportions to him. Although, it had none of his facial features, but the big difference between the creation and him was the fact that it was wearing both the outfit and the mask they had designed together. It's amazing, Quinn said as he walked over to it and started to stroke the model. The black suit was skin-tight, but had a scaled pattern like that of a snake throughout its entire surface. However, there were a few design touches added to it from Logan that Quinn hadn't asked for. Do you like the additions that I made? Logan asked. On the forearms going up to the shoulder, 3 red claw-like marks could be seen on both sides. Although it looked nice, Quinn was hoping for the suit to be all black in color. If he was to also use this at night, he probably would have been seen. Nevertheless, when he looked at Logan's bags and his tired face, he found it hard to say no. It's great, Quinn replied. Still, what looked the best out of all to Quinn was the mask. It was made out of a metallic material that went over the black suit. It covered the mouth all the way to the top of the nose. On the outside, by the cheeks, 2 squares could be seen that stuck out slightly. Over the mouth, a pattern of teeth could be seen protruding. The teeth were molded outwards to look more realistic, like that of a beast. It wasn't painted on the outside, and when opened, it would look like a large beast was about to hold you in its jaws. Now, I do have to warn you. Although expensive metals were used when making this, there is a limit to how much it can endure. Logan explained. They were only basic tier crystals after all. It will fare well against intermediate weapons, but anything stronger than that, and it will be cut. Quinn made sure to make note of that, for it would be the same when facing against beasts. If he was fighting during the day, he would be sure to pick and choose his opponents. Although suddenly, Quinn's body started to feel a strange sensation. It was a similar feeling to when he consumed blood, only a tad different. His eyes started to glow once again. A strange power was surging through his body. What the hell is happening? Quinn thought. Hey, are you okay? Logan said. Do you need me to go get a doctor or something? As Logan stood in front of Quinn, he could see the color in his eyes change, and even Logan stepped back a bit. At the same time, little metallic bugs started to come over and build a metallic suit of his own over his body. Eventually, the bugs had completely formed a metallic suit that looked like that of a small mech suite, only without all the clunky parts and more in line with the shape of a human. These were all precautions that Logan took, just in case Quinn was to go out of control. But then, the feeling died down, and his eyes returned to normal, but a message had appeared. A family member has grown stronger. What is this? Quinn said. Does this have anything to do with Peter? Then a dreaded thought hit his head. Chapter 151. Another one. Standing alone in the fantasy section of the library was Erin and a strange boy known as Fex. Erin was still holding a vampire love story in her hand, and her face had gone bright red as she couldn't believe someone had just caught her reading such a dirty book. How could they describe such intimate scenes in such a strange way? Although, the boy in front of me seemed to have some idea of what the book was. Could it be that the boy was interested in the same type of things? She thought. Quickly hoping to avoid further embarrassment, Erin put the book back where it was placed and started to walk over towards the boy. As Fex saw her walking towards him, he started to lick his lips. What a tasty-looking person, Fex thought. Looks like most of the human minds in this school are pretty weak. Erin continued to walk forward with her head down, and when she was finally close enough, she halted her steps. Fex started to smile. Now, why don't you lift your head, so I can take another look at your pretty face? Erin lifted her head, but dashed forward in an instant. A type of ice sword was forming in her right hand. Using her forearm, she pushed Fex up against the wall, right by his neck. The area started to freeze, and now an ice sword was pointed right at his throat. If you tell anyone about what you saw today, you're dead. You hear me? What's with this girl? How can you just attack someone like that? Fex cried. Erin proceeded to slowly freeze both of his hands to the wall as well as made sure that he couldn't retaliate. Gradually, the ice from Erin's forearm was starting to spread and was freezing Fex's neck as well. Look, I don't want to cause any trouble, he said. Erin looked at him carefully, noticing all the features that he had. Good. I will remember you, and if anyone finds out about what you saw today, I'll be coming back for you, Erin said as she took away the ice sword. She then started her exit, leaving Fex in this sticky situation, frozen to the wall with the ice still confining his body. Wait, he shouted. Aren't you going to let me go? Erin continued to walk off towards the center of the library. Without turning back, she said, it's just a little reminder of what can happen if you don't listen. Eventually, Erin had left the lib. Rory. The other people who were nearby went to look at the commotion down the aisle, wondering what was going on. However, all they could see was a single man stuck up against the wall. A few laughed and giggled as it wasn't the first time they had seen something like this. After all, few of the braver boys among the first-year students had tried to confess their love to Erin. But she hated it when people would waste her time. They would always ask to meet in a quiet or secret place, and Erin would always think that it was for a matter of importance to her, yet it was the same every time. They would confess their love for Erin and ask her out on a date. The usual reply she would give was to stick these, in their own eyes, love interests to the wall. She would often leave them there frozen in place, while waiting for the ice to melt. She did this as a warning for other suitors in the future. Slowly, people started to get the message and stopped approaching her, so it had been a while since the other students had seen such a thing. After having a giggle, most of the students continued with what they were doing, going back to reading books or chatting away in the library. Then, while no one was looking, Fex used his strength and to break free both of his arms from the ice. He then used his hands to crack the ice that was around his neck as well. "Looks like someone was able to resist my charm already,"
Fex said.
"Well, now that just makes me want to go after her more. I will remember you, Ice Girl. Perhaps this place won't be so bad after all." Fex's original plan was to travel and explore the human world, to experience all the things his grandpa had told him, but his plans were quickly stopped once he was caught. When he woke up, he was in front of General Nathan. They had explained to him what had happened and why he was brought there, how he had become a suspect of draft evasion. However, Nathan did say that as long as he contacts his guardians, inform them, and show proof of his age, they would let him go free. But this was not an option for Fex. He was a lot more scared of his father and the others than he was of the humans. If he was to be found right now, he couldn't imagine the horrible things that his father would do to him. Besides, this was his only chance to experience what life was like as a human. When Fex thought all things were going well, Nathan had asked a question which was difficult for him to answer. "Well, since you claim to no longer have any parents or such, there is just one thing I need you to do. Fill out this form for me, and we'll get you starting your lessons as soon as possible," Nathan said. A digital display then appeared in front of Fex's face, with a little digital keyboard. It asked for basic details such as name and date of birth. For both of these things, Fex didn't use his real information, but then there was one more question that was asked that caused him to pause. IT asked him what type of ability he had.
For T.
His question, he had a plan. After checking over the details and seeing Fex's ability, there was no more work that needed to be done. A wristwatch was given to Fex before leaving. The display on the device was showing a number 1. After seeing this, Nathan no longer had any interest in him. He would leave the scouting job to Duke to entice him with higher-level ability books. The whole method Duke used didn't really sit well with Nathan, but he knew the base had a quota to hit. Not knowing what to do and knowing nearly no one at the base, Fex decided to head to the library to update himself on current events. Although, after entering the library, he soon got distracted. He was wondering what the people of Earth had thought about vampires. He wondered if they even had any new information on them. This led him to his first real encounter with another student, Erin. The rest of the story was what got him frozen to a wall. After looking at a few books about vampires, he quickly realized that most of it was just a bunch of nonsense. They hadn't learnt much about how vampires actually operated, which meant Fex had to be even more careful not to reveal their secrets. As Fex was leaving the library, he had no idea what to do. He decided that he would just have to go to his dorm room. While walking down the hallway towards the staircase, a student ran past him. As this student passed him, he caught a whiff of scent with his nose, and a familiar smell registered in his mind. It took him a while to figure out what the smell was, but when he recognized it, he realized it was very familiar to him. It was the smell of another vampire. However, he had realized this too late. When he turned his head, the student who had run past was already gone. Now this is interesting. I wonder what family he belongs to. What on earth is he doing at this base? Fex thought. Chapter 152. Fake Peter. In the dark alley away from the prying eyes of others, the two of them stood there in shock as they watched Peter feasting on a human body. Even though they were now only a few feet away from them, Peter continued to rip chunks of flesh from the body and shoving it in his mouth, as if he had been deprived of food for weeks. Seeing the shocking sight, Layla could no longer stomach it. She turned her head away and felt like she was about to throw up, but before she did, Vorden grabbed her, turning her back around and looked her in the eye. "Don't throw up. Keep it in. We can't leave anything behind. It would leave clues for them to find out we were here." As Vorden said these words, there was a look on his face. It almost looked like panic, seeing the near panic on Vorden's face. Layla closed her eyes and started to imagine. Think of your happy place, Layla. Just think of your happy places. The uneasiness in her stomach started to settle, and when she opened her eyes once again, she could see Vorden was now heading over towards Peter. But when the sight of the ripped-up body came into view once again, the feeling in her stomach returned. "I think I'm just going to step out of the alley for a bit and keep watch," Layla said as she quickly rushed out. Layla seemed to be experiencing more and more gruesome things lately. When she saw that head the Dalki threw at them, she didn't really have time to take it in before the fear of being killed herself took over. But this was different. She was able to fully take in the sight of Peter eating another person in front of her. Seeing what Peter was doing, suddenly, she was starting to get second ideas about Quinn turning her into a vampire. Was it something she could really handle? The books made it seem so much easier. Peter, Vorden said in an aggressive but quiet voice. Peter. Suddenly, Peter seemed to snap out of whatever daze he was in. He looked at the body on the floor, and in his hand was a piece of reddish-pink flesh. He had no idea which part of the body it had come from. He immediately dropped what was in his hand and started to scurry away backwards into the alley. Was this me? Peter said as he thought back to what had happened just moments ago. When Earl had called out to him and had kicked him down the alley, a type of rage had consumed him. As Peter stood there looking at Earl's face, all the memories of what had been done to him started to surface once again. Everything that happened to him just because he was weak. Well, Peter wasn't weak anymore. Earl readied his arm and went in for another slap to the face. Peter grabbed it midair and using all his strength crushed Earl's fingers. As Earl yelled in pain, the image Peter had earlier came true, making his hand into a claw-like shape and using all the supernatural strength he had. He clawed towards Earl's neck, ripping out the jugular in one go. Then soon after, Earl had become a tasty snack for Peter. Peter would have liked to say his mind was out of it. He didn't know what he was doing, but he knew that was all a lie. For every step of the way, Peter knew exactly what he was doing. The second Earl had hit him, he knew what he had planned to do. For once he could get his sweet revenge. All the people that betrayed him, he would get rid of. They weren't needed in human society anyway. The only thing Peter didn't plan for was what happened after. When seeing Earl's body on the floor, his eyes seemed to be attracted to something. It wasn't the blood, but what lay beneath it. The pink line of muscle fiber and fatty cells. Before he knew it, he was digging in, right now, in front of Vorden. Peter needed to keep up his act, as a weak-minded boy. He was too worried what the others would think of him if they found out he knew exactly what he had just done. I just killed someone. Peter said. Cut the crap, Vorden said. Now is not the time to act like this. How long has he been dead for? What do you mean? Peter replied. I said how long. It's important, Peter. 5 minutes. 10 minutes? The panic in Vorden's voice seemed to be getting urgent. I don't know. Maybe 10 minutes, I would say. Peter answered. Vorden then rushed over to the body, if you could still call it that, as it was now complete, ripped up into little pieces. It was hard to recognize what was what, apart from the main body parts, but then Vorden found what he was looking for. The wristwatch. Using his powers, he lifted the watch into the air before throwing it in a random direction, as far as he could. Wasting no time, he then grabbed Peter by the arm and dragged him out of the alley. We have to get out of here now, he said with urgency in his voice. As the two were running, they quickly saw Layla, and she too could see Peter with blood all over his uniform. What's happening? Layla asked. Do we have to go now? Vorden shouted. She didn't ask any more questions, and the three of them quickly ran away from the second-year building. Once they were out of there, they quickly headed towards the park where they were before, but they weren't rushing this time. Vorden stayed in front, going out from time to time, while asking the other two to stay back. When the area was clear, they would walk again until they finally returned to the open spot in the forest where they were practicing a while ago. Take off your clothes now, Vorden said. What? But then everyone will see me and AKD, Peter replied. Vorden then walked over to Peter and started ripping the clothes off him. By now he had lost his patience with Peter. He knew something like this would happen sooner or later. Get off,
Peter said.
I can do it myself. Using both of his hands, he shoved Vorden with quite some strength, but Vorden stayed on his feet. Taking a step back, Vorden then allowed Peter to take off his own clothes. What was the big rush back there? We just left the body in the alleyway. Won't the school find out that a student died? Layla asked. We had no choice, Vorden replied. Maybe if we had gotten there a little earlier, we could have done something, taken the body with us. But once the watch is taken off of or detects no sign of life, it pings a message to the school. Fortunately for us, the watch waits a full 5 minutes before sending this type of thing. That's why I was in a rush. If we were seen, there's nothing we can do. At least now we won't be caught. But what about the body? Won't they search for whoever did this? Just as Layla said this, the sound of leaves ruffling on the floor could be heard as another person entered this part of the forest. It was a student holding an umbrella in his hand. What body are you guys talking about? Quinn asked. Chapter 153. No evidence. Once the strange feeling that had come over Quinn's body had disappeared, a message appeared, one stating that a family member of his had gotten stronger. There was no need to ask the system what the message meant because he could feel it, the strange sensation and connection between him and Peter. It was a similar feeling to when he consumed blood, but it wasn't him getting stronger, it was Peter. I'm sorry, Logan. Then. KS for all your help, but I don't have time to talk now. I have got to go, Quinn shouted. He went up to the mannequin that contained the mask and the suit and immediately put them into his dimensional void, and just like with his other beast equipment, they had been registered with his shadow equip, so he was able to put the costume on and off whenever he wanted. Just as Quinn was about to leave the door, he turned and looked at the workbench. On top there were several different mask designs, all a little different from each other. They were the different designs he and Logan had come up with until they felt like one of them was best. Hey, Logan, if it's not too much trouble, do you think you could complete the other mask designs for me? Logan chuckled to himself. Are you kidding me? I could finish them all by the end of today if I wanted to. Quinn smiled back and looked at the bags under his eyes. He could tell that Logan had worked hard on the costume and hadn't even rested since finishing it. Logan, I promise I'll pay you back for all this one day. As soon as I find out anything about the situation, I'll let you know. With that, Quinn ran down the hallway and down the staircase, rushing over to where Peter was. Although he had no clue where Layla and Vorden had taken him, it felt like the system, or a part inside of him, was telling him where Peter was. If he went towards the right direction, the connection grew stronger. If he headed in the wrong direction, it felt weaker. IT was similar to playing a game of hot and cold. Without slowing down, Quinn ran down the stairs and out the hallway, ignoring everyone he went past. But for the first time, a strange scent entered his nose. It was unusual for Quinn, as he had never smelt this before. Ever since he had turned into a vampire, all of his senses seemed to improve apart from his taste, but he could also say it was just heightened in other areas. Still, this smell was completely different to everyone else around him, and he didn't know why. If he wasn't in such a rush and panic, he would have turned around to see just who was giving off such a strange smell. Before leaving the school, he grabbed a random umbrella at the entrance. Often people would forget their umbrellas after a day of rain, leaving it out to dry. This made things a lot easier for Quinn. Once he had left the academy, he continued to listen to his body, following the connection, which eventually led him to the park and finally inside the forest. As he arrived, he managed to hear the last few words that Layla had said. However, there wasn't much to ask. Judging by the system's message, Quinn could guess what had already happened. And seeing the bloody clothes in Vorden's hands and the marks of dried blood on Peter's hands and mouth, he already knew Peter had eaten human flesh and most likely killed someone in the process. While Quinn wanted to blame Peter for his actions, he really couldn't. Quinn was the one who turned him into this creature, and he knew exactly what it was like. When Quinn had turned into a vampire, he too was unable to control his lust for blood and ended up biting Layla in the process. It was just unfortunate that for Peter his needs were human flesh, which usually turns out fatal for the person being eaten. As Vorden was exiting the forest from where Quinn had gone, he whispered into Quinn's ear, "You need to do something about him, and fast." As soon as he said those words, he continued to exit the forest with the clothes in his hands while shouting, "I'll get rid of these. You guys look after Peter." "Now, can one of you please tell me what happened?" Quinn asked. Meanwhile, Vorden made sure to cover the clothes as best as he could. When wrapped and piled in a bundle, it was easy to cover most of the blood marks. He entered the school without being seen and headed back to the dorm room, where he put all of the bloody clothes into a plastic bag, including his own. Then from his and Peter's closets, he grabbed a change of clothing. Luckily, the school supplied them with plenty of uniforms, mainly because of how much fighting went on at the school. Although if you went through too many, you would eventually have to pay for it yourself. With a new set of clothes for Peter in one bag and the bloody clothes in the other, he needed to find a way to get rid of the evidence. Just as he was walking down the hall and thinking what to do about it, he spotted someone who would make his life a lot easier for him. "Hey, Berg," Vorden said. "How are you doing?" Placing the bag in his left hand into his other hand, he touched Berg on the shoulder and successfully copied his flame abilities. "Oh, Vorden," Berg said with a fake smile on his face. "It's so nice to see you. About those crystals, you don't have to worry about giving them back. Think of it as a gift for my family to yours." "Oh, thanks, I was just coming to check if that was okay with you," Vorden replied. But while Vorden was doing his best to fake a conversation, he noticed that many of the students in the hallway were gossiping about something. "Did you hear about what they found?" One of the students said. "You mean that thing they found behind the second-year building?" Another replied. "Yeah, all the students are outside, while the school's investigation team is trying to find out what happened, and I think maybe a student got killed inside the school. Isn't this like the second case this year? Maybe we should start worrying if a beast got through the portals or something." Vorden took this opportunity to break away from Berg and head to a place where he wouldn't be seen. It was quieter around the first-year building now, since most of the students had moved to the second-year building. They tried to see what was going on, or if they couldn't get close, they were asking other students about it. Using this opportunity, Vorden was able to sneak off into a secluded area and burn all of the evidence without anyone noticing. "I just hope there wasn't anything we forgot about." Chapter 154, A Solution? Several soldiers were standing outside the second-year building. They were blocking all the entrances both at the front and backside of the building. During the investigation, all the second-year students were ordered to gather outside on the field in front of the second-year building. A lot of rumors were going around in the crowd of students. They were all wondering what was going on. The second-year teachers started the investigation because they were the first on the scene. When they discovered that it was actually a first-year student who had died, they called in the first-year teacher and handed over the investigation to them. At the back of the building, in the alley, Faye and Haley were currently investigating the scene together. Looking around the gruesome scene of the murder, Haley and Faye were reminded of things they had seen on the battlefield during the war. That's how bad it looked to them. Because they were both war veterans, they had become immune to this kind of blood and gore. As Haley was kneeling on the floor and examining body parts, she seemed to be unaffected by the whole thing. She was picking up bloody bones and bits of flesh like she was checking out some clothes in a fashion store. After she had looked around for a while, it seemed like she had spotted something interesting. She started to pick up body parts one by one and place them in a specific order, some of them. She lined up in a row so she could examine them in more detail. Looking at what Haley was doing, Faye said, "Are you trying to piece them back together or something?" "I noticed something strange about all the parts I've gathered and lined up. They all have one thing in common," Haley replied. "As far as I can see, the only thing they have in common is that they are spattered with blood all over." "So, what did you notice? Do you think it was some type of beast that came through a portal, or maybe it is a student with an unusual ability?" Faye asked as she looked around. She was trying to see what Haley had noticed. Haley picked up one of the body parts which looked like part of a leg. She then showed it to Faye and said, "You see this here?" while she pointed at 2 puncture marks. For the most part, it looks like who, or whatever did this, use some type of claw to dig into the student's flesh, but on some body parts one noticed those puncture wounds that look like teeth marks. Haley continued, "Sometimes the flesh is ripped from the body in whole chunks, but sometimes it looks like something chewed on it." In a soft voice, she whispered to herself, "It probably wasn't to taste the blood." "Okay, I see what you're saying," Faye said with confusion on her face. "But doesn't that only confirm our theory that it was a beast that did this?" "Well, the thing is, this isn't the first time that I've seen these kinds of marks. Do you remember when we went through the red portal and we discovered the true dream member?"
Haley asked. "Well,
"He wasn't the only one. I've seen the same marks on other students in the sickbay before." "You're not saying those 2 students could have anything to do with it, are you?" Faye asked incredulously. "I'm not saying that they're the culprit, but whatever it is, it's clearly following them around or linked to them in some way." Haley replied, "Once this investigation is over, it looks like we will have to call the 2 of them in for some more questioning." Once Vorden had returned to the park, he also explained what had happened on the way there, such as how the news had already spread and regarding the investigation of the scene. After cleaning Peter up with a few bottles of water and changing his clothes, they all went back to the dorm room together. Inside the first-year building dorm room, the group had gathered. Vorden, Peter, Quinn were all sitting down. Layla, on the other hand, couldn't stop pacing around and was nervously fidgeting with her hair. "Damn it," Layla shouted. "Now that I've witnessed everything, I'll be called an accomplice. If they find out about this, we could be put in the dungeon. What will I tell my parents then?" It was the first time the group had seen Layla so freaked out. Although she tended to overreact to things at times, it never seemed like she couldn't deal with the situation. However, this time she was very worried and agitated. "Peter, I think you owe us an explanation," Vorden said. "Fair enough if you were hungry and needed to eat something, but why didn't you come to us? You knew we were waiting for you outside. This is the second time that you've done something like this." "I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me," Peter said. "When the hunger grew and Earl slapped me, I just lost control. When I finally regained control, I was already eating his corpse. I don't know what happened in between." Peter turned out to be quite an impressive actor. He looked frightened and worried, and everyone there bought it. Even Vorden believed him in the end, even though he was unsure at first. Although, there was one exception, and he's lying. The system said, "What do you mean?" Quinn asked. "Remember how I said that he would be required to eat human flesh? The worst-case scenario would be him losing control tomorrow. Even then, the process would have been slower than this. He would have gotten hunger pangs first, and later, he would slowly become unstable. You would have also felt the connection between the 2 of you grow weaker as he got more hungry. If you want to find out the truth, here is my advice. This is what you need to do." Quinn then stepped forward, in front of the others, with a serious look on his face as he confronted Peter. "You need to tell me the truth, Peter. Why did you kill him?" As Quinn asked this question, he bit down on his thumb using his fong. He then lifted his hand, and like some type of magnet, Peter was attracted to it. Peter immediately leapt up from where he was and started to suck on Quinn's thumb, absorbing tea. He blood into his body. The connection between the 2 started to grow stronger again, and both of their eyes started to glow. "Stop. Stand back," Quinn said in an authoritative voice, making Peter do as he was told and stand back. "Now tell me, why did you kill that student?" Quinn again used that authoritative voice. Peter's eyes lit up red, and he felt like an urge to answer truthfully. It was like a magic truth spell. It forced Peter to be truthful with his master. He immediately started telling Quinn the truth. "Earl, if it was anyone that deserved to die, it was him. Any day, whenever I was on my own, and when your backs were turned from me, he would come to torture me. If I didn't obey, he would snap my fingers. Then they had a healer come by and heal it again, proceeding to repeat the process of torturing me." Peter articulated his reasoning, sighing before continuing. "He saw me as an easy target. If I wanted to get away from the pain, I had no choice but to follow his orders. After I met with Duke, I got rewarded with the ability books, but he didn't get anything from Duke, so he wanted to take his anger out on me. He took me to that alley with a plan to beat me, just to satisfy his own need to be in control. But this time I finally had the power to fight back, so I decided to show him he can't mess with me anymore. He had it coming and he deserved everything he got. Eating him was just a little bonus, and I might have overdone it a bit. Hearing the truth come out of Peter's mouth made Quinn feel a lot better. If he had done it for pleasure, or because his mind had been overcome with the hunger for human flesh, it would have made Quinn truly fearful. However, Peter had a good reason. Even though it was a bit extreme at the moment, the way the school and the whole world worked, anyone who suddenly rose in power drastically would stand up and retaliate to their suppressors. It was just the way the system worked. Of course, this didn't happen very often because most people didn't have a way to grow in power faster than their oppressors, not like Quinn and Peter anyhow. Peter, your actions aren't wrong, and if I was in your shoes, I would have done the same thing, Borden said. But here is where you and I are different. Your actions also put Quinn in danger. If you're caught, there is always a chance that it could lead back to him. And what's even more, we are involved as well. Borden glared at Peter before continuing. I plan to take my revenge on Duke and Momo in our second year, but when I do I will do it carefully, so no one else gets hurt. When Borden said this, he was also talking about himself. What happened to Peter made him feel like it was a reflection of his own actions. It was only because Borden chose to hang out with them, which upset the order of things at the school, and then started to target the second years, that Duke seemed to have it out for him. And to get close to Borden, he targeted his friends first. It was the reason why I'll completely blame Peter for his actions. With everything out in the open, there was no more use talking about it. It was best if they never spoke of what happened again, but all of them knew that it would have to be brought up soon. System, is there any way for Peter to stop consuming meat? Any way at all?
Quinn asked.
Of course there is, but you're not going to like the answer I'm about to give you.
The system said.
Just like yourself, when you consume blood, you grow stronger. The same goes for Peter when he eats human flesh. Although for him, there is a limit. Eventually, he will grow so strong that he will be able to evolve, and will no longer require human flesh. As the system said, Quinn didn't like this answer at all. The solution to Peter no longer requiring to eat human flesh was to eat more human flesh. Chapter 155. Plan B. The next day seemed to be more regular than the others thought it would be. The students still talked about the events that happened at the second-year building, but the area was quickly cleared up and the second-year students were allowed to enter the building once again, although it didn't stop from rumors spreading between the students, and eventually an announcement had been made updating everyone on the situation. It was an emergency announcement, so each student got sent the same voice message via their watch. The message said that a beast had escaped through one of the portals, and it has been dealt with. They are investigating how a beast was able to get through such a thing, so the same mistakes were to not occur again in the future. Luckily for the military, Earl had come from a no-name family, and his death wouldn't have any direct consequences whatsoever on the school. The next day had arrived, and the usual suspects were inside the same room once again, all deciding on what to do with Peter. Oh, do you feel hungry right now? Layla asked. Not any more than usual when I wake up, Peter replied. Borden and Quinn had already brought plenty of raw food for him to eat, and for now, it seemed to have been working in suppressing his hunger. The only problem was the system's words seemed to worry Quinn even more. Now that Peter has had a taste for human flesh, the chances of his hunger for it would come back even quicker. The only problem was, they didn't know how long Peter would have lasted before eating human flesh. If it was a week until he went crazy, then the system would have been able to give a good estimate of when Peter would need food again. But because Peter had chosen to kill out of his own choice and had eaten before starving, it was unable to give a good estimate. This thought was on the back of everyone's minds. Guys, relax, Peter said nervously. I won't be doing anything like that again, and Quinn can testify to that as well. I promise, as soon as I get hungry again, I'll let you guys know straight away. Still, Borden said. That doesn't solve our problem of feeding you when you do need to be fed. We may have gotten away with it this time, but we need something consistent. The other three thought long and hard of what their options could be. Honestly though, Borden did have a plan, but it was a last resort. He still didn't trust Peter, and wanted to see just how loyal he would be, and only then, if all the options had been thought of, would he tell them his plan. Have you tried drinking coffee? Layla asked. Coffee? The others thought it was a bit of a random suggestion. Oh, well don't worry, I just read about it in a book once. Don't mind me, Layla said, smiling away. What about the cemetery, or even a morgue? The city has one. Quinn had actually thought of these suggestions early, but once again the system had informed him of bad news. The meat being used had to be fairly fresh, to the point where it was being eaten off the bone, or if someone had died recently, but there weren't many people who would die in the military city just like that. It wasn't like a regular city, which had high levels of crime and an old population. Also, the consequences of getting caught just trying to do that didn't sit well with the others, but it was much better than getting caught in the middle of killing another student. The pressure was getting to Quinn. It felt like he was about to pull his hair out no matter what. He couldn't think of a good way. The only solution he could come up with was killing more people, and if he was to do so, he needed to start making a list of those who deserved it. Quinn, relax, Borden said. I have an emergency situation, if it comes to it. For now, spend your day like normal while Layla and I will try to come up with something. If it doesn't work out, then we can use my backup plan.
What is the backup plan?
Layla asked. Borden then called Quinn over and whispered into his ear, while looking at Layla out of the corner of his eye. It was clear he was doing this just to get one up on her. He had a plan that would help Quinn out while she didn't. Layla couldn't help but tap her foot and stare at Peter angrily in the corner of the room. Borden, I can't let you do that. Quinn said. As I said, only if it comes to it. It's the only thing that won't put us in any danger, Borden replied. Although Borden had helped Quinn through this process, what he was suggesting was just too much, while Borden and Layla were basically babysitting Peter. Quinn was left to do his own thing. Whatever happened, he didn't want Borden to go through with his plan. So the only thing he could think of was the hospital. There were plenty of cases where soldiers would get injured in mock battles or out on expeditions during portal training, and sometimes there would be lethal damage. Some might also catch a disease of some sort. IT was the only place Quinn could think of which would have the freshest but at the same time almost dead people in the city. But while Quinn was outside, he decided to stop off at a certain spot. He was back in the park at the open area in the forest where others had trained with Peter. The reason for him being here was because before doing anything, Quinn needed to make sure he was fine first. He threw his umbrella that was hanging over his head on the ground. As the light touched his skin, the normal system message had appeared. You are being hit by direct sunlight. All stats will be reduced by 70%. Shadow equip. Quinn called out. The shadow started to wrap around his whole body this time, and after a few seconds later, the black suit that Logan had designed covered his entire body and the demon-like mask was planted on his face. You are no longer being affected by sunlight. All stats have returned to normal. It was a success. The outfit had worked and had done what it was designed for, but there was still one thing Quinn needed to get used to. The outfit covered his whole body from head to toe, and that included his eyes. As a replacement, Logan had installed some virtual eyes, and the outside looked like that of an evil demon. Logan wanted the outfit to match Quinn's shadow ability. So, he thought there was nothing better than to make him look like a shadow demon, with his white glaring eyes and demon-like mask. Then the red claws running up the side of his arms. He truly did look like something out of a kid's nightmare. The vision the eyes gave was nearly just as good as a regular human eyesight. But it seemed to be a little slow compared to Quinn's. If it was him before then, it would have been fine, but right now the virtual eyes clearly put him at a slight disadvantage compared to him at night. Although the suit also had a night mode which allowed Quinn to lower the top half of the suit so his head could get some fresh air, while his face was still mostly covered by the metallic mask. Even though the suit wasn't needed at night, it still gave him extra protection, so it was best to use it when he could. Quinn was over the moon as now there was no longer any need to hide his shadow ability from others. Chapter 156. It's starting. After testing out his new suit, Quinn tried using his shadow abilities and blood abilities to check if they worked as normal as possible. Everything seemed to be just as good and strong as he was usually. On top of that, it didn't seem to slow down his movements at all as the material was very flexible. He was very happy with the suit and end result. He just couldn't thank Logan enough for making it. He put it back away in his shadow void and decided to start heading towards the hospital. Luckily for him, he was able to enter the hospital with no problems. He could walk around as if he was a normal citizen heading to the certain room, but as he did walk around there was something that Quinn noticed that the hospital had that the school didn't. In nearly every corner of the room, there was a round object with a blinking red light. They were cameras. The schools weren't allowed to install cameras due to the originals fearing that their ability might get copied or their technique stolen. However, that wasn't the same for around the city. The student wouldn't be practicing their skills in the hospital, so there wasn't any reason why cameras couldn't be installed there. This was a major problem. If Quinn or the others were to try to take anything, they would be caught on camera, and he couldn't use the suit otherwise when he revealed himself. Everyone would know it was him. There was the option of using Shadow Cloak. Although that made him invisible, the same couldn't be said for objects he or others were touching. The camera would pick up a floating figure and then report it, which would lead to another investigation. Still, it was an option, but right now it looked like Borden's plan was looking like the best one. With nothing else to see, Quinn decided to head back. Although while doing so, he couldn't help but notice all the blood bags around him. Imagine finding that room. It would be an instant power increase. Although for now, he couldn't think about it. Maybe if there was ever an emergency that required him to get stronger, regardless if he was caught or not, he would come back here. Just as Quinn was leaving the hospital, a voice message seemed to appear on his watch. There wasn't even an option for him to listen to it or not, as it immediately started to play. Quintalon, you are to report to General Nathan's office immediately. If you are not here in the next 30 minutes, then we shall have guards come and escort you here immediately. The message ended, and Quinn couldn't help but feel nervous. Had they found out about him being a vampire? Or maybe Peter had been found, and he had been ratted. Although he had all these thoughts, At the end of the day, he had no choice but to comply. It was impossible to escape from the military base. Doing his best to make it back to the school as quick as he could, Quinn had finally made it in time. He stood in front of Nathan's office and gave a knock before entering. "Come in," Nathan said. As Quinn entered through the door, he could see Nathan standing there with Haley and Faye in a room. But that wasn't what worried him. The person that worried him the most was the female who sat at the desk in front, for he had seen her once before a while ago. It was a person whose abilities could tell if one was lying or not. "Please, Quinn, take a seat," Nathan said, while Quinn was at Nathan's office. The other three were still in the room together. "I'm going to head out for a bit. There's something I need to do, just in case we can't come up with anything," Borden said. "Do you mind telling me what this backup plan is?" Layla asked. "Trust me, even if you did know, it wouldn't be possible for you, and I don't think you would want to do it. Why don't you try me?" she said with a smug look on her face. Borden then walked towards the door to leave the room where Layla was standing, and as he walked past, he whispered the plan into her ear. After hearing Borden's plans, her eyes opened wide, and her face dropped to the floor. At that moment, her whole opinion of Borden had changed. In fact, what he said was true. If it was her in his situation, she was unsure if she could do the same thing. With Borden gone to make sure his backup plan was ready if all else failed, this left Peter and Layla alone in the room together. The two of them weren't exactly the closest, but the problem was with what had happened last time when the two of them had talked. Layla had told Peter off and even called him disappointing, but she saw him in a different light ever since he had sacrificed himself for Quinn. The two of them sat there awkwardly in silence. Layla was starting to miss the crazy boy a bit. At least he was a conversation starter. Some time had passed, and the two of them started doing the things they would usually do. Layla brought out a book and started reading while Peter laid there thinking about how much he changed. All the pain he had suffered from Earl had gone just like that. In an instant, Peter was able to get rid of him, and Peter didn't feel bad for killing him but instead felt like he had done something good. If Quinn had this power all along, why didn't he do anything? It's wasted on him, Peter thought. As they continued to do their own thing, a rumbling sound was heard. It immediately made Layla jump from the bed she was on and look for the door. "Peter." She eyed him warily. "You're not getting hungry, are you?" Peter wanted to lie. He wanted to tell her it was okay, that nothing was happening. But the force of Quinn's blood ran deep into his veins, and he felt compelled to keep his word to Quinn about telling them if he was feeling a certain hunger. "I think it's starting," Peter admitted. Chapter 157. Questioning. It was late in the afternoon, and the sun was still shining outside. However, soon it would be dinner time for most of the students. While some were outside having dinner with their friends, others chose to have a meal at the school canteen. It was in the canteen that Borden was at this moment. He had already done what he needed to do to complete his plan. After gathering some information from the other students, it had led him to the canteen. And now all he needed to do was head back to Peter. Although Quinn said it was unlikely he would get hungry within one day after feeding, there was still a possibility that something could happen today, which meant Borden would have to make sure his backup plan was ready each and every day. After grabbing a snack for himself to eat from the canteen, he headed back up to the dorm room to check on the others. As he opened the door, though, he was surprised to see Layla standing in the corner of the room while having her bow pointed at Peter. Peter himself had both of his hands up and was as far away from Layla as possible inside the little room. "Whoa, what is going on here?" Borden asked, but before either of the two could say anything, a message was received on Borden's watch. "Borden Blade, you are to head to Nathan's office immediately. Judging by your location, you should be able to reach us in 5 minutes. If you are not here, then prepare to face the consequences." "What is this about?" Borden said. "You heard the message, I've got to go. And you too, stop fighting and make up, we have enough problems as it is." "No, wait," Layla cried, but the door had already shut, and Borden was rushing off to the office. "I'm sorry, Peter," Layla said. "Let's just keep it like this for now. I'll stay by the door, and if anything happens, I'll leave first." "Well, why don't you let me head over to the fridge and see if I can try to make the hunger go away?" Peter asked. Layla took a deep breath before replying, "Fine." Using her telepathic ability, she opened the fridge door and pulled out a piece of meat for Peter, making sure Peter kept his hands up while she was doing this. After seeing what he was capable of and what happened to Earl, she wasn't taking any chances. When Peter asked if he could use his hands to eat, Layla allowed it, but she kept her arrows slightly drawn and facing Peter the whole time. "Quinn, where the hell are you?" Layla thought inside the office. Quinn did as asked and sat down in the seat opposite the lady. He was still unsure exactly why they had called him here. "Now, Quinn, I'm sure you're thinking why we called you here, right?" Nathan said. "Well, as you may know, there was a death yesterday, and we're trying to find out who's responsible." "Wait, you're saying it wasn't a beast?" Quinn said, trying to act surprised. "Well, it might be, who knows? All we do know is there have been quite a few cases like this before. Do you remember how we called you into questioning a while ago? Well, back then we didn't ask you many questions, because a level 1 couldn't possibly be able to kill higher levels. So, after asking whether you did it or not, we let you go. However, death seems to be following you around lately, and we need to know if it's bad luck, or maybe it's someone with bad luck that is following you around. So please if you could touch the pretty lady's hand, we can begin the questioning. Quinn did as asked, and the two touched hands. At first, there was no reaction as the woman had yet to activate her ability. All Quinn could hope for now was that they would ask him simple questions like last time. If they just asked him if he was the one responsible for Earl's death, then he could answer truthfully. It seemed like he had gotten away with it the last time due to him only being a level 1. They never really considered him a suspect in the first place, but this time was different. It was the second time he was being interrogated, so they must have found some type of link, linking him to the others, but the truth was he really did have no clue about what happened to Brandon. He only knew about Loop. Now Quinn, do you know the truth of what happened to Earl Hampton yesterday? The lady asked. This was it. Quinn thought. They had asked a question, and in an instant, she would know if he was lying or not. Her hands started to glow, and energy started to enter Quinn through his hands. Then a message from the system appeared. An ability has been detected. User's mental strength and charm is strong enough to block the ability. Would you like to block the ability? To his surprise, a new message had appeared, unlike what happened last time. It was an unexpected but welcome result. When the ability was used on him last time, it had completely gone through. The only difference between now and before was he had evolved into a full vampire and obtained the charm stat. It seemed like the charm stat was becoming more useful with every new problem he faced. The issue now was if he blocked the girl's ability, would she be able to tell it was blocked? Or would it feel like he was telling the truth? In the end, it depended on how her ability would react to him blocking it. Quinn was unsure of this as well. It was a total gamble. Still, he decided there was nothing to lose right now, so his best option was to block the ability and see how she would react. After confirming with the system that he wished to block her ability, Quinn answered his question. No. She then let go of Quinn's hands. He's telling the truth,
she said.
The reason why she believed this was because of how her ability worked. It couldn't actually tell if someone was telling the truth or if someone was lying. The ability could actually only determine if someone was lying. When someone she was touching was lying, she would feel a reaction from her ability, but there was no reaction when someone was telling the truth. This meant if no reaction was felt, then that person wasn't lying. What she didn't know was that Quinn was able to block her ability entirely, ultimately causing no reaction to happen whatsoever. The interrogation went on after the girl touched Quinn's hands again. Nathan was asking Quinn questions about the missing students from before, and eventually this line of questioning led to the bite marks. Quinn answered the questions he could as truthfully as possible, but whenever he wanted something to stay hidden, he would use the system to block the girl's ability. All right, the interrogation is over, Quinn, Nathan said. It seems like you were innocent, just like we thought. Oh, then why did you try to question me?
Quinn asked.
Just to be absolutely certain. Nathan replied. This time, we have decided to be thorough, since there has now been more than one case, and it seems that they are following the same pattern. Still, we can now be sure that you are not the culprit, just like we expected. Quinn was then asked to stand next to Faye and Haley, to the side of the interrogation room. They stood there for a while as they stared at the door, waiting for the one they truly thought was the culprit. Then a few moments later, a knock at the door was heard. Come in. Nathan shouted. Vorden had walked through the door, and to his surprise, Quinn was here with them. Please, Vorden, is it? If you could sit in this chair, we would like to ask you a few questions. This was bad, Quinn thought. Although he had gotten through the integration due to his system's ability, the same couldn't be said for Vorden. If they asked him the same questions they had asked Quinn, then he, or even all of them, would be caught. Chapter 158. Hello, Quinn. As soon as Vorden had entered the room and saw Quinn and the others, he was trying his best to figure out what was going on. Judging by the fact the head of the first years, General Nathan, was here would suggest it was very serious. However, Vorden couldn't make the link between him and Quinn. How had he come to the conclusion the two of them were involved in something? If someone had spotted them when they were escaping with Peter, it would make more sense for them to call Layla and Peter, not Quinn. The only thing that the two of them had done together was head to the red portal planet. Unknown to both of them, the thing that had linked the two together were the bite marks. It was too much of a coincidence to see bite marks on multiple students, as well as one on the red portal planet. The one connection they all had was Quinn. But they had their doubts it could be him, so now their number one suspect was the person who was with Quinn at the time of these events. Please sit down, Nathan said politely. One thing was for sure, Vorden was happy that it was Nathan in the room and not Duke. After learning everything that Duke had done to try and get rid of him, for some reason, Vorden would have been tempted to attack him right there and then. Vorden sat down in the chair opposite the girl. While he was sitting, he would give the odd glance towards Quinn. He could see that Quinn had a worried look on his face, which meant something was going to happen that they didn't like. Now we're just here to ask you a few questions, Vorden. Simple, right? Nathan said with a smile. Usually Vorden was quite good at reading people, but for some reason Nathan creeped him out with that smile. Because it was nearly impossible for him to tell if it was genuine or not. But I warn you to answer truthfully now, for our beautiful girl here can tell when you are lying or when you are telling the truth. Suddenly, Vorden realized why Quinn was fidgeting about so much and why he looked so worried. They were clearly questioning Vorden about some type of event. Had they found out what he was and just wanted him to confirm it? Or did it have something to do with Peter? The problem was Vorden himself didn't know how much information Quinn had revealed. The woman then held out her hand for Vorden to touch it. When the two of them touched hands, Vorden had copied the women's abilities, but he didn't really know how it worked, and it wasn't something he could figure out right now. If he could, perhaps there was a way he could use it against her. Did you have anything to do related to death of the student N?
Amidal Hampton?
She asked. Vorden didn't answer immediately because he was trying to think. Hearing that name, Vorden finally knew why they had called him. He didn't know why Quinn had been asked to come here or what Quinn had said, but the best thing to do now was to lie and not get caught. All Vorden could do was hope that Quinn had done the same. The teachers had made one mistake before interrogating Vorden, and that was telling him the abilities of the female in front of him. If her ability worked similar to the lie detectors of the past, then as long as the person answering believed their own answer, or if they really didn't know the even, then it would still be seen as the truth. Although Vorden was there, the same couldn't be said for Syl. He couldn't rely on Ratten because Ratten often stood by Vorden's side when he was in the chair watching everything he did while criticizing him and also giving him advice. But it was different for Syl. Syl spent most of his time sleeping in the room or just sitting in the back staring blankly in front of him. This was the only option he had, and he hoped it would work. He closed his eyes and left the chair. As he did, he walked over towards Syl, who was in a fetal position rocking backwards and forwards like he usually did. Syl, there is some lady who wants to ask you some questions. Vorden said. All you need to do is answer them, and then we can go play. Play? Syl replied back staring at Vorden. Yeah, Quinn is in the room as well, and they asked him the same question. So, I need you to do the best you can to answer for me no. Okay. Whenever Vorden spoke to Syl, he would speak in a slow, patient voice, like a mother did when talking to their child. This was because Syl's mind was quite childlike. One wrong word could set him off on a tantrum. Usually parents were stronger than their kids though, and if this were to happen they could control them. But in this case Syl was both stronger than Ratten and Vorden, so they always had to speak to Syl a careful manner. Okay, and then Quinn and I can play together, right? Syl asked. Yeah, but maybe only for a little bit, okay? Vorden replied. Syl sat there as if he was thinking about it. Meanwhile, outside Vorden's mind. If you don't reply, Vorden, we have to take your silence as a confession that you were involved somehow. Nathan said. Just as Vorden was about to give up and go back into the chair, Syl replied, deal. Syl said with a smile on his face. Syl stood up and ran over to the chair with a smile on his face. Back outside, Syl was happily smiling away looking at the people around him. When he spotted Quinn, he started to wave. Quinn found the actions weird, especially when they were in a tough situation like this. This behavior was unlike how Vorden usually acted. Still, Quinn decided to wave back, which put an even bigger smile on Syl's face. You have a question for me? Syl said, pointing at himself. Even the woman was a little taken aback by the change in attitude but decided to. Oh, press on. She repeated the question and asked again. And oh, I wasn't there. Syl replied. I don't even know who this Earl is. The only person I know is Quinn. Syl said, pointing in Quinn's direction. The women continued to ask questions that Nathan had presented, and Syl continued to answer in a naive, childlike manner. He's telling the truth. Not a single time did either of them lie. Nathan then went to adjust the glasses on his face, a habit of his when he was stressed out. Maybe we really do have a beast roaming around the school. Nathan then looked at the two of them. His gut feeling was telling him something was wrong. But it was impossible. The girl's ability was clearly telling them they were looking in the wrong direction. You two stay here for now. Nathan said. We're going to keep you here for a while and pull up some people who were around the scene at the time, see if anyone spotted you there too. Huh, but we already answered your questions. Quinn complained. Look, if you're not guilty then you have nothing to worry about, right? Nathan replied. All I ask is that you stay here a little longer. With that, most of the sergeants had left the room to try and gather more information. The only ones left inside were them with Faye and the girl. Now that the two of them were no longer under interrogation, they were free to sit on the couch and relax together. Right now, Faye was busy looking over some documents with the girl while the two boys were sitting next to each other. But while doing so, Syl couldn't help but keep smiling at Quinn. Vorden, are you okay? Quinn asked. Syl then turned his head to the left and right to check if anyone was nearby, before placing his hand over his mouth and whispered. Oh, I'm not Vorden. My name is Syl. Chapter 159. Too hungry. Will you calm the heck down? Ratten shouted. Vorden was continuously pacing up and down as he saw Syl take control of the seat in the black room. It was a rare occurrence. Syl usually came out in times of danger, and even then, once the danger was over, he would return back to his dark corner. Yet for some reason, Syl seemed to be slightly changing ever since Vorden had first met Quinn. Vorden liked the change and thought Quinn would eventually be a good influence on him. But now was not the time. They were in a tense situation, and Quinn had enough on his mind. Vorden could do nothing but stand there. He was afraid if he was to approach Syl, he might freak out and remain in control for the whole time. Vorden, are you okay? Quinn whispered back. Syl quickly shook his head rapidly. I told you, my name is Syl. I have been waiting to meet you, Quinn.
Quinn did not know how to react to this.
He calmed down and started to think. How did Vorden manage to escape the interrogation with the girl? Was it something to do with his power? Or something entirely different? Right now, Vorden was claiming to be a different person. If the person before him didn't look exactly like Vorden, he would have believed him. Maybe it is an ability he copied before coming here? Quinn thought. A mind swap ability which allowed Vorden to fool the girl. Vorden, you are a genius. Nice to meet you, Syl.
Quinn smiled back.
Thanks for helping us back there. We really owe you one. No problem at all,
Syl said.
He lifted his hand and started rubbing Quinn's curly hair, as if he was a cute dog.
Quinn was starting to have odd feelings about this.
If it was just the two of them in a room, he would have pulled away, or even pushed Vorden no Syl back. But they were still under watch, and he didn't want to cause a scene. If you ever need any help, you can always call me. Inside the black room, Syl left the chair and walked away. As he crossed Vorden, he said, Thank you, it looks like he won't become another caser after all. Hearing that name brought back bad memories for Vorden and Ratten, but now is not the time to think about it. Vorden quickly rushed over to the chair and took control. To Vorden's side was Quinn, however, his hand was still on top of Quinn's hair. His face went bright red as he pulled his hand back. Sorry about that. That was... Vorden started to stumble on his words. That wasn't you, I could tell. Quinn replied. Good thinking on the mind swap thing. For now, as long as none of us were seen that day, we have nothing to worry about. As the words left Quinn, he felt something fade away from his body. He was losing an important part of himself. The connection with something was being lost, and he knew exactly what it was. What's wrong? Asked Vorden. Grabbing his chest, Quinn replied, I think it's Peter. He is hungry. I can't control him for much longer. I'm already losing the connection. But it was only yesterday that he had his fill. Said Vorden, making sure to keep his voice down. I know. Guess we are just unlucky. At this rate, if he doesn't get it every day, he will continue to starve. And I'm afraid when he is hungry, I can't control him like I did earlier. When Vorden heard Quinn's words, his mind went back to the time before he came to Nathan's office. When he entered the room, he remembered seeing Layla pointing an arrow at Peter. Did it already start back then? Vorden thought. They had been in the interrogation room for nearly 2 hours now. As they looked outside, the sun had already set and was replaced with the dark night sky. Quinn, we have to get out of here, Vorden said, grabbing him by the hand. I think Layla's in trouble. A beep was heard in the room as the door slid open and in came Nathan, followed by Faye and Haley. Looks like we are in luck and someone found something, Nathan said with a smile. Just behind them, another student entered the room. Inside the dorm room, Peter had eaten every single bit of raw meat he could find in the fridge, but it didn't help his hunger at all. And the pains in his stomach were starting to get worse. Peter, please. You are really starting to scare me, Layla said. He was now hunched over the floor, or grabbing his stomach. Layla, please, just leave, Peter shouted. I can't. What if you go kill someone again? Come on, you can fight it. I have been on diets 10 times worse than this. Once I only drank juice with no food. Would you believe that? Layla continued rambling on, in the hope of calming both Peter's nerves as well as her own. I would rather it be someone who deserved it than you, Peter said as he looked up at her from the ground. You were the one who taught me how much of a seed bag I was, but I'm different now. At that moment, he felt as if someone was reaching down into his stomach with their hand and were trying to pull all the food he just ate up and onto the floor. A few seconds later, everything that Peter ate came back up along with some greenish liquid. Peter, are you okay? Layla asked, with a concerned look on her face. Peter raised his head. His eyes were glowing, a bright red. His 2 front fangs grew larger. They were sticking out over his lower lip now. He slowly got up from the ground and made his way towards Layla. Peter, I'm sorry, Layla said as Peter edged closer towards her. She let go of the drawn arrow, aiming for Peter's knee. The arrow hit the mark. It made no difference as Peter didn't even try to dodge the arrow. He pulled the arrow out from his knee and broke it with a snap. The mark left by the arrow healed instantly. This was it. She tried her best to control him, but it was clear that Peter was no longer present. He was just another monster now. She reached for the door and tried opening it, but a loud crash, as if someone had just broken a glass, made her pause. Turning around, she saw the bedroom window was broken. She rushed to the window, avoiding the broken glass. As she looked outside, there was no sign of Peter. They were currently in a 3-story building. If a human was to jump from here without any support, they would break their legs. But Peter was no longer human. Peter limped in the darkness towards the forest. The fall broke his legs, but even as he walked, they continued to heal. I won't hurt any of you guys. I promise. Peter told himself. But I have to do something to get rid of this hunger. Chapter 160. Mysterious Family. Out from behind the teachers came a student. One that Quinn wasn't familiar with, however Vorden knew him quite well. As soon as the student entered and looked at the two of them, he also noticed Vorden. The student was Berg's Sunshield. At the sight of Vorden, his palms suddenly started to sweat. After seeing him on planet Kaladi, Berg had decided to try to gather more information about him and his family. He had informed his family members that he had met up with one of the Blades. Immediately their tone of voice had changed, and his father said to do whatever he could to make sure the Blades wouldn't get upset with them.
It was a strange reaction.
Although his father didn't carry a high rank in his family, he was still respected as a member of one of the Big Four. It was the first time he had seen him act like this at the mention of anyone's name. The even stranger thing was, when Berg had tried to search information about the Blade family, he couldn't find anything. Nothing at all about what type of ability they had, nothing about their contributions in the war. Even when asking his friends, none of them seemed to have ever heard about the Blade family. So it made the reaction his father had all the more strange. Soon enough, though, his father's fear became his fear, and the mystery behind Vorden grew within his mind. Now Berg here said on the day of the event, he saw a student running through the halls looking quite panicked. Nathan said, "Humans are strange things, you see, and they love a little bit of gossip." While everyone else was heading to the second-year building to see what was going on, a single student was running in the opposite direction. Coincidentally, though Berg's description seems to match one of you, a curly black-haired boy. Quinn remained silent. There was no way they could convict him just for having a suspicion. The problem was that they now had a witness, and because they were suspicious of him, they would probably keep a closer eye on him from now on. This would only cause more problems in the future, especially now he had Peter running wild in his ranks. He decided the best thing to do for now was to just keep his mouth shut. If he said anything, it would be easy to slip up and make everything worse. Vorden then started to laugh by his side. "You really think Quinn did it?"
Vorden said.
"Come on, the two of them don't even share the same classes. Besides, do you know how many curly-haired students with black hair there are in this school?" "Well, you see, Vorden, that's why we brought him here, so he could confirm who he saw that day." That day Berg had seen Quinn running through the halls. As soon as he entered the room, he recognized him, but seeing Vorden defend him so suddenly like that, he knew something was up.
"This isn't the kid I saw that day,"
Berg said. "I'm pretty sure it was someone else."
"What?"
Nathan said. "Are you sure? Come closer and take another look." Berg did as asked and stepped closer and looked at Quinn carefully, trying to act the best he could. He took a quick glance at Vorden. He must have been imagining things, because he was seeing and feeling a strange power coming from him, but that can't be possible. "I'm sure it's definitely not him," Berg said. "Do you mind if I go now?" Nathan then went down to sit in his large office chair. He looked outside and could see the sky was now completely black and only the moonlight was out. After letting out a big sigh, he leaned back and put his legs on the desk. "Let's call it a day. It looks like I've wasted everyone's time here for no reason," Nathan said. "You're all free to go home, and remember to get a good rest." Quinn was unsure what had just happened. Perhaps Berg really did see someone else running through those halls, and it wasn't him, but whatever the case was, they were now free to go. Quinn and Vorden looked at each other and walked quickly out of the room. They had the urge to run, but they tried to walk in a slow and normal way. Otherwise the others would notice that something was up. Before leaving, Vorden turned and said, "Thank you, Berg. I owe you one. Just remember this for the future." Berg replied. Outside, Peter was walking through the forest. He was no longer limping, as his legs were now fully healed. However, the pain in his stomach still hadn't disappeared. It was a strange feeling. Peter's mind was all there. It was him, and he could control his body, but all he could think about was eating raw human flesh. He kept thinking about how delicious Earl had tasted. Not wanting to hurt any of his friends, he tried to go as far away from the school as possible, and before he released it, he had ended up in the park forest once again. "Am I going to die if I don't find anything? Anyone?" He slowly made his way through the woods until eventually he had reached a pathway. The pathway went around the outskirts of the woods and park until it eventually had an entrance and an exit. One leading to the city and the other leading back to the direction of the school. But it was late at night, and not many people would be walking through the park to head to the center of the city, as all the shops would be closed by now. The only thing that was still open were convenience shops that were stationed just a little bit before the park. Should I head to the convenience store? Maybe I can find someone and follow them back, pull them into the woods, Peter was saying to himself. Just as Peter was thinking of going through with his own suggestion, he spotted someone walking down the path. His body wanted to lunge out at the person, but Peter tried to fight against it, staying in the woods. Suddenly the person stopped and stood still. "I can feel your bloodle. You'd ask tea from here," the boy said. "Come out, you ghoul, and tell me where the hell your master is." The boy's eyes glowed red in the dark as he stared right into Peter's eyes. Chapter 161. Right side? Quinn and Vorden started to head back to their dorm room, making sure not to go too fast. They didn't want another situation where a student would see them running through the halls, which would draw attention and make them look suspicious. But as they walked through the halls, several thoughts were running through both of their minds. Quinn could no longer feel the connection between himself and Peter, while Vorden was kicking himself for not making sure that Peter and Layla were okay. He just never thought Peter would get hungry so quickly. He only ate early yesterday. They had finally arrived just outside the room, and when they opened the door, the first thing they saw was the broken window and glass shards all over the floor. Huh, where's Layla?
Quinn asked.
You don't think Peter already ate her, do you? But if that was the case, Quinn would have gotten a message from the system, and also there was no blood to be seen in the room. That's when they heard a small little sobbing sound coming from one of the corners. As they turned their heads to see where the sound was coming from, they could see Layla curled up into a ball sobbing in the corner. Oh, Quinn said with a sigh of relief. You're still alive. Layla looked up and noticed the two had arrived back together. Where were you guys? Layla said with an angry tone. I can't believe you left me on my own. You know I'm not strong enough to deal with something like this. It was clear Layla had been given quite a shock. Quinn did his best to calm her down. He looked at her sobbing away and didn't know what to do in this type of situation. He had never encountered a girl crying before. Then a memory came into his head, one that he had almost forgotten. When he was only 3 years old, Quinn had gotten lost from his mother in the supermarket. The place seemed to be a whole different world to him at the time. He felt alone, frightened, and when his mom finally found him, she had given him a big hug that made all the bad feelings go away. Just then, Quinn wrapped his hands around Layla tightly. It's okay. Don't worry, Layla. I'm sorry about all of this. It's all my fault. I should have known better. Quinn said. Although Layla was frightened, she had expected Quinn to do something like this. The hug felt nice and warm and reminded her of her family. But what actually made everything even better was the look on Vorden's face. For some reason, when Vorden saw this, he had the look of worry on his face. Layla thought that perhaps it was jealously because she was getting closer to Quinn. But actually, Vorden worried about Syl. Luckily, Syl was quietly sleeping inside the dark room and didn't get to see this scene. The hug went on for a while, to the point where it seemed to be getting awkward for Layla. This was because Quinn was unsure about the appropriate amount of time to hug someone. Quinn, I'm okay now. You can let go, Layla said as she made sure to wipe away the remaining tears from her face. Layla, you need to tell us what happened. Where's Peter? Vorden asked. Layla recalled the events of what happened while the two of them were away, saying that it hadn't happened that long ago. Around 15 minutes had passed. This coincided with when Quinn had felt the connection between the two of them got lost. If he's outside, I have to go find him, before we have another Earl situation on our hands. Quinn said, this is bad. Vorden said, especially since they already suspect us. We can't deal with a situation like this right now. Quinn then started to get ready to leave the room. You two stay here. If worst comes to worst, I can use my shadow skill to hide myself. Besides, even if someone saw me, they won't know who I am.
Wait.
Vorden shouted. I'm coming with you. If Peter is like Layla says he is, then you're going to need me. We're just going to have to go through with Plan B. Quinn didn't like it. He didn't like it one bit. Whatever happened, he didn't want to go through with Plan B no matter what, but right now, what choice did they have? Alright, come on, let's go. Quinn said. Layla, it might be best if you head back to your own room. Also, if you can prepare some blood for me, I might need it when I come back. Layla nodded as the two of them went off downstairs. Quinn, sometimes, I think you're too nice for this world. Layla thought. After clearing away the broken pieces of glass, Layla decided to head towards her own dorm room. She knocked a few times before entering, pondering if Aaron was already back or not. There was no answer, and when she entered the room, Aaron was nowhere to be seen. Underneath her bed, she pulled out a little chest with a digital lock. After entering the authorization code, the chest opened, and she took out a sphere-shaped object. She then brought the ball with her over to the room door. That way she could hear if anyone was coming in, and she could quickly put it away again. Pressing the top of the ball caused it to light up, and she waited for a few moments as the light dimmed in and out. Hello, Agent 84. Do you have another report to give? A female voice said, coming from the communication ball. Yes, ma'am. I wish to give you an update on the report I gave you earlier. It turns out what I believed would be good for our cause turned out not to be so good for us after all. I will send you the full details later. That is a shame to hear. The female voice coming from the orb said. I hope you do get to enjoy your time left at the school. Continue on with the original mission. Also, on another note, Mr. True Dream will be visiting the base soon. We are unsure of which candidates will be selected this time, but don't worry too much if you are selected. Noted. Layla replied. May Pure be with you. The woman said. May Pure be with you. Layla replied in a way that made it sound forced. Quinn, I hope I'm doing the right thing not just for my sake, but for everyone's. She thought to herself. As soon as the Quinn and Vorden went past the school gate, they were free to rush off and run about, now that they were away from the eyes of the soldiers and guards. They had just entered the path, and it seemed the place was empty of people, probably because the curfew was coming up. Vorden, I'm going to go on up ahead. I think I got Peter's scent. Quinn said, Peter's scent? What are you, a dog? Vorden said sarcastically. But the next second a shadow had gone other Quinn's body and soon after was replaced with a black figure, a mask on his face and his beast equipment on his arms and legs. Into the night he sped away, rushing into the forest. Chapter 162. Starved Ghoul. Peter's senses were all over the place. He couldn't even tell what was in front of him. Everything just seemed on high alert, and his vision was quite blurry, while the smells all around him were overwhelming. The grass underneath his feet, the od sap formed the trees. It was hard to keep them all separate in his mind. In the end, the only thing he could concentrate on was the human-shaped figure in front of him. The pain had gotten the better of him, and he would now do anything to get rid of that hunger. As Fex saw the ghoul leap out from the forest, he prepared himself by getting into a fighting stance. It had leapt quite a distance from the forest, and out onto the path. While it was in the air, it had stuck out all of its limbs very wide, like it was some type of beast. Then, at the right moment, Fex lifted his head of the ground and swung it outward like a whip, hitting Peter right in the center of his body. He went flying through the air quite a distance away until his body banged on the floor and skittered away. Well, that should keep it down for a while, Fex said to himself. However, nearly instantly Peter was standing up once again. A few of his ribs had been broken in the process, but they regenerated almost instantly. Even though Peter was a ghoul, Fex was sure he had used enough force to take one out. As he starved? Now who would be stupid enough to turn someone and not have everything prepared beforehand? Fex thought, not knowing how Peter came to be a ghoul. A starved ghoul healed a lot quicker than usual, and they were dangerous to go up against even for vampires. Still, this also came with their own downsides. The more times it would heal itself, the more energy it would use. It was basically starving itself more each time it healed, and eventually there wouldn't be any energy left, and healing would come to an end. Peter came rushing forward once again, but Fex didn't look too worried. I'm really not into killing other people's family members. If I did, then it could start a civil war, and I don't want to be the one to blame for that. Fex then started to fiddle about with his fingers, pulling them in and out as if he was making something, but when looking at his hands, nothing could be seen. With Peter coming closer to him, he was finally ready. He ran towards Peter, and just when Peter was about to swing for his head, Fex ducked at the right moment. He dashed forward, not touching Peter, but swiping his hands around him in the process. This continued onward for a while. Peter would strike while Fex would dodge, staying close to him, moving his hands but not touching. Then Peter started to notice something. His own movements were getting slower and slower as the fight continued. His arms were the first to slow down, and eventually it was his legs. When he looked down and noticed what was happening, it was too late. Peter had fallen to the ground and was now completely tangled and tied up in some type of string. It's a shame. If you worked for me, I could turn you into a really good puppet. You're quite strong for a ghoul. It took more strength than I thought to slow you down. As Fex started to think of puppets, another person came into his mind, the girl who had frozen him to the wall.
Now, she wow.
LD make a perfect human puppet. I wonder if she would accept. Fex then knelt down and looked at Peter, who was trying his best to break free, but the string was almost indestructible and was being powered by Fex's MC. He then lifted Peter's head off the ground and looked into his eyes, casting some type of spell. Suppress the hunger within yourself, calm down. After saying those words, Peter felt something inside his body change. The hunger suddenly didn't feel as bad as before, and he was slowly starting to get a hold of himself a bit more. He could now see the person in front of him clearly. He also noticed that this person smelt different to other people anyway. I didn't create you, so the spell won't last for long. Fex explained. Now tell me, which family do you belong to? If you're a crazed ghoul, you couldn't have been turned too long ago, otherwise you would have evolved by now. Are you even registered? Is that why you won't speak? Although Fex was saying these words, Peter didn't understand any of it. He understood the words individually, but had no clue what was happening, seeing that Peter would no longer answer. Fex let go of his head, allowing it to fall to the ground. These damn ghouls, they're always loyal to their leader. It was a waste trying to get anything out of him. Hey, if you don't eat something soon, you'll get us caught, and when that happens, your whole family will be punished for it. Fex was now sitting on the floor, calmly talking to Peter. Even though Peter had just tried to attacking him, he was wondering why this person wasn't angry with him. This was a first in Peter's whole life. If he ever tried fighting back even just once, then the punishment would come back around tenfold. He learned that quickly during his school days, so he decided to never fight back again. But this time Peter was the one attacking someone, and it was clear this person was a lot stronger than him, so why wasn't he being hit, stabbed, burnt, or even killed? Peter just couldn't understand it. What do you mean, my family? Peter finally answered. They have nothing to do with this. They're just normal shopkeepers. Keep them out of this. It was my fault that I attacked you. Just punish me. Hearing Peter's words, Fex felt like something wasn't quite right about this whole thing. However, he didn't have long to think about it. for suddenly out from the side a big line of red blood was shot out. Fex didn't even notice it until the last moment, causing him to take the blow with his bare hands. He was pushed back a few feet before he could break the attack. He wasn't wearing any beast gear on his body, and the same could be said for his hands as well. Blood was now dripping from his forearms where the attacks had wounded him. But what was most surprising to Fex was the fact that he recognized the attack. It was a blood attack that only other vampires could use. When he looked up, he could see what could only be described as a demon. Height, hollow, menacing eyes, with a mask and a Japanese demon design covering his mouth. As Peter looked up, even he didn't recognize the figure standing in front of him, but of course it was Quinn in his new suit. Chapter 163. Vampire vs. Vampire. The attack was sudden, and Fex couldn't quite see what had hit him, but as he looked at the man in the strange suit, he was wondering what on earth this person was. It didn't look like any outfit humans usually wore, and for some reason his entire body was covered. Did I that thing even comfortable? I imagine it must be pretty tight down there? Fex said sarcastically while glancing at the strange person's groin area. While moving closer to the mysterious figure, Fex made sure not to make any sudden movements. The wounds on his forearms were already starting to heal, so they didn't bother him much anymore. Hey, I know you might just be trying to save this. Fex then looked at Peter, who was lying on the floor between them. Human, I guess. But I think you don't understand. I've tied him up for your and everybody else's safety. I suggest you go back home, so we can forget any of this ever happened. As he got closer, Fex started to notice something, or rather the absence of something. Where's the scent? I'm not smelling anything from him, he thought. Usually humans and vampires had this aroma around them. Everybody has a specific smell. It was what attracted humans around them. Although vampires could suppress this to some extent, they could never completely get rid of it, especially not in front of other vampires. But for the first time he met a person who had no scent at all. Because of this he couldn't identify this mysterious person or even guess his race. This made him a bit more careful around this suspicious person. Quinn, on the other hand, had no clue of his suit's side effect. While wearing the mask, he wasn't able to use his nose to its full capacity. The suit that blocked out the sun was also blocking out his smell. Quinn's mind was occupied with other things right now. He was trying to decide if he had to kill this person or not. The question was, had Peter attacked this person to try and eat him, and did the person manage to defend himself and also tie Peter up with his ability? Or had nothing happened yet, and had this person randomly attacked Peter and then tied him up? For some reason Peter was very calm right now. This was not what Quinn had been expecting, because before he lost all sense of control over Peter through their bond. Quinn's identity was still a secret, at least for now. His number one priority was getting Peter out of the situation and back to their dorm room. He could deal with any other issues later. Quinn had a feeling from the way Fex was moving that he was being cautious. If Quinn was going to make a dash for it to get Peter out, the most likely outcome would be that a fight was going to break out. If that was the case, it would be best if Quinn first found out his ability. Inspect. Name. Fex Sanguinis. Race. Vampire. After seeing the information, Quinn froze for a bit. He had to reread it twice just to make sure what he saw was correct. After what the blonde vampire in the system had said, he knew there had to be other vampires out there. But he never expected to see one in the same school as him. Then a horrible thought ran through his mind. He remembered what the blonde vampire in the system had told him. Now that he was a vampire, they would come after him, and to be careful of them. It was too soon. Quinn didn't even know how strong he was compared to other vampires. If this new vampire wanted to take Peter away, then he could have him. Quinn wanted to change things, but that wasn't going to be possible with him dead. But when Quinn tried to run away, something inside of him gave him a jolt. A force was pulling him towards Peter and refusing to let him leave. At the same time, Peter was feeling the same thing. Quinn then fell down on one knee, breathing heavy. What is this? Quinn asked. It's your family bond, the system explained. The two of you are bonded by the magic of your blood. Similar to how Peter can never do you, as his master, any harm, you can never desert him. What is this vampire family crap? Quinn said as he got up from the floor. If he couldn't run away without Peter, then he only had one choice. Skill Shadow Cloak activated. Right in front of Fex's eyes, his opponent had disappeared, and without giving off any smell, it was hard for him to locate this person. So, it looks like you're going to try and fight me. Well, you made the wrong decision. Suddenly, a tingling feeling he felt in his neck alerted him that something was coming. A claw-like blood mark randomly came out from his right side, and behind it, several more followed. However, before the attack left Quinn's hands, Fex was able to retaliate. Blood barrier. Swiping his hands upward, a thin red barrier was formed. As each swipe hit the barrier, it would shake a little but was completely unaffected by the attack. But seeing Quinn's attack made Fex realize something. The attack produced just now was a blood swipe. It was the same basic skill all vampires were required to learn. Wait, you're a vampire. We're on the same side. Stop. Fex shouted. Even though Quinn could hear Fex's words, he chose to ignore them over the systems. It was quite possible this whole thing was an act. Days skill failed. Quinn was hoping the day's skill would go through allowing him to flash step behind his opponent and perform a hammer strike, but it had failed, making him change plans. Putting both of his hands together, Quinn formed a larger blood swipe, throwing out a single large attack. Look, if this ghoul belongs to your family, maybe I can help you. We can figure out something together. Seeing the red line of attack, Fex had no choice. He too placed both hands together and let out a blood swipe of his own. Only his was significantly larger than Quinn's. As the two blood wipes collided, Fex's consumed Quinn's and carried on going forward. The only thing Quinn could do was use his flash step to avoid the attack. Quinn then activated his boots. If his blood swipe wasn't strong enough, then he would need to rely on his speed. He went in close and threw out a fist, performing blood spray at the same time. However, each attack was deflected by Fex. After seeing Quinn struggling in hand-to-hand combat, Fex found everything quite strange. Does he not even know the basic martial arts? It was something all vampires were required to learn, but Quinn was throwing his punches out quite randomly, but then he also knew some advanced skills such as the flash step. So, he couldn't be a beginner. If you keep going like this, you'll die before giving me a chance to help you, Fex said, with urgency in his voice. Quinn had used up a lot of his HP, just trying to hit Fex even once, but nothing seemed to be working. Just get out of here, Peter shouted. Leave me, there's no point in both of us dying. Once again, Fex was confused, but this time by the ghoul. If they belonged to the same family, the blood bond wouldn't allow one to be deserted in time of need. With nothing working, Quinn only had one choice. He threw out a blood swipe and caught it using his shadow control, with the scythe being held in his hands and his suit of armor and mask on. He truly looked like a Grim Reaper, that the shadow ability, but that's been lost for years. Fex said, "Just who is this guy?" Suddenly, a beep was heard coming from all three of their watches. As they looked down, they noticed the time was 9:45. It was the 15-minute warning sound telling them curfew time was coming. Chapter 164. Plan B initiated. Running as fast as he could, Vorden desperately tried to catch up with Quinn, who was running in front. However, no matter how fast he went, he couldn't keep up, and he even lost sight of him, Quinn, and could no longer be seen in the vicinity. Nevertheless, he didn't give up, for he knew that Quinn would need him once they found Peter. Beep when he was only a short distance away from the park, where he assumed Quinn was heading to, his watch lit up, and the sound of a notification was heard. When he looked at the watch, the time stated that it was 9:45. This meant that they only had 15 minutes before curfew time. In most cases, it wouldn't be so bad, since students would just be brought in and be punished a little. But for Quinn and Vorden, who were already suspected in perpetrating a murder, it would look awfully suspicious if the two of them were out at night after curfew and didn't have a good reason for it. Knowing this, Vorden had no choice but to turn around and head back to the dorms. He had to trust that Quinn would find Peter and catch up to him in time. Seeing the message on the watch, Quinn started to panic. If he wanted to make it back in time, he would need to leave now. He didn't have time to rescue Peter. Once again, when Quinn agreed to move, he was stopped by the bond. He tried to force through, but it was pulling him down to the ground. Fex could see something was up. "Hey, we need to get back, right?"
Fex said.
"That skinny guy said something about being in our rooms before 10. I don't know why you're attacking me, but you need to understand we're on the same side." Fex looked at Peter and had a little hunch on what the latter was thinking, but it wasn't something he could confirm right now. "Look, you aren't meant to be here, neither am I, so I won't tell anyone about you. I'll leave it in your hands, but if you need any help, then I suggest that you come to me." Soon after, a cloud of mist filled the air where Fex was once standing. As the mist started to disappear, it looked like Fex was vanishing away with it. Is he really gone? Quinn asked. "That mist is a transformation spell," the system explained. "Most likely, he has turned into something that allows him to pick up more speed." With that knowledge, a weight was lifted from his shoulders, but there was still another problem weighing on his mind, and he was soon reminded by it. Peter started to scream at the top of his lungs. It felt like he was being stabbed repeatedly in his stomach, and as his hunger grew, so did his strength. The tight strings that were once holding him down were starting to snap one by one. "Quinn, quickly, give him some of your blood. It will only be temporary, but it should calm him down as you have more control over him," said the system. Quinn used Shadow Equip to put his equipment back into his dimensional space, including the suit and the mask he was wearing. Then, using the tip of his tooth, he bit down on his thumb, causing blood to be drawn. He walked closer to Peter, and after just taking a few steps, Peter lifted his head and turned it towards Quinn. A snarling sound was made, as if to give a warning for Quinn not to get any closer. Peter's eyes were now red once again, and his fangs were on full display. "Are you sure he won't hurt me?" Quinn said. "Positive. Vampires have a set of rules that they must follow, otherwise, their own powers will begin to retaliate to them. Remember how you felt just moments ago when you tried to flee, right? No matter how hard you fought against it, it was impossible to fight back. It will be the same for him if he tries to hurt you." Looking at Peter, who continued to snarl at him, He still wasn't quite sure whether to believe the system or not, but he had no choice. Peter was like this because of him, and now there was no going back. The snarling persisted as he went forward, but exactly as the system had said, even though Quinn was practically holding Peter's head, he never tried to bite him. Quinn then lifted his hand and started to squeeze the blood from it, allowing it to drip into Peter's mouth. Just like that, in almost an instant, Peter started to calm down. How long will this last? Quinn asked. Long enough. The system replied, placing Peter on his back and equipping his beast boots. He activated his wind walk. He no longer had any time to take it easy, so he ran as fast as he could back to the school without any intention of slowing down. Vorden had safely made it back into the room on time, and Layla had left long before to go back to her dorm room. In the kitchen, laid out on the table, he had gotten what looked like a meat cleaver. Okay, Vorden, you can do this. I can't believe you're going this far. Ratten said that I have to, otherwise Peter will endanger us all. Then just kill the guy. I'll even do it for you like the last time, Ratten replied. But Quinn doesn't want that, and Syl is finally starting to change. We can't have him go back to how he once was, Vorden said. For once Ratten didn't have a stinging reply. Vorden then placed his arm on the table, laying it flat, while grabbing the meat cleaver with the other. Here goes nothing. He swung it down, but at the last second, he stopped just inches above his limb.
Itsantedoit.
How can anyone cut their own arm off? A thud sound was heard in the room, and as Vorden looked up, he could see that Quinn had arrived while bearing Peter on his back. The two of them had come through the broken window. Looks like I just made it in time, Quinn said, relieved. The sound on their watches went off again, indicating that it was now 10 o'clock. A ping would then be sent to the security office, revealing the location of all those who were not located in their rooms at that moment. However, as soon as Peter had entered the room, the smell of a fresh human flesh had entered his nose, and he once again sucked and bed to his crazed self. Quinn quickly held him down using all of his strength, but the struggle was tough. It felt like Peter was just as strong as Quinn. The only thing that he could do was to put on his gauntlets, but if he did, the second he let go of Peter, he knew he would go after Vorden. Now is not the time to be hesitating, Vorden said, but once again, as he looked at the meat cleaver and his hand, his heart started beating like crazy. Arg, you big pussy. Let me do it, Ratten said as he took control of the seat. Without hesitation, Ratten swung the meat cleaver down onto his own arm. Unlike Vorden though, he didn't hesitate one bit. Still, the bone was thick and he wasn't able to be cut off the arm cleanly in one go. Blood kept on spilling out of the wound. Ratten lifted it up and continued to hack at his own limb until eventually, his arm had completely come off. Here you go, Vorden said as he chucked over his arm towards Quinn and Peter. Chapter 165. Family Quest. As Vorden's arm was flying through the air, Peter managed to overpower Quinn and push him off. Peter leapt into the air like a dog trying to catch the arm. It would have looked funny if it wasn't so gruesome. It was as if he was playing catch, but instead of a stick, he was catching an arm, his jaws extended much further than would be possible for a normal human. When he caught the arm in his mouth, he immediately bit down on it and started eating. Vorden looked down at the meat cleaver. It was covered in blood, and so was the kitchen counter where he had cut his arm off. Strangely, there wasn't any blood on the hand holding the cleaver. Vorden, are you okay? Quinn asked, with a worried expression on his face. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Vorden replied with a little smile. Guess we needed plan, be more than we thought. When Quinn looked at Vorden, he had expected to see blood gushing from the wound where he had cut off his own arm. Instead, he saw that the wound had closed itself and was already starting to heal bit by bit. At the same time, Peter was still gnawing away on Vorden's arm, entirely focused on devouring its skin and bone. Vorden felt a bit strange, seeing Peter eating his arm right in front of him. Instinctively, he grabbed at his arm. He felt the part below his elbow was already starting to grow back. This made him sigh in relief. Luckily, the healing ability he acquired was already starting to work. I hope this is going to be enough for him, because I don't feel like going through this again today. Vorden said, It should be. When he's finished eating, he will calm down a bit, Quinn replied. He was just repeating the words of the system right now, because he wasn't sure of anything anymore. When Peter finally finished eating the arm, Quinn felt strange energy surging through his body. It felt the same as the first time Peter ate human flesh. It was a strange situation for Peter, because he was aware of everything that was happening, but he didn't have control over his body, because he was fully consumed by his hunger. Looking at Vorden, Peter noticed his arm was missing. With fear in his voice, he stammered, Vorden, your arm. I don't know. Peter felt appalled with himself. This thing? Vorden said, as he lifted his stump. Don't worry about it. In a few hours it will have grown back. This was our backup plan in case you lost control before we had found a permanent solution for you. I just didn't want you thinking of me like a chicken nugget you can eat whenever you get hungry. Vorden said, trying to lighten the mood. Before coming back to our room, I went down to the canteen and copied the ability of a student who has regenerative power. We didn't expect you to be hungry so soon, after you fed on Earl only yesterday. All three of them were silent for a while. They were thinking about the crazy situation that they were in right now. After some time, Peter broke the silence. Thank you, the both of you. You have always been nice to me and treated me right, even after I betrayed you. You still saved my life, and even now you went to such lengths to help me. As they looked around the room, they realized how much of a mess they had made. There was a big hole in the window where Peter had smashed through it, and shards of broken glass could be seen underneath it. Blood was all over the place. On the kitchen counter, on the floor, Peter had devoured the arm, even on the ceiling from when the arm had flown through the air. Well, I guess we better get started with cleaning this place before anyone finds out what happened here, Quinn said. Each of them took it in turn cleaning up the place, but there wasn't much they could do about some area. They couldn't magically restore a window, and the scratches made on the wooden floor could only be fixed so much. When Vorden was cleaning the kitchen counter, he said, "Hey Quinn, you want a drink?" At the same time, he was squeezing some blood from a towel. Quinn was amazed at how Vorden could still crack a joke in a situation like this, but then again nothing ever seemed to faze the guy. Since turning into a vampire, Quinn wasn't affected much by the sight of blood anymore. Even Peter eating Vorden's arm didn't bother him much. What surprised him was how well Vorden was handling it. While they were busy cleaning up, Quinn had the chance to ask the system some questions, because right now he had a lot of them. Do you know how long Peter will be required to eat human flesh? Quinn asked. Well, for once I have some good news for you. Peter is the type of ghoul that needs to be fed daily. The system responded. If that is good news, you have some sick sense of humor. Quinn thought. Just wait, young one. The ones that require food more often quickly get stronger. If you carry on feeding Peter for a week, then by the end of it he should evolve. In the middle of their conversation, a notification screen popped up. New quest received. Make your family stronger. 2 sevens feed your ghoul. Peter, 7 different types of human flesh. Reward. Family member evolution. Well, will you look at that? It looks like my hunch was right. The system said. Quinn found the words of the system strange. Was he not in charge of everything? Until this point, he thought that the AI and the systems were one and the same thing, but that didn't seem to be the case. Did I thought you made the quests?
Quinn asked at me.
The system replied. I see why you would think so. I was designed after the original owner, the person whose the idea it was to create the system. My thoughts, my actions, everything is based around him. However, the system itself was created by someone else, and before you ask, the man often changed names throughout time, so even if I told you his name, you wouldn't know who he is. Since there wasn't much Quinn could do about the system for now, and it wasn't really a problem, he decided to focus on the other matter. Looking at the quest, he noticed something that would cause them even more problems. The quest stated that they would need 7 different types of human flesh. Just like Quinn with his blood, he would only get stronger when consuming a new person's blood. The same could be said for Peter, who would have to consume different types of flesh. And I mean a big if. Quinn said, if we carry on using Vorden, will it still suppress his hunger? Yes, although he won. To be able to evolve as quickly. Looking at Vorden's stump, it had now grown back to the point where it was just starting to form the wrist. He hated the fact that he had to rely on Vorden, and using him would only be delaying the inevitable. Right now he needed to find a solution as fast as possible. While these thoughts ran through his mind, he remembered the fight he had with Vex. Just before they left, he said, if he needed any help, to seek him out. Quinn had no idea if he could trust him or not, and if the two of them got into a fight again, he knew in his current state, he would definitely lose. Although Quinn didn't get hurt during the fight, he also wasn't able to land a single blow, and it looked like the amount of skills Vex had surpassed his own. The only thing Quinn had that could give him an advantage was his shadow ability. However, at the same time, he still hadn't seen what Vex's ability was, or if he even had one. But with no plans of his own and no guidance from the system, who else could he go to ask for help? He wouldn't be able to attack him while they were in the school. Vampires were a secret to the world, and he was sure Vex would want to keep it that way as well. It was a risk, but he would have to confront Vex and ask for his help. Chapter 166. Tricking Duke. The 2-day rest period was over, and students were now required to go back to classes as usual. Vorden, Peter, and Quinn didn't feel like they had rested at all. Over the last few days, they had experienced one high-tense situation after another. In the morning, Quinn and Peter didn't go down to the canteen for breakfast. They had decided to stay in their dorm room. While Vorden still had the regenerative ability, he had decided to cut off another one of his limbs, but Vorden actually looked scared about cutting off his own body part again. At first, Quinn was against him doing it again, but Vorden had convinced him it was necessary to make sure Peter wouldn't go crazy with hunger again today. When Quinn had finally agreed, they decided to cut off a bigger limb because it would give Peter more meat to feed on. Eventually, they chose to cut off one of Vorden's legs. Quinn couldn't bear for Vorden to go through so much pain again. That's why he offered to help. With his greater strength, he was able to cut through the entire leg in one clean stroke. It took Quinn some time to mentally prepare for it, but he finally convinced himself that it would mean less pain for Vorden, which gave him the resolve he needed to do it. Vorden looked scared when Quinn was about to cut his limb off, but all of a sudden his facial expression changed. Instead of fear, it now showed anger. Vorden shouted at Quinn, "Just do it, you little wimp." After eating human flesh for 2 days in a row, it seemed like normal raw meat was no longer an option for Peter. When he tried to eat it, he immediately threw it back up, like his body was rejecting the raw animal meat. From now on, Peter would only be able to eat raw human flesh. Quinn was quite upset about this, because he didn't want to see Vorden go through this painful process again. Quinn now wanted Peter to evolve as soon as possible, as hopefully this would help with Peter's dietary problems. After Vorden went down to the canteen to eat, Peter was looking at the black bag with Vorden's leg in it. He couldn't stop himself from drooling, and his saliva was dripping out of his mouth and falling onto the floor. "Are you going to eat that or what? Don't let Vorden's sacrifice go to waste," Quinn said, while holding a glass of Vorden's blood in his hand. They had collected it after cutting Vorden's arm off. It would have been a shame to let it go to waste. Quinn swirled the blood around in the glass before he drank it all, in one big gulp. It tasted nice and sweet, and when he was finished drinking, he had a smile on his face. "How do you do it?" Peter asked with awe and horror on his face. "How can you be so calm about it all? How do you deal with this sudden change so easily?" "Trust me on this one, Peter. At first I didn't," Quinn replied, looking pensive. "Think of it this way. Everyone has multiple sides that they show to people. They are different with their family members compared to their friends, and they are different with their girlfriends compared to their family and friends. But does that mean those other sides don't exist when they are with different people? We choose to show people which side of us we want them to see. This way different people will form different opinions of us. I was scared too, but I choose not to show it to others. I was also very lucky that I found someone who helped me deal with everything." As he was saying this to Peter, his mind had immediately gone to Layla. Like he told Peter, he was extremely lucky that she was the first person who found out about his secret. Since she found out she had been nothing but supportive, she also helped him learn a lot about being a vampire. He wondered how different things might have been if it wasn't for her. While Quinn was talking to him, Peter had been trying to hold back from eating the leg that was in front of him. However, he could no longer stop himself. As Peter started chomping down on Vorden's leg, Quinn turned around to look away. Even though it didn't bother him much, it still felt wrong to him, looking at one friend eating another friend's leg. Quinn also realized he thought of Peter as a friend again. He suspected the strange bond between them might have something to do with this. When Vorden was done with breakfast, he had returned to the dorm room to collect Peter. He knocked on the door and asked Peter to come out. He didn't go in because he didn't want to see Peter eating his leg. Because the 2 days of rest were over, every student was required to start training in their combat classes again. Peter was still registered in the elemental ability class. He was currently known as an Earth user, and Vorden had a feeling the Duke was keeping an eye on him. After Peter had told them that Duke had gifted him with a level 2, 3, and 4 Earth ability books, Vorden was puzzled by this. He couldn't understand why Duke had given Peter those books. The only thing they knew was that for whatever reason, Duke wanted Peter to become a level 4 Earth ability user. The three of them split up. Peter and Vorden went to the elemental class, while Quinn went to his own combat class. Now that Peter had been fed twice in a short time, the system assured Quinn that he could last at least 24 hours before he needed to feed again. In that time, Quinn needed to come up with a solution, or if he couldn't, he would have to find Fex and ask him for help. Vorden and Peter were together in the elemental class. However, they pretended to no longer be on speaking terms with each other. Of course, Vorden still kept an eye on him, but he made sure to stay a few meters apart from Peter, or to always have a few other people between them. Their teacher was currently making a demonstration. She was showing the different uses of her water ability. She was trying to teach the students that with a little bit of creativity in the use of their respective elements, they could even make their own skills. All the students were gathered around her, and they were watching her display. While everyone was looking at the teacher, Vorden noticed that a couple of students had come over to where Peter was standing, and it looked like they were nudging him a bit. The three of them started to move away from the crowd, towards the back of the classroom, out of sight of the main group of students. Are they working for Duke?
Vorden thought.
They won't do anything to him here, and Peter has just been fed, so he shouldn't go on another rampage. Peter had never seen these two students before and was a bit afraid, but when they approached him and he saw they both had power levels of 2.4 and 2.6, he was no longer worried. One of the students whispered into Peter's ear, "Move to the back of the classroom." Once they were at the back, one of them whispered again, saying, "Duke has a message for you. Make sure you bring your Earth ability up to level 4 by the end of the week. If you do, there will be even more rewards for you." Peter agreed because he didn't know what else to do. As he looked down at his watch, all he could see was the number 1. Now that he had become a ghoul, he couldn't even use his Earth ability anymore. He was wondering how he was going to solve this in a week's time. Quinn can change the number on his watch by tapping it. Maybe I can ask him how he does that? Peter thought. Fex had woken up that morning and tried his best to fit in during his time at school. He hadn't thought much about what happened last night, and he really didn't care that much about it. He was just trying to help a fellow vampire out, but if they didn't want his help, that was their choice. After staying at the school for only 2 days, Fex had already learned something. Life at the school was quite boring. He had gone out to the city to talk to others and experience some new things, but doing things alone on his own sucked. For some reason the other students were ignoring him. He chalked this up to being the new kid. Vex didn't know the real reason for this was that his watch was displaying he had a power level of 1. When he made his plan to explain his ability to the school, he hadn't realized there was so much discrimination towards weak people at the school. When coming to the human world, he was hoping to try new things and meet people, but right now he was wondering if he had made a mistake. Then he remembered there was one person that had spoken to him. Although it wasn't a very pleasant meeting, he still remembered it. The first student that he had met was Erin. After doing a bit of research of his own, he was able to find out her name as well as her schedule. Because Vex was a new student, he had to decide which combat class he wanted to go to, and after finding out Erin went to the Beast Weapons class, Vex knew what class he wanted to sign up for. Chapter 167. Hand to Hand. Along the way to the Beast Weapons class, Quinn met up with Layla and Erin, who was tailing behind her. When they met up with each other, Erin couldn't help but stare at Quinn, then suddenly, thoughts popped into her head about the book, Bite Me or Love Me. Her face went bright red, and turned it away. Images would appear of certain people doing strange things with each other. Although Quinn had no clue what was going on, he was just happy it didn't seem like she was freaking out about the whole thing. It seemed like because Erin grew up knowing nothing about them, it really didn't come as a shock to her because she had no point of reference on the way there. Quinn was thinking of possible safe ways to approach Vex. He would need to talk to him in a public place where he couldn't use his abilities as freely, but before that he needed to find out what class he was in or where he was. They arrived in a large training hall, and Leo was there as usual. They hadn't seen each other since he had saved them from the Dalki, and the girls were a lot warmer to him now. As soon as they entered, Leo looked over to their direction and smiled. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought he could see us. Layla said. He probably just knows where the entrance is, and when he hears students' footsteps, he smiles at us. Erin replied, but Quinn had a feeling that wasn't true, as he hadn't seen Leo smile at the other students before, and it seemed to be only directed at the 3. What they didn't know was Quinn's aura was always easy to spot, and as soon as he stepped in the room, Leo immediately knew it was Quinn. This time Leo had all the students gather at the front of the training hall, where a small platform had been raised. The platform was a similar size to a boxing ring, only there were N.O. ropes, and it was raised about a foot off the ground. Leo stood on top of this platform as he explained the upcoming lesson to everyone. However, just before the lesson started, a new student had entered the room. Leo was completely distracted as he noticed something, for this student had the exact same aura as Quinn did. Hey, this is the Beast Weapons class, right? Vex said as he walked through. Who's that? I think it's a new student. This late into the term, that means he must be a draft evader. When they looked at Vex, their interest quickly died down after seeing he only had the number 1 on his watch. He wasn't worth them even getting to know, and it would only waste their time. Seeing this, Vex was once again annoyed. What is wrong with these people? Vex thought, as he said those words, he started to sniff about in the air. Something seemed to catch his attention. He moved closer towards the smell, until finally, he realized where it was coming from. And Quinn looked at Vex the same. They both knew instantly that this was the person who they had fought with last night. Vex gave Quinn one look up and down before walking off to find his own spot to watch the lesson from. This reaction surprised Quinn, to say the least. Isn't he going to say anything? I'm sure he realized I was the person fighting him last night. If I can smell him, he can definitely smell me. Quinn thought, but Vex wasn't bothered in other people's business, and that included vampires. He already gave out a lending hand, and if Quinn didn't want to take it, that was fine with him. As long as Quinn didn't try to get in his way, then there was no trouble between the two. The lesson had started, but it was hard for Quinn to concentrate. Still, the lesson seemed to be an important one, so Quinn tried his best to listen. As you all know, we have been learning the basics of each weapon. I haven't taught you how to use each weapon individually, but only explained how to activate the beast's weapon's power for a greater result. Leo explained as he drew out his katana blade. But there will be times where one's weapon will break or certain weapons will prove ineffective against the enemy. Leo then threw his blade at the wall behind him. It flew fast, and half of the blade managed to go into the wall until it stopped. In these times, we will have to use our own fists. The students started to mumble, using fists against beats, and the Dalki sounded barbaric to them, almost suicidal. If we have abilities, why would we rely on our hands? Yeah, and even then if I didn't have a beast weapon or was too tired to use my ability, surely guns would be better. The students started to mock and laugh at Leo quietly. Dicey, so you think that today's lesson is pointless, correct? Leo asked. They were unaware that Leo could hear everything they were saying. Suddenly, Leo started to tear off his military clothing, and underneath he revealed a chest-piece armor that had the face of a demon on it. That's when the students also noticed he was even wearing beast gear on his feet as well. Erin, Layla, and Quinn all had seen this equipment before. It was the same equipment Leo had worn when he killed the Dalki. You all know that our old technology, our weapons were useless against them, and our nuclear weapons were rendered useless before we even had the chance to try them. Even armor-piercing bullets from a sniper rifle at most could knock a single scaled Dalki back. However, when activating the beast gear, the higher-level tier of equipment, the more empowered our bodies become. Leo said, "AT first." The students thought they imagined it, but they could all see clearly that the blackish armor around Leo's chest was starting to light up and turn red. Little particles of steam were emerging from the piece as well. Right now, if I was to throw a fist with all my force, I could crumble the foundations of this entire building. The steam started to disappear, and the chest piece's color started to return to normal. AT that time, the students realized a certain pressure had disappeared, as if they were under a gravity heavier than they were used to had disappeared from the room. They didn't need Leo to demonstrate. They could all feel the power he held in his hands. They finally figured out how to properly use the power of the beasts. Huh.
Fix said.
Well, looks like they advanced quicker than my father said they would. The power of the fist is useless if you cannot hit your opponent, or if you do not know how to throw a punch, Leo explained. So for today's lesson, I shall be showing you a basic martial art that all soldiers are required to learn. For this, I will need a volunteer. Leo then started to look around the room until his head had stopped at one person. Quinn, how would you like another spar with me? Chapter 168. Martial Arts. Out of all the students there, Leo had selected Quinn. It didn't come as a surprise to the others anymore. Since the first day, it seemed like Leo was favoring Quinn. He would often go to the area he was in most. He was the only one that had a spar with him one-on-one, and Leo seemed to have saved his life more than once. Having no good excuse to refuse, Quinn walked up onto the platform. "Hey, did that student always look like that?" A student asked. "I think so. I'm not really sure. I didn't really pay any attention to him before. It's a shame he is only a level 1. Otherwise, he would be good boyfriend material." A female student said. Ever since evolving into a vampire, Quinn's looks had slightly changed. He was no longer the weak, skinny, frail him. His body had filled up, and he looked like he had a proportion of muscles all over. The students never paid much attention to Quinn in the first place, other than those that saw him as a target to pick on. Now, standing in front of the class, they were able to see him better. Quinn and Leo were standing at opposite ends of the platform. Now for this session, once again, I would like you all to nod us. Any of your abilities later on. We will try to learn how to combine your abilities with our fists to make more of an impact, but for now, forget about it, Leo explained as he looked at Quinn. Okay. When you are ready, I want you to come at me, and don't pull any punches. Leo assumed a fighting stance, and at the same time, a quest appeared directly in front of Quinn. High-level opponent detected. Defeat the opponent in battle. Reward. Insta-level up. It seemed like the reward for winning the fight was the same as last time. Although Quinn didn't feel like he could beat Leo anytime soon. But the quest reward did give Quinn an idea. So far, each level up required him to earn double the amount of EXP before. However, this changed when he evolved at level 10. If at every 10 levels he was to evolve, then Quinn could time it right and challenge Leo to a fight at level 19. The problem then was if he was to level up in front of Leo and the evolution process started straight away, what would he do then? As he got used to the system, Quinn had to start thinking about how to utilize it to give him an advantage over others. Let's see if you really are the person from last night. Fex, those standing by the sidelines. It was unlikely there was more than one vampire here. There were often vampires sent as scouts at the military base, but they would be disguised as high-ranking officials. But Fex had never heard of one of these scouts being a student. "Do you think Quinn will do okay?" Layla asked Aaron. "Do you not remember what Leo did to that Dalki? It didn't even take him that long, while the 5 of us, including Quinn, struggled." Aaron replied, "I admit, Quinn is strong, and I hate to say this, from what I saw, probably stronger than me. But we're just students and nothing compared to the ones above." The fight had started, and while Leo didn't move at all, Quinn started to dash in as fast as he could. He didn't have any of his beats gear on, so his stats were lower than usual, but he also wasn't being affected by the sunlight so much. Wow, he's quite fast. Seeing Quinn dash from his position, he was certainly fast, but not fast enough for people to think of it as an ability. Quinn threw out a punch fast, but didn't add any of his blood skills. He knew he was limited by what he could use in front of everyone, but he still wanted to test himself after not being able to land a punch yesterday. However, Leo was able to move his head to avoid it. Quinn then changed his fist and went to grab Leo instead. He hoped to throw Leo to the ground, but it was too late. The man had already pivoted on his foot and went for a spin. While doing so, he lifted his other leg in the air and managed to kick Quinn right in the head. At first, Quinn thought he could take the blow from the older man, but he quickly realized his mistake. The force was strong and caused Quinn to fall to the ground. Again. Leo said, although the force was strong enough to cause him to fall, it didn't do much damage to A.
Både like Kvinnes.
He tried attacking again, throwing punches of his own, but every time his attacks would come close, Leo would move, or using the palm of his hands deflect the strikes. Then when he was attacking, he would use his legs. The confrontation lasted about 10 minutes, and finally, Quinn was starting to get worn out by the whole thing. Yep, those sloppy punches of his, that's definitely the person I fought with yesterday. Fex thought, okay, that's enough, Leo said. Quinn was now huffing and panting a little. Even though he hadn't used any advanced abilities, like the flash step or hammer strike, it seemed to be more tiring fighting against Leo. During the fight, Leo had displayed many different techniques, but what stood out to the students was how he thought. There was definitely a style they all recognized. He would always use the palm of his hands for defense, and whenever he was attacking, he would use his legs. What you have just witnessed is the martial art we teach our soldiers here. It is named the Pugna style, a mixture of karate, amongst other things with the hands, while using a form of taekwondo in our legs. It's important. The reach in our legs is longer and more powerful than our arms. But our arms are more versatile and flexible. Leo then started to look at the crowd of students again. Is there anyone here who would like to have a go? This is your chance to have a one-on-one battle with your teacher here. Most of the students were nervous. They didn't have much hand-to-hand combat experience because they focused on using their abilities or training with weapons most of the time. Other than the street fighting they did in school, they all felt it would be embarrassing for them if they were to go up. Out of all the students there, a single person had his hand raised. I wouldn't mind having a crack at it, a student announced as he sauntered forward out of the crowd. When he came into view, Quinn was surprised to see who it was. Just what is he thinking? Quinn thought, oh, if it isn't the newbie, Leo said with a smile, sweeping his black hair back with his hand and taking a look at Quinn. Fex had a big smile on his face. Bring it on. Chapter 169, Vampire vs. Elder. While Fex was growing up, he had always been told how weak humans were. How they had to rely on the power of others to survive, but after seeing Leo, he could tell this wasn't true, or at least what they used to know about humans no longer applied. Before heading up to the stage, Fex looked around the room and spotted Erin. To his surprise, she was standing right next to Quinn. He didn't already make her his, did he? But how? My charm didn't even work against her, Fex said. Still, it doesn't seem like she's been blooded by anyone. Maybe I can still use her? The group caught Fex looking over in their direction. Then next thing they noticed was a cheesy wink with a smile. Seeing this, they all wondered who the wink was directed at and cringed a little inside. That wink was T towards you, was it? Layla asked, thinking it was meant for Quinn. I guess? Quinn replied it had to be at him. He thought he was the only one who knew who Fex was, and he was looking right at them. Although the wink was actually directed at Erin, she had no clue of this either. In fact, she could hardly remember seeing the boy. The only thing that kept happening for some reason was, whenever she looked at him, her face would start to heat up a little as she felt embarrassed. Maybe he has a thing for you? Layla said. Layla's words had jolted Erin's memory, and she remembered where she had seen the boy before, when she was in the library reading a particular book. Yeah, that has to be the reason, Erin said nervously. She felt like the wink must have been a sign. Perhaps he was planning to use it as blackmail against her. Tell everyone that she read those type of books. If others were to find out, her family, even. She would be shamed for having such a dirty mind. She needed to keep the boy silent no matter what. Now Fex and Leo were up on stage, and even Quinn was a little excited to see the outcome of the match. He had fought with both of them, and pretty much lost. Still, he was unable to get either of them to show their full strength. Hey, Quinn, Layla whispered. Is he a vampire as well? How did you know? Quinn thought. Unless she had a nose like his, Fex looked just like every other human. Well, you've been acting strangely ever since he got in here, and you did tell us someone attacked you last night, right? Well, who do you think's going to win? She asked, and I'm not sure. I was just thinking that myself. If it was just hand-to-hand combat, I felt more useless fighting against Leo. Not only that, but Leo has years of experience. I just can't see a student beating him. Layla then went to have a closer look at Fex. He did indeed seem young. The same age as all of them. Well, if it's like the books I've read, vampires can live for a lot longer than humans. Some of them are eternal, so maybe he looks young just because he wants to. Is that true? Quinn asked the system. Yes, vampires are able to slow down the aging process, although there are methods when doing this. A vampire can either go into eternal slumber. It's a method they use to stop their heart beating and everything inside their body. In a way, it's a near death-like state. The only way to wake vampire from eternal slumber is to have them take a drop of blood from the same family. During this period they will not age, and their body will not deteriorate. The second method. Well, let's just say the second method isn't very nice. Quinn had long learned if the system didn't want to elaborate on any details, even if Quinn asked, it would choose to remain quiet. It made him wonder just who was able to create such an advanced AI, to the point where it seemed no different from a human. No technology that he knew of was able to do that yet. Well, if this vampire is a lot older than he looks, then maybe him and Leo will be evenly matched. Quinn replied that I doubt that. The system added. The boy in front of you, I don't have any memory of him in our records, and the way he acts would also suggest he has a young mind. If I was to take a guess, he should be no older than you. Watching this fight would be an excellent insight for Quinn. He still had no idea how strong other vampires were, and this would be the first look at another one for him. Leo got into the same fighting stance as before and moved his fingers, telling Fex to come forward. Unlike Quinn, Fex didn't rush ahead and calmly walked over. Then when their fists were a touching distance away, Fex got into a fighting stance of his own. When looking at the two, their fighting stances were quite different. Leo had both hands out in front of him, similar to karate or a little like boxing, while Fex had both hands down by his side but his knees were slightly bent. Slowly Fex was circling Leo. The tension was high, not knowing when either of them would attack. Fex was the first to strike. He came in throwing his fists in quick succession, two to the head and then another to the body. However, just like before, by using his palms, Leo was able to knock them away. He could block them, Fex thought. But I only pulled back on my speed a little. I was sure from watching the match earlier this would be fast enough. After blocking the attacks, Leo followed up with a kick aiming towards Fex's head. Seeing this, Fex jumped back and tried to grab the leg, but at the last second it seemed like the angle had changed, causing Fex's grab to miss. Again, it's like he knows what I'm going to do. Fex inwardly was starting to get annoyed. Then while bringing his leg back, he was able to catch Fex on the head with the heel of his foot. He didn't use that against the last student? Someone from the crowd said. Touching the mark on his face, Fex smiled. Looks like I need to bring it up a notch. Fex went in and did the same, throwing punches rapidly, only this time, in the same amount of time he had thrown 3 to the head and 3 to the body. Leo was able to block the first 3, and the second 2, but the last one had gotten in, and hit him in the stomach. He felt the powerful blow that had the weight of a hammer, but didn't let it distract him, throwing out his own sequence of kicks. The fight now continued with no breaks in between. While one focused on their fists, the other focused using their legs to attack. They would block each other's strikes while hitting each other once in the wild. I don't know what father was talking about. They aren't weak at all. As the fight continued, Fex got more excited, and he started putting more power into his punches. It got to the point where it was power beyond a regular human with no ability. Leo could feel this and could sense the energy inside him getting wilder. At first, he thought he had never seen such a fighting style or martial art before, so Leo decided to lead him on, hoping he would reveal everything he had, but perhaps he had played with the boy too long. While looking at his energy grew wilder and stronger, it started to remind Leo of the Dalki, and in turn, this soured his mood. It brought back specific memories. He started to remember that there was one time he had faced something similar. It was a Dalki. Usually, the Dalki were reckless when they fought, but the toughest opponent Leo ever had to face was one which knew how to use martial art skills, and right now, the resemblance was too close. Why was this boy's and the Dalki fighting style so similar? Leo thought. Chapter 170. A Bloody Kick. So far, the fight had shown an amazing set of skills from both of the contenders. Leo had displayed some techniques that he hadn't used in the battle against Quinn, making him realize how much better Fex was at fighting. However, Leo felt like he had allowed the fight to go on for too long, turning Fex into an overconfident lad. Although he was banned to use his abilities, Leo's was slightly different compared to the others. His ability was always on. He needed it as he used it as a type of vision for himself. Since he was blind, he would constantly activate his ability to see the aura of living things around him. In turn, this also allowed him to see the flow of energy in the body of his opponent. When an opponent attacks, their energy flow would move before the body of the person did. This was the same when a person used their abilities as well. If Leo concentrated by just a half, he could change his vision to almost a bird's eye view. Being able to sense all those around him, it was thanks to this skill that he was able to survive countless near-death situations during the war. However, even if others were to have this ability, it would be useless in the hands of someone who is unable to exploit it. Fex threw out stiff and straight fast blows with his fist, but knowing what he was going to do beforehand, Leo was able to block all of the attacks. What? But I was sure I increased the speed quick enough, so he won't be able to block it. Fex thought. Then, when Leo prepared for a kick, he still could see where Fex was planning to dodge. Using his other foot, he was able to shift his weight and change the direction. It landed right in Fex's face, but Leo didn't stop there since he knew the damage was minuscule. He continued to kick in rapid successions, aiming for where Fex would be each time. Can he read my mind? What's going on? Fex asked himself out of frustration. Even he was unable to comprehend what was happening. When the kick stopped for a breath of a second, Fex thought he had finally gotten a break, but before he could do anything, another kick was aimed to him from above, an axe kick which slammed down on the back of his head as hard as he could. The blow was harder than Fex thought it would be, so he was unable to prepare himself in time. His legs gave in, and his head bounced off of the ground. He laid there, lying lifelessly on the floor. Did Leo just kill him? A student said. Isn't that going too far for a simple student? Before Leo himself had realized it, he had been too consumed by his past memories. It had affected his usual clear mind. However, he knew the student was safe since his aura was still burning brightly. Fex slowly started to get up, pushing his body up with his arms, with his nose slightly bent. Unfortunately, I didn't expect to meet such a skilled student that I seem to have taken the fight a little too seriously, Leo said. Just think that you were lucky. If I was using a sword in this match, you wouldn't be alive. Standing on the sidelines, Quinn was a little worried. This loss might have hurt Fex's pride, causing him to go on a rampage. If that happened, he didn't know what to do. But then, Fex's next action surprised him. "Thank you for the battle, teacher. You have taught me how useful your martial arts truly are," Fex said as he bowed down and walked off of the stage. "Wait,"
Leo said.
"please tell me, where did you learn to fight like that?" Leo had wanted to fight Fex after realizing that he and Quinn carried the same aura. Quinn excited him by showing amazing growth each time, and he had expected Fex to be the same. Yet, Fex was different. He was a few levels above Quinn. As you can see, my ability is only a level 1. My family has always been weak, so we decided to train in the form of martial arts to help build a good foundation, Fex answered. After hearing this, the students quickly remembered that Fex was only a level 1. When they witnessed how good he was at fighting, some of them had the idea of recruiting him for the next portal outing. Still, no matter how skilled he was at fighting, it wouldn't help him against beasts. Unlike Leo, who had the power of the beast gear helping him, they all felt like Fex could never obtain a piece of equipment that high in level. It was a strange situation. He could be useful if he had high-level equipment, but he would need to be strong enough to get the high-level equipment in the first place. The only way they felt like Fex could move up the ladder was to swear loyalty to a faction or the military, helping him raise his ability to the point where he could get the appropriate gear. And only then would he become someone who would be a threat. Of course, Fex's ability wasn't really level 1, but due to the watch being unable to detect a vampire's MC points, it displayed level 1. As Fex walked back to the crowd, he quickly snapped his nose back into place. He also had bruise marks all over his body, but they would soon heal, so there wasn't much to worry about. With the 2 demonstrations over, it was time for Leo to start the class. Everyone was asked to spread out, so they would have space of their own in the room. The first thing Leo started to demonstrate was the kicks. He proceeded to demonstrate different types of kicks one by one, and the rest of the class would follow step by step. It felt a bit awkward at first, and most of the students who had never done such a thing found it quite difficult. However, Quinn's body was more flexible and agile than most, allowing him to perform the moves quicker and learn them faster than the others. Leo could see this, and once again, was impressed with how Quinn was performing. Then when he looked at the other person he was interested in, he felt a little disappointed. Fex had decided not to bother learning the kicks properly. It wasn't because he thought they were useless or not helpful, he just found out firsthand how good the techniques were, but it was because vampires were very traditional. If they were to alter their arts or try to use something else, they would not be happy with him at all. While performing the different sets of kicks, Quinn started to have a thought. When punching, he was able to combine the blood spray with it. When throwing his fist, he used his blood swipe. Perhaps, there might be some way to combine the blood swipe with his kicks, creating a new skill of his own. Although, he would have to wait to practice this on his own later. Leo had demonstrated a total of 3 different kicks. One was the roundhouse kick, which was a kick that came out from the side. The other was using their dominant foot. Then they also had to practice the kick using their subdominant foot. The third kick was the axe kick performed at the end, lifting the leg upward, and then down using your heel to hit the enemy. Once he had finished demonstrating all the kicks, it was time for them to test them out against each other. Leo asked the group to get into pairs and spar with each other. However, they were only allowed to perform these 3 kicks with each other, while also only blocking using their legs or dodging. This was Quinn's chance to approach Fex, as he could see he was all on his own since no one wanted to pair up with him. Chapter 171, A Condition. It was clear from the start that no one would want to go up against Fex. And this time, it wasn't just because he was a level 1. He had put on an impressive performance, and it was clear that if they were to go up against him, they would stand no chance. If they lost to him in a spar, a level 1, they would become the laughingstock of the whole room, and the incident would spread throughout the entire school. Seeing this, it was Quinn's chance to approach Fex. He was in a public place with students loitering around, so he wouldn't be able to try anything funny, and if he did, for whatever reason, go out of control, there was one person in the room who Quinn was confident that could deal with him, Leo. While Fex was looking around the room for Erin, he noticed that she had already teamed up with Layla and had lost his chance to get close to her. Although, he noticed a smell gradually coming towards him, one he was familiar with, the other vampire in the room. Fex was still unsure who exactly was this person, but to be sent to the base. On his own, he would have to be a high-ranking member in their family. Or maybe, in a similar situation to Fex himself. The other crazy thing though was he didn't know who Fex was himself. One of the possible heirs to the 13 families, someone nearly all the vampires knew. But there were those that were sent on missions from a young age who had yet to return, so it was understandable if a few people had never seen him before. For those reasons, Fex had decided to offer a helping hand, hoping not to sour the relationship between the families. The families didn't usually get involved with each other's business unless the head elder asked. Hence, he was careful to also not be nosy. I guess you already know what I am, Quinn said while looking at Fex, keeping his fist closed, ready for things to turn at any second. Do you know who I am? Fex asked. Thanks to the system's inspect skill, Quinn did know. When Quinn answered, he was unsure what to say at first. If he said his name, would Fex get suspicious of how Quinn knew? Or would they think they were comrades?
It was a risk.
Quinn had no clue how many vampires there were, and how close of a relationship each one of them held with each other. Still, this way, if he did ask how he knew his name, Quinn could make up a type of lie. In the end, he chose to reveal the vampire's name as the system advised him to do. Quinn, I'm warning you right now. Never reveal your family name to another vampire. If you do, they will target you. The system said, but can't he use his inspect skill as well? Quinn asked, that is unique to the system, Quinn. You are not an ordinary vampire. The others don't have this kind of system, like yours. This whole thing you're going through, you're the first person to experience it. Which is why I can't help you as much along the way. There are even things that I don't know about the system. Quinn then started to wonder just which skills were unique to the system, and what are the skills that all vampires had knowledge of. Well, it's to be expected. I thought maybe my fame was starting to die around the other families. Fex said, swiping his hair back. Well, it's clear you're not from my family. Otherwise, you wouldn't have attacked me yesterday, but I won't pry into your business because that would just be rude of me. Anyway, go ahead. It seems you didn't approach me for no reason at all. Quinn was struggling with deciding on how much information he should reveal. If he made one type of slip-up, then it would reveal the position he was in. I remember you saying that if I needed any help, you would offer your hand. Quinn then took in a deep breath. I need you to help me with a ghoul problem of mine, the one that you captured the other day. Fex then smiled. I thought as much. I see. Perhaps a vampire recklessly transformed a human and then left you a halfling, or lesser, to deal with the problems. Who would be so irresponsible to turn someone into a Howl without preparing everything beforehand? It seemed like Fex was coming up with his own ideas about why Quinn was here, which was a good thing. It meant that Quinn didn't have to come up with his own story, and could just stay silent. In doing so, Fex was the type of person who thought his guesses were right on. Judging by your silence, I'm pretty close, aren't I? He assumed as he started laughing. Haha. When I become the family head, with my genius brain, our family will rise to the head position. So, you can help then? Quinn asked, by simply looking at Quinn's face, and seeing his fighting skills the other day, Fex could only surmise that Quinn wasn't well trained, or just wouldn't amount to much in the future. This contradicted his earlier thought, though there was something else that was bugging him. He had seen Quinn use the shadow ability. It was an ability that the other vampires hadn't used in years. It suddenly gave Fex an idea. Sooner or later, he would be caught by his family, and be sent back. He knew this was the case, but if he could lighten his punishment in any way, this might be his chance. If he asked Quinn about the ability, of course, Quinn wouldn't tell him. All the families thought the ability had been lost. Looking at Quinn, it was clear whichever family he worked for were keeping it a secret that they had found it. Perhaps, trying to overthrow the head family. If Fex was able to get information from Quinn, how he got this and which family he belonged to, then perhaps the punishment he would receive would be lighter, but the greed was starting to grow inside Fex. Observing Quinn's ordeal and the fact that the ghoul yesterday was in a crazed state, he really needed his help. Maybe he could get even more out of this deal. Of course I can help you, Fex said. Those words gave Quinn hope. The sooner they dealt with Peter's situation, the quicker they could get on with their lives. But I do have one condition, Fex said, looking over in the direction of the two girls. You see, the one with the golden hair, all I ask for is some alone time with her. As Quinn turned his head, he knew straight away who he was talking about. It was Erin.
Why?
Why her? Why can't it be someone else? Quinn asked. Quinn felt that, perhaps, Fex would need someone to give him a supply of blood while he was here. Just like Layla was to him. Otherwise, every 2 days, he would starve with hunger if Fex was the same type as him. But it didn't sit well with Quinn that it would be someone he personally knew. Out of all the people he could have selected, he chose his acquaintance. If you need blood, I can provide it to you, Quinn added. Oh, don't worry. I have no problem obtaining blood. Although it would be nice to have a little blood pet. I promise you that if you just agreed and let me meet and talk with her, then I'll help you with your little ghoul situation. Are you going to hurt her? Quinn asked. What? Are you crazy? Of course not. Fex replied. So, how will it be? Chapter 172. Bad timing. There's no way we can trust that guy. Layla shouted. Currently, the whole group had finished their combat classes for the day and were inside Quinn's room. He had just informed them all of what had happened yesterday when he had rescued Peter. He also included what had happened at the combat class, and what Fex's request was that I hate to admit it, Borden said. But I kind of agree with Layla on this one. What is another vampire doing in the school in the first place? Is he here because of you, Quinn, or maybe Peter? I don't think that's the case. Honestly, he seems to be disinterested in me. He also said something that he wasn't meant to be here either. I don't know if he was telling the truth or not. Maybe he was trying to get me to reveal myself. Quinn felt like pulling out his hair at this moment. There were so many things running through his head. I wish there was like a manual or something on how to be a vampire. They have so many rules, I just don't understand. The thing is, I can understand if he wanted you or Peter, but why Aaron? It doesn't make any sense. Vorden shook his head. Inside the room, Aaron had been here the whole time, silently listening away. So far, she hadn't said a single word, as if her mind was someplace else, that I have no clue about either. All I know is he said he wouldn't hurt her, Quinn replied. Hey, I have a question. Layla said. How come when you're in the sunlight you get weak, while he doesn't? Is he some kind of special vampire? Because when we left the training hall, he seemed to be walking fine. Quinn also noticed that as well, and when looking at Fex closely, he noticed a ring on his finger. He knew instantly that it was the same ring from the shop. It was a ring that required you to defeat a total of 10 advanced tier beasts to obtain. It only caused Quinn's worries to grow. It was clear that even if he didn't ask, none of them were powerful enough to stop him. While the others were thinking about what to do, Vorden pulled Quinn off to one side, so they could have a private conversation with one another. Hey man, not to add to your worries or anything, Vorden started, but I think we got another problem you should know about. Vorden said. Vorden then went on to explain how a few of Duke's men had come up to Peter in their training session and how they had asked him to learn the level 4 ability by the end of the week. It seemed like everything was happening at the worst possible timing. Then we have no choice, Quinn said. We don't know if Duke is going to keep a closer eye on Peter or what he plans to do. If we don't get Peter off this new diet of his as soon as possible, then we might have a serious problem on our hands. If it's out of trusting the vampire boy and the Duke, I think right now I trust the vampire more. You might be right about that one, Vorden replied. But the problem is, how do we convince Aaron? As soon as Vorden had finished those words, Aaron stood up straight and had placed her hand on the hilt of her blade that was currently sheathed by her side. I'll do it, I'll go see this trash, Aaron said. What? Aaron, you're not thinking straight. He's a vampire. He could be planning to do the same thing to you as Quinn did to Peter. Layla shouted before pausing. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean that in a bad way. I'm not afraid of him. That fool needs to learn his place. He needs to learn not to mess or blackmail others ever again, Aaron said. The others felt a little touched. It seemed like Aaron had changed, as if she was fighting for their sake, something that she had never done in the past. But little did they know, Aaron was still the same as always. When she was talking about blackmail, she was talking about her own situation. She was afraid that if she didn't go through with this, there was a chance that Fex could tell everyone about what she read. She regretted giving him an easy time when the two of them were at the library and now wished she had taught him a lesson, and now this time she would. Don't worry, I'm confident in my skills. If I was to lose to SCU, like him, then I deserved it for not training hard enough. Aaron's stubborn side had shown, and at this point, Layla was the only one trying to convince her to not go, while the boys remained silent. Even Peter wanted to get this whole thing over with, and if Layla just had to become a vampire's blood bank, then it was a small price to pay. Peter had to do worse things than that right now. I think it will be fine. We shall meet on the roof, Vorden explained. The three of us will wait by the door to make sure no one else comes upstairs. If anything fishy happens, we can come out and help her. Do you think he'll be okay with that? Peter asked. Didn't he say he wanted to meet her alone? The two of them will still be alone, and will just be a short distance away. If he truly says he will do her no harm, then he should at least accept these conditions. Vorden explained a plan had been set. Although it wasn't a very good plan, it felt like it was the only thing they could do at that moment. Quinn had left the room to go meet up with Fex to set the meeting point tonight, while Aaron wanted to go to the practice room to brush up her skills before the meeting, but before she left, Vorden stopped her by holding her hand. Sorry, I'm going to need to say this, Vorden said. Listen to me. Aaron, if you need any help or anything, you come running to me, alright? I promise I won't let this guy get you. Vorden, you are the only trustworthy one in this group. I would never rely on any of the others to protect me. Aaron still believed Vorden was the best option out of everyone out there. She had seen him get serious and even beat a student from one of the Big Four. Although Quinn was powerful, he had too many weaknesses an enemy could exploit if they were to find them out. What the hell? Why doesn't he treat me like that? Layla asked in disbelief. Am I the only one he treats like crap? What the hell did I do? Vorden had grown close to his circle around him. He had never had this many people this close to him before, and Aaron was one of the very few people who had approached him first. He didn't want to upset this little family that had been created. Unfortunately, Layla got the short end of the stick due to the little one, misunderstanding the relationship between Quinn and her. Vorden then went off with Peter to go gather the strongest abilities he could find, first heading to find Berg and one other ability. Chapter 173. My Puppet. On top of the first-year building outside the roof, it was a calm day. It wasn't too hot, and it hadn't rained in a few days, so the ground was dry. Quinn stood there opposite Fex while the others stood just behind the roof door. The door was slightly open as the four of them peeked to have a look at what was going on. Aaron's hand was twitching as she had it hovered over her sword's hilt. The others had to do everything in their power to convince her to not go out there and start a fight straight away. They were interested in what Fex had to say, and if she was to go out with her head full of steam right now, it would ruin everything. The best option for them was to come out of this with no fighting. If that did happen, Vorden was prepared. He currently had an ice ability, a fire ability, and also a slow regenerative ability. While trying to get the ability, it took him longer than he thought. The original person he got it from last time he couldn't find. Luckily, at the last moment, he was able to find another student with a similar but weaker version of the ability. He needed to make sure to keep the regenerative ability just in case things didn't go to plan. If Fex really didn't have a solution, then once again, he would have to prepare himself to remove another body part. It was also unlikely that he would be able to get Syl to fight for them anyway. At most, Vorden could convince Rattan. Syl was unreliable, so Vorden never went into a fight relying on him. "So you understand the terms then," Quinn said. "We'll be waiting just on the other side of that door, and if anything happens to her we will—" "I know," Fex said with a yawn. "I already gave you my word, didn't I? You should already know a vampire's word is sacred. It's not something that can easily be broken. And about the ghoul problem, you promise you'll help us straight after, right?" Quinn asked. "I already have it sorted," Fex said confidently. "Just a fair warning. She knows what you are, so she will be cautious," Quinn replied. "Looks like you're breaking rules all over the place," Fex said. "I guess it isn't a problem if you plan to turn her eventually." Fex had never seen a vampire break all the rules so casually. There was only one person who was as daring as him, and that was Fex himself. Most vampires were boring and strict, very traditional in the sense, and had been for so many years. It was why Fex yearned to go to the human world. The more he was finding out about Quinn, the more his interest grew. But with his position, he could get away with a few things here or there. While Quinn, he had never seen him before, he felt like the more he stayed around this guy, perhaps interesting events would start to unfold. Quinn had done everything he could, but it was still hard for him to trust Fex. Even the system didn't seem to have a solution to the current problem, so he just wondered what Fex had that they didn't. As soon as she opened the door, Aaron was ready to head out in his place. "Aaron, please remember the plan?" Layla said. Aaron nodded and then headed straight out as the other three watched from behind the door. At first, Aaron walked slowly, but as she got closer and closer towards Fex, she started to walk faster. The closer she got to him, the more annoyed she was at seeing his face. "Oh, the beautiful Goldilocks has finally come out. I have a proposal for you," Fex said. But suddenly the walking turned into a jog. After hearing Fex's voice, the anger inside her only got worse, and then finally, she had enough and pulled out her sword. "I thought I had already warned you. If you were to mention what you saw in the library, I would teach you a lesson," she shouted. "Looks like she isn't sticking to the plan." Layla said. "The library? Have these two met before?" Peter asked. "It seems like there might be a bit of tension between the two that we didn't know about before," Quinn added. "Damn it." Vorden shouted. "She's going to get herself killed." As Vorden went to open the door, Quinn pulled him back. "Just wait, Vorden. If he really wanted to do her any harm, why would he do it in front of all of us? And if he did kill all of us here, then he would only be hunted down by the school." What Quinn had said made a lot of sense to Vorden. Still, he couldn't help but worry, hearing Aaron's words. Fex was a bit confused. He could tell she was angry, but apparently it had something to do with their last meeting. Wait, it couldn't have something to do with that book, could it? As she charged forward, her face had now gone bright red once again, and she readied her sword, but suddenly, her movements started to slow as she felt something wrapping around her legs and arms. When she looked at Fex, she could see him doing something with his hands. "That's it, I'm going to save her," Vorden said. "Wait," Peter shouted. "That's the same thing he did to me. I don't think he's trying to hurt her." The string-like substance continued to tangle all over her body. When Aaron looked around, she noticed that there were small little daggers placed around the roof, with a little ring on top. Finally, though she was completely restricted and could no longer move, Aaron was not at the level where she could use the ice abilities with just her mind. She still required small movement with her hands to activate her ability. She would need to be at least a level 7 ice ability user for that. So right now she was completely defenseless. Other than her weapon, she had no other piece of beast gear on her, so her strength was that of a regular person, so there was no way for her to break the strings around her. "You know, after you left I read that book myself. No wonder you got so heated up," Fex remarked. "If you would like to do the things mentioned in that book, I would be happy to help you." "Go screw yourself, you sicko," Aaron shouted. "This is what I get for being nice,"
Fex said.
"Anyway, hear me out. During my time here I need a puppet as well as a food source. Now, since you decided to punish me in the library, you have the congratulations of becoming both of those things." "Quinn, do you understand what he's saying?" Layla asked. "I have no clue. I mean, I understand the food part, but the puppet thing I have no idea," Quinn replied. "System, is he talking about making her a blooded one?" Quinn asked. "No, the Sanguini's family have the ability of string. However, their combat style is unique. They are extremely nimble and skilled with their fingers, but their actual combat powers themselves are lacking." Hearing this didn't make Quinn feel any better. If Fex was a vampire with lacking combat skills, then what did one with good combat skills fight like? To perform at the best of their ability, they need something called a puppet to do combat for them, while they control them behind the scenes. Fex then walked up behind Aaron, while walking a selective path towards her, avoiding all the strings attached to the small blades he had thrown. "I'm not becoming your puppet," Aaron shouted. "I'm afraid you don't have much of a choice," Fex replied as he stabbed 12 needles into the back of her body. Chapter 174. Good or Bad. As the 12 needles were implanted into Erin's body, a strange feeling started to overcome her senses. It was as if something had clicked in her brain. The strings that were binding her feet and hands were loosened and started to disintegrate until they were no longer holding her back. "What did you do to me?" Erin asked. "I wanted to show you what being my puppet actually means," Fex replied. Erin went to swing her sword and moved about, yet it seemed like her movements were back to normal. They weren't slow and everything, so she tried to do what she could do before. Still, she felt like something was tugging on the back of her brain. "Whatever you did to me, get rid of it now." She lunged forward and swung down her sword. However, as she did, Fex moved a single fingertip, and concurrently, the course of her sword changed, missing the target and merely swung to the side. My body. Did it just move on its own? It was a strange feeling for Aaron to suddenly lose control like that. "Let's see what you got," Fex shouted. He was now moving his fingers at an incredibly fast speed, and for every different action that he did, it would move Aaron's body. First, Aaron tried to resist and fight against Fex's control, but it felt useless, as if she couldn't do anything. When she soon realized that there was nothing that could be done, she stopped resisting and just went with the flow. Doing this, she started to realize something. Fex wasn't just moving her body about in a random order, but he was actually performing a certain set of moves. Her swordsmanship was faster and more skillful than before, and the sound of her strikes when sliding through the air sounded fast and harsh. While her movements were soft and flexible as if she was doing a dance, it was swordsmanship she had never seen before, one that surpassed her own basic skills that were unrefined. While doing these movements, she started to concentrate. She discovered that it wasn't as if the strings were pulling her along. She could still feel that her own body was doing all these movements, so it must have been possible for her to perform these as well. Right now, she was noting down all the actions she was performing, and when she had gotten the hang of it, shards of ice would leave the blade as well. "What is Aaron doing?" Layla asked. "I thought she would be attacking him, but she looks so beautiful." With the ice surrounding her along with the beautiful skills being shown by Aaron, it was as if they were all watching a performance. "I don't think it's her look," Vorden said as he pointed at Fex, who was at the back, moving his hands and fingers. "You are a lot better than I thought you were going to be," said Fex. "It looks like I was right to choose you." When Fex had seen enough, he detached the strings that were on Aaron, and she suddenly stopped right there. Her body was no longer being guided by the strings. Immediately, not wanting to forget the feeling she just had, she tried performing the same movements. At the start, it seemed to be going well, but then, the movements just didn't have the same flair as when she was attached. She tried again, and again like a person who was possessed, but it was nowhere near the same level that she was performing before. "You, show me again. Do what you just did again," Aaron demanded. Now, Fex said. "If you started to demand things from me and I complied without complaints, it wouldn't be very fair, would it? A relationship should work in two ways. If you don't want to tell me about it, you know I can just start getting really nasty." Lifting her hands, Aaron planned to use her ice abilities this time before he got close to activate his weird puppet thing once again. But her hand stopped midway as a little tingling feeling reappeared at the back of her head again. "Oh, I'm afraid it's a little too late. You see, with the needles implanted in you, I can reattach my strings to you at any point in time," Fex explained. "Now that I've shown you how my swordsmanship works, it's time that I get something in return." Walking towards the lady, step by step, Fex got closer, and right now, there wasn't a thing she could do to stop him. "I can't take this anymore. It's not fair on Aaron. We forced her into this, and it's clear that she doesn't want to go through with it." Effie's planning to turn her? "I'm going," Vorden said as he barged through the roof door.
"Wait,"
Quinn shouted. They were so close that Quinn didn't want to ruin the deal they had. So far, he had stayed true to his word, and Aaron didn't have a mark on her. He felt like he was so close to solving the problem with Peter, but after hearing Vorden's words, Quinn realized how selfish he was being. Aaron had no reason to be involved in their affairs. In fact, none of them here did. Only Peter and Quinn needed to be there, and if he wanted to solve his own problems, he should have come up with his own solutions instead of trying to rely on someone else. As soon as he heard that Fex had a plan, he immediately decided to take the easy route of asking him rather than trying to brainstorm for an appropriate method. "Let's switch, Vorden. Ich tächte lesson," Brandon said, and oh, they're my friends, and this time, I'm going to do something about it myself. As Vorden ran out, he gathered a fireball in his hands and was getting ready to throw it towards Fex. However, just as Vorden was about to let the flames go, Aaron's body had moved and was now right in front of him. She slashed her sword down, and Vorden had to jump out of the way, rolling onto the floor. "Vorden, that wasn't me," she said. "How dirty," Vorden shouted. "You're going to use her as a shield?" Why don't you fight yourself? With Aaron getting in between the two, Vorden was unable to use his full strength. At any point in time, Fex was able to move her to either block the attack or get in between the two of them. Then, a gust of wind seemed to go straight past Vorden as he felt his hair rise. When he looked in front of him, he could see Quinn running past with all his beast gear on. He had his boots activated and was rushing forward at full speed. Just like before, Fex moved Aaron in front and commanded her to strike her sword, but Quinn showed no signs of slowing down, and it looked like he wasn't even going to bother dodging. Shadow control. Just before the sword reached his side, he lifted the shadow from underneath his foot and blocked the attack, slowing it down. Then, using the flash step, Quinn was able to appear behind Aaron and went straight for Fex. Wait. Fex shouted.
Stop.
This wasn't my intention. You guys win. He said as he held up both hands. Just what was Fex planning? Chapter 175. My word. With his arms raised, it truly did look like Fex had already surrendered. Not only that, but Aaron was freed from her constraints and could move by herself again. As soon as she felt the weird connection leave her body, she had decided to take a few steps back and was now standing near the door beside Peter and Layla. Come on in, Quinn. Vorden shouted. With the two of us, we can easily take this guy out. However, Quinn was still cautious, having no intentions to let his guard down. He remembered fighting Fex last time, and also saw him go up against Leo. If Vorden had seen these things, perhaps he wouldn't have been as confident as he was right now either. There is no trick, said Fex. You can ask the girl who I have broken off the connection with. I have done what I wanted to do. All I wanted was to show the girl what it would be like if she was to become my puppet. I just presented the power and skills that I would share with her. And in return I was going to ask for some blood. Was I in the wrong? Quinn then pulled out a flask from one of his trousers pockets and threw it over to Fex, who was able to catch it. Fex opened up the lid and could smell the sweet fragrance emitting from the bottle. If you need more blood, then you can just come to me, Quinn said. Just leave us be and I won't get in your way and obstruct you in your mission, so you shouldn't get in the way of mine. Fex then took a gulp of blood from the flask as a huge grin slowly made its way to his face. Wow, it's pretty fresh, but as I told you before, getting blood here isn't a problem for me. Look, I didn't want to sour the relationship between us two. As I have said, this is all a misunderstanding. Did I ever hurt her? You took control of her body and you forced her to attack me, Vorden said. Just get rid of whatever you put into her body. In that way, you won't be able to control her again. It looks like I've hit a nerve with one of you. I didn't realize she was already taken. Fex said. As fellow vampires, we should be looking out for each other. As a sign, and the start of our friendship, I shall do as you ask and remove the needles. Quinn was wondering why Fex's tune changed so quickly. Before, it seemed as if he was ignoring him, and now he wanted for the two of them to be friends. It just didn't make any sense for him. Could he have realized that Quinn was different from the other vampires? But the real reason why Fex had changed his mind about the whole thing was because of Quinn's shadow abilities. He had seen them being used before, but didn't see much of what it could do. During the short confrontation with Aaron, he noticed something about the shadow and how it was possibly a lot stronger and useful than he thought if he goes through with the process. Are you able to tell me if he does anything suspicious? Quinn asked the system. Not really, but Aaron should be able to tell. When the needles are removed, she should know. The system replied. The group decided to go through with it, but only if they could stay by Aaron's side. At first, she wanted Fex to use it on her once more to allow her to experience the feeling and skills he had shown her again. However, after being used to fight against her comrades, she felt disgusted with herself. She was so weak at that moment, and everything had been done against her will. Even she wanted the needles to be removed. Aaron's back was facing against Fex, while the others stood by her side, with Layla holding her hand. Peter, Vorden, and Quinn were ready to jump in at any moment if he was to do something fishy. The strings were connected to Aaron once more, and she felt the tingling sensation at the back of her mind. Fex then yanked out his hand, and at the same time, all 12 needles that were attached to her body were pulled out simultaneously. It's done, Fex said. The others saw the needles had been removed, and Aaron could no longer sense a strange feeling inside her body. If you ever wish to become a puppet of mine again, then feel free to find me. Come on, let's get out of here, Layla said as she started to walk off with the others towards the exit. Wait, don't you want help with your goal situation? Fex asked. Quinn had thought, since Fex hadn't got what he originally wanted, that there was no reason for him to keep his side of the deal. His words right now were a surprise to him. I may not follow many of the vampire's traditions, but I do follow one, and that's to always keep my word. You did as you said, and you brought her to me. Now, in return, I will help you. The girl carried on walking ahead. Layla had decided she didn't want to be a part of any of this anymore, and it looked like Aaron was worn out by the whole thing. If the boys wanted to go through with the original plan, then she trusted Quinn to make the right decision. We can't trust this matter to him, Vorden said. I'm telling you. But time was running out. It was night time, and they didn't have much longer until the curfew. Vorden would have to go through the pain of having his limbs removed again. Also, so far, Fex had kept all of his promises, so why would he suddenly break one now? Please, Quinn said. Help us. Very well, Fex replied. Follow me. Chapter 176. Fex's Bad Plan. As the three boys followed Fex, they couldn't help but wonder what kind of plan he had. He said he had prepared everything beforehand. Quinn was thinking of all the possibilities. Given how young Fex was and how the system hadn't recognized him, it was clear that the two vampire minds were a generation apart, meaning perhaps there were some things that had changed that even the system didn't know about. Maybe in the time period, they were able to find a substitute for the human flesh? Whatever the plan might have been, it had to be better than letting Peter roam around and kill people. As they followed Fex, they realized that he was leading them back to the student dorms. Until finally, they had reached a room not too far away from theirs, located at the end of the hall. It was the last room. I hope you're hungry, Fex said as he opened the door. As soon as they entered the room, their jaws had nearly dropped to the floor. Quinn immediately looked out in the hall to see if anyone had seen them before closing the door shut. What is the meaning of this?
Quinn asked.
Currently on the floor were 7 different students who had been tied up. They each had a blindfold around their eyes and a piece of cloth gagging their mouths. Their arms and legs were tied up using the same type of string that had been used on Peter. This is what someone should have done before they turned him into a ghoul. I noticed he was a crazed ghoul, so he shouldn't need much human flesh to evolve. He would need a different type, right? So here you are, I brought you a different person he can eat for each day of the week. Fex explained. Quinn realized then that it wasn't that the system didn't have anyway, and Fex did. It was the fact that they were 2 different types of vampires. The system knew that Quinn would never consider this an option, so they would never suggest it, while Fex, even though he was interested in humans, saw them just as a thing to be used. Oh, what? You plan to just kill these students? Vorden asked. The school would find out if 7 students just went missing. This isn't really a plan. Hey now look who's being the stupid one. No one said anything about killing, Fex replied. The size of meat that a ghoul needs to eat only needs to be about that of a shoe. So there's no need to kill, no need for the school to find out. But won't they say something happened? If I was them, as soon as I left I would get out of here, Peter said, worried as he saw the students wriggling about, scared for their lives. Although you guys seem to be friends, it's like you don't know much about vampires, do you? Fex shook his head. If I use my influence powers, then I can make them forget anything ever happened. As for their missing limbs, I can replace them with a memory saying they lost them in an accident fighting with each other. When Quinn was thinking up of different ways to help Peter, he too had come up with a similar option. The only problem was Quinn wasn't confident in his influence skills. Whether it worked or not depended on 2 things: if the person he used it on had good mental strength and his charm stats, which were low at the moment. If there was the chance it didn't work, then Quinn would have to kill someone with his own hands. The killing wasn't the part that Quinn didn't like, but killing someone who had done nothing wrong or no harm to him was different. These people in the room were strangers to him, and they had families waiting for them back home. Who was he to decide what happened to them? If he was to abuse his powers, then he would be the same as the very people he hated. Well, Quinn, what do you want to do? Peter asked, looking at him. Peter had already made up his mind. He was sick of worrying about this and just wanted to get it over and done with. He convinced himself if he didn't at least resort to this, then there would be more body bags, and a missing limb was better than a body bag. I can't, Quinn said. I don't even know these people that well. Quinn's reply surprised Peter, as he was sure Quinn had felt the same way. As if he just wanted to find the quickest solution. If it makes it easier for you, some of these people aren't good people. Fex then went over to 2 of the male students off to the right side and lifted up their head, revealing a few bruise marks on their face. You see these 2? They were my roommates. As soon as I entered the room, they started ordering me around. I refused, and you know what they tried to do? Beat me, so I gave them a beating back. I hadn't even said a word to them yet. What about the rest? Quinn asked. Well, the rest were randomly selected. They just had bad luck, that's all. Look, someone had to draw the short straw, right? While Vorden was looking at the students, he recognized one of the female students. It was the same girl who he had copied the regenerative ability off the other day. Now it made sense why he couldn't find her earlier. It must have been due to Fex keeping her in this room. Seeing this, though, gave him an idea. Quinn, there is something we can do? Vorden said. Vorden explained how when he was coming up with Plan B, he managed to get a list of the first-year students' abilities and what class they belonged to. On this list, it stated that out of all the first years there were 3 students who had regenerative abilities. Before, he had never considered this an option. Only now that they were able to erase their memories did he think of this. There's still a problem, Quinn said. Even if we manage to get those 3 students, we still need 2 more. But at least it's a start, Quinn, Vorden replied. They explained our plan to Fex. After all, they needed him to be in on it to make sure he erased their memories. Although he complained a little, he did accept in the end. He then lifted the female student of the ground who had the regenerative ability. I'm telling you guys, we could get this all over and done with. Are you sure you want to do it this way? Fex asked. Quinn nodded in response. All right then. Fex then pushed the female student towards Quinn, and he managed to grab her just before she tripped and fell over. This is your problem, not mine. I'm not going to do everything, so one of you is going to have to cut off her body part. I'm not a sicko who gets pleasure seeing people in pain, so I'm afraid I'm not going to volunteer myself. Chapter 177, Advantage. The boys started to talk about which of them should cut off the leg, but none of them wanted to do it. Vorden knew firsthand what the pain was like, and argued that he had already done his part, while Quinn was the one who cut off Vorden's leg. In the end, it was a unanimous decision that Peter should be the one to do it. He had similar strength as Quinn, so he should be able to cut it off clean. Peter grabbed the meat cleaver from the kitchen counter and walked over to the female, all the while Vorden and Quinn held her down on the floor. This time, they had also put several towels where the cut was supposed to be made, in order to not make a big of a mess like the last time. The two had to hold her down, even though her mouth was already gagged. Furthermore, she was blindfolded, but she had heard the whole conversation going on between all of the people in the room. At first, she thought it was a twisted sick joke being played by our friends, but as soon as she heard them deliberate and talk more about the matter, she slowly realized that it was becoming a reality. Not being able to see anything either was making her go mad as she imagined that they might do all sorts of things to her. As Peter knelt down on his knees, his hands were shaking. Quinn and Vorden were strong, so now her movements were minimal, but it didn't stop him from seeing the tears rolling down her face just underneath the blindfold. "Come on, Peter," Vorden said. "You're happy enough to eat the damn thing, but you can't cut it off." With those words, Peter closed his eyes and swung the meat cleaver down, but at the last second, he tried pulling it back, causing the meat cleaver to only reach halfway through the bone. Muffled screams were heard as blood started to pour down her leg.
Peter.
"You made it worse," Quinn said as the two swapped positions. Quinn quickly banged a fist on top of the cleaver, pushing it to completely go through. When the leg was detached, he quickly put it inside a black plastic bag. Using one of the towels, they tied it just above the wound and raised her leg to cause the blood flow to slow down. Eventually, it had healed to a point where it was a stump again. The woman was no longer struggling or screaming. She had just passed out from the fear of everything. "For more times," Quinn said. "We have to do this 4 more times." While the female's leg was being prepared for Peter to eat, Vorden was busy tending to the girl and clearing up the bloody towels. However, before Peter could eat the leg, Quinn went over and dipped his finger into one of the ends. Blood type A+. Quinn wanted the O blood type. This way, he would be able to raise his charm stat. He realized that with everything happening around them, they were bound to get caught sooner or later. If that was the case, then one of the most useful skills that he had would be the influence skill. It was why Fex was able to walk around so confidently and didn't have to worry about getting blood. He was confident about his ability to erase the memory of any student regarding that the incident ever happened. Although it didn't make him much stronger in battle, it would do in the future. If he could use his influence skill without any worries, then he would also be able to get blood from other students without having to worry about the repercussions. He then licked his finger, and once again the message appeared. A+ blood has been consumed. An additional stat point in strength has been added. Strength 18. Peter wasn't feeling hungry at the moment, so the leg this time didn't look as appetizing as before. He thought that it was due to the fact that he had seen the girl screaming and crying right before it was cut off. Because of that, he didn't feel like eating it just yet. While the others were waiting for the leg to heal and for Peter to start eating, Quinn went over to the other 6 students who were still on the ground. Inspect.
Quinn had
used his inspect skill on each of them, and the main thing he was looking for was their blood types. Out of the 6, there were 2 O blood types, 1 AB+, 1 A+, and also 2 B+ blood types. While he was here, he might as well increase his stats. The memory of each student would be wiped by Fex anyway, so it would be a waste not to. Quinn then went over to get another knife from the counter and went up to each of the students. He would make a small cut on the bag of the student's calf. He would then dip his finger and take a lick of each one. After taking a drop of blood from each student, Quinn decided to check his new improved stats. Strength, 19, agility, 18, stamina, 17, charm, 12, at the moment. These were Quinn's current base stats without wearing any equipment. With the 2 O blood types, Quinn did as he said he would, putting them into his charm stats. While doing all of these tasks, Fex was keeping a close eye on Quinn and couldn't help but come over. "Are you trying to see which one tastes the best?" Fex asked. "If you want, I can get you a glass or something so you can have some more." No need. I'm not hungry." As Quinn said those words, he realized that this was the first time he was talking about blood with another vampire, as if it was food. It was strange, but at the same time nice that he didn't sound crazy, that I was just trying to get as many different people's blood types as possible. Quinn answered, "You're a strange one." "Oh, I know. I bet you're one of those blood freaks who has to find the perfect type of blood." Fex said as he shrugged his shoulders. "To me, blood is just blood. It all tastes the same no matter who it comes from." Hearing Fex say this, it started to make Quinn think, "Did you have any of their blood before we came here?"
Quinn asked.
Nah, I can actually last quite a while before I start to crave for blood. Although, I still appreciate the gift that you gave me before. Fex replied. A realization came over Quinn. If Fex wasn't consuming the blood of every human he came into contact with, that would suggest that it didn't have the same effects on him as it did to Quinn. It would be understandable if he was doing it for reasons to not be caught. However, he already had these 7 people in the room, yet he didn't consume blood from a single person's system. What is the meaning of this? Quinn asked. I think you've figured it out already. The system replied. As I've said to you before, your vampire powers are unique, different from the others. What applies to you doesn't mean it will apply to them, and the same can be said the other way around. But this, Quinn, this is your advantage over the others. Chapter 178. Spying. Certain vampires had weird habits. It was probably due to the fact that they were either stuck indoors or mostly stuck in the dark all the time. This was what was going through Fex's head as he looked at Quinn. Even Fex was considered weird for having so much interest in humans, but so far his experiences of them hadn't been great. No one would talk to him, and of the very few interactions he had with all of them, he was attacked, first by Aaron, then by his 2 roommates. Finally, when the leg was fully healed on the female student, Peter no longer felt as weird about eating the leg in front of him. Before he felt like he was eating a part of her, but now that he could see she was fine, he couldn't let it go to waste. The first bite was the hardest, but once he got the juicy taste of flesh into his mouth, he couldn't stop. He continued on until almost nothing was left but the bone. Ghouls, a little bit of a messy eater, aren't they? Fex said, trying to crack a joke, but Quinn was in no laughing mood. Quest update. 3/7 pieces of human flesh has been consumed by Ghoul Peter Chuck. Once again the energy surged through Quinn's body. But he knew it wasn't him getting stronger, but Peter instead. But this message had only soured his mood, realizing he would need to do this for more times. Maybe we should just take the easy way. Quinn thought for a brief moment, but quickly changed his mind. They took off the blindfold from the girl, and then Fex started to use his influence skill. His red eyes glowed, and so did the females he was looking at. She appeared in a dazed state, as if she was unaware of anything around her, as if she was asleep, but with her eyes open. Fex gave simple instructions of what happened that night. He was sure not to overcomplicate things and at the same time not give too many details, otherwise it could cause problems with her mind. The last thing he mentioned was telling her to sleep for another hour. While one of them watched the hallways for any oncoming students, the other would carry them and put them in a place where it would be a while before a student spotted them. Certain sections of the library, just outside the staircase on the top floors and so on. What if someone sees them? Peter asks. There are students who are knocked out all the time, although to the watch system it will just appear like they're sleeping. Everyone else will think something happened to them, Vorden explained. Think about it, when you were sleeping outside the room, apart from the first day, did people really bother you? Peter knew Vorden was right, and he felt like Peter only gained extra attention because he was a level 1. But after the first day, several students just ignored Peter like he was some homeless dog left on the street. After they finished doing everything they needed to do, they left Fex in his room on his own. If you need me, you know where to find me, Fex said. As he saw the 3 boys walk off, Fex started to feel a little bored. Everything that happened today was one of the first interesting things that had happened to him since he got to the human world. Then when they thought about it, it was one of the most interesting things he had done in his life so far. The day had arrived, and Peter wasn't feeling hungry this morning as he had eaten a meal last night, but that still didn't mean there wasn't a list of jobs they needed to do. They had more problems right now than just trying to find meat for Peter, because Duke was hot on their heels. They needed to convince him that somehow Peter was learning the ability books handed to him. So, the 3 decided to once again split up for the morning. Vorden had memorized the students who had the regenerative ability, and at breakfast he would try to track them down and find out what club classes to and when would be the best time to nab them. While Peter and Quinn had decided to pay a little visit upstairs to the VIP area. Their aim for today was visiting Logan. Not once had Quinn seen Logan in the canteen area, and he realized he never saw Logan around the school much even before that. While also training in the pod that Logan had, he realized he never really left the room, and there was no need for him to. The VIP room had facilities such as a shower and a toilet, and whenever he wanted he could call and ask food from the shop to be delivered to his door. Long time no see. Logan greeted as this time, he answered the door still with bags under his eyes. When he finished rubbing his eyes though, he noticed someone else behind him. It looks like you brought a friend with you, as well this time. They entered the room and Peter couldn't stop looking at all the strange gadgets inside. He also noticed the level 8 on Logan's watch that seemed to frighten him a little. When did Quinn get to know someone so powerful, he thought. Once he sat down, Quinn started to explain what he wished Logan to do. However, this time, Quinn was afraid Logan would decline. He had already asked so much from him, and he had nothing to give back in return. But, without saying anything, he put on his metallic glove and got to work on the watch while it was still on Peter's hand. After a few minutes, he sat back in his chair. All done for you, he said. Now on the watch, the number 2 was permanently displayed. If we want to come back and increase the number, are you okay with that, Logan? I thought you might ask something like that, so I already did it for you, Logan said. If you twist the top of the watch, then the numbers will change, going from 1 all the way up to 6. So you will be able to fool anyone into thinking you have a high ability. Every time I work on something, I just impress myself more and more. Quinn was feeling even more guilty. Logan hadn't even asked any questions of why he needed to do such a thing, and was providing his services for free. If you ever need any help, Logan, feel free to ask me. I know, you probably don't need me too much, but even if it's for testing something in the game, please, I want to help you. With that said, it was almost time for the combat classes to begin, and the two of them had to leave. As they left the room, Logan quickly booted up his computer and started typing away until he suddenly stopped. If I do this, he will probably never trust me again. It was nice speaking to a person for once, rather than a machine, Logan said. But at the same time, I can tell you are hiding things from me, and I can only help you if I know more. Recording device activated. The computer system said, as he activated the recording device inside Peter's watch, he could now hear everything. Chapter 179 Alone. When Quinn had first come in and made the request, he had explained that his system had hidden the level of his actual ability. It made sense why he needed to adjust the score on the watch. This was why when Logan saw Peter, and they had made the same request, it secretly made Logan happy inside. He thought that perhaps Peter had been put under the same type of system that Quinn had. He saw Quinn as a friend now, and was happy to help him, but his urge to find out about the system far surpassed that of their weak bond. When touching Peter, he realized how he was quickly disappointed. He didn't have the same reaction as he did when touching Quinn. Which meant right now, he couldn't think of a reason why Peter would need to change his level. If it was something as simple as to avoid others from bullying him, it was too risky to do. Once they found out how weak he was, they would report him, and the watch would be replaced. The only thing he could think of was, Quinn and Peter were hiding something from him. So, he came up with a plan to implant a recording device into the watch. At first, he was originally going to do this with Quinn, however, he quickly felt him and Quinn get close together. He enjoyed the small conversations they would have. He decided it wasn't right to invade his privacy and believed Quinn would eventually tell him. It was time for the two to split up. Peter would head to the elemental class with Vorden while Quinn would head to his normal weapons class. For the start of the lesson, they continued to go through the kicks that had been done the other day. Quinn worked on perfecting them while in his head imagining the feeling of blood swipe going through his legs. Usually, he would just have to think about activating the skill, and the system would do the rest for him. The energy inside his body moved on its own, but he could still feel everything that happened were only automatic. If he wanted to combine his blood swipe with his leg techniques, he had to recreate that feeling in his legs while throwing out a kick. It was too bad his mind had been preoccupied with other things, otherwise, Quinn would have loved to test it out right now. While practicing though, he noticed once again that Fex was standing by his own. Not a single person had approached him. It was to the point where Fex was just lying about and looking at the ceiling in boredom. Now Leo didn't do anything about students who didn't want to learn. In his opinion, in the end, it really was up to them if they wanted to participate or not. However, if they were to disturb the class, he would deal with them, seeing this Quinn decide to approach Fex. He didn't feel like Fex was a bad person but more like a child who didn't know what was right and wrong. If Quinn could just approach him and get close, maybe he could learn more about the vampires that might be after him. Hey, do you want to spar? Quinn asked. Fex got up from the floor and looked around him, noticing that there was only one person Quinn could have been speaking to. Who, me? Fex asked, tilting his head a bit. Quinn nodded. Maybe I can use my full strength against you this time? Yeah, right. But if you insist on an arse kicking, then I'll be happy to give you one. Fex replied with a smile. Fex was a good fighter, and Quinn was hoping to learn from him. If in the future he really did become his enemy, it would be useful to learn how not only he fought, but how others fought as well. There was also the fact that recently Quinn had gotten a stat boost. He knew he wasn't as powerful as Fex yet, but maybe slowly as he consumed more people's blood, he could change that. The two of them sparred using the kicking techniques only, and Leo also noticed that Fex could actually perform the kicks quite well. It seemed like he was performing them badly before just because he didn't want to still. The two of them knew not to show their true strength or speed, otherwise the others around them would start to get suspicious. While Layla and Aaron were practicing their kicks against each other, Layla noticed Aaron was incredibly distracted and was constantly looking over at where Quinn and Fex was. She was never interested in Quinn before, even after learning he was a vampire. So it had to mean she was looking at Fex instead. After last night, she tried to repeat the movements while she was under control multiple times, but they just weren't right. She wanted to feel them one more time. She felt like she was close, but something was just missing. But as she looked at Fex's face, it filled her with disgust. She would never allow herself to be controlled by another person. In another training hall, the elemental class was taking place again. Vorden and Peter did their usual thing, keeping their distance from one another, but at the same time not too far. The lessons usually started off with an explanation, demonstration, and then students would try to replicate what they were being taught. At the end of each lesson, there was free time. Students could practice fighting against each other, or practice on their own trying to perfect and get a hang of their skills. So far the whole lesson had passed without anything happening, and it was only in the last part that the same men that approached Peter the other day had approached him once again. Oh Peter, I see you finally reached the level 2 Earth ability, but your progress is a little slow, don't you think? The student who had approached had quite a skinny frame, and it looked like he hardly had any fat on him. His face was even sunken in by the cheekbones. It was as if fate had decided how he would look. Birth, for the name given to him by his parents was Bones. Although Bones himself didn't look intimidating, Vorden could see he was confident when approaching Peter. While looking around, he saw a couple of other students also looking in their direction. They were probably working for Duke as well. The Duke wants to make sure that you progress as fast as possible, and the easiest way of doing that is through a practical assessment, wouldn't you agree? Why don't the two of us have a little spar? Although Vorden wasn't close enough to hear what they were saying, he was able to tell they were in some sort of trouble just from the look on Peter's face. Then when he saw them walking off in a certain direction and clearing a space around the two of them, Vorden knew what was happening. They wanted to test his abilities when Peter had no abilities. Chapter 180, Tricking Bone. The room was full with students minding their own business, practicing their elemental abilities. Most of them in the room were Earth users, as that was the most common ability distributed throughout the world. It was also the easiest to raise up a few levels ability-wise, but if you wanted to reach the peak of the Earth ability, you were required to join the military and move up. In one of the corners of the room, Peter had been taken by Bones, a tall, skinny student who also had two other students by his side. They each formed a triangle-like position, with Bones in front of Peter while the other two stood behind him. Vorden had his own fair share of fighting experiences, and just from looking at this, he knew what they were planning to do. He quickly needed to think of a plan and started to look around the room. Otherwise, they were going to get found out. They couldn't risk Peter getting taken away now, not while he was still a ghoul. A single day without flesh would make him go crazy. And although Quinn believed Peter would remain silent, Vorden did not. "All right, Peter, it's time to see what you got," Bones said. However, Peter was far too nervous to hear Bones properly and was thinking about what to do to get out of this mess. Why did these guys have to come and get me now? Peter thought. Is the watch not proof enough? These guys, are they still trying to ruin my life? Well, if I'm going to get caught anyway, I should just kill them. Just then, Peter managed to catch Vorden walking up from behind them and then walking to the side. "Come on, Peter, are you ready, or what?" Bones shouted, as he was starting to get agitated. Vorden had now stopped off not too far next to them. He started to perform certain moves, and earth pillars and walls were created as he performed these moves. It was clear that Vorden had copied quite a high-level earth ability, but Peter was just wondering what did that have to do with him. Then he noticed that Vorden was repeating the same set of moves and then pointing to himself afterwards. Does he want me to copy him? Peter thought, but just as he was thinking he felt a blunt object hit him in the stomach. When he looked down at what had hit him, he noticed it was an earth pillar. "I don't have all day, you little twerp," Bones shouted. Peter was surprised at how little the attack had hurt. It was as if someone had given him a small nudge, but knowing the others would expect a reaction, he held his hands around his stomach and started to hurl forward, while continuing to look over at Vorden. Peter then looked at Bones and started to copy each action Vorden was doing. First was a step on the ground. An earth wall was then lifted from the floor. Vorden made sure to create a small one, trying to mimic a level 2 user. It was only because he had stolen a level 4 Earth user's ability that he was able to still create Earth skills at such a distance. And thankfully, the others were all distracted, looking at Peter. To the outside, it just looked like Vorden was practicing some form of martial arts. Peter then threw out his palm imitating Vorden, and the earth wall formed a worm-like shape, still attached to the wall. "Did I ask that enough for you?" Peter asked. Bones then walked up to the wall and placed his hand on it, lowering the wall down. He continued to walk forward until he was directly in front of Peter's face. An earth pole was formed into Bones' hand, and he whacked Peter right across the face, leaving a large red mark. The taste of metal started to fill Peter's mouth as blood formed. At that point in time, he had to do everything to stop himself from just jumping on top of Bones and ripping at his neck. "That's for wasting my time. If you did that in the first place, we could have gone home already," Bones said as he started to walk off away from the others. "Peter, make sure you reach level 4 in time or else." As the three were leaving, Peter could do nothing but watch them go. He hated the fact that even though he now had the chance to fight them, he had to hide that fact. However, when Peter looked at the three people just about to leave the training room, he noticed Vorden was standing in front of them, blocking their path. "Hey guys, it seems like I have no partner in training today. Do you mind helping me out?" Vorden asked. "What the hell? Scram out of here," Bones said. "Oh, you're happy to practice with me right here and now," Vorden shouted, making sure everyone could hear. A few seconds later, and Vorden was already casting his earth spells, aiming it at all three of them. The sudden attacks and Vorden's versatile use of the earth abilities didn't allow Bones and his men to last long, as Vorden managed to give each of them a thorough beating without getting a hit a single time back. Once classes were over for the day, Vorden and Peter met up together in the library. They each used a book to cover their faces as they talked to each other using the silencing orb. The orb meant that as long as no one was at the table, none of the others around them could hear. Okay, so, do you remember the plan? Vorden asked.
Tonight.
I want to try to get all 3 of those regenerative ability users. There are 3 places most likely we can get them. Dinner time after the canteen, we can follow them just outside their dorm room, or before they return to their homeroom classes. All we have to do is convince each student and lead them to Fex's room to deal with the rest. Now this is important, Peter, because each of us are going to have our own person we're going to follow. Me, you, and Quinn will each have one person. So don't mess this up, okay? Although Peter was no longer weak like before, Vorden still couldn't rely on him. What about the 2 other people? Peter asked. If I'm not satisfied after these, then does that mean we're going to have to kill more? When Peter asked this, Vorden looked at him carefully. Usually, a person would be quite worried, but Peter actually said those last words so casually. Did he change after killing Earl?
Vorden told.
He's getting more dangerous. Stop being such a hypocrite, Ratton said. Vorden chose to ignore Ratton's words for now. Technically, he wasn't being a hypocrite himself because he had never done such things, but we will leave that to Quinn. I'm sure he will think of something in that time frame. Vorden replied with that. The 2 of them had their targets that they would follow for the day. However, unknown to both of them, when they thought their conversation was protected and being kept secret by the sound orb, it actually wasn't, because Logan had heard everything. Chapter 181. Logan moves. After hearing what Peter and Vorden had said, Logan wasn't shocked by it. His mind worked differently to others. It was very rare for him to feel any emotion, such as sadness or shock. It wasn't until he first discovered computers and programming that he started to feel the emotions of joy and excitement. His reaction to hearing this wasn't normal. To say the least, he felt like he needed more information before coming to a logical conclusion. So far there were 3 students involved, Vorden, Quinn, and Peter that he knew of. The words that stuck out most to him during the conversation were "kill again." Logan then proceeded to log onto his computer and started to access the school servers. Whenever he would hit a firewall or a security breach, he would place his hand on the computer and close his eyes. "Please, I need your help. Will you let me in?" Logan asked a few moments later, and he was into the school system. Since the new school semester started, there were a total of 2 student deaths that had been reported, one named Brandon and the other named Earl. When looking at the files, he also noticed that 2 students had been brought in for questioning, and one of them for both cases. Quinn, if the 3 of them are friends, are they covering for Peter? Maybe the military was always close in their investigation, but never got the right person. Logan thought this seemed to be the most logical conclusion, but then there were still a few things that didn't make sense. Why would they be covering for a murderer? They couldn't have been that close, as no one knew each other before coming here. Unless they were directly involved, there would be no need for a cover-up. Then the second thing was the fact, why would there be a need for them to kill again? The way Peter had spoken had made it sound like an accident. The next thing Logan pulled up was a file on Fex, a student name that was mentioned in their conversation. Now things are starting to make less sense,
he said.
Fex was a new student who had only been here a few days and had been brought in for draft evasion. For some reason, there was a link between all these people, but Logan just couldn't find it. His heart started beating as the excitement of a mystery about to be unlocked. He felt the same feeling he did when he was working on a new idea, and when he finally found the missing component, a rush of dopamine would be sent to his brain. There was one place that they would be at tonight without fail, and that was the student's name's Fex. Before leaving, Fex grabbed a round ball-like object and started making some adjustments with his mechanical glove. Vorden had caught up with Quinn and given him information on his target, saying what homeroom class they were from and also what combat classes they would attend. Judging by the time of day, they were able to guess most likely where the student would be. Quinn had gone to one of the homeroom classes to find his target. Vorden had gone to wait outside the dorm area, and lastly Peter to the canteen. As Quinn walked down the hallway where the students were just outside their homeroom, he would use his inspect skill on all those walking by. Vorden had given a description, but Quinn felt like using his inspect skill would allow him to spot the right person quicker in the crowd of people. As for how to convince the student to come with him, Quinn had wanted to test something. Finally, he found the student walking back towards the dorm room. Quinn quickly tapped the student on his shoulder. "What is it?" The student said, half annoyed as he turned, but he quickly changed his tone. "Oh, sorry, how can I help you?" he said with blush marks underneath his cheeks. He had never seen a student so handsome before. It was as if something was drawing him in. Influence skill activated. Influence skill successful. Before approaching the student, Quinn had asked the system to allow his charm skills to go back to normal. He had increased his points by 2, and out of all the students' regenerative abilities, Quinn was tasked with the second weakest one to follow a few feet behind me. "Don't say anything to anyone, understand?" The student nodded and continued to follow Quinn. Vorden found it quite easy to convince his student to do as asked after showing him his watch, threatening to beat the person if he didn't comply. And then finally, it was Peter's turn. Dinner had ended, and he could see his target moving up and leaving the place, but he was also with a few of his friends as well. However, Peter managed to pluck up the courage and stand in front of the student. "I'm here to deliver a message," Peter said. "General Duke has asked me to take you to him at this moment." The student agreed to leave his friends and follow Peter. It was all going well for Peter so far. The student was following and asking him what the general wanted to see him about. Whenever asked, Peter would reply, saying the general would never tell a low-level like him information about why. However, the problem started to occur when the student realized that Peter wasn't leading them to an office, but instead towards the dorm rooms. "Where are you taking me?" he asked. "Oh, I just need to grab a few things for my room first that I forgot." Peter replied, "Did I thought you said it was urgent?" The student was now starting to get annoyed at Peter. This was bad as there were still several students around returning to their dorm rooms after leaving the canteen. It wasn't like Peter could knock him out there, and then, "Is there a problem here?" a voice said. As the student turned around, he could see a black-haired student he didn't recognize, and suddenly, his eyes lit up red. "Head over to room 224 and wait there," Fex commanded, and the student did as asked. "Thank you, but why are you out here?" Peter asked. "I had a feeling one of you might mess up this plan of yours, and out of everyone I picked you. I've been following you since the canteen." The two of them entreed Fex's room and tied up the student. They then sat together in silence as they patiently waited for the others, until Fex broke the silence. "Don't worry too much. Once this is done, you will evolve and no longer be required to do this type of thing. I honestly don't know why your Turner didn't prepare this all beforehand." Well, he didn't really understand what was going on, none of do? Peter replied. "What do you mean?" Fex asked, but before Peter was able to give further details, a knock was heard at the door. Quinn had arrived first, and then Vorden only a few minutes after. They did the same procedure as last time and allowed Fex to tie the other two students up. Now laid on the floor were 3 students. "Well, are you ready to do this?" Fex asked. Chapter 182. Last one. This time, when faced with the dilemma of choosing who should cut off the student's limbs, Quinn had volunteered. He was taking no chances. He would be doing the work. It wasn't that he wanted to do it. It was because he felt like it was crueler to allow Peter's shaky hands to do the work. If the part wasn't cut clean, it would only cause more suffering. They had decided to do all of the students at once, rather than splitting it up into different days. They wanted to get rid of Peter's problem as soon as possible. If Peter was still hungry and they couldn't find a solution for the last one, then they could always rely on Vorden. Here I go. With a single swing, Quinn cut the piece the student's foot clean off. This time, however, Vorden immediately moved towards the amputated area and started to place his hands just above it. As he did, it began to heal far quicker than it normally would. "What's that?" Peter asked. "I decided to head to the nurse's office, faking that I had a temperature. The two of us touched, so I was able to copy her ability," Vorden explained. "I didn't want these guys to go through the same pain as the others." The healing ability along with the regeneration ability seemed to speed up the process by a great amount, and there wasn't even a lot of mess to clean up this time. They then repeated the process 2 more times to the other students, and finally, they were done with everything. Thanks to Vorden's healing ability, the pain the students had suffered didn't weigh on their mind as much this time. Also, when the legs were put in front of Peter, he too was starting to find it a bit easier. In fact, Vorden thought he was finding it too easy. "Looks like you're really enjoying those legs there, huh?" Vorden remarked before asking Peter, "Did mine taste any better?" A crude smile was shown on his face and his eyebrow was slightly twitching. "Look, I'm not happy about this, but we have to make the best out of the bad situation," Peter said as he took another bite. When eating the legs, it wasn't like he ever felt full. It was a strange feeling, but it was more like his hunger would disappear. He tore through each leg with ease and finally had finished the last one. "Remember to eat the bone too," Fex added. "Don't want to leave any evidence behind." Peter's jaw was now also harder than most, and his whole digestion system had changed. So doing something like this was easy for him, although the bone didn't have much taste apart from the marrow inside, but at least he didn't churn it up like everything else he ate. 6/7 pieces of human flesh consumed by your ghoul. The message had appeared, and now there was only one person they had to find before Peter had to evolve. Although the others weren't sure about the exact amount but knew Peter must be close. Before Peter had eaten the pieces of leg, Quinn had also gotten a taste from each one of the students on the floor, adding to his overall stat points. Charm, 13, Strength, 20, Stamina, 18 with the 3 students' blood types. These were the stats that had been increased. "So, did you come up with any ideas for this last person?" Fex said as he sat down on his chair with his legs up on his desk. "I was thinking about this, but what about that bones person?" Peter suggested. "The person who you met today? That's a bad idea," Vorden replied. "Number 1, did you even see that guy? I think you would have to eat his whole body to be satisfied. Secondly, he happens to work for Duke. You're already on his radar. But I think you're along the right line. We should pick someone who deserves it." "And how do we decide that?" Quinn said. "If anyone deserves it, it would be Duke himself. Everyone is just doing what he says." Peter could have easily been doing the same thing to others once he went up high enough up the ladder. Suddenly, while in the middle of their conversation, a beep sound was heard. They all recognized the sound well. for it was when someone was returning to the room who accessed it. However, Vex had sent his two roommates away during this time using his influence skill. He had tested it before and knew their minds were weak and would obey the command, so it shouldn't have worn off. Just who was able to break into the room so suddenly like that? As the door opened, a small student with bags under his eyes were seen. His head quickly moved around the room, trying to process what was going on. 3 students tied up on the floor, blood parts in certain areas, and the rest casually standing around. Logan mumbled to himself. Logan had actually arrived in front of the door earlier, but he had decided to continue to listen in on their conversation. Perhaps he had misheard something, or the words they were saying weren't really meant, but after listening and deluding himself from the truth, he could no longer take it when they started to talk about candidates. He had to see for himself what was going on. The biggest shock to him, though, was one of the students had their limbs torn off. The other 2 had already healed in time. But the same couldn't be said for the last student. They all had different levels of regenerative ability, and his leg would take longer to heal. Logan immediately brought out the black sphere-shaped ball and pressed it against his chest. The small little spider-like robots started to spread and appear around his body at a lightning speed until it formed a mechanical suit. It looked similar to a miniature mech, only less clunky. As he lifted his hand, it started to form an oval cannon-like shape. 2 more of them started to form on top of his shoulders, and then he had his other hand pointed out. Each of them was pointed at a person in the room. "Don't you guys move, or I swear I will blast you all," Logan said. His voice had a slight echo to it as it was projected through a type of speaker through the suit. "Quinn, did they put you up to this? If they're blackmailing you, I can help you out. I have connections, you know." "Logan, please," Quinn pleaded. "Put the weapons down. It's not what you think." "I can't, Quinn. If I lower these weapons and I don't know the truth, there's a higher chance for you all attacking me. And although I would like to trust you, Quinn, I have factored that there is also a high probability that you are involved in this case as well, and 2 previous cases before." When did he do so much research, Quinn thought. What the hell are you guys waiting for? "Looks like we found your next meal ticket," Vex said as he took a step forward. A few seconds later, though, a beam of blue light had hit Vex and sent him flying up against the room wall. "I did say that nobody should move," Logan said. Chapter 183. Processing. A single step, that was all
T took.
Vex had moved a single step before Logan had decided to fire without hesitation, and the shot looked powerful. They could tell it was a powerful blow to cause Vex to go flying like that, and it seemed like he hadn't recovered from it because he was still lying on his front on the ground. When looking at Logan, Quinn could see that he wasn't reacting like he usually would. It was like he was shaken, but not from fear of what was happening. No, Logan was too strong of a person for that. It was something else. There weren't many people Logan had trusted, and although it wasn't a long time the 2 had spent with each other, it felt more special to Logan. No one had ever shown as much interest in what he had worked on. Quinn would often ask questions about all his gadgets, and although he couldn't appreciate their true worth, he could tell he treated them with great care. But this fact had made him realize that the 2 of them weren't that close to each other at all. He now felt like Quinn had used him for his skills. "Logan, please just give us a chance to explain." At that moment, Quinn had taken a step forward. Logan automatically reacted to this and fired once again. "Wait, no," Logan shouted. However, Quinn felt like something like this might have happened, so he was prepared. Using the shadow, he lifted it up to block the energy shot, stopping in midair in the shadow. Then moving out of the way, he moved his shadow, with it causing the shot to smash and go straight out the window. "We seriously need to stop wrecking these rooms," Forden said. "Quinn, I need an answer for all of this, and one that makes sense. If everything doesn't, and I feel like you're lying." "Well, I don't want to even consider that as an option that you'll understand when I explain everything. I wanted to tell you, Logan, do you mind if just me and you speak alone?" Quinn asked. As Logan looked around the room, he realized that it would be the better option to just talk to Quinn. It would make it less likely for the others to plan anything while the 2 of them were talking. But Quinn wanted to talk to Logan alone for a different reason. Right now, he was the only one who knew about the system, and although Vex seemed like he was passed out on the ground, who knew if he was listening in or not? "Give me your neck," Logan demanded. "What, why?" Quinn asked. "And if you want me to trust you, then give me your neck," Logan said once again. Quinn did as asked and walked over while bending down slightly. Then when Logan touched Quinn's neck, a part of his suit started to move and form a type of collar around Quinn's neck. "If you try anything funny, that collar will explode," Logan said. Although vampires had great healing abilities, he wasn't so sure he would be able to survive an explosion around the neck. The 2 of them then left the room and headed upstairs to where Logan's room was located. After a few moments after them leaving, Vex started to get up from the floor, and around his chest area, a burn mark could be seen.
W.
"I would have thought that little twip would have been so strong," Vex said as he touched his chest area. It was slowly starting to heal but wasn't healing as fast as a regular wound, which was a first for Vex. He just wondered what that energy blast was made of. "Good thing I stayed on the floor. I was not ready for that one," he said. "Do you think Quinn is going to be okay?" Peter asked. "Logan is a level 8 user. I know Quinn's strong, but We have to deal with this problem first, Vorden said, pointing at the students on the floor. Maybe Quinn can buy us some time, but if Logan reports us, they still can't do anything without any proof, so we need to get rid of the evidence as quickly as possible. The three of them nodded and got to work. Quinn went inside Logan's room, and out of habit, Logan had gone to his usual seat when talking to Quinn. All right, Quinn, I thought we had a fair deal before, but it seems you were hiding more from me than I originally thought, and although I have a great interest in the system, I cannot condone someone who goes around killing random people. Quinn was struggling to think about how to explain this to Logan, not only that, but if he would believe him, and how would he react to the truth. While deep in his thoughts, an unexpected voice in his head was heard. Let him touch you again.
The system said.
His ability, I think I figured out what it is. If you touch me, then it will allow me to speak to him, pass over everything I know, and explain everything that happened. Although Quinn thought it would be better if he explained it in his own words, at the same time, he felt like Logan might not believe him if he did. But if it came directly from the system, then there was a chance. Logan, if you touch me, then the system will be able to explain everything. It will all make sense. Logan was still in his heavy miniature mech suit, apart from one of his hands that had been used to form a collar around Quinn's neck. While in the suit, he felt safe. I'm putting my trust in you one more time, he said as Quinn went over with his hand held out. When the two of their hands connected, instead of the normal system message, Logan was able to speak clearly to the system. The system was then also able to show images of everything that had happened to Quinn so far, including all of the conversations they had. Usually, a normal human brain wouldn't be able to process all of this information at once, but it was being downloaded into Logan's mind like a hard drive. The system knew this would only work with someone like Logan. Quinn, on the other hand, had no clue what was happening and could just see that Logan was remaining still. Then, after a few minutes, Logan let go of Quinn's hand. He then raised it and touched the collar around his neck, removing it. Before sitting back down in his chair, what happened? Quinn asked. Did I understand why you did what you did, Quinn? In fact, if I was in the same situation as you, I don't know how I would be able to handle it. Perhaps I would have chosen to seclude myself even further away from everyone. All the actions you took, I cannot blame you, because in a way it was the only thing you could do. After receiving the information, Logan then tried to put himself in Quinn's shoes. Although some of the things he did were bad, could they be avoided was the big question. This would ultimately make up Logan's mind whenever or not Quinn was a bad person. After running multiple different scenarios in his head, he had found a couple of ways where he would have been able to have come out or done better, but Quinn had never made a truly misguided decision. And even now he was thinking of a way to turn Peter back to normal without hurting anyone. It made him happy to find out that Quinn's character and person were still the same he thought it was. Still, what made him even happier was he was able to find out more details of the system. How is it possible that someone in this era could create an AI so complex? The AI itself reminded Logan of his own ability. The two of them sat there for a while. Logan continued to think of all the things he had learned today. The fact that vampires were real didn't interest as much as the system part, but now that the two of them were linked, he wanted to know more about them as well. Quinn had remained quiet, unsure how Logan had taken everything he had just learned, and then Logan suddenly took off the suit and it formed the original small black ball he had in his hand before. You know, Logan said. I can help you with your problem? Problem? Getting the human flesh. There's a way, Logan replied. Chapter 184. Dark Marketplace. The three boys had worked fast this time, and because they were in a rush, even Fex had to help beyond his determined contribution, an unusual trait of the young man, for the reason that he was afraid of getting caught. Rather than simply using his influence skill to clear their minds, he also commanded them to follow him. Then, whenever they arrived at a safe place or a random hall, he would break the skill, allowing their minds to be cleared. It also returned them to normal as if nothing had ever happened. The group did the very same thing to all three students, and they were all fully healed as normal. What are we going to do about the window? Peter asked. Don't worry, I can deal with that. I will just make the other two students in the room think that they were in a fight. They can just take the blame, Fex said. Although Fex was growing a bit tired since he had used his influence skill a lot today, taking up his mental energy, he merely held out to achieve their goal. However, he would need a good rest after everything was over and done with. Should we go check up on Quinn? Peter asked. You two can go, but I don't want to get blasted again, Fex said as he looked down, noticing that his wound had finally healed. Just then, the beep sound of the door was heard. Knowing that it wasn't going to be Fex's roommates, everybody prepared themselves for the worst to come. Nevertheless, when they saw Logan enter the room with Quinn trailing him, they were able to relax a little. There were no teachers, and Logan no longer looked frightening without him donning the mech suit. It's okay, guys. Logan knows everything, Quinn said. Everything? Peter asked. They thought that Quinn had lied, perhaps, or had only told the truth about Peter. But in reality, Logan knew more than everyone in the room. For Logan now knew about the system as well as the vampires. Logan then pointed at Peter, and as he spoke to each person, he would move along to the next. Yes, I know that you are a ghoul, Logan said, pointing. You are a vampire like Quinn. Also, you're a strange person who seems to be wrapped up in this, more so than you should be. My conclusion is that you are crazy. Peter looked towards Vorden and could see his eyebrow was twitching up and down. If there was one word that Vorden didn't like, it was the word crazy. Anyway, I propose we all head upstairs to my room, for I have a solution to your little eater problem. Follow me. Logan left the room and Quinn followed behind while signaling to the others that it was alright to do so. You guys can go ahead without me, Fex said. I've done my part, so there are no more favors in between us. I did my thing, and you did your thing. As the others left the room, Fex was finally able to lie down on his bed. The wound and the strain from the multiple uses of influence skill had drained all his energy. He didn't follow them because he didn't want to seem weak in front of the others, afraid that they might use it as a chance to get rid of him. I'll just go ahead and close my eyes, Fex said as he nearly instantly went to sleep. The boys, except for Fex, had finally made it into Logan's room and made sure that the door was firmly shut behind them. Are you sure this isn't all a trap, Quinn? How is this guy meant to help us? Vorden whispered. I don't know, Quinn replied. He hasn't told me anything yet, but I trust him. He helped me out with the watch and knew about my shadow abilities, yet still didn't tell anyone. I see no reason for him to tell others about this as well. Logan then logged into his computer, as usual. From the surface of the computer screen, a light shone out and a projection appeared, allowing the others to see everything that Logan was doing. The problem is that you need a fresh piece of human meat, correct? But the human meat shouldn't be rotten, so going to the cemetery is not an option. You also couldn't sneak into the hospital due to the surveillance cameras. Logan explained. He then went on to a certain site. It looked exactly like the marketplace that Quinn had gone on to buy his equipment, only this was slightly different. Instead of a white background on the webpage, it was black. And I will introduce you to a whole new world you probably didn't even know existed, said Logan. We call this the dark marketplace. It contains items that are and allowed to be sold on the regular marketplace. It even has a request board, one that can evade the eyes of the government. What kind of things are on there? Peter asked. Sometimes, they will ask someone to steal information from their competitors. Some jobs even include hiring assassins to hit on certain people all around the world. Usually, if there is something that you want to get, you can find it here, said Logan. That I've heard of this before, Vorden said. But I had no clue how to access it. It seems like only certain people within a group know how to. My family said they would let me know once I am old enough. That's because the dark marketplace only allows certain individuals to get a membership. However, my ability allows me to bypass any restrictions, and I am able to log in with no worries. Logan then typed into the search bar, and straight away, what they were looking for appeared. The words could clearly be seen. Fresh human flesh available now. Cut less than 24 hours ago. Seeing this scared the others a little. They were still young and naive. They knew the world had taken a turn for the worse, yet this seemed like a few steps too far. But even in the past, in the old age of the internet, there was a similar service like this called the dark web. Seeing this, Quinn started to read the description and found something strange. The item has been shrunk, wrapped, and filled with nitrogen to keep it as fresh as possible. It had also been dried of all blood, so the customer can only get the flesh itself. Logan, could you check for me? Is there any way to get blood? Quinn asked. The others thought that Quinn perhaps didn't want to rely on Layla or Vorden any longer. If he could get an endless supply online, that would be a big help for him. However, Quinn was actually hoping for a shortcut, but seeing the fact that the human flesh had been dried of blood made him feel a little suspicious on the ensuing transaction. Logan did a quick type, and to his surprise, the screen said, "No results found." This was the dark marketplace. As long as there was a demand for something, then they would have it. Yet this time, they didn't have blood? It was certainly strange. I find it odd that there wouldn't be blood on this. Regardless, even before vampires began to exist, there are underground hospitals and groups who would need it for emergency situations. Perhaps I should look into this more. Logan continued to ponder on the subject. So, are we able to order the flesh then? Peter asked. Yes, I'll do that for you now, Logan replied. The flesh cost quite a sum. It was around 10,000 credits, the same price as an advanced tier beast core. However, Logan had covered the cost of the flesh for them. He stated that he would much rather let himself do this than allowing them to go around the school, trying to cut someone's limb off. Although this was bad in its own way, the flesh already existed on the marketplace. The person was dead, and there was nothing to. Hey, Kadu. Once he placed the order online, just like the marketplace, he had received a code. When the confirmation was sent, he was ready to receive his package. In his own room, Logan had a teleporter receiver for packages. He often ordered things online and on the dark marketplace for parts for his gadgets. After typing the code in, the item suddenly appeared in a box. They opened it up and it was shrunk, wrapped, and covered with ice, just like the order had said. Quinn used his inspect skill. Thereafter, the description stated that there wasn't a single part of it which had blood on them. After taking it out, they placed the meat on Peter's hands, and Logan couldn't stop staring at him. He was interested in seeing how Peter was able to eat the meat. Although Peter was a little shy, he quickly gobbled up the food quickly. When he saw that it was similar to an animal eating meat, Logan lost his interest once again. 7/7 different piece of human flesh have been consumed by your ghoul. Quest complete. Evolution process will begin. Chapter 185. Peter evolving. Almost at the same time as Quinn had received the notification from the system, a loud groan could be heard from behind him. Peter, what's wrong? Are you okay? Vorden said, with a worried expression. He was shaking Peter, who had fallen and was lying on the ground. Peter was clutching his belly with both hands. He felt like a fire was spreading out from that point all over his body. Guys, give him some space. Quinn said, he's evolving. I don't know what he'll turn into, or what's going to happen to him next. Quinn knew from his own experience how painful the process of evolving was, but more than that, he was worried what Peter might turn into. Quinn had immediately asked the system what Peter would evolve into, but the response he received worried him. The system said that there were many possibilities and it couldn't predict which one Peter would evolve into. He had thought that by completing his quest and letting Peter evolve, it would be the end of his problems, but once again, the system had kept some information from him. When lower-class creatures like ghouls evolved, there were many different classes they could change into. Sometimes, by using certain methods, the classes someone would evolve into could be influenced, but mostly it was a random process which depended on the situation and personality of the individual. Every class had its own set of skills, and some were rarer than others. But when Quinn found out about a specific class a ghoul could evolve into, he became very upset. It was the class known as the Wendigo. Out of all the classes Peter could evolve into, this was the worst. It was the only class that would still require him to eat human flesh, but that was not the only issue with the class. The system had added that because they managed to feed Peter quickly, it wasn't likely he would turn into a Wendigo, but there were no guarantees. All of them stepped back to give Peter some space. Logan turned his spider bots into a cannon attached to his arm and aimed it at Peter. He hadn't covered his whole body this time, but just enough to create the cannon. Logan looked at the others with a determined look on his face. I'm not taking any chances, Logan said. There are too many things left in this world that I still need to discover and investigate. Vorden totally agreed with him, and thought his actions were very reasonable. He was glad Logan had something to point at Peter, because he only had the healing ability right now, and that wasn't any help if things went wrong with the evolution. The groans coming from Peter were getting louder, and he started to shake all over. This much pain he had never experienced before. It felt like something was trying to break all the bones in his body. As they nervously watched Peter, they started to see visible changes to his body. His skin began to shrink and tighten, and turning white all over. He didn't look sick or weak. The scene actually reminded Vorden of what Quinn had looked like before his evolution into a full vampire. It looked like Peter's body hadn't lost any body mass, but it looked like he was shriveling up and was dehydrated. Hey, he's not turning into a Wendigo, is he? Quinn asked the system that I don't know for sure, but you should be prepared for the worst. I'll be honest with you, these are the signs of someone turning into one. If that's the case, I think it would be best to allow Logan to just kill Peter. The system replied, but I thought you said it was impossible for me to kill Peter? Also, why can't we just feed him again till he evolves, like last time? Quinn asked, with a mix of fear and hope in his voice. For your first question, as long as it is someone else who is going to kill Peter, and you don't try to abandon him at that moment, anyone can kill him. Secondly, unlike other classes, Wendigos can't evolve anymore, and unlike a ghoul, they aren't loyal to their master at all. They have lost their intelligence entirely and can only react based on instinct. They have only one thing on their mind, which is food. The only bit of loyalty they've left is that they won't attack their master, but for the rest of their undead lives they will continue to hunt and kill humans to eat their flesh. The system replied, dashing Quinn's hope. Quinn didn't like the idea of it, but if Peter turned into a Wendigo, he had no other choice. Too many people had already gotten hurt. He had felt guilty about Peter's situation, which was why he was doing his best to help him, but this was a cost that would be too high even for him. At the same time, there was something that was worrying Peter a lot more right now. His heartbeat was starting to slow down. With the pain on top of this, he thought perhaps he was dying. However, even though his heart wasn't beating anymore, he could still feel everything, and it didn't feel like he was dead at all. Then finally, his heartbeat stopped entirely, and at the same time, so did the pain. Congratulations, your ghoul has successfully evolved into a white blood ritual skill has evolved. 1/3 slots remaining for the cursed family. As Peter stood up from the floor, his face looked more sunken than before, and his skin was slightly paler. Immediately Peter grabbed his chest for some reason, and he held it there for a while, yet there was nothing. Not a single beat was felt. Tell us your name, age, and where you are, Logan shouted. He had to make sure that Peter was right in the head. I don't answer to you. Peter snapped. I will only answer to one, he said, pointing at Quinn. Quinn then repeated the question again. Peter Chuck, 16, and we are inside Logan's room, sir. Satisfied with the answers, Logan put his hand down but also made sure not to take the mechanical weapon. Inspect. Name, Peter Chuck. Race, white. Stats, will corresponding with creator until it reaches its limit. Seeing the last bit of information had given Quinn a surprise. This meant right now that Peter had the same stat points as Quinn. He was just as strong, and just as fast. Although the second part would suggest it would continue to increase as long as Quinn got stronger, but at some point, it would reach a cap. What is a white though? Was it bad like the Wendigo, or one of the better ones? Quinn asked. Why don't you use your inspect skill and see? The system replied. If you select the race option with your mind, it should pull up more information. Race. White. An undead creature which is fast and sneaky in the night. They are best used as a form of an assassin. Whites have a high level of intelligence similar to humans, although their personality could not be said to be the same. They are lawful to their creator, but once they see someone as their enemy, they will do everything in their power to get rid of them. Whites are immune to poison, sleep, paralysis, mind control, and diseases. They also contain a skill that will allow them to turn a killed victim into another lesser white, 0/2. Vorden could see Quinn taking in something. He noticed he did this from time to time, and then would eventually explain what was going on. Perhaps it was some sort of vampire skill or something. But it did make him wonder where he got all his vampire knowledge from. He had always assumed that it was Layla the vampire frack feeding him this information. Did I ask everything okay? Do we still need to feed him human flesh? Vorden asked. It's all right. Peter, you are no longer a ghoul. You're now something known as a white. Quinn replied. After explaining everything to Peter, he finally understood why his heart had stopped beating. He was an undead creature, no longer alive. Can I die, sir? Peter asked. Quinn found it strange that Peter kept referring him to sir, but could only assume it had something to do with his class change. It seemed to also cause a slight personality change in Peter as well. Well, you're already dead. There is no long or any need for you to eat human flesh, and your unnatural healing abilities will heal you most of the time. But if you do get to hurt and you use too much energy, you will once again have to eat human flesh, although there is no longer any requirement for it to be fresh. Quinn explained as the system continued to inform him. Everyone in the room could finally relax and sit down. It was finally all over. Still, Peter had decided to leave the personality change that the system said a white would have. Since it seemed like Peter was being lawful to his creator like it said it would, it most likely meant the second part was genuine as well. If a white saw anyone as its enemy, then he would do everything he could to get rid of the person. As long as no one tried messing with him for now, everything should be okay. But there was one upcoming situation left that they had to deal with that was worrying him about this. His next meeting with Duke in a few days' time. Chapter 186. Breaking Free. I have a question? Vorden said. How did you figure out what we were up to? Vorden was sure he had covered all their tracks with Vex. The last thing he wanted was to get caught, yet it happened anyway. If they had slipped up and this was how Vex was able to find out, then this meant others could find out about them in the same way as well. Logan then walked over to Peter, who turned his head and gave him a dead-eye stare. When Quinn noticed this, he immediately intervened. Peter stopped that. For some reason, it felt natural and instinctive to Quinn to do this. It was like he was telling off a bad dog for growling at another person. In the meantime, Logan had removed Peter's wristwatch and had made a few adjustments using his glove before handing it back to Peter, who put it back on. Peter had become a lot less talkative, and at the same time, it seemed like he wasn't as timid before. It was causing a strange atmosphere in the room. Peter, why don't you come stand over by my side, Quinn said. Noticing how everyone was feeling, Peter then walked over to where Quinn was, while constantly looking around the room, as if he was checking it out for any dangers. When you asked me to make adjustments to Peter's wristwatch, I planted a listening device inside. I felt like you were hiding something, so I thought this was the best course of action. Logan replied to Vorden's question. After hearing this from Logan, Quinn felt like he had no right to be upset with him. He really was hiding things from him, and even now Quinn still hadn't told him everything. It's okay, but Logan, are we still friends? Quinn asked. We're friends? Logan replied with a confused look on his face. Of course, friends help each other out, and you've helped me more than ever, Quinn explained. Well, if that's the case, this seems to be a one-way friendship, since you haven't helped out with anything yet at all. Logan replied bluntly. Although Logan sounded rude, he wasn't. Logan had always been honest like this. And he wasn't really good with human feelings and emotions. As the three boys were leaving Logan's room, Quinn stopped by the door and pointed at the briefcase he had looked at before when he was with Logan. You're right, Quinn said. I really haven't helped you even when you helped me out so much. You know that briefcase I almost touched before? Well, my system says it was made by Richard Eno. With that piece of information, Logan's thoughts were confirmed. He knew it. You're still my friend, Quinn. Logan shouted as the door shut behind them. The biggest worry looming over their heads had finally disappeared, but that didn't mean they were completely in the clear. While Vorden and Peter were going back to their dorm room, Quinn decided he would go pay the girls a visit and update them on the situation. They both knew what the plan was for today. Although Layla was happy to help, Aaron didn't want to be anywhere near Vex. Vorden had strongly agreed with this as well. So Layla and Aaron had agreed to stay out of it for the most part and allow the others to help Peter out. boys weren't allowed in the girls' dorm rooms, and although the military staff usually weren't very strict on this rule, it was currently nighttime, and it would be curfew soon, so Quinn was a bit worried that anyone would see him. After he knocked on their door, he spoke through the door to confirm it was him, and the three of them then went for a walk down the hallway while Quinn explained everything that happened. He won't have to eat humans anymore, and there's no need to get involved with that Fex kid again? Good. Aaron said. After hearing everything that happened, it seemed like they were able to solve Peter's problem with ease, and thanks to the dark marketplace, if another ghoul was created, they would be able to solve that problem a lot easier. Should I experiment with myself first before telling the others? Layla thought. Just maybe if I get strong enough, I can break free. Still, after Quinn had told them everything, Layla could tell that something else was on his mind. What's wrong? Is there another problem? She asked. Quinn then proceeded to tell them the situation with Duke, how for some reason, they desperately wanted Peter to learn the level 4 Earth ability by the end of the week. The major problem was Peter didn't have an Earth ability and he was too involved in all of it to cut ties. Wait, did you say by the end of this week? That's this Sunday, right? Layla asked. Yeah, that's what Peter told us, Quinn replied. Layla was visibly shaken after she heard this news, but she forced her facial expression to remain neutral. The message she had received from one of the Pure agents was True Dream would be coming at the end of the week. On the same day, by which they wanted Peter to learn the ability, if the others found out True Dream was coming over, they wouldn't find it a big deal. For he had close ties to the military and would often visit the military bases.
But
Law knew the truth point. One of Pure Group's biggest targets was True Dream. He was the whole reason why the military was able to keep such a strong grip on everyone. Of course, the reason why he was coming was to take students' abilities, form them, to give them to his own men, and Peter had been selected as one of the targets. After finishing their talk, the group decided to split up with each other and head for their own rooms for the night. When Quinn opened the door, he was surprised to see Vorden rushing over to him. Quinn, thank heavens you're back, Vorden said. It's Peter. He's become a weirdo, and he's just standing above his bed, and he won't listen to anything I say. I was trying to relax and listen to some music, but I can't with him just standing there staring. What the hell happened to him? Quinn started to laugh nervously. It looked like Peter had changed more than he thought. Peter, you can rest. Why don't you lie on the bed? Peter did as he was asked, but when lying on the bed they noticed he didn't close his eyes. System, what's up with him? Quinn asked, don't worry, he just recently changed. You have to think of him as a newborn person. He will soon start to do things on his own more often, but now that he is an undead, he will no longer require any sleep. The system replied. Seeing this made Quinn a little upset. The old, fragile, scared Peter had completely disappeared and was no longer there. Even though Quinn had saved him, he wasn't sure if he really had. It seemed like Peter was an entirely different person now, and he didn't even know who he was looking at anymore. Inside the girls' room, Layla was also having trouble sleeping. There were 3 days before True Dream would arrive on campus, which meant she had 3 days to try and figure out a way how to tell the others what was going to happen to Peter without revealing who she really was. Chapter 187. Feeling useless. The morning sun had finally risen. A few people around the school had struggled to sleep through the night, and Layla was one of them. Throughout the whole night, she had been pondering how to inform the others. She had already made up her mind that she needed to warn them, but couldn't figure out how. She didn't want to imagine what would happen when True Dream found out that Peter had no ability that could be taken. She was aware of his intentions. From what the boys and Pure had told her, Layla had accurately deduced the specifics of Duke's plan. Every term, True Dream would visit a different military base. However, it turned out that he visited a particular one more often than the others, and that was military base too. This was the reason why Layla had been sent to this place. Something strange was going on with military base too. They hadn't been able to figure out what yet, because so far every agent they sent had disappeared. Thus, they decided to do things differently this time. So instead of sending a grown-up, they decided to send an agent who was at the age of the draft in as a student. The reason for True Dream's visit was to acquire different abilities from students. Every time that True Dream used his ability, it would also increase his ability level along with it. His skill bypassed almost all the information that they had about mutant cells. After taking someone's ability away, he could then implant the ability into a new person. Their body would automatically get the same ability level as the one that was taken. Nevertheless, they would still need to take the time to get familiar with the ability and learn all the skills. This was why they were offering Peter a lot of ability books, and it also explained why they were hurrying him to get his ability to level 4. There were always certain criteria when it came to choosing which students to use for this. The first and most important criterion was they should never hail from an original family. Although True Dream's family was one of the Big Four, usually other originals were also part of the Big Four, or under the banner of one. So this criterion was added to avoid a war between the Big Four. They needed students who wouldn't stand out, so that people wouldn't really notice, or care if they were to go missing. As such, another one of the criterion was, The student had to come from a poor family, ones with no backing or support. Quinn was still safe because the school believed that at present he had no ability, but both Layla and Peter's abilities were documented, and both of them fulfilled the criteria. It was different for them. There was a possibility that along with Peter, Layla was also a target. Layla had entered the school using false documents. Her family wasn't prominent, but she didn't mind if she was to lose her ability. She had only obtained it for the mission in the first place. The only thing that she didn't want is to end up like Peter and be the military's lapdog. She needed an outside position where she could observe everything that was happening without getting involved. With all things said, she didn't have to warn them about what could happen, but Layla wanted to. The question left was, how should she go about explaining what she had discovered? The morning combat classes had started and Layla had wanted to team up with Quinn, hoping she would be able to get a hint on what they were planning with Peter. Unfortunately, before she could even reach Quinn, he had already gone off to Vex. Although the two of them didn't talk much, she could see that Quinn was enjoying himself while practicing with Vex. Perhaps it was because they were both the same race or had something else in common. She could tell a real friendship was beginning to develop. I hope I will have something like that. It all seems so real instead of this fakeness. Layla thought as she looked at her own disposition. What are you daydreaming about? Aaron shouted. I can't believe we have to continue practicing these stupid leg techniques. This is the beast weapons class, not the martial arts class. And Leo said he wouldn't move on until he was satisfied with the performance of every single one of us, she complained, with a slight look of frustration on her face. The two girls continued to train together using the leg techniques, but a slip in Layla's concentration caused her to drop her guard. She wasn't able to lift her knee in time, like how she usually would during practice, and instead, Layla took a full-blown kick from Aaron to her side. Ouch, Layla said, as she dropped on the floor while gripping her side. What's wrong? We have practiced that kick so many times. I was sure you would be able to block something like that, Aaron said as she walked over and offered her hand to her fallen comrade. Layla lifted her hand to grab Aaron's, but the pain on her side hurt even more. Furthermore, she noticed a stinging pain arise every time she breathed. What the hell? I knew your sword skills were monstrous, but where did you get such strength in your kicks? I think you broke one of my ribs. Would you stop complaining? Aaron said as she knelt down and placed her hand on her friend's side. She then activated her ice ability, ever so slightly, causing the muscles around that area to become numb from the cold, and also taking the pain away. Can someone call the guard and take her to the doctor's office? Leo said. Aaron then lifted Layla up from the ground, allowing her to use her shoulder for support. Don't worry, I will take her. Besides, she needs to walk a little bit on her own. It will only make her stronger, Aaron said. The two girls then started to leave the room together. As they were walking, Layla couldn't help but feel useless and pathetic. Other than a blood bank for Quinn, what use did Layla really have? She hadn't even been helpful in the fight with the Dalki. If it wasn't for Aaron, the two of them would have been dead back then, and Vorden, although a bit messed up in the head, was very powerful. The only one who was even more worthless than her was Peter, and that wasn't much of an achievement. Would you please stop crying? I didn't mean to hit you that hard. You usually block something like that, Aaron said. In an attempt to comfort Layla, Layla didn't even notice, since her thoughts were so muddled that tears were now slowly descending from her eyes. She wiped them away and simply put on a brave smile. Oh, it's not that. I was just thinking about how useless I am to the team whenever we're in a fight, Layla said. Well, you're not wrong about that, Aaron replied, not realizing how harsh she sounded. Although Aaron was right, it still hurt Layla to hear it straight from her mouth. But you help in other ways. You were the one who thought about that blood bowl, remember? I can't say much, but honestly, if you weren't there to hold me back sometimes, I would have already shoved a few spikes up the boys' backsides, Layla laughed. Aaron, this is kind of a strange question to ask, but are we friends? Well, I don't care, Very when I hurt, out of the room. Although Aaron didn't say it, Layla knew her well enough to know what she was like by now, back at the training hall. The lesson had just finished for the day. Quinn had managed to work up quite a sweat all the while going up against Vex. Truth to be told, Vex was the only person in the room who he could go against while merely using a fraction of his power, outside of Leo of course. When practicing with Layla and Aaron, he would always have to hold back his power slightly, but with Vex, it was different. Now that the lesson was over for the day, students were free to do what they wanted. That's the moment when Quinn noticed Vex, who was looking around the room oddly, and was kicking the floor about, until he eventually started to speak up. Hey, I know this is kind of strange to ask after everything that happened between us, but what are you planning to do after this? Vex asked. Lately, whenever Vex would try to approach people, they would turn away as soon as they saw his watch. It was a strange reaction, but he had finally understood the matter when he saw the mistreatment going on around the school. This caused him to be quite an outcast, yet that wasn't the only problem. He was also incredibly bored. With no one to really talk to and nothing to explore, he started to look forward to the training sessions with Quinn and me. I was actually planning to go to the VR gaming room? Quinn replied, VR gaming room? What's that? Fex asked, with a little bit of excitement in his eyes. I can show you if you want. You want to come along? Well, I mean, if you really want me to come that bad. Sure, Fex replied, his anticipation clearly showing through his faux shy demeanor. Chapter 188. The Starter Ring. The two boys had finished their combat classes for the day and decided that they would head to the VR room together. Fex was casually standing outside in the sun, and Quinn could see it didn't affect him at all, while Quinn had to prepare his trusty umbrella and opened it up before stepping into the sun. It was a strange action, but not so strange that it attracted the attention of others. Earth had gotten hotter over the years, and there were quite a few people who wished to protect their skin with the use of UV umbrellas, and on a hot day like today, no one would bat an eye at what Quinn was doing. Seeing this, Fex looked oddly at Quinn. He had only seen a vampire use such things in really old books. He couldn't help but giggle at the thought that Quinn looked like an old man. What are you doing with that old thing? Fex asked. Don't you have a ring? He lifted his hand, showing the small ring he was wearing. Quinn was now close enough to see that it really did look like the one in his shop. Using his inspect skill, it confirmed the fact that it was indeed the very same ring. Quinn didn't know how to reply to Fex. The system had informed him that these rings were the bare basics for vampires, and it seemed like if he didn't come up with something, it would reveal him even sooner. But while Quinn was trying to come up with a lie to tell him, Fex was the one who once again came up with his own explanation. Oh, I see now, Fex said. You really are one of those vampires raised here on Earth, aren't you? Trained to blend in and report back. I guess that's why you didn't go through the formal initiation, and why you don't have one of these. When Fex said those words, something had caught his attention. The fact that Fex had said, one of the vampires on Earth. Did this mean vampires came from another planet? Were vampires some sort of alien too? System, do you have an explanation for this? Are vampires aliens? Quinn asked. I'm afraid I'm just as confused as you are. As far as I know, vampires have always existed on Earth, alongside humans. I'm afraid I don't know how much time has passed since your family has been in possession of the book, so a lot could have changed since then. The system replied, looking at Fex. It seemed he was showing off his ring quite proudly, and that's when Quinn remembered the requirements to get the ring. It was to kill 10 death bats, an advanced type of beast. This brought back memories for Quinn on how hard it was for him to defeat an intermediate beast. He couldn't even imagine how hard it would be to defeat and kill an advanced tier beast or the many higher classes above them. Was the initiation hard? Quinn asked. Fex started to laugh nervously at this question. Was it hard? Of course it was hard. Yet, I was one of the youngest vampires to ever complete it. As he said this, he raised his chest up a bit to make himself look a little bigger. The vampire continued. You see, the initiation is getting the materials for the ring itself. A young vampire must go out and slay 10 death bats. Once you earn this ring, you are no longer required to go through regular school training with all the rest, but it seems I just jumped from one training school into another. Fex finished, a little depressed. Quinn didn't know why, but he could tell that Fex was slightly nervous when answering his question. What helped Quinn to notice this was that Fex was the type whose feelings and emotions were easy to read. He was like an open book. Every emotion he had was displayed on his face. However, this conversation reminded Quinn about how he had to be cautious around Fex. Although the two of them seemed to be on friendly terms, he still couldn't trust him, and he didn't know what his goal here at the school was. The fact that he managed to kill 10 advanced tier beasts was a big reminder of the difference between their two strengths. Even if Quinn had a way of getting stronger, he wasn't on the same level as Fex yet. As they continued to walk to the VR center, Fex looked at his ring and felt a little guilty. He had lied to Quinn just now. He hadn't earned the ring like he said he did. Fex had hoped to become one of the youngest vampires to ever complete the initiation. He had gone out and traveled and fought against the Death Bat, but after a gruesome fight and a near-death experience with the first one, Fex only barely managed to come out on top. He thought with him being the top of his class he was ready, but it had turned out that wasn't the case. He felt embarrassed because before he had left his school classes, he had told everyone how easy it would be for him to achieve such a task. If they were to find out he only managed to defeat one before giving up, he would become a laughingstock. To make sure he wouldn't get laughed at, he went on the marketplace and hired some travelers to hunt the beasts for him. This was working out for him, and he almost had enough crystals for the ring. But the last traveler that accepted the contract never replied back. In the end, it was all thanks to Blood Evolver, who placed the crystal he needed on the marketplace so that he was finally able to craft the ring. They had eventually arrived at the VR room, and it was a sight that Fex had never seen before, although he wasn't that amazed because it just looked like a room full of sleeping capsules. Judging by his reaction, Quinn could tell Fex had no idea what these were. Don't worry, I was confused when I came here for the first time as well. Just follow me and I'll let you know about the basics. Quinn said. They went to the counter and Quinn paid for both of them to play in the capsules for a few hours. Quinn still had plenty of money left from the crystals he had sold earlier. On top of that, he also still had 9 crystals from the last outing which hadn't been used to create the suit that he could sell. Hey, I have my own money, you didn't have to pay for me? Fex said, displaying his golden card. Don't worry, Quinn said, gritting his teeth, not realizing his mistake. If he knew Fex had money, he wouldn't have paid for him. He wasn't some charity worker, and right now he wanted to save up every credit he had. It was only with the goal of finding out more about vampires that Quinn was being so nice to him. He didn't think vampires would have much money. After all, how would they obtain it when they were hiding all the time? Instead, it looked like Fex was some spoiled rich kid, the way he was waving the gold card around like that. Unlike Vorden, who also had a gold card but didn't have much money in it to begin with, Quinn proceeded to show Fex how to operate the machine, and gave him a little explanation of how the game worked. He then took note of Fex's capsule number, so it would be easier for him to add him to his friends list. They both got into the pods and logged into the game. Fex's whole mind was then transported to the large, empty, white lobby space. Wow, what is this?
Fex said.
Was I teleported somewhere? No, it can't be. It feels a little strange from what Quinn said. Only my mind is being used to control this. Wow, this is amazing. I wonder why the other vampires don't use this. Just as Fex was in deep teach. Odd thinking about it, he had received a friend request. User ID. Blood Evolver would like to add you. Chapter 189. Returning the favor. Fex carefully looked at each letter of the word in front of him one by one. He needed to make sure what he was seeing was real. Blood Evolver. No, it can't be? Fex thought. While looking at the name, he realized that it was the same user ID that was also used in the marketplace when he had bought the Beast Crystal. However, it was quite common for people to use the same user IDs when logging into different websites and games. And what were the chances of someone else having the same user ID and also being a vampire? Fex had found it strange in the first place that someone had been selling the crystal. The planet where the Deathbats were populated on wasn't a place where travelers would go to often. It was one of the reasons why the vampires had decided to use it as their training ground. On top of the fact that their crystals could be used to create the ring. When Fex first saw the crystal, he thought maybe someone had killed a bat along the way and didn't know what to do with it, and chose to sell it after finding out it could only be used to create a silly ring. After all, it had no effect on humans. Not even a little buff in strength, but now thinking about it more, all sorts of questions started running through his head. If Quinn really was the same person, what was he doing on that planet, and how did he get a Deathbat crystal? Fex knew his strength, and he wasn't strong enough to beat one. And even if he was, why wouldn't he keep the crystal for himself and make a ring of his own instead of saying that silly umbrella? As of now, nothing was making sense in his head, and thinking about it was starting to make it hurt. He accepted the friend request, and immediately Quinn was transported to the same white space that Fex was in as well. Foxy Fex? Quinn said, looking at his username. What? You don't like it?
Fex said.
Better than Blood Evolver. What are you trying to do? Tell everyone out there you're a vampire? Quinn laughed nervously back. I thought it would be vague enough. Plus, who else but other vampires would think that? Quinn replied this was the confirmation Fex needed. No other vampire out there would be silly enough to have a name such as Blood Evolver. The name was a little bit childish, and Quinn kind of fit that image. A naive young vampire. Although Fex couldn't talk much himself. Though this only added to the mystery of Quinn for Fex, still, it didn't change the fact that thanks to Quinn selling the crystal, Fex was finally able to leave his home and enjoy the outside world. So far his experiences hadn't been great, but it was different, and he was slowly learning to enjoy IT. IT wasn't the same boring old routine he would practice in and out, and Fex wanted to thank Quinn for that in some way. While standing there and thinking about everything, Fex could see Quinn using his blood skills in the G.
Aim.
Not only that, but he was able to use them constantly without getting tired. What is that? Fex asked. This? Quinn replied. Quinn then explained how while in the lobby of the game, they were able to practice using their vampire skills without tiring out. But once they were in the game, then their normal body limits would be put on them as usual. Quinn didn't talk about the HP reducing not working while in the game, but since the system said only his vampire skills was linked to a system like a thing, he thought it would be hard to explain. After trying out a few skills here and there, Fex had a big grin on his face. He then started performing his martial arts while mixing in the blood skills here and there. The main skills he used were blood swipe and blood spray. But once in a while, he would use skills that Quinn had never seen before, such as the blood wall and a few others. Still, what had impressed Quinn the most while watching him practice was the martial arts he was using with his fists. They were fast and compact, and he could tell it defiantly increased the efficiency of something like blood spray. When Fex had stopped, he walked over to Quinn with a hop and a step. Hey man, this is great. I wonder why the vampires don't have a bunch of these in their buildings. It could really help the kids train. Although, I guess if they get too used to the game, then it wouldn't help them out that much in a real battle, but still this is great. While Fex was yammering away, he noticed that Quinn was staring at the blank empty space where Fex was standing. He started waving his hand in front of Quinn to see if he was still there. Hello? Fex said, still waving his hand. Oh, sorry, Quinn replied. I was just looking at your martial arts. Oh yeah, that's right, you didn't learn any did you since you grew up here, and everything. Fex then started to think if there was something he could do. Then something popped in his head, an idea. You know I can teach you the martial arts if you want. Fex thought this was a great idea. He wanted to repay Quinn for getting him the Beats crystal he needed, and this could be his way of returning the favor secretly. Really, would that be okay? Quinn asked. Why not? You're a vampire, so you have the right to learn it. Fex then got into a fighting stance and tried to show all the motions to his attacks while explaining. So, for the first step you want to look like this. Then you're going to feel a brew energy rise up. Next, with your hands, you need to go pow pow pow. Fex said as he made every move. Did you get all that? Kinda? Quinn started copying what Fex had done, but it didn't seem to be working out at all, and even Fex realized this. I'm sorry, I guess I'm not really the teacher type. I'm not that good at explaining things. It's okay, Quinn replied, but Fex could tell Quinn was a little down when saying this. Then a lightning bolt idea had hit him. Hey, there's something I can do. Although I can't show you, or teach you. You threw words. I could move your body. What do you mean? Quinn asked, you remember what I did to your friend on the roof? Well, if you let me do the same to you, then I can show you how to use the martial arts. My string puppet is unique, so when you perform it, it will feel like I'm actually performing the skills through your body. Fex explained. Not only that, but it should allow you to memorize everything through your own body. In a way, this will be a shortcut, and you will learn it far quicker. What Fex was offering wasn't a bad proposal. The problem was whether or not Quinn could trust him with his body. Chapter 190. Testing something new. You're worried, aren't you? Fex asked. Judging by how long Quinn had remained silent, Fex could tell that he was in deep thought about whether to trust him or not. And Fex really couldn't blame him. If he was in Quinn's situation, he would have done the same. Are there any risks to this? Quinn asked the system, after losing to Fex in battle so easily and seeing him go toe-to-toe with Leo. He felt like learning the military martial art of the vampires would put him at a big advantage. I think you should go for it, the system replied. In terms of other vampires, you're a bit weak and on the wimpy side. I think this would be major progress for you. I know that. Quinn snapped back, a little annoyed at the system's words. He knew he was weak, but the system didn't have to remind him every time that I'm talking about him taking control of me. What happens if it becomes permanent? Quinn asked the system seriously. It won't be. Vampires can't have other vampires as their puppets permanently. It was why he was so interested in your friend. If you want to remove the strings, you can forcibly cut them. Although it may take some time depending on your strength, and it will cause extreme pain to there is the possibility he could use me to hurt those around me, even for a short period of time if he wanted to. Quinn continued his line of questioning. That was when Quinn came up with an idea of his own. While in the normal gaming pods, both his and Fex's ability weren't selectable. That was because these abilities seemed to be unique to vampires. However, it was different when using Logan's pod. With Logan's pod, he was able to program and record abilities, and perhaps find a way so the two of them could link up and use their abilities together. This would solve his problem, and as an added benefit, he wouldn't get tired inside the game. Inside the game, there was no danger of Fex permanently controlling Quinn. Let me think about it for now, Quinn replied. Why don't I show you how to play the game first? Quinn then showed him the basics of how to use the game's interface. He also explained the matchmaking system and the process to select an ability. Fex was pretty upset when he found out he wasn't able to use his strings ability in-game, but his mood quickly changed when he realized he was able to customize his endgame avatar according to his preferences. Fex designed his character in full black clothing. He looked like an ancient ninja with a face mask and hood, only allowing his eyes to be seen. He spent more time customizing his character than he did anything else, and he had already used his money card to buy a few extra items of clothing to get the full set. When comparing their avatars, Quinn's now looked incredibly plain. Since he was only able to use the free items that were available to everyone, he could spend the money he had, but he still remembered how he was struggling even getting 10 credits not too long ago. Finally, it was time for them to search for opponents. While doing so, Quinn went for the quick selection option since he no longer gained EXP from low levels. The opponent would at least need to be at level 3 for him to gain any EXP. A match had been confirmed, and Fex was transported to the seating area in the arena. He could see Quinn standing on one end while his opponent stood on the other. His opponent was skinny, tall, and seemed to be resembling a tree. What surprised him, though, was the fact that when he sat down in the seating area, he wasn't the only one watching Quinn's fight. Hey, you're new, Nate said, looking at Fex. What is all this? Fex asked, looking confused. Is everyone here to see the two of them fight? His opponent must be pretty special. He looked at the stand, noticing the crowd that had formed. There were 50 people in total, all avatars dressed up in different ways. Judging by what Quinn had said about the game, this was optional. Meaning, all the people that had appeared to watch had chosen to do so of their own volition. Of course, it seems like Blood Evolver has gained quite a following, Nate replied. Since the last fight between Quinn and the level 4 user, people had become fans of him. They added him to their watch list, so they would be notified whenever Blood Evolver was online. Originally, most of them were watching Quinn's matches for different reasons. He was known as a hacker, someone who was able to use abilities not programmed into the game. No one knew how he was able to do this. But it was clear by now nobody cared anymore. After witnessing his stellar performance in the previous match, they had quickly forgotten about everything else and solely wanted to watch all of the Blood Evolver's upcoming fights. Nate had watched all the fights of Quinn so far. So, he recognized the regulars and the irregulars, which was why he was able to spot Fex right away. So, are you implying that all these people are here to see Blood Evolver? Fex asked, with a little surprise showing on his face. What makes him so special? Nate thought about that for a while, looking deep in thought. After some time had passed, he finally came up with an answer. AT first. It was his skills that interested me, much like everyone else here. But after that, I noticed something. Every time he came back to play the game, he would have grown in strength by leaps and bounds. And for some reason, watching someone grow from a small little fish into a fierce dragon is exciting for me. Nate explained, glancing at the match. Now let's see how much you've grown this time. The countdown for the match had begun, and it was time for the two of them to fight. Immediately, the tree-like student placed both of his hands on the ground. As he did this, multiple thick tree roots started to form across the floor and spiraled their way towards Quinn. To counter this attack, the first thing he did was perform a blood swipe at the roots, hoping to cut them down. As his blood swipe attack reached the roots, it caused the first set to break, but that didn't stop the roots entirely. They kept coming forward. Wind Walk activated. With his Tier 2 boots, he was able to outmaneuver the roots. Although there were many of them, and his blood swipes couldn't deal with them all of the roots, he was able to outrun them with his speed. He circled around the attack and ended up at the student's side, preparing himself to do something he had been itching to try out since he had joined the game today. After seeing this, the wood user immediately shot out a large trunk from the palm of his hand that came out straight and fast. Quinn yelled, "Flash step." Performing the flash step, he avoided the attack and was now even closer to his opponent. "Trees, protect me," the wood user shouted, and suddenly the user was surrounded on all sides by thick tree trunks. It was as if a forest had suddenly sprouted in the middle of the battlefield. This is perfect, Quinn thought. Right now he wanted to test out an idea he had, and the student had decided to become a prone target. It was perfect for his practice. Stopping in his tracks, he firmly planted both feet on the floor. Then from his toes, moving up to his hip, he swung out his leg like a whip. While making all these movements, he started to think back to the feeling of performing blood swipe in his hands, the rush of energy that flowed through his body as they left his fingers. While practicing his kicks in the weapons hall, he had pictured this movement several times, and right now was the first time he was actually combining the two together. The energy flowed from inside his body, and was then released from his legs. A single large line of red energy left his leg, and it was shaped like a crescent moon. It was far larger than that of his regular blood swipe. As it hit the first set of tree trucks, it managed to slice through them with ease. The wood ability user ducked down in time, avoiding the attack from cutting off his head, but Quinn wasn't done yet. He hopped and changed his stance slightly, performing the same kick with his other leg, cutting the trees down from the other side. Both sides of the tree trunk shook due to the slightly angled cut and fell to the floor. The wood user was now panicking, but before he could even react, Quinn was already above him, forming a final axe kick, followed which also released a blood swipe. Level 4 opponent has been defeated. 10 EXP gained, 80/400 experience points. Congratulations, a new skill has been created. Blood Crescent Kick. It looks like you have gotten stronger once again, Nate said. Chapter 191. Unique skill. It had been a while since Quinn had last fought, and that was against Fex. Before that, it was against the one-scale Dalki. During both of these fights, he realized that he needed to get stronger. He knew he still had a long way to go, but with everything that was happening, he wasn't sure if he had gotten any stronger. He needed this fight to gauge just how much he had improved. Since the last time he played the game, he had gained a few extra stats, buffing up his body and his abilities. Even though he couldn't use his shadow skills in the game, he liked that it would force him to be creative in using his blood skills while fighting. All these things combined was what led him to coming up with a new skill in today's match. New skill. Blood Crescent Kick, a new skill, but how? Quinn thought. It was the first time a skill had popped up without him having leveled up. He also didn't increase any stats to get the skill either. Impressive. The system said, "It seems like you managed to create a unique skill. This is a skill that you made all on your own, one that was not part of the system originally." By combining the martial art skills Leo had taught him with a blood swipe skill he had learned from the system, he had created a unique skill only he could use. Blood Crescent Kick. When using the skill while performing different types of kicks, a red line of blood aura in the shape of a crescent will be made. The attack carries a distance of 10 meters, but the aura will get smaller and weaker the further it travels. Cost: -2 HP for every kick. Compared to the blood swipe skill, the two attacks were quite different. Blood swipe released from Quinn's fingertips, forming a claw-like shape, and 5 small lines of red aura. He could also use blood swipe with both of his hands and bring the lines closer together to form a single stronger red line. However, this didn't seem to be as effective as 2 single blood swipes. The good thing about Blood Swipe was that because it had 5 separate lines, it covered a wider range, making it harder for a person to dodge, and they were more likely to use a block skill, while the Blood Crescent Kick was a single large line of red aura. It was sharper, faster, and also had longer range, but didn't have the same wide area of attack. There was also the fact that it cost 2 HP to use the kick instead of just 1 HP for a blood swipe. This didn't look like a lot at first, but Quinn knew that in a prolonged fight like he had against the Dalki, it would soon add up fast. It was one of the main problems with combining blood spray into his punches. Vex, having witnessed the whole thing, was quite amazed. Did he come up with gauge at skill himself? When did he have the time to learn it? I saw him learn the leg kicks at the same time as me, and how does he know how to use advanced skills like the flash step? Yet, he doesn't even know the basic hand-to-hand combat of the vampires. As he was deep in thought, he heard a laugh by his side. It looks like another one has been converted into a fan, Nate said. You wouldn't believe it, but every time he fights he shows me something new. This kid is growing stronger fast. Every time? Vex replied. Are you sure he didn't just use these skills before? I'm positive, Nate replied. The first time we fought, I beat him in such a way that made sure he showed me everything he had. But then I watched him fight against someone else, and he showed me a new skill. If he had used that in our fight, I don't know how it would have. Looking at him now, he's like an entirely different person from back then. If what Nate was saying was true, Quinn was getting stronger at an incredibly fast pace. One that hadn't been seen throughout the history of the vampires. Perhaps he is related to them, But I thought they all died out. If it's true, it would make sense why he has the shadow ability. Did they just move to Earth instead? Quinn then sent a message to Vex, saying he was free to play a few games of his own, if he wanted to. Right now, Quinn wanted to practice this move. Vex replied back, saying it was okay, and he would wait as he wished to watch Quinn fight a couple more times. Quinn went into his next matchmaking game again, and with it, the crowd had followed. At first, he found it strange seeing the people watching him. Since he had never played the game before, he was wondering if it was normal for so many people to be spectating one person. Did they randomly stumble upon his match, or were they there because he had been on a winning streak for a while now, hoping he would eventually lose? However, Quinn didn't have time to worry about them, and really needed to worry about himself. The next game, he was placed with a level 2. Knowing he would get no experience in this match, he tried to finish it as quickly as possible, activating the wind walk skill in his boots to get in close. Then using flash step and performing the regular hammer strike from behind. Hammer Strike and Blood Hammer were still by far his 2 strongest attacks. For Vex, though, it was the first time he had witnessed Quinn using them. He never used it against him in their fight, possible because Vex was too fast, because Hammer Strike took a brief moment to charge up. Against these weak people it was fine, but against someone as fast as Vex it would allow them to get in a free hit. He does know the vampire martial arts. Vex thought. Arg. He screamed, as he felt like pulling out his hair. You know what? I'm gonna have to just stop guessing and find out myself. 2 more matches were made, and this time they were with another level 3 user, NAL. Evil 4 user. These matches were closer and took more time, but they weren't as strong as they could have been. Rarely did Quinn get matched up with second years who seemed to have higher tier beast equipment. Quinn could only assume that the system had designed it this way on purpose, or just not many second years were playing the game. If there was one person who would know, it would be Logan. He made a mental note to ask him later. After winning the 2 matches, he had gained 20 more experience points and had decided to take a break. 100 for 400 EXP. Just as he was leaving the game, he had received a single message from Nate. I'll see you soon and make sure you join the fighting event. Quinn had remembered Nate quite clearly. It was another loss that had stuck in his mind, and judging by this message, Quinn knew exactly what he was talking about. The upcoming military base event. Soon all the bases would meet up to compete in special events, each trying to show that they were able to raise the best and strongest students. Quinn was excited for once. Perhaps with this event, he would finally be able to show his strength. Chapter 192, A New Teacher. Inside the VR gaming room, one of the pod doors was abruptly opened, and out stepped a fairly domineering man with a burly build. His neck was nearly as wide as his square-shaped head, and for some reason, he also decided to frame his hair in a way that was similar to how his head was sculpted. However, after leaving the gaming pod, having had enough for the day, he was eager to get ready and start practicing for the upcoming event. A month left, huh? I just wonder how much stronger you can get in that meantime? Nate said with a smile on his face. A few seconds later, a hissing sound was heard from the pod next to his. As the pressure was slowly released from the sealed door, it started to lift up and Nate saw a friendly face peeking in between the aperture. Hey, that guy really keeps getting better in every attempt, doesn't he? Sam said. I don't even know if I could beat him in a real battle the way he is now. You shouldn't talk down to yourself like that, Nate replied. Remember, he's only a first year, and there are 2 major differences between the first years and the second years. One is our equipment. Nate said, pointing to the cape that was on Sam's back, and the second one is our soul weapons. I don't know many first years who have been able to produce a soul weapon, and it's only something that they teach you in your second year. The two of them started to walk back to their dorm rooms. It was already evening and getting late, so it was nearly time for them to go to bed. Nevertheless, they were both excited about what they had just witnessed. Wait, if he's a first year, do you really think they will let him fight in the tournament? Sam asked. You saw his skills, right? At the rate that he is improving, even in a month's time, with or without a soul weapon, he should be able to match us. And Hat is a scary thought to have, but it makes my heart beat wildly at night. You're one strange dude, Sam said, looking at the creepy smile on the face of his companion. Well, you're right about that. With the reputation he already has in the game, I won't be surprised if he's treated like a king at his school. Sam replied. However, both of them were unaware of how truly wrong they were, for the school still did not know of Quinn's true strength, since he was still treated like level 1 trash. The two of them soon went to sleep, ending their eventful day. When the morning sun had risen, they began to do their normal routine. After eating breakfast, it was time for them to head to their homeroom class. As they entered the room, they felt the strange atmosphere that was hovering in the air. For one, the homeroom teacher hadn't arrived yet, and usually, the homeroom teacher would be there to welcome their arrival. The second thing that stood out was that the number of students that were gossiping away increased, and it seemed like the boys were far more excited about the topic of interest than the girls. As he sat on his seat, with Sam next to him, he turned towards his companion. What's going on? Nate asked. How the hell am I supposed to know? And you came into the room at the same time. I've been with you since yesterday, you big ox. Sam replied. As they both listened carefully to the students who were engaged in their own conversations, they managed to catch a few words. They eventually found out what all the commotion was about. Hey, did you see her? What? That new teacher? Yeah, she's so beautiful. Did I wonder how strong she is? Aren't all military tutor men quite strong? Most, but not all of them. She might just have a unique ability or was very knowledgeable in a club subject. Well, whatever class she's going to teach, I'm going to sign up for each and every one of them. It was clear from their dialogues that a new teacher was coming to school, and not just any teacher, but a true beauty at that. After hearing this news, Nate started to straighten his clothes and made sure that his hair was neatly tucked and sat up straight. What the hell are you doing? Sam said. Do you really think you're going to get on with the teacher? You haven't even managed to get together with any of the 20 girls you've confessed to since coming here. It will never happen with that big blockhead of yours. The vein on the side of Nate's head was now bulging, and his eyebrows were twitching. He proceeded to slowly turn his head, inch by inch, while holding in his anger. Hey, Sam, when was the last time that you and I had a sparring match? It's been a while, hasn't it? And I'm not talking about the game. I think it's better for both of us if we do it in person. It's going to be much more realistic and you can feel every
bit of pain.
Nate replied, making sure to say the last words carefully to hammer them in Sam's head. All of a sudden, the sound of the classroom door sliding as heard. In an instant, as the presence entered the room, the surroundings assumed a silence that would enable them to truly appreciate what was coming into the room. Her skin was as white as the pure specks of snow. Although her features looked soft, no expression was plastered on her countenance. Still, the thing that stood out the most about her was her silver hair. She was wearing the black standard military uniform that they all had to wear, sporting a hair colored with the brilliance of silver jewelry and tied up with a single ponytail with a length that managed to reach down to her waist. The professor sauntered to the center of the room. Hello, students, my name is Silver, and I will be your new homeroom teacher from now on. As she spoke, the expression on her face remained stiff and didn't seem to change one bit. Yet, the boys seemed to only find this feature of her even more attractive. An angel. Nate said. A true angel has descended among us mortals. Oh no, Sam said while shaking his head. What the hell happened to the boys these days? Silver started to scan the entirety of the gathering, looking at the students one by one, but it merely reminded her that she might have to stay in the school for a while. As the files said, it appears that Fex isn't really here. Silver had been tasked with the mission of finding and bringing Fex back to his family. However, with their family connections, the most they could do was get her a position as a teacher in one of the military bases. All she could do was rely on luck to see if she would be put at the same military base as Fex. Although, to her dismay, it appeared like she wasn't as lucky. While Fex was in Military Base 2, she had been transferred to work at Military Base 6. Without saying anything, she started to walk around the room and gaze at the faces of the students more closely. As she eyed one of the students, even the females had to recognize her ephemeral beauty and started to blush. She continued to stroll around, finally stopping in front of Nate and scrutinized his visage. Looks like this is going to be my day. Nate cheeringly told himself. She looked at him closer and said, Why are you so interested in such ugly things? Although Sliver had no idea, she had said these words out loud. The whole room wanted to laugh, yet they did their best to hold it in out of respect for Nate. He wasn't like the other high-level users. He treated everyone in his classroom fairly even though he was known as the strongest. As Silver walked off and headed back to the front of the class, she had one thought in her mind. Vex, I will complete my mission and bring you back, even if I have to hurt you, dear brother. Chapter 193. My Sandwich. It was an early morning for the students at Military Base 2, and although it wasn't time for the students to have breakfast yet, one was up and about before any other. Okay, just gotta make sure I have everything, Layla said as she slowly breathed in and O-U-T-I and her hand. She held a white envelope. While holding it, a pair of disposable gloves had been worn as well. She had repeated these steps multiple times in her head and had done everything so the note couldn't be traced back to her. She felt around the envelope, making sure the nano stick was inside. Am I sure that I want to do this? Layla said, speaking to herself. Everything that I'm going to do is against the protocol, and if I get caught, I don't even think my mother can pull me out of this one. Right now, she stood outside the third floor of the boys' dormitory area, also known as the VIP area for the male students. As she took a step forward, she quickly turned and started walking back, and then after 2 steps, she stopped again. Did I have to if it wasn't for them? Quinn and everyone would have died back there, and if I don't, who knows what will happen to Quinn. She shook her head violently and then once again headed back to the VIP area. Once she had entered, she made sure to check the halls. She also checked the other rooms and areas to see if anyone was out and about. Although it was early morning and most students wouldn't be up by now, she still needed to make sure, after placing the white envelope on the floor just outside one of the doors. She stepped back towards the exit of the hallway right by the staircase. No turning back now. Using her ability, she pushed the envelope underneath the door, and it was now on the other side. After that, she quickly ran down the stairs heading back to her room. So far, for everyone, it had been a normal day. They ate their morning food as usual, and then went to their morning homeroom classes. It was now lunchtime, which was usually just before combat classes, and at that moment while Vorden, Quinn, and Peter were outside, Quinn had received a ping on his watch. Dingo voice message? Quinn said, First, if you are listening to this message, make sure that no one not worthy of your trust is around you. I'll give you a few seconds to decide and do something about it before I will continue, Logan said. Quinn looked around and the boys were outside on a bench. Vorden and Peter then huddled around Quinn to hear the message better, and also made sure no one came close, and if someone did, then they would quickly stop the message. Good, the message said as it continued to play. I received some interesting information, and it concerns Peter and your little problem. I suggest you gather everyone that knows about what Peter really is, and bring them to my room. Because we're going to need everyone's help on this to get out of this mess. Oh, and if you could bring me a sandwich from one of the vending machines, that would be good. You don't have to do this, of course, but it will do good for my brain power and help me think better. Although the tone of the message didn't sound very urgent, Quinn knew that if Logan was initiating contact with him and was asking to bring everyone into his room, it was a big deal, Loga. And didn't like people coming into his room in the first place, for he was afraid that people may steal his ideas for his new future inventions or even destroy whatever he was working on. So, Quinn knew that this was a big deal. You heard him, guys. You inform the girls and bring them to Logan's room, Quinn said, looking at Vorden. Peter, it might be best if you go with him. What are you going to do, sir? Peter asked. I need to get that sandwich, Quinn replied. The group had split up and Vorden and Peter went to get the 2 girls. However, Quinn didn't just do that so he could get a sandwich. He was actually going to look for Vex. With his nose, it wouldn't be difficult to find him, and he knew that if he informed Vorden about this, he would be against it. But if it was something to do with Peter, he was sure Vex would help out. The girls along with Vorden and Peter were patiently waiting inside Logan's room. The boys were quite calm, while Erin was tapping her foot away and about. Lately, she had been using all her spare time to practice her sword skills, yet she still could never achieve the same results as she did on the roof that day. Being here just seemed like a waste of her time, while Layla, who was standing next to her, felt a horrible bubbly feeling in her stomach. Her heart was pounding so hard, she thought it was going to jump out of her throat. Can't you just tell us what is this all about? Erin said, annoyed. This is a very serious matter, Logan replied, sitting in his chair. He was currently playing with a TRAP, Easium-style Rubik's Cube made from metal. The inside used little small triggers to twist and turn the shape in all sorts of different directions. This made it multiple times harder than a standard Rubik's Cube. Each time he shifted one of the pieces, a large mechanical sound would be made. And I would hate to have to repeat myself again, Logan said as he continued to mess around. The room was silent, and the only thing that could be heard was the shifting sounds of Logan playing with a mechanical item. They waited and waited. Click, click, will you put that damn cube away? Erin shouted, before I shove it up your. Just then the sound of the door was heard. Looks like they are here, Logan said as he put the cube on the floor. Quinn entered first, and right behind him was Vex. As soon as Erin saw this, she immediately stepped back. Quinn, what the hell is he doing here? Vorden shouted. Wait, I was the one that asked him to come here, Quinn said. If it's something to do with Peter or the vampires, then he's going to be a big help. Remember, he helped us out last time, and he has stayed true to his words every time. Look, I can tell I'm not wanted here, Fex said. If you really want me to go, I'll go.
No, please stay, Logan said.
Quinn is correct. This matter is very serious, and I do believe you'll be a big help. Since Logan was the one who had said it and invited them here, the others felt like they at least needed to hear Logan out before they'd decide if he needed to be involved or not. All right, but before we begin, I believe, Quinn, you have something for me? Logan asked as he held out his hand. My sandwich.
Oh.
Quinn then threw the packaged sandwich over to Logan as a mechanical arm went into the air and grabbed it, unwrapping it for him and feeding him. They all sat there and watched Logan eat the sandwich, and when he was finally done, he turned to his computer. Let us begin. Chapter 194. The Truth About True Dream. As usual, when Logan was explaining things, he would display what he was looking at on his computer screen to the others through a hologram. As he went through files one by one, he would explain what they meant. When I woke up this morning, I was surprised to see an envelope on the floor, said Logan. I was afraid that it might be some type of a bomb or something. I had my mechanical spiders go ahead and pick it up, then inspect it. I scanned it for any traces of tampering and to see what was inside. To my surprise, there was a small little nano stick inside with a note. The screen had changed, and right now, a scanned version of the note was being displayed to the others. The note read, in this nano stick is some information on one of the Big Four family members, more specifically its leader, known as True Dream. Our group has managed to gather extensive research into him, and here we can see all his wrongdoings in the past. The reason why I have passed this note on to you is that, unfortunately for all of you, True Dream will be arriving in a few days' time. Out of everyone, I thought perhaps with your abilities you might be able to do something to stop this madness, for we do not wish to see anyone innocent get hurt. At the end of the letter attached to the bottom was a stamp, and everyone in the room recognized it well. They had seen it many times on the television, and some of them had even written school reports about the group. It was the group known as Pure SO. What if True Dream is coming to the school? Aaron replied. He does a routine visit to most of the military bases anyway. I fail to see why this is our problem, and why we should even trust the words coming from a terrorist group. I don't know, Layla said. Maybe they know something that we don't, and I'm guessing it has something to do with that stick. Although I would like to say congratulations, said Logan. I believe anyone would have been able to come to that conclusion. The files changed once again, and this time it contained reports of the previous visits that True Dream had done. It contained detailed reports of each visit to the military base, but not only that, it also informed them of what True Dream's true purpose for coming to the base, the fact that every time he visited, a select few students would be chosen, and soon after their abilities were gone. It also showed that there was a pattern to these things and how he seemed to visit the second military base more often than the others. The expression on everyone's faces was sour as they read the reports. I can't say that it doesn't surprise me, Quinn replied. It's expected of this crappy system. I agree it's bad, Aaron said. But still, I don't really see how this involves us. We're just students, and they want us to stop this. He's the leader of one of the Big Four families. That was when Vorden noticed something. Wait, did you say the visit was in a few days? Isn't that? Looks like we have a winner, Logan said. This is the reason why I called you all. I remember you telling me that for some reason Duke had deliberately wanted Peter to reach a level 4. It seemed strange, but why were they suddenly showing favoritism to Peter? And what's with the rush? Putting these two things together, it makes sense. Not only was Peter originally weak, but he also had no strong family backing. Sure, his family would be upset if he was to lose his powers or disappear, but no further steps would be taken, and everyone would soon forget, just like the students before. Logan explained, and if they find out that Peter has no abilities anymore, they'll start asking questions all over again, and it could lead them back to us, Vorden said. Not just the vampire stuff, but when they find out we were close to Peter, they might start looking into the deaths and more. The group had to take their time to take everything all in. Out of all of them, the first one to leave the room was Aaron. I don't mean to be rude or anything, but I'm not really that involved with you guys, Aaron said. I'm not a vampire, and I have no ties to what you did with the others. If I help out in this, it will only make me a bigger target. If you guys are caught trying to do anything, it could come back to me. I can't let that happen. As Aaron left the room, not a single person had gone out to chase her. She had a point. She really wasn't involved in any of this, and if she did help, it would only put her at risk. We have 2 days, Logan said. This Sunday the students will be asked to gather in the assembly hall to welcome True Dream. Usually, the students are asked to stay back after the assembly. This is what is stated in the reports. They will then be taken somewhere, but where? Nobody knows. All that we know is that these students who are taken away lose their abilities. The world is given the explanation that they have been punished for doing something bad, so their ability got taken away, and some even disappear. So what plans do we have? The group then continued to discuss what could happen and came up with different plans and scenarios in case different things happened. Finally, after a long talk, they had come up with a plan that seemed to have a good chance of working, and it was like Logan had said, for this to work they would need everyone who was here to help. This included Fex, and surprisingly, he had agreed, without saying too much. If he was discovered by his family now, he would get into too much trouble, but he knew that if the world discovered the existence of vampires, and it was because of him. It didn't matter who his father was, no one could save him. With the plan set, everyone left the room. For now, they would all act as normal for the next couple of days until True Dream arrived. When everyone had finally left the room, Logan turned towards his computer once more and started to play a video file. Logan was a very cautious person and was paranoid everyone was out there to steal his work. The school didn't allow any cameras, but that didn't mean he couldn't install any of his own. In the VIP area, Logan had set tiny miniature cameras that were close to invisible to the human eye. He installed them, not only on his front door but also a few on the outside as well. After receiving the letter in the morning, naturally the first thing he did was to check and see who had delivered the letter. As the video played, it was clear as day that Layla was the one who had delivered the letter. Layla. Huh? It seems like this little group of yours, Quinn, all have their own tiny little secret. Although this one is not mine to tell. Chapter 195. An illegal? After the meeting with Logan, the boys only had a little bit of time before lunch would end, and they needed to head to their combat classes. That's when Fex asked a question that seemed out of the blue for everyone present. "Oh, who is this True Dream guy? Is he a big deal?" Fex asked. Everyone stopped for a moment and turned to look at Fex strangely. It was impossible for someone who lived on Earth to have never heard FO the Big Four family names. This fact had even shocked Quinn, and he started to think more and more that perhaps vampires were no longer on Earth. Whoa. What's with all the creepy stares? So I don't know one person. Is he really that big of a deal? Fex asked. Well, to be honest, I think Vorden would probably know more about him, Quinn replied. I only know the basics. At this point, everyone was all ears to hear what Vorden had to say. True Dream is different from the other big families, Vorden said. The families had their powers long before the world knew they even existed, slowly passing it down from family to family member. And to be honest, even within all the ability users, the three families always reigned on the top. The three?
Quinn said.
Yeah, this is what I mean when I say the True Dream family are a little different. For one, most of his family actually consist of multiple different ability users. This is due to the nature of his ability. The second thing is True Dream had discovered the ability himself later in life. We believe he is the first to have this power. His ability is unique, and we're not even sure if he can pass it on for others to learn or not. The military, who are partners with him, like to keep it this way. Remember, it's only because of him that so many of those in power chose to not disobey. Anyone who tries to fight back or rebel gets their powers taken away. There are even rumors it was because of True Dream that the Pure faction had started in the first place. Once your ability gets taken away, there's no way for the body to learn another one, and for some reason, it seems like True Dream's ability stops you from completely producing any more mutant cells for your old ability. As you know, someone without an ability can't get very far in the outside world at the moment. It was true currently in the outside world. Most of the things that couldn't be done with abilities were already automated with technology. Everyone then received a universal income, but it wasn't enough credits to live on Earth, causing most of the humans to relocate to shelters on other planets, some that were less protected than others. Although, even after Fex had heard Vorden's explanation, this True Dream person still didn't seem like a big deal to him. Even if Fex's ability did get taken away, there was nothing he could do about his vampire powers. Also, it seemed like True Dream himself was very weak, so he didn't understand the fear associated with his powers that the others had. After the boys finished talking, it was time for them to split up and head for their combat classes. Before doing so, Peter changed his number from an ability level of 2 to a 3. This way Bones could see he was progressing and report back to Duke. As usual, during the combat class, the group was going through their kicks once again. It was expected since the theme for the lesson would carry on for a week. Only this time Leo demonstrated how to block using your legs and counter certain moves using the palm of your hands instead. Fex and Quinn weren't really in the mood to practice all out. They were too busy thinking about the plan they had to initiate. So they were casually kicking and blocking each other's attacks at a normal speed. They had a lot on their minds, as the plan wasn't perfect. It couldn't be perfect because they didn't know what True Dream was going to do, so the only thing they could try was improvising and plotting around a few things they didn't know what was going to happen. In the middle of their practice, Fex asked Quinn a question. Hey, that ghoul, he evolved, right? So, I'm guessing you sorted everything out. Do you know what he evolved into? You mean you can't tell? Quinn replied as he palmed away a kick. I can tell he smells different from before, but I don't think I've smelled his type. So what is he? He's something called a white. When Quinn spoke those words, Fex had suddenly stopped kicking. Seriously, what a rare evolution. He must be quite powerful then, maybe even stronger than me in terms of physical abilities. What makes you say that?
Quinn asked.
Well, a white's strength is mirrored by his creator's strength, and his creator has to be a leader, Fex explained. which makes me think why he even left the ghoul in the first place or why he hasn't come back to pick it up. Well, it doesn't have to be a leader, right? Quinn said, nervously hoping to throw Fex of this Dongay. Rouse trail. Any vampire can turn someone? Quinn had made sure to check this fact with the system beforehand, and it was true that most vampires could turn someone. However, depending on their power, it limited how many people they could turn. At most, a regular vampire could only turn one person. Are you serious? Did they really teach you nothing here? Fex said as he let out a sigh. Although it's true that a vampire can turn anyone, it is against the laws. The only person who has permission to turn someone is the leader of one of the 13 families. If anyone else was to turn someone, that would be classified as an illegal. The vampire and whoever created it would be taken back to be executed. Quinn gulped at hearing this piece of information. Is this what the system meant when they said they would now be coming after him? Was Quinn and Peter both considered illegal in the eyes of the vampire families? After all, Quinn was an unusual vampire, as the system had stated. As he was busy thinking and taking it all in, the system had interrupted. Don't worry, you are not illegal,
The system said.
However, I didn't want to tell you this so soon, for you still are not strong enough and don't have the classifications of one. But ever since you turned Peter and created your own family name, you too are now a vampire leader. But as I stated before, if you want to live, never reveal this information to anyone. Although Fex didn't say anything else, he had kept a few things to himself. Whites were known to only follow one person, otherwise their natural nature would take over and they would go on a rampage. Many of them had to be destroyed once their masters had been slain, otherwise they would attack everyone in sight. The fact that Peter hadn't done that meant whoever had turned him was still close by. Fex was no fool, judging by the frightened look on Quinn's face. He could only assume Peter was created by him, and perhaps Quinn's leader wasn't aware of this certain event. Fex didn't know how close to the truth he was, and how far away he was at the same time. Chapter 196. The 13 Families. A whole load of information had just been given to Quinn at once. He felt like it was pretty relevant to the situation he was in, and it would have been nice if he had at least hinted about it beforehand. The way the AI acted with the system was really starting to bug Quinn. The lesson was coming to its end, so Leo decided to round up everyone to give a few pointers. This was Quinn's chance to ask the system the questions he needed. Look, I don't understand anything, Quinn said. I understand, maybe you didn't want to tell me before. The less I know about it, the better, hoping I wouldn't get too involved, but right now, Fex is here, and if I make a mistake and slip up, he will easily be able to tell.
Imshuri Quinn.
The system replied. I want to tell you, but sometimes I can't. When the Creator created me, he chose to make it so certain information was revealed only when necessary. There are things I wish to tell you, but cannot. Then what can you tell me? Earlier Fex mentioned there being family leaders, and then you mentioned that I was one as well. What does he mean by that? The vampires are controlled by a council. The council is split up into 13 different leaders and a vampire king or queen. These are also what are known as families. When you created Peter and made your family name, you automatically became a member of the council. Quinn couldn't believe what he was hearing. Just a second ago, he didn't even know a vampire council existed, and now apparently he held a high position of power. But then, why would they be after me then?
Quinn asked.
And wouldn't this mean I would be safe if they found out about Peter? Quinn, the vampire race like to seem like they are working together, but they are just as cruel and power-hungry as humans. When the vampire king or queen decides to go into eternal slumber, then a new king shall be selected from one of the 13 leaders. While the current king or queen is still present, they must do as they say, but once they disappear, it will turn into a cruel battleground. You are only a leader, in name only. A shortcut was created due to the system. A lowly vampire like you is too weak. To become a vampire leader, one at least must have the rank of a vampire lord. Although this isn't the only reason why they will be after you, unfortunately, I can't say anymore. The vampire leaders were at the rank of a vampire lord, but Quinn had never met a leader before, so he had no reference for their strength. The only other vampire he had met was Fex. What about Fex? Do you know what rank he is at? Quinn asked. Fex is on the cusp. He is not quite at the next evolution stage, which would be a vampire noble, but he is stronger than most vampires out there. The ranks are as follows. You have a vampire, vampire noble, vampire knight, vampire lord, and finally, the vampire king or queen. There are also the subclasses such as Peter within these ranks, but they can never rise above their leaders or creators. Quinn was hoping to hear that Fex was quite a high-ranking vampire, perhaps even one just below the vampire lord. Instead, he just managed to get confirmation that there were a few more classes even above FEX.IT was, as the system said, for whatever reason that the system wouldn't tell him. If they were to learn he was a vampire leader, they would try to kill him, and with his strength right now, he wouldn't even last a second. These families, why are there 13 of them? Couldn't all the vampires just unite under one banner? The humans and vampires share more than they would like to think. Just how humans were selfish and decided to keep their abilities to themselves, it is the same for the vampires. Each vampire has a basic set of skills. However, the 13 different families are each divided into the different abilities they have. This does not mean they are all related by blood. However, before learning an ability, a vampire must go through a blood ritual with that family, meaning they can never go against them. Only then will they teach that vampire their ability. An example of this is the Sanguinis family that Fex is a part of, who have the ability to control string. Still, this does not mean a vampire cannot learn an ability outside of the 13, but if they chose to do this, they will never be promoted within the ranks of the family they have chosen to follow. This information disappointed Quinn a little. He was hoping at some point he would be able to find an ability for Peter to use, but it seemed like each family kept a lock on their abilities, not allowing outsiders to learn them. And what were the chances Quinn would be able to stumble upon another book that vampires were able to learn? Thinking about this caused another question to pop into his head. Wait. Quinn said, "Does that mean my ability belongs to one of the 13? Is that why they're trying to kill me? Your shadow ability is not part of the 13 families." The system replied. This was the first bit of good news, Quinn thought. If his ability wasn't part of the 13 families, even if he used it, the vampires would know he was a vampire and they could think he was just another ability user. But I warn you to not use your ability in front of others. The only thing I can say for now is your ability carries history for the vampires that they wish to forget. They would only target you more. Doesn't that mean Fex is targeting me then? Said Quinn. I believe he may be too young to know about what happened in the past. They most likely do not teach the young ones about this either. This is all you need to know about this matter. Only when you are strong enough, Quinn. I promise I can tell you then. This whole vampire business seemed like it was more trouble than it was worth at the moment. Just when Quinn thought he could finally stop hiding his strength, it seemed like he needed to hide it even more. Right now, though, he would have to deal with one problem at a time, and the immediate problem in front of him was Peter and Duke, over at the elemental training hall. They too were doing the same lessons as usual, and as lessons were about to finish, they had free time to do what they wanted, and once again Bones had come over with his 2 men and confronted Peter.
Peter,
Bones shouted. Well, will you look at that? You finally managed to reach level 3. It looks like you're going to make it to level 4 in time after all. What do you say to one more sparring match before tomorrow, Hut? Bones was frustrated after taking a beating from Vorden last time, and he himself was a level 4 user, while Peter was still a level 3, and a new one at that. Bones was confident he could still beat him. Even if he had the potential to be as strong as him with his earth powers, he couldn't have learnt that many skills with the ability in such a short amount of time. Peter turned around and took one look at Bones. You're too weak for me. PSS off before I kill you. Chapter 197. Troublemaker. Vorden was standing by the side of the group and was glancing over as usual. He currently had the level 4 earth ability copied, just like last time in case the situation was to repeat himself. Those guys, I guess they didn't learn from last time. Maybe I've gotten softer hanging around with Quinn all the time.
Vorden told.
But as he was thinking that, he heard Peter's voice. You're too weak for me. PSS off before I kill you, Peter said, and this time there wasn't a hint of fear in his voice. Damn it, this is not good. Vorden worried. Before I had to babysit a weak crybaby Peter, now I have to babysit this. I'm not sure which one I prefer. Vorden couldn't reveal he was involved with Peter, so he couldn't step in, and waiting was all he could do for now. He watched carefully, preparing himself for the worst. Standing in a fighting stance just to the side of the group. What the heck?
Bones said.
Oh, I get it now. You think 'cause you got a little bit of power, and now a level 3 you're a big shot. How well think Aga. Before Bones could even finish what he was saying, Peter's hands had gripped and wrapped around Bones' mouth, his fingers placed at the side of his jaw. Did I not tell you to go away? Bones immediately retaliated by lifting his hands, trying to create a pillar of earth from below Peter's feet. As soon as Peter had felt the slightest bit of vibration from below, he knew what was coming, but he didn't move. He waited for the pillar to rise up while continuing to hold on to Bones. Then at the last second, as the pillar rose up from below, Peter stepped back and pulled Bones into his own pillar, allowing it to hit him right in the chin. Bones. One of his friends shouted as they came running forward. Then suddenly out of nowhere a large wall of earth had come between the two groups, and at the same time Bones had been blocked off from Peter's view. Now standing by Peter's side was Vorden. Ignore them. We have to get out of here. Now just run. But Peter remained still as if he wanted to continue fighting against them. Look, just ignore them. They're trash, right? They're not worth our time, Vorden argued. Huh.
You're right about that,
Peter said as he took off with Vorden out of the training center. As Vorden and Peter were outside, Vorden decided it was best if they headed back to the dorm room for now, and stayed there. While heading back, he started to think about the confrontation. It had shown Vorden how much Peter had changed. Seeing how he acted against Bones, he couldn't imagine what Peter might do if he was to be put in a room with True Dream or Duke. Inside the dorm room, Vorden and Peter hadn't said much. They no longer were as close as before, when Vorden used to mentor Peter. In fact, when Vorden looked at Peter now, he no longer would see the same Peter. He just got this weird feeling, and he found it strange too. Peter would often just remain still in one place for long periods of time. Coming from Vorden, that said a lot to how much Peter really had changed. Finally, Quinn had returned from his class, and the first thing Vorden did was ask if the two of them could speak alone in private. Sorry about this, Peter. Do you mind? Quinn asked. If that is what you wish, sir, Peter said as he went back to sit down in his seat. The two of them decided to take a walk down the hallway until they had reached a window. Making sure there wasn't anyone who could be listening into their conversation, they looked outside, allowing the breeze to touch their face as they talked. Vorden had explained what had happened today in the training hall, and he also told him his worries about Sunday when he was to meet True Dream. I feel like you want to suggest something to me? Quinn said. I know I have mentioned it before, said Vorden. But last time I said it half-heartedly, but this time, Quinn, I'm serious. I think we should cut our ties with Peter. Although Vorden had sugar-coated his words, Quinn knew what he was getting at. They should kill Peter. Honestly, with everything going on, Quinn couldn't say he hadn't had the same thoughts. Lately, the thought was entering his head more often. This Peter wasn't the same one he knew. It was clear the old Peter was already gone. Trying to go through with this plan, I think, is riskier than getting rid of Peter, Vorden said. I think we can do Peter justice when we leave school in 2 years. We'll look after his family. We can make our own faction, and the money we earn from being travelers, we will send them a portion each month. Vorden was making a good case, but Quinn wondered how Peter's family would feel after finding out their son had died or disappeared. Would they really care if they had money or not? Even if Peter wasn't the same as before he was still him, right? There had to be still a little of him inside there somewhere. I, for one, don't think this is a good idea, the system said. First, you yourself will be unable to kill Peter, even if you decide to go through with this. You would have to stand by as you watch someone you know kill Peter, and, although he is loyal to you, he would not just stand there without putting up a fight. The second thing goes to the matter we spoke of before. You were lucky Peter turned into a white. It is quite a powerful ally to have. Right now you need to gather and keep all the power you can get. It's not a question of if the vampires will come, Quinn. It's when suddenly, as these thoughts filled Quinn's mind, a strange feeling came over him once again. It was the family connection from the blood ritual. I can't do it, Vorden, Quinn said. He's family now, and so are you and the others. Quinn didn't know this, but as he turned and said these words to Vorden, his eyes were lit up bright red. Vorden assumed that perhaps this matter went far beyond just the conversation they had now, and had something to do with Quinn himself. All right, Quinn, we'll stick with the plan. The next day it was the weekend, so the group had no classes for the day. However, they were unable to spend their time as freely as the other students could. Instead, they met in Logan's room once more. Each of them went over the details of their plan, while Logan also handed each a strange round circular pin to be put on their clothes. It looked similar to a button and blended well into their uniform. There was also a Spirit circular small speaker that was to be placed in the ear. These two items were a set that was to be used to communicate with each other. The only person who didn't receive one was Peter, as they knew he would be taken away. However, a microphone was once again installed into his watch, so they could hear everything that was happening. After a good night's rest, it was finally Sunday, the day True Dream would finally arrive at the school. Chapter 198. Jack, True Dream arrives. It was now Sunday morning, and the 8 sergeants had all gathered inside the portal hall. 4 of the second-year sergeants stood on one side, and 4 of the first-year sergeants stood on the opposite side, forming 2 lines in front of the portal. Each of them had straightened postures and were unmovable, assuming their best attitude before the single portal. The said portal had been pulled out and placed in the center of the room. Although the color of this portal was neither green, orange, nor red, it was hued in the purity of white, making it look like a blank canvas. Just like the traveling stations, the white color indicated that the destination of the portal was Earth. The doors to the training hall soon opened, and every one of the sergeants immediately gave a salute to the 4 men who had entered the room. Duke, the head of the second-year students, Nathan, the head of the first-year students, and Mike stood in the center. Out of all the generals there, Mike was the oldest and was well respected. Even though he didn't hold the highest rank, he was still in charge of the communications that would transpire in between military bases. Then, finally, standing behind the 3 of them was a man in a black and white tailored suit. The others had never seen him wear anything else other than that. It was the head general, Paul. Duke, I hope you already have everything prepared, yes? Paul asked. Yes, everything is proceeding well, and we should reach the quota, as usual. All the students will gather in the assembly hall this afternoon. We shall advance with everything else right after. Duke replied. Good, said Paul, looking at another comrade next. Mike, how are the preparations for the upcoming event going? Not to worry, we still have a leeway of a month before the event. Students will be able to choose which events they want to participate in soon. I'm sure that we'll come out on top this year. I know we will, Mike said as he laughed loudly. Nathan, I'm afraid I have some bad news for you, said Paul. The upcoming portal outing for the first-year students, it will not be a green portal like how we originally planned it, but it will be an orange portal instead. Hearing this, Nathan's eyes widened. Sir, this is crazy. They're only first-year students. Why do we need to push them so fast? There are reports that the Dalki are becoming more aggressive with their exploration. We must compete with them. This order has been made by all of us, so we must push more, and at the same time, we cannot willingly lose our regular men. Earth is the #1 priority, and we must protect it at all costs. So they chose to sacrifice the children instead. Nathan complained back, utterly distraught by the news. War will soon be waged, and the Dalki do not discriminate, whether they are children or not. Age will not matter to them when that time comes. It's better that they get the experience now. I will give you permission to send a couple of sergeants with them for their safeguarding rather than the regular teachers, but that's it. This is an order and it's final. I don't want to welcome any opposition. Usually, green portals would be used for first years. They were the safest, containing basic and intermediate beasts. Once the student reached the second-year stage, they would then, though only once, go out on an orange portal expedition. Orange portals posed a heightened risk. There were shelters on the planet, but the whole planet had yet to be explored. The moment that the military arrived on that planet, the goal would be to expand and explore the areas of the planet that had yet to be explored. If they were lucky and finished their exploration, it would get the go-ahead, and the portal color would change to green. If they discovered high-level beasts, then the portal would retain its orange color. Nathan felt like the first years were way too inexperienced to do such a task. The main difference when traveling to an orange portal planet was that they would travel as a single unit instead of in teams. Furthermore, the school had yet to enlighten the students about the importance of working together. The generals now stood a few feet away from the circular teleport. Paul lifted his wrist to look at his watch, checking the time. It was currently 8:59.0.375. As soon as the watch displayed 9 o'clock, the portal started to warp slightly and 3 figures could be seen coming through. Standing in the center was a bald-headed man who wore sunglasses, and he had also donned a suit. Jack greeted Paul. "It's been a while," he said as he went to the others and gave them a hug. "That's him?" Faye whispered to Haley, who was standing next to her. "I can't believe that 2 of the strongest people on our planet look like shady businessmen." Although Jack True Dream didn't look impressive by himself, the 2 men who came out of the portal beside him did. One of them was a large fellow whose height was nearly 7 feet. He was completely covered in a gray-colored beast equipment, which looked similar to a rhino, while he carried a large 2-handed axe on his back. By his side was an individual who was the complete opposite, a small, skinny fellow. This person was wearing beast equipment that was dark green in hue and had a mask covering his face. Although, instead of a heavy armor like the other person, he wore light armor. However, just from gazing at both of their equipment, Faye could tell that they were high-level beast gear, way beyond that of the advanced tier. Jack truly had brought his strongest guards along. It reminded Faye that even though they were allies, still, at the same time, they weren't. The fact that Jack felt the need to bring these 2 was to remind them of the power that his family had. Right now, there was an odd balance between the ability users in the world that caused small-scaled skirmishes to happen. The military's strongest force was the 8 head generals that were in charge of each of the military bases. The leader of this group was the head general in Military Base 1. In addition to them was the Big 4 from the 4 families. They were the current decision-makers in the affairs concerning the world, and whenever there was a serious matter to be decided, a meeting would be called in their midst. Once in a while, though, the families or the military would have to show their strength just to make sure that the others wouldn't get the idea of rebelling. "How about some breakfast together?" "My chiefs have prepared a great meal," Paul asked. "And oh thanks, I ate before I came here," Jack replied. "I was actually hoping to speak to your sergeants who discovered one of our family members. I believe that when his body was discovered, it was found along with 2 other students, is that correct? I wish to investigate this matter before I do anything else. If you don't mind, that is." "Oh. Honestly, I'm not sure of the details myself," Paul replied. "I surmised that Haley was the one who wrote the report and sent it off to you." "Haley," Paul called her, and she immediately rushed over, giving a salute to both Paul and Jack. "Please, if you can, help Jack in any way possible." "Of course, sir," Haley replied. This was the real reason why Jack had decided to visit the military base. His original plan was to visit the particular place later. However, when he learned that one of his men had died in the same way as one of his previous guys, he felt the need to investigate. Perhaps, whatever had killed Ian was the same thing that killed one of his top men. He was hoping that he could find answers from the 2 students who were found with the body at the time. Chapter 199. The One Rule. Right now, both Jack and Haley were both inside the medical office. Haley was sitting down at her computer while Jack was standing just above her shoulder taking a peek at the screen. "Is this the report you wanted?" Haley asked as she brought up the file. Jack gave it a quick read over, and it was the same report that he had received from he.R. before. "When you recovered his body, other than the 2 boys that were with him in the place, was there anyone else or anything inside?" Jack asked. "Nothing that I can remember. Although now that you mention it, it did seem a little strange." Haley said, "What do you mean?" Well, even though everything was supposedly destroyed, the whole training center was left untouched due to it being made of glathrium. It looks like not a single beast had managed to get inside the place. Yet, when we entered, it seemed like the whole place had been trashed, as if a huge brawl had taken place. Do you remember any other details? Jack asked. Haley then went into detail describing what the scene looked like, how there were several mangled doors, and how chairs from the arena were all over the place and crumbled up. She then also went into detail about Trudream's body when they recovered it. The bottom half was still intact while the top half had the same 2 bite marks on it. She also did a quick on-the-spot evaluation and found that the body seemed to have died not too long ago. Sounds like Ian must have had fought something while he was in there, Jack said. Ian's ability was magnetism. Judging by the scene you were describing, whatever he was fighting with at the time managed to kill him. Do you have the name of the 2 boys? If they were there, then they must have at least saw something. Although Haley felt the same way, the boys had already been interrogated several times over the event. Right now, Haley felt like the most possible thing was a beast. Something might have attached themselves to one of the students and got onto their scent. It followed behind them, killing people in the process and causing small puncture wounds on their neck. This was the only logical conclusion she could come to still. She didn't want to inform Jack of all the previous investigations they had already done. He was in a way higher position than her. She had also heard rumors of his bad side. First, Jack was apparently a pleasant person. He thanked the military for helping and taking him in, promising to always help them out. But as he got better abilities and more people on his side, the demands he started making were ridiculous. Nowadays, if he didn't get his way, there was no telling what would happen. The 2 students' files were brought up. The first one was Quinn. Jack quickly scanned it over, but as soon as he saw he was only a level 1 ability user, he quickly disregarded it. The next person, though, was Vorden, who interested him. On his file, it stated his initial testing was a level 5, but next to it in brackets, they said it was subject to changes, and it was also stated that he was an original. The school already knew Vorden's power, due to the information passed on to the previous school, but just for filing's sake, they took down his initial score. Jack was reading through the file. That's when he spotted the name. Vorden Blade. After reading this name out loud, a memory had popped into his head. Several years ago, Jack had had his power for a few years now, and his family members were starting to grow. He had been called in for a meeting. This meeting was between the big 3 powers, the strongest originals. He was invited to a private island where a large mansion sat on the highest point. He remembered each of their presence that day as they sat on a round table opposite to each other. The pressure coming of each of them was immense. After all, they were the strongest people in the world. They didn't rule it by political gains or winning the people's hearts like in the past. Instead, they ruled it through their own power and an iron fist, and just looking at them he could see that. There was no military there, no government, there was just the 3 leaders of the family, and himself. They didn't need any guards with the... What was the point when they were stronger than any guards they could hire? The meeting had come as a surprise because the reason he was called was because they wanted him to have a seat at the leaders' table. The leaders' table consisted of the 8 head generals and currently the heads of the 3 big families. They had acknowledged the strength of Jack and his family had at that time. And, on that day, it went from the big 3 to the big 4. However, one thing had stuck in his mind. There was one rule they stated before he left: to never touch the Blade family. At first, Jack thought it was a joke as he started to laugh. He had heard of every single one of them out there. He even knew several other big-name original families out there in the real world, but he had yet to have heard of this Blade family before. But soon after he realized that each of them were dead serious, the pressure they were emitting just seconds ago seemed to completely vanish at the mention of this family name. Can you tell me why? Jack asked. If you ever meet one of them, you have 2 choices. One of the men said, stay away or help them, but if you go against them, not even we can help you. At the time, he was truly frightened. Looking at the report once again, he looked at the name carefully. Could this really be related to the same family they were talking about? Jack thought. Would they really care if I got rid of one kid, or maybe they were behind the deaths of my men in the first place? He started to think about what to do, and decided to go confront Vorden. However, every time he felt like he was about to do this, images popped back up in his head of the strong men on the table that day. Just what had gotten them so worked up. Perhaps it's best if I just leave it alone for now, Jack said. I could always get some more men. A few hours had passed and lunch break had just passed. Although it was a Sunday, all the students had been told to gather in the assembly hall for a special occasion. While the others were wondering what it was, exited and chattering away, Quinn and his group had stomach pains and EIR blood was pumping widely around their body. They knew exactly why they had all been called. A part of them didn't want the letter to be true, but they could no longer escape reality. Standing inside the assembly hall was all the first-year students and the second-year students. In total, in the assembly hall stood around 1,000 students. All of them stood nice and straight, staring in the direction of the stage. Right now, standing up on the stage was Duke, and behind him were the 2 men who had arrived with Jack. Alright, is everyone ready? Logan asked. Right now Logan had a small earpiece that acted as a microphone. While the others apart from Peter had the same, it was time for them to put their plan into action. Ready. They all replied. Chapter 200. The Selected Eight. The assembly hall was split into two equal halves, with all the first-year students standing on the left of the stage and the second-year students standing right of the stage. The fact that all the students in the school were told to gather together, and not just a single year told them it would be a big event. Then the two sections on each side would be further split up. They were grouped by each homeroom class, which contained about 50 students. Quinn and Vorden were standing relatively close to each other while Peter was standing a row in front of them, so they could keep an eye on him, while the girls stood directly at the front of the class. Their section was stationed closest to the stage, while right at the back towards the exit was Logan. To his surprise, it seemed like Fex was in the same homeroom class as him. Logan didn't turn up to homeroom class much, and if it was anyone else they would have been punished for this. But because Logan was a VIP student from a rich family, he obtained special privileges. Duke was currently standing on stage giving the students a speech, telling them about all the achievements that the base had made so far, and what the upcoming schedule for the first year and second year students would look for the rest of the year. While listening to this, Vorden was preparing himself, or more specifically, he was preparing someone else. Radon, you remember the plan, right? Vorden asked. As soon as you finish with what needs to be done, then you get out of there. I don't care if someone looks interesting to fight, or if someone looked at you the wrong way, we need to disappear immediately after you are done. Will you shut up? Radon snapped back. For the last 2 days, you've said the same thing over and over to me. I know that if I don't do what you said, I won't hear the end of it. Vorden hated the fact that the plan required him to use Radon. If he could, he would have used himself, but the task that was given to him relied on him having two abilities and Vorden could only control one. But of course, using Syl was out of the question, so that left him with Radon. The two abilities he needed were already stored for the day. Right now they just needed for the assembly to be over. Quinn, on the other hand, was worried for Peter. The system recommended giving Peter some of his blood, which he did, and he gave the order not to attack Duke or Jack. With the extra blood, it made Peter more loyal to the point he would obey every order. Loyalty to one's master was also distance-based. The further away, the less influence the master's orders had, but with fresh blood from Quinn in his system, he would have no option but to obey the commands he was given. Eventually, the power would fade away, but for a short time period like this one, it would be enough. The only way that Peter could disobey this order is if his life was put on the line, then self-preservation would override Quinn's orders. Other than an update about the schedule for you all, we also have a special guest here today. He visited us last year, and he is here to visit us again. Duke pointed at one of the men who sat at the leader's table and was actually the leader of one of the Big Four. Please clap for Mr. True Dream, Duke said as he walked off the stage. M.R. True Dream then got up from his seat at the table and come up from the side of the stage, and as he stepped forward, so did the two guards next to him. The students looked up and stared at them in awe. They had never seen such impressive beast gear in their life, and couldn't imagine just how much it would cost to own them. Knowing that they were from the True Dream family, they would also have some impressive abilities. However, as most of the students looked at Mr. True Dream, they were quite disappointed. He wasn't wearing any beast gear, and he didn't give off the same presence as other leaders they had seen. However, there were a few in the room who felt differently. They could feel a confidence exuding from his body, and one of these students was Fex. As he was looking at him, he was starting to sweat. The sight of Mr. True Dream reminded him of the 13 vampire leaders. This was the presence of someone who was on top of the world. Many of you should know who I am, but just in case, my name is Jack True Dream, leader of the True Dream family, and also the owner of Dreamland City. I have a close relationship with the military, and I visit every base each year. But I have to say, out of all the military bases, this is my favorite one. I also seem to get the most and the best gifts delivered directly to my footstep here. Jack said with a smile. Did you hear that? He said we're the best military base out there, a student whispered. Are you an idiot? He probably says that to all of the military bases he goes to, another student responded. True, but still if we could get into his faction, we would be set for life. I hear he even provides free housing for all those in his city. As long as you join their team, of course, the first student replied. While the other students were excited to see True Dream, Quinn's group could see the other hidden message behind his words. Most likely those gifts he was talking about were the students given to him right after this assembly. He was declaring it in the open, while no one knew what was happening. While the speech continued on, from the bottom of Logan's sleeve one of the small mechanical spiders crawled down his shirt and hopped off his shoe. It was the same size as a regular small spider, and made next to no noise as it moved about. It continued to crawl across the floor until it had eventually reached the stage. Alright guys, it's all set, Logan whispered. Jack then spoke his final words that in a month's time, I will be coming to watch all of you at the inter-military base event. Perform well, and those that impress me will be given an extended invitation. With that, the speech was over, and Jack walked off stage with his two guards behind him, heading off to a location out of sight from all the students. While doing this, the mechanical spider quickly followed along. As Jack left the stage, Duke returned. He had one last thing to say to everyone. You heard the man. Work hard so you can achieve a great future for yourselves. I expect our school to come out on top at the intermilitary base event. Before I dismiss you all to enjoy the rest of your day off, I would like these 8 students to stay behind. Ray Dem, Howard Hubby, Wilfred Green, Sarah Beeswax, Michael Briscoe, Amy Yellop, Peter Chuck. After hearing Peter's name, everyone's stomach sunk a little. This was it. They needed to get into action right after he called out the final name. And finally, Aaron Haley. These students please stay behind and come to the front of the stage. The rest of you may leave.